24 hospitals. Apart from that, there were renewal of hospitals that were also to be done. And in this connection, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, earlier remember, had also investigated the matter. Now it's the Enforcement Directorate that is actually conducting raids at Saurav Bharadwaj's residence and in total 13 locations in the national capital. In connection with the case, a case has been registered against Saurav Bharadwaj, is what we have been told, and the investigation continues by the Enforcement Directorate. Interestingly, in the first assembly session that was also convened by the Delhi government, the CAG report had highlighted the irregularities into these hospital corrections, and now we are seeing the Enforcement Directorate emboldening its probe into the matter.
Shreya, when did these raids start, and has anything been recovered so far?
Well, you know, the Enforcement Directorate's primary investigation will pertain into the documents, especially, which will look into the funds that were actually, scheduled for the use of the construction of these hospitals. That is to the tune of over 500 crores, is what we've been told. Why these hospitals were not properly constructed at that point of time, whether the amount was siphoned off. All these things will be investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, and that's exactly why you see this raid that is right now under its way in the national capital in 13 locations, including the residence of Saurav Bharadwaj.
Right, Shreya, is there any reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party on the raids which are being conducted by the ED?
Well, you know, because the Saurav Bharadwaj is a very active member of the Aam Aadmi Party. Clearly, this is an action again. Something that is gonna be a scare factor for the Aam Aadmi Party, because in the past as well, they have seen scores of investigations against them. Remember, the liquor excise policy ghost is still haunting them. Amidst that, another investigation actually pertaining to its leader is something which is clearly a new signal for the Aam Aadmi Party. But this is something which was on the paper, because after that CAG report and the investigation that is being done by the Enforcement Directorate, it is only correct that we will see the Aam Aadmi Party respond in a short time, because in all such cases we have seen the Aam Aadmi Party, whenever the Enforcement Directorate has conducted any raids, they have come out with their reactions. So we are awaiting the same.
Right, Shreya, also these raids are being conducted in the hospital construction scam. The case has been filed against Saurav Bharadwaj as well as Satyendra Jain also. What next can be expected?
Well, you know, if I just highlight the reason the investigation is being done, remember, during the tenure of Saurav Bharadwaj's health minister, as well as when Satyendra Jain was there as a health minister, during that tenure of the Aam Aadmi Party, there were issues about how constructions had to be done at greenfield plots for hospitals that are new hospitals to be constructed. Apart from that, there were existing hospitals where infrastructure renewal projects were also ongoing. Now, regarding that, a fund allocation was to the tune of more than 500 crore is what we've been told. However, that wasn't utilized, is what the investigation is right now hinting at. The initial investigation, I believe, was done by the Anti-Corruption Bureau.
All right, Shreya, thank you for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the story. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Another dowry horror from the state of Madhya Pradesh. 23-year-old wife attacked with hot knife. This particular incident being reported from Khargone in Madhya Pradesh, where a 23-year-old newly married woman has been attacked with a hot knife. Burn marks visible on the back and both hands and legs of the woman. We are showing you the visuals. And when she screamed, accused put a hot knife in her mouth. Accused husband was also demanding dowry. The woman somehow managed to escape and called her father. So these are the visuals, the three cases, the horrifying cases of dowry that are being reported from different parts of the country. First it was Greater Noida, then Telangana, and now this fresh case of dowry-related torture coming to the fore from Madhya Pradesh. This incident is being reported from Khargone in Madhya Pradesh, where a 23-year-old newly married woman was attacked with a hot knife by her husband. Burn marks are visible on the back and both hands and legs of the woman. Also, we are showing you the visuals on your screens right now. On the right, you can see the burn marks on her body. And when she screamed, the accused husband put a hot knife in her mouth. These are some horrifying details emerging in this shocking case of dowry-related torture being reported from the state of Madhya Pradesh. The accused husband was also demanding dowry. The woman somehow managed to escape and then called her father. So first, it was Greater Noida, where the wife was burnt alive by her husband and her in-laws. Then it was Telangana, where the wife was starved till death. And now this case being reported from Madhya Pradesh's Khargon, where a 23-year-old newly married woman was attacked with a hot knife. And so that's the case that is being reported from Madhya Pradesh's Khargon, where a 23-year-old newly married wife was burnt with a hot knife by her husband. With that, we're now shifting focus. A brutal case of alleged torture in Telangana has sent shockwaves across the nation. In a shocking case of alleged domestic violence, a 33-year-old woman was found dead under suspicious circumstances in Kottagudem district in Telangana. The victim, identified as Lakshmi Prasanna, was reportedly subjected to alleged starvation, physical assault and prolonged confinement by her husband Naresh Babu and also her in-laws before being declared dead at the Raja Mahindwaram Government Hospital in East Godavari district on Saturday. At the time of marriage, her family claims to have given 2 acres of mango orchards, half an acre of farmland, 10 lakh in cash and gold ornaments worth another 10 lakh rupees as dowry. The victim, Lakshmi's grieving parents, also alleged that for the past 2 years, their daughter was kept under house arrest, denied contact with them and even prevented from speaking over the phone, further alleging that her husband and in-laws starved her and killed her for additional dowry. So after Madhya Pradesh, we're also telling you about the shocking case from Telangana, where this woman was starved till death. So this is a brutal case of alleged torture, which is being reported from Telangana that has sent shockwaves across the nation. Now, in this case, a 33-year-old woman was found dead under suspicious circumstances in Kottagudem district in Telangana. Now, the victim, identified as Lakshmi Prasanna, was reportedly subjected to alleged starvation, physical assault and prolonged confinement by her husband Naresh Babu and also her in-laws before being declared dead at the hospital in East Godavari district on Saturday. Now, what her family claims is that at the time of marriage, they had given 2 acres of mango orchards, half an acre of farmland, 10 lakh in cash and also gold ornaments worth another 10 lakh rupees as dowry, and there was fresh demand for dowry due to which she was starved to death. A brutal murder that has shaken the soul of the nation. 28-year-old Vipit Bhati was burned alive allegedly by the very family she was married into in Greater Noida. This happened in front of her kid and her sister. Her only crime, not meeting their never-ending hunger for dowry. Now, new details suggest a chilling trigger. Instagram reels made by Nikki and her sister to spread the word on her beauty parlor. Watch this report for the complete story. 28-year-old Vipit Bhati was burnt alive allegedly by her husband and in-laws for dowry. The gruesome murder in Greater Noida has left the nation in shock. The police have arrested the husband Vipit Bhati and his parents. Nikki and her sister Kanchan married the brothers Vipit Bhati and Rohit Bhati in 2016. According to sources, the husbands disapproved of the reels posted by their wives on Instagram. Sources say Nikki and Kanchan also had fights with their husbands over their beauty parlor business. According to the latest details shared by sources close to the investigation, a fight broke out between Nikki and her husband on February 11 over Instagram reels. Both Kanchan and Nikki left for their maternal home after the incident. On March 18, a panchayat meeting was called where it was decided that both sisters won't make any reels. Kanchan and Nikki returned to live with their in-laws and stopped making reels. But after a few days, a fresh fight started after the sisters began uploading reels on Instagram. Earlier, the victims' parents had revealed that they had gifted the grooms a Scorpio SUV, a Royal Enfield Bullet motorcycle, 450 grams of gold and cash. They claimed the groom's family demanded another 35 lakh rupees and a Mercedes Benz. Sources say that along with the dowry demand, Instagram reels could have been a possible trigger for the murder. Nikki's father says he had given 1.5 lakh rupees to his daughters to start the beauty parlor. But the in-laws began harassing Kanchan and Nikki for more money.
ऐसे दरिंदे को तो गैला गैल फांसी होनी चाहिए, ऐसी जलाया जाए। एक आदमी तिल्ली लग जाती है ना, हल्की सी तिल्ली, उसमें तिल आ जाता है। उस बेटी पे क्या बीती होगी।
Calls for capital punishment for the alleged killers are getting louder.
मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और महिला आयोग की तरफ से ये पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त करती हूँ कि बहुत ही कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी।
A few days ago, a similar incident had left the nation stunned when 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was killed in Gurugram by her father over Instagram reels and a tennis academy. Such tragic incidents force us to confront a harsher reality. Who is truly failing Bharat's betis, leaving them vulnerable and unheard in a society that promises protection but delivers neglect? With Arvind Ojha in Noida, Bureau Report, India Today. And we're now getting some breaking news from the state of Kerala. Guruvayur temple purification ritual. Non-Hindu vlogger Jasmine Jaffer made reels in the temple. The Guruvayur temple pond will be cleansed now. The temple authorities say that a law has been breached and the pond turned impure because of the non-Hindu influencer, and the Kerala temple bars non-Hindus from the pond, and the temple board has now filed sacrilege complaint against the influencer. The influencer Jasmine Jaffer meanwhile has deleted the reels and has also issued an apology. So that's the breaking news that's coming in from Kerala's Guruvayur temple, where purification ritual will be performed in the pond as a non-Hindu vlogger, Jasmine Jaffer, made reels over there. My colleague Shibimol is now joining us with more details regarding this entire matter. Shibimol, over to you.
Well, Anjali, this vlogger, she's a former Big Boss contestant also. She made a reel 6 days ago at the Guruvayur temple. In the reel, we can see her washing her feet at the pond. So that is what has caused trouble. That is what has caused controversy. What the authority is saying is that that pond has been, has turned impure because firstly, there is restriction on shooting reels, and secondly, non-Hindus are not allowed to enter the temple premises. So, citing both these reasons, they first filed a complaint against her, and now considering that the Hindu sentiments, religious sentiments might have been heard, they have decided to conduct the purification rituals. Now this took place 6 days ago, so that means the puja of 6 days will be repeated, and also there will be 18 sets of other pujas that's going to take place, is what we are understanding. So there will be restrictions for the devotees today till afternoon. The puja rituals will start from started from morning and will end in the afternoon. So there will be restrictions, is what we're understanding. Jasmine has issued an apology saying that she had no idea that there is such restrictions involved in the temple, and that's why she also apologized, saying if I hurt anybody with this action, then I apologize. The reel was also deleted. Basically, for all the major pujas, Lord Krishna is bathed in that pond. So that is why the authorities say it's now turned impure, because there's since decades there is restriction as far as the non-Hindus are concerned. So that is why this purification ritual is going to take place. In a long time, we've not heard something like this. But the temple, just like Sabrimala and Padmanabha Swami temple in Kerala, Guruvayur temple is the other most prominent temple with devotees from different parts of the country and even from outside the country coming to visit. So as far as a prominent temple is concerned, it's a very prominent temple. That's what I was mentioning. So that's what the authorities have informed. A formal complaint has also been lodged, and based on the court's directive, the police will take legal action, is what we're understanding.
Shivamol, as you were mentioning that the temple bars non-Hindus from entering the premises, but is there any checking mechanism that is in place to check if the visitors are Hindu or non-Hindus?
Well, officially there's no such system, but usually if they see your name or something, they usually, if you have a bit of a un-Hindu name, non-Hindu name, then we have seen incidents where these authorities have checked their religious background and all of that. But otherwise, there's nothing. There's no formal system there that checks your religious background. But since she's a very popular person on social media, and her name her itself reveals her identity, her religious identity, is how this landed her in trouble. Earlier, some of the prominent musicians and some prominent artists from various interests who have expressed their desire to enter temple were also banned from entering the temple. So it's been an age-old tradition, in fact, in the state as far as Guruvayur temple is concerned.
Right, Shibimul, do stay with us. Let's take a look at the reel that was posted by the influencer Jasmine Jaffer. So that was the reel that was posted by the influencer Jasmine Jaffer that has now been deleted by her, and she has also issued an apology. Shibimul continues to stay with us. Shibimul, is this an isolated case or have such incidents happened in the past as well?
Well, in the recent past, no such incidents were reported. But like I pointed out earlier, some prominent, musicians and some prominent artists from different religious background have expressed their desire to enter the temple. They tried to enter the temple also, but they were blocked and they were not allowed to enter. As such, these incidents not taken place. But regarding reels, yes, there have been controversies. Earlier BJP State President Rajiv Chandrasekhar had made a reel of him visiting the temple. So that also had become a controversy because reels are completely prohibited inside the temple premises. But as far as a non-Hindu entering the temple and making a reel and washing their feet at the pond, in the recent past we have not had such any sort of such incidents. It's a new incident, and the reel had gone viral also, with many questioning her of what made her enter the temple when it's an age-old system in place, when people almost everybody in the state knows that non-Hindus are not allowed inside the temple, unlike other temples.
Shibimul, do stay with us. We're now being joined by activist Rahul Ishwar on the broadcast. Mr. Ishwar, a very good morning to you. So this incident being reported from Kerala's Guruvayur temple, where an influencer shot a reel inside the temple. It is also pertinent to note that the influencer is a non-Hindu, and non-Hindus are barred from entering this temple premises, where now the purification rituals will be performed. Your reaction?
2 points. One, every temple has its own unique systems, acharas and anushtanas as we call it, and they have a right under Article 25 and 26 to carry out these purifications and regulations. Jasmine Jaffer, a Big Boss contestant, shot a reel. She has apologized. She might have done it, without awareness. Temples have a huge range of diversity. Inside Shabarimala, there is a mini Islamic shrine there, but in Guruvayur, people from other faiths are not allowed. So there is a diversity in temples itself, and every temple has a right given in the constitution to carry out such things, and that is a temple's right.
Right, Mr. Ishwar, do you also think that the temple authorities need to also be more vigilant? There should be a proper checking mechanism. If non-Hindus are barred from entering, it should be checked at the entrance only. And in fact, shooting reels is also prohibited inside the temple premises. So there should be prominent signages, boards inside the temple informing the visitors about the same.
This in effect happened in temple pond, where she was dipping her leg in the temple pond, and according to the systems, we follow agamas and all. According to the systems, means non-believers who are coming here will disturb the particular energy of that ecosystem. That's the reason why it's a part of a belief system. It's a part of agama. See, millions of people come to Guruvayur. Guruvayur is one of the most highly visited temples in Kerala and India itself. So sometimes such kind of things may happen. I think nothing is in bad blood. Everything is resolved. That lady has apologized, and temple is carrying out purification rituals. Nothing beyond should be taken, and things are okay here. There are some restrictions for devotees to visit until today afternoon. Beyond that, everything is okay.
All right, Mr. Ishwar, thank you for joining us on the broadcast and expressing your views on this case being reported from the state of Kerala, from the Guruvayur temple, where a non-Hindu influencer shot a reel inside the temple, and the temple where the entry of non-Hindus is barred. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Massive showdown over Assam eviction drive. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma hits out at activist Saida Hamid. Says people like Saida Hamid, a close confidant of the Gandhi family, legitimize illegal infiltrators as they seek of realize Jinnah's dream of making Assam a part of Pakistan. Today, Assamese identity is on the brink of extinction because of the tacit support of people like her. But we are the sons and daughters of Lachit Barphukan.
আমাৰ হৰ্ষ মণ্ডল আৰু প্ৰশান্ত ভূষণ তেওঁলোকে অসমৰ বিভিন্ন স্থানত গৈছে যোৱাকালিৰ পৰা, আৰু আন এটা গ্ৰুপ এই ধৰণৰ ব্যক্তিৰে আন এটা গ্ৰুপ জহাৰ চিৰকাৰ আৰু ৱাজেদ হবিবুল্লাহ, ফায়াজ শাহিন, এই ধৰণৰ ব্যক্তিসকলে যোৱাকালিৰ পৰাও নামনি অসমৰ বিভিন্ন জিলাত ভ্ৰমণ কৰি আছে। তেওঁলোকে কেৱল সংখ্যালঘু সম্প্ৰদায়ৰ নেতাসকলক লগ পাইছে, জামাতি ইছলামিক লগ পাইছে। অসমত এটা অশান্তিৰ বাতাবৰণ বিয়পাবৰ কাৰণে NRCৰ সময়ত যেনেকৈ এই ব্যক্তিসমূহ অসমলৈ আহি NRCখন ফেইল কৰিছিলে, তেনেকৈ আৰু এটা প্ৰচেষ্টা আৰম্ভ কৰিছে। আমি তেওঁলোকৰ মুভমেণ্ট আমি প্ৰত্যক্ষ কৰি আছোঁ, আৰু তেওঁলোকে NRCৰ সময় যি ধৰণে সফল হ'ল, এইবাৰ যাতে সফল হ'ব নোৱাৰে तार बाबे सरकारे काढ़ा दृष्टि रखी।
बांग्लादेशी बोलने में क्या गुनाह है? अरे भाई, बांग्लादेशी भी तो इंसान है। अरे दुनिया इतनी बड़ी है, बांग्लादेशी भी यहाँ हो सकते हैं। किसी का राइट डिप्राइव तो नहीं कर रहे। ये कहना कि उसका राइट डिप्राइव कर रहे हैं, उसका राइट डिप्राइव कर रहे हैं, ये एक बहुत ही इट्स अ वेरी वेरी ट्रबलसम एंड एन एक्सट्रीमली मिस्चिवस एंड वेरी डेट्रीमेंटल to humanity। अगर ये सरकार समझिए ये एक कत्ले आम है, और अल्लाह ताला, भगवान, गुरु कभी इसको माफ नहीं करेंगे।
And my colleague Tapas Sen Gupta is now joining us on this story. Tapas, after Saida Hamid's shocking remark that illegal Bangladeshis should be allowed to stay in Assam, now a stronger rebuttal coming to the fore by Assam Chief Minister, who has hit out at Saida Hamid's remark and has also highlighted her closeness to the Gandhi family.
Oh, well, yes, absolutely. Himanta Biswa Sarma has been speaking regarding certain people who have been roaming around in Assam, and especially with focus in the lower part of Assam. We know that the Assam government is carrying out illegal immigrant drive, especially against illegal Bangladeshi who have illegally entered and settled in Bangladesh over a period of time. And now, what the Chief Minister of Assam has clearly stated that that some people, and especially Saida Hamid, who is very close to the family, has a tacit understanding with the family and trying to establish Bangladeshis as part of Assam, and that's how he have attacked Saida Hamid, who went on to say earlier that if Bangladeshis are settled in Assam, then what's wrong in that? On the basis of humanitarian ground, it should be considered by the government. That have not gone down well with the Assam Chief Minister, and clearly stated that in days to come, he is keeping a close watch, and in days to come, action will be taken against people like Saida Hamid, because they are somehow trying to incite violence and create a law and order situation in Assam. So yeah, it's a very, very significant statement that Himanta Biswa Sarma has made, and we know that at a time when there's a huge uproar across Assam following identifying and trying to establish those who have illegally entered Assam is underway at this moment, and ahead of election, this has become a big political issue. So, keeping that in mind, he has clearly stated that he knows that who are those people who are going around in Assam and trying to meet people around to create a chaos and a law and order situation. And it seems that Assam government is not taking this very easily. They have taken this very seriously, and these comments are absolutely uncalled for, given the situation that exists in Assam, and especially when Assam is running up to 2026 assembly election. And somehow it seems that there could be a political will behind meeting the people or the illegal immigrants and drawing scathing attack at the government of Assam. So keeping that in mind, it's a political turn that is taking slowly and steady, and somehow Himanta Biswa Sarma has indicated that Congress party is somehow, if not directly, but through some people is trying to create chaos and a law and order situation in Assam. That's it.
Right. Tapas, thank you so much for getting us those details and for that context. So that's the remark from Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, hitting out strongly against Saida Hamid for backing the Bangladeshi settlers. So these are the visuals from Bihar, where the Jan Adhikar rally is underway. Rahul Gandhi, you can see in the visuals, Rahul Gandhi in the Yatra, the Jan Adhikar rally being underway in the state of Bihar. These are the live visuals of the rally.
Madhubani, that is the Mithilanchal belt of Bihar, and from Madhubani it will be halting in Darbhanga. It is to be seen at 7 p.m. in the evening, when there is to be there's going to be a big rally in Madhubani. Whether Priyanka Gandhi Vadra will also make similar allegations like Rahul Gandhi, or will she be focusing on Bihar specific issues? With video journalist Madan Prasad, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Supal.
So these are the visuals of the Jan Adhikar rally from Bihar. Rahul Gandhi, Tejaswi Yadav and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra are also the part of this rally. You can see in the visuals. In fact, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy is also there. So Rahul Gandhi, Revanth Reddy and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the Voter Adhikar Yatra in the state of Bihar ahead of the state assembly elections. This massive rally being carried out by the Congress party in the state of Bihar. This is the Voter Adhikar Yatra. Remember, Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav had been carrying out this yatra since the last week, and now today there is this mega rally in Madhubani in Bihar, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Revanth Reddy, the Telangana Chief Minister, are also taking part. These are the visuals from Bihar's Supal, where this rally is being carried out. So this is the Voter Adhikar Yatra of the Congress party being led by Rahul Gandhi, and today Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy have also reached Bihar to accompany Rahul Gandhi in this Voter Adhikar Yatra. Tejaswi Yadav, the RJD leader, who is also the Bihar leader of opposition, was also accompanying Rahul Gandhi throughout this yatra. And now today there is this mega rally by the Congress party. These are the visuals from Bihar's Supal, and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Revanth Reddy have also joined Rahul Gandhi today. So Rahul Gandhi, Revanth Reddy and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in Voter Adhikar Yatra, and these are the live visuals from Bihar Supal. The Congress MPs are busy taking out voter rights yatra against the special intensive revision process ahead of the state elections in the state. And my colleague Mausami Singh spoke with Congress MP KC Venugopal. Let's listen in.
Priyanka Gandhi is also going to be there today. And several opposition leaders, I believe, are going to be in the yatra in the next few days.
Of course. I think today Priyanka is today and tomorrow Priyanka is there, along with Rahul Gandhi ji. Then our India Telangana Chief Minister and his cabinet colleagues today. Tomorrow, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin ji is coming. Then I think 29th Karnataka Chief Minister is coming. 28th Himachal Chief Minister is also coming. Akhilesh ji is coming on 30th. Hemant Soren ji also agreed to come in between all these things.
And what about this, the mega rally on the 1st? Do you see a strength of the opposition there?
All opposition party will be there in the final day. Certainly it will be a show of strength. This is basically not a show of strength. It is a reflection of the general sentiments against this SIR procedure will be shown on September 1st.
Amit Shah has also hit back at you, saying that you are questioning the constitution and questioning the constitutional body. It's just a hogwash, he's saying.
It's a big tamasha. Every day and night, the person who is questioning the constitution by his work is now telling Congress is questioning constitution. Our main motive is to highlight the constitutional values among the public and people. The way in which the government of India is trying to demolish the constitutional values. And this has to be spread across the country.
And with that, we're now slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you former Attorney General Mukul Rohatgi's exclusive conversation with India Today's Marish Shakil. Stay with us.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. High Court quashes CIC order in PM Modi's graduation degree case. Home Minister Amit Shah says. Opposition wants to run government from jail. ED arrests TMC MLA Jeevan Saha in teacher recruitment scam.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Mr. Rohatgi, of course, there's a lot of political debate which is going on with regards to this bill, which is now before the Joint Parliamentary Committee. As a senior advocate, what are your thoughts on this legislation? Do you think it's draconian, as the opposition is saying, or are you of the opinion that the intent with which this bill is being brought in is certainly in the right direction because it is about the cleanup of the political class in general?
See, Maria, my first impression is that the legislation is an attempt to clean up the politics and the politicians of this country. There are large number of cases where, politicians are in jail, and we saw in the case of Delhi that files were being signed in a jail or from a jail cell, etc. Now it is obvious that it is inconceivable that a government can be run from jail, that too by an important minister or a chief minister. So the law is welcome, and the law only says that if a person is in custody for 30 days or more, he will lose his ministership. Well, once he gets bail, he may have a right to come back as a minister should the chief minister want him back. So it's really a temporary kind of a situation. It's not a permanent situation like saying that if you are in custody for more than 30 days, you are damned forever and you can never be an MLA or you can never be a minister. That would be draconian. But this is only a temporary kind of a situation of 30 days or 40 days. There is too much halavaloo about it.
Okay.
And I don't think that, it's like making a mountain out of a molehill.
Okay, Mr. Rohatgi, the opposition says that there have been multiple instances of misuse of agencies, the Enforcement Directorate, the CBI. And if you look at this data, which essentially says that there have been 13 instances of sitting ministers being detained by either the ED or the CBI, and most of them have ended up spending 30 days in jail. So this essentially looks at some kind of legislation which is being brought in to politically target opposition because it gives a lot of power to the executive and perhaps create some kind of anarchy in states to topple governments which have been democratically elected by the people.
See, Maria, possibility of misuse does not make the law invalid. That is settled legal position. Now, if it is found that in some cases the ruling government is trying to put opposition ministers in jail, etc., well, then you have courts, don't you? You can go to court and the court grants you bail. All opposition ministers or MPs or MLAs have got bail. And if I may dare say, once this 30-day rule is there, it would be legitimate to tell the court concerned, which is hearing a bail petition, that ask the court to decide it at the earliest so that the deadline of 30 days is not crossed. I mean, it would in fact help a detainee in trying to get an early hearing as opposed to, the bail taking a few months or 6 months or 8 months. This would be a weapon in his hand to ask the court to look at it at the earliest so that he does not, suffer the guillotine of 30 days. I think that's the silver lining that one must look at.
Of course, the intent here is that the governments should not function out of jail. The administrative functioning should not happen out of jail. But sir, isn't this legislation a bit too harsh? Because the premise has always been that you are innocent until proven guilty, and detention and conviction are two very different things.
Yeah, I agree with you, Maria, but the problem in our country is that a conviction takes 10 years. And the disqualification to stand in an election is also based on a conviction. So the other end of the spectrum is that it will take 10 or 20 years for a conviction, and then you can otherwise keep on, being in active politics. That is also the other extreme. So you're going to find out some viability. I mean, I'm sure, one could argue that 30 days would have become 60 days or 90 days. Maybe 90 days would have been more appropriate. But then you've got to draw this line somewhere. And 30 days by itself will not become illegal if the court feels that 60 or 90 is better. You have to draw the line somewhere.
Okay.
And I mean, these are laws which are an attempt to clean up the system. Sometimes they may feel or look a little harsh. But of course, time will tell as in how they are interpreted and how they are put into use. And I mean, it can be changed later also. If it is found that it is acting absolutely harshly, Parliament can change it. And also, please remember one thing. The law is there to stay unless it is changed. The current government is there till 2029. Who knows who will come in 2029? And if the opposition comes back and they, try to get their back at the current ruling party,
Okay.
then the members of the ruling party will then face the brunt. No, it's not as if that the current government kind of will remain forever and ever. Governments have a tendency of change. In 5, 10, 15 years, governments change. So it's not as if it's only a one-way traffic. The same thing will come to bite them back. So that's how it is.
Of course, the government, as it presented the bill, it is saying that this is a significant reform aimed at curbing criminalization of politics. And if we were to look at the statement of reason and object, a minister facing serious criminal charges, if arrested and detained, could undermine constitutional morality, principles of good governance, and erode the people's trust vested in him. But will this truly help in tackling the criminalization of politics, Mr. Rohatgi, given the high number of MPs and MLAs we have in the parliament and also in assemblies across the country who have criminal cases against them?
Maria, according to me, having a law saying that only on conviction an MP or an MLA is going to be disqualified, I think that is also too relaxed or lax a position. Keeping in view, as I told you, that a normal trial may take 5 or 10 years, and then even judgment of conviction can be, in rare circumstances, suspended by the higher court. And then you can jolly well carry on for 10, 20 or 25 years. According to me, keeping in view the long delays in our system and reaching the end of the road of conviction, taking so long, maybe one needs to have a look at the election law and find an intermediate point at which the disqualification will occur. It could well be framing of a charge, post a charge sheet by the competent court in an offence punishable with 7 years or more, something like that, so that the taint of the disqualification or the fear of the law comes in. I mean, if you are going to look only at a conviction after 10 years or 15 years, then there is no fear of the law. Everybody in this country violates traffic signals with impunity. But the same person who travels and goes abroad and drives a car in the US, he will dare not, violate a traffic signal because of harsh and swift penalties. Therefore, you need to have the fear of the law. You need to have a relook at the whole system. Not only this law which is coming. These are all knee-jerk reactions. Look at revamping the entire criminal justice system, where it can't take 10 years for a trial. I think the debate should be more on the larger issues than only looking at this this aspect of the law.
Okay, let me sum up this conversation with you, Mr. Rohatgi, with my last question. The opposition is saying that this bill distorts parliamentary democracy.
You're of the opinion that there is a need for a larger debate. What are the key aspects do you think which should be debated?
According to me, the larger debate, as I said, is revamping the criminal justice system. The government has taken one step in that direction by revamping our criminal laws, procedural and substantive, by trying to bring in Indian notions of justice and criminality and crimes, because we were following 150-year-old British notions of criminality. That is a welcome step, but that step has not really, in my humble opinion, addressed the point that the trials take an interminable long period of time. Our courts are clogged. I see it every day. And the real problem is that the prosecuting agency and the investigative agency is one and the same, namely the police. Imagine a police sub-inspector who is investigating a crime, who is also doing police duties, who is also writing a police diary, and he is also looking after the prosecution in the court by going to the prosecution counsel or the lawyer, getting the witnesses and trying to see that they are examined. You can't have 3 or 4 roles into one. In many countries, the roles are separate. So you have to start from that. You must have a separate prosecution agency specialized, a separate investigative agency specialized, and a normal police for policing affairs in the city or on the roads. You start with that and then try and tell the court that we are swiftly investigating. I can tell you, Maria, that I am doing cases where investigation is not complete for 10 years, 12 years.
Okay.
If you can't complete investigation in 10, 12 years, you are going to start framing of a charge after 10 years. God knows how many witnesses are available, how many are alive, how many will remember what happened. So therefore, it's a complete pitfall. You have to start from the beginning, strengthen up, shore up the system, and then only there will be some fear of the law. And then all these laws will fall into place.
It was a dramatic opening round of men's singles in US Open featuring Russian tennis player Medvedev and France's Benjamin Bonzi. As Bonzi looked set to wrap up the match on match point at 5-4 in the third set, a bizarre interruption left the former US Open champion furious. Bonzi's first serve hit the net as a photographer ran from the entrance onto the court and entered the photographer's pit. The chair umpire handed Bonzi another first serve and Medvedev was not happy. He argued with the match official and then joined the crowd in boos. The chaos went on for 6 minutes, after which Medvedev made an insane comeback, saving a match point and winning the set in a tiebreaker. Medvedev then blanked Bonzi 6-0 in the fourth, but ended up losing the fifth set and thus the match. But the drama didn't end there. Medvedev lost his cool after letting go of the match and ended up taking his anger out on his racket. He smashed the racket multiple times against the bench, even injuring his hand in the process. It was his third straight first-round exit at a slam. His only win at a major this year came in the Australian Open first round, where he lost the next match.
Bonzi got him at Wimbledon.
And Congress's deputy leader in the Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, wrote to the BCCI opposing the India-Pakistan match in the upcoming Asia Cup. Gogoi, in his letter addressed to the BCCI Secretary Devajit Saikia, said, and I quote, "While cricket has always been a sport that brings joy among people, in the context of current India and Pakistan relations, such engagements should not be prioritized over national interest." He reminded that cross-border tensions still persist and we all are aware of the sacrifices of our armed forces. Gogoi urged the BCCI to take a clear stand and avoid engagements with Pakistan until conditions are favourable and conducive to the nation's interest. And with that, it is a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the app.
Sorry.
Co-powered by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं.
Nikki, Lakshmi, Khushbu, Sanju. Every dowry attack on a beti is a national shame. Make no mistake, it's time for an India Today mega campaign against dowry demons killing our daughters. Marriage, murder, medieval mindset. Stop burning our betis now. Daughters, dowry and destroyed dreams. Change the mindset. Save our betis. Make our daughters' futures safe. The ugly dowry lust. The question is, how many more betis? Let's begin with the headlines. 24 hours to go for Trump's tariff. Prime Minister Modi's assurance to Bharat says we'll find a way out. Highlights economic selfishness. India braces for Trump's tariff impact. Trump issues 25% tariff on India notice. Amit Shah fires at opposition vice president candidate. Shah's Naxal attack at the opposition VP pick. Reddy claims Naxalism thrived because of him. Revant Reddy hits out at Shah, calls Shah's attack unconstitutional. ED raids ex-Delhi Mantri Saurabh Bhardwaj. Raids in connection to 5,000 crore hospital scam in Delhi. Horrific shocker from Telangana this time around. A starvation horror. Dowry greed claims yet another life. Denied food, forcefully confined, denied from meeting parents. Dowry demand in spite of gold and cash. In-laws passed it off as ill health. Karnataka Dasra inauguration controversy. Choice of writer Banu Mushtaq triggers a fight. BJP claims Banu Mushtaq hurt Hindu sentiments, demands withdrawal of invite. Congress dismisses outrage over this invite. Trump says China has to give US magnets or face 200% tariff. China is increasingly sensitive about rare earths and its control over supplies. Top story at this hour, and we are not losing sight of this big story that we are tracking. 79 years since our nation gained independence. And yet, even after so many decades, 7 decades in many places, people with absolutely outdated and criminal mindsets have not evolved. On your screen right now, you see 4 victims of one of the most horrifying problems in our country. Dowry. All these women were assaulted by their husbands and in-laws for dowry. Some of them ran to save their lives. Others died trying to fix things. Let's take a look at these stories one by one. A brutal case of alleged torture in Telangana has sent shockwaves across the nation. In a shocking case of alleged domestic violence, a 33-year-old woman was found dead under suspicious circumstances in Kotagudem district in Telangana. The victim, identified as Lakshmi Prasanna, was reportedly subjected to starvation, physical assault, prolonged confinement by her husband Naresh Babu and in-laws before being declared dead at the Raja Mahindra Varnam Government Hospital in East Godavari district on Saturday. Well, at the time of her marriage, her family claims to have given 2 acres of mango orchards, half an acre of farmland, 10 lakh rupees in cash, gold ornaments worth 10 lakh. All of this as dowry, which, by the way, is criminal. To even give this is criminal. The victim, Lakshmi's grieving parents, allege that for the past 2 years, their daughter was kept under house arrest, denied contact with them, even prevented from speaking over the phone, further alleging that her husband and in-law starved her and killed her for additional dowry. I'm going to go straight across to Apurva, getting in more details. Apurva, we've seen pictures, horrific ones, really, sending a chill down our spines of that victim there. Of course, we can't put that out, but it just speaks volumes of how this victim endured just so much before finally she was killed. My question is, the parents are saying that this was happening for 2 long years. Why is that they didn't find it necessary to reach out to the police, to the authorities, to save their child at the end of the day, to save their daughter?
Well, what we are getting to learn, Sneha, from her parents is that unfortunately the victim there, they had tried to get in contact with her. They weren't even able to see her. She was forced to be locked inside the room is what the parents have alleged. In fact, they've also said that there were multiple attempts that they had made from their side, to try and bring her back, which had turned futile. And unfortunately, this is the end result of what we are seeing of that tragic case that took place there as well. In fact, police officials do state that they are trying to get into record what all has happened over, says, the past 2 years that the parents alleged that she had been allegedly tortured and made to starve, in fact, at her own house as well. In fact, the victim there is survived by her child and her husband there. In fact, what we are getting to learn is that police officials do say a case has been registered. They have taken several people, including the husband, the mother-in-law, and several others that have been named there by the parents. They have taken them into custody. They are examining all kinds of angles relating to this incident as well. However, from the victims, from the husband and the in-laws side, in fact, they allege, saying that there hasn't been any kind of misdoings from their side. In fact, the brother-in-law there has also gone ahead and denied these allegations, claiming that Lakshmi Prasanna, in fact, was suffering from anemia and thyroid related issues, which is why when she had died, that had caused her to lose weight, is what is the allegations that is coming in from the husband's family side. Is also we're seeing allegations rising up on both sides, but unfortunately, in whatever allegations come across, a life has been lost, and the government and the police here are trying to see at best what can be the speedy measures that can be taken to ensure justice prevails for a life that is lost. Sneha.
Be with us, Apurva Jayachandran, getting asked those details of that horrific story from Telangana. Unfortunately, we can't put those pictures out, but it just, in fact, is so disturbing. We'd like to tell our viewers, just giving an idea about what this young woman went through. Physically assaulted, her body was found completely starved. It just gave an idea about how probably she was denied food for days and weeks together, is what is evident right here. From Telangana to Rajasthan, in Jodhpur, a woman named Sanju and a 3-year-old daughter were found in a suspicious burnt condition at their home in Rajasthan. The cause of her death was assault by her husband over dowry demands. The woman is alleged to have set herself and her daughter on fire. When taken to hospital, both Sanju and her daughter succumbed to injuries. Sanju Bishnoi was a government school lecturer. According to the cops, Sanju returned from school on Friday, later locked herself inside the house. She allegedly poured petrol on a dining table chair in the lobby, doused herself and her daughter with petrol and set them on fire. A petrol can was also recovered from the scene. In another dowry-related abuse case, this time in Madhya Pradesh, a 20-year-old, a 23-year-old Khushbu escaped just in time after her husband allegedly tied her up, tortured her, inserted a heated knife into her mouth when she cried out in pain. The accused husband here, Dilip, was reportedly intoxicated, burnt her with a hot knife across the torso, arms, legs, leaving multiple severe burn marks. They were married in February. The husband said he did not like his wife but still demanded dowry. I'm getting you 2 cases, details of 2 cases, one from Madhya Pradesh, the second one from Rajasthan. Cases of abuse and dowry demands that have led to these horrific cases that we're reporting on. One from Madhya Pradesh, the other one from Rajasthan. We also told you about the case in Telangana. In Jodhpur, a woman set herself and a child on fire, frustrated, and also, in fact, completely cornered after repeated torture and dowry demands from her husband. She decided to take her life and her child's life as well, her daughter's life as well. In Madhya Pradesh, a 23-year-old woman by the name of Khushbu was also tortured by her husband, who was intoxicated. He tied her up, tortured her, inserted a heated knife into her mouth when she cried out in pain. The accused husband here, Dilip, was reportedly intoxicated, burnt her with a hot knife across her torso, arms and legs, leaving multiple severe burn marks. They were married in the month of February earlier this year. The husband said he did not like his wife, but he chose to demand dowry, and that was not forthcoming. He decided to torture her the way he did. Images on your screen are from of the victims. Really, you can see those assault marks on the young woman there. More news coming in, and this has got to do with the Nikki murder case. When Nikki was taken, in fact, to Fortis Hospital, this is what we are learning. It's a big revelation. In-laws then went on to claim that a cylinder blast killed Nikki. Cops found no cylinder blast at the crime scene. They found flammable liquid and a lighter at the site of the crime. Cops to grill who floated the cylinder blast theory is what we're learning. Essentially, they try to brush this under the carpet. Arvind Oja has been tracking those details. Arvind, ये बोला गया था परिवार वालों की तरफ से कि सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट की वजह से जो विक्टिम है वो मारी गई हैं, और पुलिस ने कहा है कि क्राइम सीन पर कोई सिलेंडर नहीं था, और ये वीडियो जो है ये दिखाता है कि ये स्टोरी ही कुछ अलग है।
और आपको बताऊं कि जब इसे निक्की को आग लगने के बाद फोर्टिस अस्पताल ले जाया गया था, तो फोर्टिस अस्पताल के मेमो में लिखा हुआ था कि सिलेंडर फटने से आग लगी। क्राइम सीन पर पुलिस पहुंची थी और सिलेंडर फटने जैसी कोई बात नहीं थी। थिनर की बोतल, लाइटर और बाकी चीजें मिली थी। पुलिस अब ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है और डॉक्टर के बयान इसमें दर्ज होंगे कि आखिर सिलेंडर फटने से आग लगने की बात किसने बताई थी, वो कौन था जिसने ये थ्योरी दी थी, वो उसके बारे में बयान लेगी जो नोएडा पुलिस है वो। उसके अलावा जो स्नेहा अभी जानकारी मिली है कि जो विपिन है उसकी पास्ट क्रिमिनल हिस्ट्री भी रही है। अक्टूबर 2024 में नोएडा के जारचा पुलिस स्टेशन में विपिन के खिलाफ एक लड़की ने मारपीट और शोषण की एफआईआर दर्ज करवाई थी। दरअसल विपिन का उस लड़की से एक्स्ट्रा मैरिटल अफेयर था, जो निक्की और कंचन ने पकड़ लिया था, जिसके बाद विपिन ने खुद को बचाने के लिए उस लड़की के साथ मारपीट की थी, तो उस लड़की ने एफआईआर दर्ज कराई थी। तो दो ये इम्पोर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट है निक्की मर्डर केस में। पहला कि जब फोर्टिस अस्पताल ले जाया गया तो एक थ्योरी दी गई कि सिलेंडर फटने से आग लगी थी, जबकि क्राइम सीन पर सिलेंडर फटने जैसी कोई बात नहीं थी। पता लगाएगी अब पुलिस की ये सिलेंडर फटने वाली थ्योरी आखिर किसकी तरफ से थी। जी,
इसमें फादर इन लॉ का क्या रोल है? अभी वो भी अरेस्ट हो गए हैं, ब्रदर इन लॉ का भी अरेस्ट हुआ है। ये सारे डिटेल्स बताएं कि इनका क्या एग्जैक्ट रोल है। और ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि परिवार वाले इस समय क्या कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि लड़की के जो पिता हैं उन्होंने ये भी बताया था कि कई बार ऐसे इंस्टेंसेस थे कि उसे निक्की को मारा गया था, वो घर भी वापस आई थी, लेकिन सोसाइटी के प्रेशर की वजह से उसे वापस भेज दिया गया। परिवार वालों का इस पर अभी क्या कहना है?
देखिए, परिवार वाले लगातार बात कर रहे हैं कि जो निक्की है उसके साथ मारपीट होती थी और उसके अलावा जो डाउरी की बात वो क्लेम कर रहे हैं। वहीं सास ससुर का ये कहना है कि वो खुद निक्की को अस्पताल लेकर गए थे, और जो एक पड़ोस का देवेंद्र है वो भी आज तक इंडिया टुडे से बातचीत में कह रहा है कि सास ससुर ही निक्की को अस्पताल लेकर गए थे। अगर उन्होंने आग लगाई होती तो वो अस्पताल लेकर क्यों जाएंगे, जबकि कंचन ने एफआईआर में ये लिखवाया है कि जो विपिन, सास ससुर सब आग लगाकर भाग गए थे। तो अब सीसीटीवी फुटेज फोर्टिस अस्पताल का जो पुलिस है वो देखेगी कि अस्पताल में उस दौरान निक्की को कौन लेकर गया, निक्की के साथ कौन कौन मौजूद था। ये अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन अब नए सिरे से जो नोएडा पुलिस है उसकी शुरू हो गई है। जी,
Arvind Oja getting in those details right now from the National Capital Region, essentially telling us about this horrific case that we are reporting on. We also have, in fact, an interview that my colleague Himanshu Mishra has done Let's take a listen. Get that interview with you, in fact for you in a moment from now, but we're getting you the details of the horrific Nikki murder case, which is in fact a dowry case is what it looks like as far as the investigations are concerned. First, the in-laws had claimed that this was a cylinder blast of sorts and that's what had killed Nikki is what we are learning, trying to mislead the hospital authorities as well. Infidelity and a gruesome crime, a murder exposed in Noida. Vipin had an affair with another woman is what we're learning. In fact, Nikki and sister, the wife of Vipin had caught Vipin red-handed. He later beat Nikki up. To refute the allegations, the girl had filed an FIR against the accused Vipin at the Jarcha police station in Noida. This FIR was filed in the month of October last year. An FIR was also filed against Vipin for assault and exploitation. According to our sources, Vipin was having an affair with that girl. Vipin's wife, in fact, Nikki, and his sister caught Vipin and that girl red-handed. Vipin beat up the girl to prove himself right. The girl had filed an FIR against Vipin for assault and for exploitation. The main accused in this crime, who was in fact seen in these pictures in a scuffle with Nikki, the victim right here, was known to have an affair is what we are learning. These are details of the Nikki Bhati murder case that we are getting on. Vipin Bhati, Nikki's 28-year-old husband, reportedly had an affair with another woman. This was a crime that was carried out after he stood exposed, after his crimes and after his infidelity stood exposed. Nikki and sister, in fact, caught him red-handed. Nikki Bhati's husband stands arrested right now. I'm going to go straight across to Himanshu Mishra. More details on that story, I'm being told that Himanshu joins us from Vipin's residence at this point.
21 अगस्त की शाम 5:30 से 6 बजे के बीच इस घर में क्या हुआ था, ये जानने की कोशिश अब पुलिस कर रही है। कुछ नए सबूत, कुछ नए सीसीटीवी फुटेज सामने आए हैं। हमारे साथ देवेंद्र हैं बात करने के लिए, विपिन के ताऊ के बेटे हैं। देवेंद्र जी, आप क्या कहाँ थे, क्या सुना, क्या देखा, क्या कुछ हो रहा था, आप सारी बात बताएं।
मैं भी दुकान चलाता हूँ बाहर।
कहाँ पे आप?
मेन रोड पे मेरी दुकान है, बराबर में।
ठीक है।
तो मैं वहीं था अपनी दुकान पे, उस टाइम लाइट नहीं थी।
अच्छा, ये दुकान किसकी है?
ये विपिन की दुकान है।
ठीक है, यहाँ पे कौन कौन था?
विपिन था और पिताजी थे उनके।
अच्छा, विपिन और पिताजी यहाँ पर थे। क्या टाइम हो रहा था?
5:45 बजे के करीब।
5:45 बजे। आप कहाँ पर थे? आपकी दुकान? अच्छा, ये बगल में ही, एकदम बगल में?
बिल्कुल एकदम बगल में। ये
ठीक है, तो क्या कुछ देखा आपने, क्या हुआ?
उस टाइम पे लाइट नहीं था, तो मैं दुकान के बाहर ही बैठा हुआ था।
5:30 बजे?
5:45 बजे।
5:45 बजे।
ठीक है, तो विपिन यहीं था, बच्चे भी यहीं थे, तीनों बच्चे थे, विपिन था। और विपिन मैंने देखा कि भाग के गया एकदम से, जो शोर शराबा हुआ भाग के गया, वो अंदर गया। वो वीडियो फुटेज में भी दिखाई देगा सबको। वो फिर साथ के साथ ही वापस आया। उसने आके शोर मचाया, मुझसे बोला, भाई निक्की ने आग लगा ली। ठीक है जी, भाई निक्की ने आग लगा ली। मैं दौड़ के आया, उससे मैंने बोला कि गाड़ी निकाल और बैक कर हॉस्पिटल लेके चलते। मैं अंदर गया, अंदर और लोग भी इतने आ चुके थे मुझसे पहले भी।
परिवार के कितने लोग अंदर थे उस समय जब आप अंदर गए?
अंकल थे, विपिन था, मैं भी पहुंच गया।
सब लोग अंदर
पहुंच गए थे। और भी 2 लोग थे जो हैं यहाँ में मेरे साथ, जो मुझसे भी 1 सेकंड पहले पहुंच गए थे, जो लेके आए उतार के बॉडी, मतलब जलती हुई को।
वो आग किसने बुझाई फिर?
आग बुझ चुकी थी जब।
अच्छा, बुझ चुकी
जब मैं पहुंचा।
जी, ठीक है। हाँ, ठीक है। फिर उसके बाद उसमें हम जो गाड़ी बैक करके लगा दी, गाड़ी में लेके चले गए। कहाँ पे गए?
फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल।
कौन कौन था?
मैं था, विपिन के पिताजी थे, विपिन की माताजी थी और निक्की थी।
तो निक्की बेहोश थी?
नहीं, बातचीत करती गई थी।
क्या बातचीत हो रही थी?
वो ऐसे ही मुझे, मतलब थोड़ी कराहट थी, दर्द था, और ये कह रही थी कि मुझे पानी दे दो, मुझे सांस में लेने में दिक्कत है। ऐसे मतलब बोलती जा रही है।
फिर आप लोग हॉस्पिटल पहुंचे?
हॉस्पिटल पर
आप लोगों ने ये नहीं पूछा कि क्यों किया या कैसे हुआ?
देखो सर, ये हम पूछ नहीं पाए, इतनी जल्दी थी। पहले हमारा पहला एम था कि हम पहले हॉस्पिटल पहुंचे।
कितनी देर लगी यहाँ से अस्पताल पहुंचने में?
10-15 मिनट।
ठीक है, फिर
हॉस्पिटल में हमने एडमिट करा दी और एडमिट कराने के बाद भी वो बातचीत कर रही थी।
ठीक है।
डॉक्टर को उसने बयान दिए, डॉक्टर के पास हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों लैंग्वेज में उपलब्ध है।
ठीक है, उसके बाद पुलिस कब आई?
पुलिस तभी आ गई थोड़ी देर बाद, 5-10 मिनट बाद।
हॉस्पिटल ही आ गई?
हॉस्पिटल में।
फिर रेफर कब किया?
रेफर किया और उन्होंने फर्स्ट एड देने के बाद रेफर किया।
फर्स्ट एड दिया अस्पताल। पुलिस ने बयान दर्ज किया था?
पुलिस ने नहीं बयान दर्ज,
पुलिस ने नहीं किया
क्योंकि उन्होंने फर्स्ट एड दी थी, पट्टी वगैरह की थी और उनके पाइप डाल दिया था।
कब आप लोगों ने निकी की फैमिली को इस बीच में जानकारी दी?
जब ये घटनाक्रम यहाँ हो चुका था, हमने तभी उनको बता दिया। वो लोग भी हॉस्पिटल पहुंच गए।
A brutal murder that has shaken the soul of the nation, where a 28-year-old young woman, Vipit Bhati, was burned alive, allegedly by the very family she was married into. This happened in front of a child and her sister. Her only crime, not meeting their never-ending hunger for dowry. New details suggest a chilling trigger. Instagram reels made by Nikki and her sister to spread the word on her beauty parlor was something that was irking her husband. Take a look at this report.
28-year-old Nikki Bhati was burnt alive allegedly by her husband and in-laws for dowry. The gruesome murder in Greater Noida has left the nation in shock. The police have arrested the husband Vipit Bhati and his parents. Nikki and her sister Kanchan married the brothers Vipit Bhati and Rohit Bhati in 2016. According to sources, the husbands disapproved of the reels posted by their wives on Instagram. Sources say Nikki and Kanchan also had fights with their husbands over their beauty parlor business. According to the latest details shared by sources close to the investigation, a fight broke out between Nikki and her husband on February 11 over Instagram reels. Both Kanchan and Nikki left for their maternal home after the incident. On March 18, a panchayat meeting was called where it was decided that both sisters won't make any reels. Kanchan and Nikki returned to live with their in-laws and stopped making reels. But after a few days, a fresh fight started after the sisters began uploading reels on Instagram. Earlier, the victims' parents had revealed that they had gifted the grooms a Scorpio SUV, a Royal Enfield Bullet motorcycle, 450 grams of gold and cash. They claimed the groom's family demanded another 35 lakh rupees and a Mercedes-Benz. Sources say that along with the dowry demand, Instagram reels could have been a possible trigger for the murder. Nikki's father says he had given 1.5 lakh rupees to his daughters to start the beauty parlor. But the in-laws began harassing Kanchan and Nikki for more money.
ऐसे दरिंदे को तो गैला गैल फांसी होनी चाहिए, ऐसी जलाया जाए। एक आदमी तिल्ली लग जाती है ना, हल्की सी तिल्ली, उसमें तिलबिल आ जाता है। उस बेटी पे क्या बीती होगी।
Calls for capital punishment for the alleged killers are getting louder.
मैं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार और महिला आयोग की तरफ से ये पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त करती हूँ कि बहुत ही कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी।
A few days ago, a similar incident had left the nation stunned when 25-year-old Radhika Yadav was killed in Gurugram by her father over Instagram reels and a tennis academy. Such tragic incidents force us to confront a harsher reality. Who is truly failing Bharat's betis, leaving them vulnerable and unheard in a society that promises protection but delivers neglect? With Arvind Ojha in Noida, Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. ED raids are being reported right now as we speak at former Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj's residence in hospital construction scam. Raids at 13 locations is what we know. The anti-corruption branch, the ACB of the Delhi government, has registered a case against the former health minister, Saurabh Bhardwaj and Satyendra Jain, over alleged large-scale corruption in the capital's health infrastructure projects. According to the officials, 24 hospital projects, 8 greenfield, 13 brownfield, worth 5,590 crores, was sanctioned in the year 2018 to 2019. However, the projects remain mired in inexplicable delays, cost escalation, suspected embezzlement of public funds. Investigations have revealed massive irregularities in the construction of hospitals, polyclinics and ICU facilities across Delhi, with not a single project being completed on time. Particularly the 1,125 crore ICU hospital project aimed at building 7 pre-engineered facilities with a total capacity of 6,800 beds is only 50% complete in spite of the huge expenditure. Officials flagged substantial deviations, cost overruns, running into hundreds of crores. The case was filed after receiving mandatory approval under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act. It follows the detailed complaint submitted on the 22nd day of August 2024 by the then leader of the opposition, Vijendra Gupta, alleging systematic manipulation of budgets, misuse of funds, collusion with private contractors. ACB has initiated a probe into the financial mismanagement, which is being described as one of the largest corruption scandals in Delhi's health sector. Listening to what senior leader of the party, of the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh, said on the raids at Saurabh Bhardwaj's residence.
सौरभ भारद्वाज पे जो मामला बनाया गया है वो पूरी तरीके से निराधार, झूठा और बेबुनियाद है। आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पे लगातार झूठे केस बना बना के उनको जेल में डालना भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मोदी सरकार की एक नीति बन गई, एक उनका रवैया बन गया, हमको दबाने के लिए, हमको झुकाने के लिए। और ये सब कुछ आज क्यों हो रहा है अचानक? क्यों सौरभ भारद्वाज के घर पे आज छापा मार दिया गया? क्योंकि खबर बदलनी है, मुद्दा बदलना है।
आम आदमी पार्टी की पूर्ववर्ती सरकार भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त पाई जाती थी। ये एक और मामला सामने आया है। किस प्रकार से हॉस्पिटल के कंस्ट्रक्शन के अंदर भारी धांधली हो रही है, ग्राउंड पर काम हो नहीं रहा और यहाँ पे बिल पर बिल पास होकर जाए जा रहे हैं। हॉस्पिटल तो बनने शुरू ही नहीं हुए, लेकिन बिल की पेमेंट्स हो रही है। ऐसे बहुत सारा मामला इस हॉस्पिटल से रिलेटेड है। लेकिन सवाल ये उठता है, भ्रष्टाचार के हर मामले के अंदर जिस प्रकार से इनके लोग पाए जा रहे हैं और कोर्ट्स के अंदर केसेस चल रहे हैं, ये दिखाता है कि ऐसा कोई सगा नहीं जिसको अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ठगा नहीं।
Sardar R.P. Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party is now joining us. Thank you for your time. There are ED raids at the former minister Saurabh Bhardwaj's residence. Of course, the AAP is saying that there is no wrongdoing here, essentially calling this vendetta. What's your party's response to what is now being said by Bhardwaj?
Well, there's a very routine procedure they do. They always call any investigation as vendetta. Fact is that why are they so scared of investigation? And then if there's a vendetta, there's a court where they can go to. The fact is they won't go to court. They know that they won't get any relief from the court. Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sasodia, has not got any relief in any of the cases. So let the investigation happen. There's a case where there's a bungling of almost 5,000 crore rupees.
Right.
So let's see how do they turn up. Why are they making cry? Why are they crying now? Why are they making so much of noise now? Let the investigation happen. If there's anything wrong, they can go to court and get it pushed.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. R.P. Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party saying let the investigations follow, in fact, and this is a matter of procedure. They can, in fact, seek reprieve if they feel they aren't guilty. This has got to do with a scam. Shreya has more details. Shreya, talk to us about the alleged wrongdoing right here as far as the ED investigations in the hospital infrastructure scam matter is concerned.
Well, Sneha, this entire investigation pertains to the timeline of 2018 to 2019, where 24 hospital projects were actually sanctioned to the tune of 5,590 crores. That included 11 greenfield and 13 brownfield projects, which essentially means some of the projects were new projects, while others were that which had to be renewed, is what we do understand. The complaint initially came in from then leader of the opposition, Vijayendra Gupta, and thereafter we saw a case being registered by the Anti-Corruption Bureau of Delhi in the month of June this year. Subsequently, the Enforcement Directorate opened an ECIR, and under Section 17A, we are seeing of PMLA this entire raid that is being carried out. In total, 13 locations, including where I'm right now, which is the residence of Saurav Bharadwaj. Raids are currently under its way by the Enforcement Directorate. The Aam Aadmi Party continues to suggest this is a witch hunt, but so far as the ED is concerned, this is about why, despite the sanction to the tune of 5,590 crores, there are 50% of projects which were not done. What happened to the amount? That is the reason we see this entire investigation that is right now being done by the ED. Important to point out, when the present Delhi government came to power, the health report that actually, the CAG report that highlighted this entire scam, was also one of the first reports that was tabled in the Delhi Assembly.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Getting in those details from Saurav Bharadwaj's residence in the national capital is my colleague Shreya Chatterjee. Time for a break here. On the other side, Karnataka Dasara inauguration controversy. The choice of writer Banu Mushtaq has triggered a big fight. BJP demands withdrawal of invite. Congress dismisses outrage over this invite.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G, all eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. High Court quashes CIC order in PM Modi's graduation degree case. Home Minister Amit Shah says opposition wants to run government from jail. ED arrests TMC MLA Jeevan Saha in teacher recruitment scam.
When you are a public representative, then your responsibility and accountability is much more in comparison to any other person. For example, if a public servant is arrested, then there is a rule, and by law, you have to be suspended within 24 hours. So if there are charges of corruption against any politician, be it a chief minister, be it anyone, that person should resign.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All right, we have more news coming in. The BJP's posted a video of the DMK thug attack. On camera, a man brutally attacked over banner. BJP says DMK Neta goons attacked the citizens. On camera, brutal assault was seen over a political banner. The man objected to the banner in front of his home, and hence this controversy, hence this attack, the physical assault that took place because of the same. BJP's Anna Malai says DMK thrives on thuggery. BJP says Gundaism is DMK's political culture. I'm going straight across to Anaga for more details. Anaga, who are these people? Are they workers of the DMK? And talk to us about the kind of action that has been taken against them.
Well, in fact, the BJP has claimed that they are men who belong to the DMK party. In particular, DMK's Tirvarur councillor, Purushottaman. That's what Annamalai has alleged. He has also gone on to allege that Purushottaman and his gang went on to beat up this poor man because he didn't allow his poster, the Purushottaman's poster, to be placed in front of his residence. And as you can see in the visual over there, the poor man is getting beaten up black and blue by a bunch of men. In fact, we are officially awaiting a version from Tirvarur police on the same as to what exactly transpired. In fact, as elections are nearing, Sneha, law and order seems to be one important issue that all the opposition parties are picking up against the DMK government. The ADMK has always been raising the law and order issue against the DMK government, and now BJP's Annamalai has also picked this up and saying that the DMK thrives on thuggery, thrives on rowdyism. But at the moment, we are still awaiting a confirmation from the police officers as to who exactly these men are. Do they really belong to DMK? And what really triggered them to beat up a man like this black and blue in broad daylight?
If you're picking anything at all from the leadership there on what sort of action is going to be taken against these so-called party workers who beat up this man?
Well, in fact, the DMK maintains that be it anyone in the party, if they really endanger the lives of citizens, if they engage in thuggery, if they engage in rowdyism, the party will take strict action, no matter who they are, is what the DMK has been maintaining. And if indeed found that these men are actually men from the DMK councillor Purushottaman's party, then the DMK says that very strict action will be taken. In fact, the DMK is also probing as to what exactly DMK's councillor Purushottaman's role was. Was he the one who asked these men to beat them up? Was he involved in this particular rowdyism act? The DMK on its own is probing this particular incident, and if indeed the councillor Purushottaman is found guilty, then the party says that they will take action against this particular councillor.
All right. Anaga, getting in those details at this point in time, charges being made by the BJP. They say that the DMK thrives there on thuggery is what is being said. Obviously giving ample opportunity to the opposition there to go after the ruling DMK in the state of Tamil Nadu. On camera, a man was brutally attacked over a banner that was put out. He objected to it, but workers of the DMK allegedly, as alleged by the BJP, attacked those people there. These visuals have since gone viral. More news coming in. Again on camera, big betrayal of farmers in Telangana. Mega queue for fertilizer in Telangana, a 1 kilometer long queue. Kisans wait for hours together. Officials indicate just 300 bags of urea are available. India's Annadata let down is what it looks like at this point in time. Pictures are from Medak in Telangana, where hundreds of farmers are standing in queue, in a mammoth queue there, waiting for what is their due in a sense. Fertilizer is what these farmers require, is what they were promised, but in fact there wasn't enough for just so many farmers who turned up and they waited in a long queue. Pictures are from Medak in Telangana. Just 300 bags of urea are available. Abdul has more. Abdul, what really happened here?
Well, the urea shortage in the state of Telangana still continues, with farmers, several farmers, thousands of farmers awaiting the urea supply for their agricultural activities in the district is continuing, where the long queues have been witnessed at the Raitu Vedika centers And now we've seen that in Medak and Vanaparthi, several farmers have queued at the Raitu Vedika Center just to collect a bag of urea. Here, what the officials are saying is that there is a shortage of urea, and whatever supply they are getting, they are handing it over to the farmers. Now here, what we see is that several farmers use their Aadhaar card to place it in the queue and wait for long hours and just collect a bag of urea. However, the government, the Chief Minister Revant Reddy has stated that it is the central government which supplies urea. The manufacture and the import of urea is done by the central government, and the state government can only supply it. So it is the central government who has to supply urea. However, the BJP in the state claims that they have supplied ample amount of urea, and it is the black marketing that is being benefited by the state government, leading to this shortage, is what the BJP has said. Now,
The solution, what do the authorities, the government says, about this problem? Abdul.
Well, the government here says that the shortage of urea, whatever urea they are being supplied, is being distributed to the farmers, but to the disgust of the farmers, that enough amount of urea is not being supplied, where huge and long queues have been witnessed at urea centers just to collect a bag of urea. And the shortage of urea is the reason that this situation in the Telangana is still continuing.
Abdul Bashir getting in those details. 300 bags of urea available. Farmers in dire straits is what is evident right now. So many people gathered there, hundreds of them, to collect their bags of urea, but this was in shortage. The government also has responded. It's in fact clearly a big betrayal of farmers, what is being seen in the state of Telangana. Pictures are from Medak in Telangana, which has since got viral, speaking volumes of this kind of spot that the farmers themselves really have found themselves in shortage of urea there. In fact, this has been an ongoing problem. They have been protesting in the past as well because of shortage of urea. The BJP has, in fact, also accused the Congress government of mishandling this entire situation. Frustration growing as queues get longer there in Telangana. This has been happening for days together. In Siddipet and Medak districts, where farmers sat on the crossroads here, leading to heated exchanges with police, and this has been happening for days together. The shortage of urea leading to farmers complain of being forced into long queues, overcharging, black marketing. Farmers say that private fertilizer dealers are creating artificial scarcity, and that's what is leading to this problem. Black marketing is rampant is what they've been complaining. They have been waiting outside societies and shops from early morning until closing time, with some even collapsing in queues. The problem has been reported in several areas in the Warangal district. Right now, pictures on your screens are from Medak. Scores of farmers previously blocked the highway as well, demanding immediate supplies. Moving on, a political controversy has erupted in Karnataka over Banu Mushtaq being invited to inaugurate the Dasara festival in Mysuru. The Congress government's decision to invite the well-known writer and activist has sparked a BJP backlash because of Mushtaq's religious beliefs, but also past comments. More on this report.
A polarizing fight over the annual Mysuru Dasara festivities. The Congress government's invite to award-winning author, the Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtaq, to inaugurate the Dasara festival has led to a political firestorm.
ವಿಶ್ವವಿಖ್ಯಾತ ದಸರಾ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಬೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಅವರು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
While the Congress has lauded the author's contribution, the BJP has lashed out. Why? Because of statements like these made by the author previously about the Kannada language and the state flag.
ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನು ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಕೆಯ ಮನೆಯವರು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಅವಕಾಶನೇ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ.
BJP leaders have also raised questions over whether the author even believes in the Chamundeshwari deity who is worshipped in Mysuru during the Dasara festival.
ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಈ ಒಂದು ದಸರಾ ಆಚರಣೆಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೀವು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಗೆ ಕರೆಯೋದಾದರೆ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾಯಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿಯ ತಾನು ಭಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ತೋರಿಸ್ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಯಾಕಾಗಿ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ?
वो चामुंडेश्वरी को मानती है क्या? चामुंडेश्वरी का पूजा करती है क्या? मैसूर दसरा केवल सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम नहीं है, वो एक धार्मिक कार्यक्रम है.
The Karnataka government, however, has stood their ground, maintaining that this isn't just about religion.
ಹಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಿಸಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿದ್ದವರು ಯಾರು? ಸರ್ ಮಿರ್ಜಾ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲ್ ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾವು ಈ ನಾಡ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅನೇಕ ಎತ್ತರದ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳು, ಸಮಾಜದ ಮುಖಿಯಾದಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು, ಎಸ್.ಎಂ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು, ನಿಸಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ರವರು, ಸ್ವತಃ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು ದಸರಾನ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Banu Mushtaq has reacted to the controversy, saying that while the matter can be seen from different perspectives, the Dasara festival is a part of a culture and she is truly happy to have received the invite.
ಈ ದಸರಾ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದ ಆಹ್ವಾನವೇ ನನಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ ಇದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೂ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬ ಆಗದೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬವೇ ಆಗಿದೆ.
A joyous cultural fest has been reduced to a political turf war, this time in Mysuru. Bureau Report, India Today.
In an exclusive interview, BJP MP in Mysore Royal Sign Yaduvir Vadiyar has told India Today that while Banu Mushtaq has many accolades to her name, the BJP is unsure about whether she shares the same sentiment for the Dasara festival. Listen in.
What is your take on Banu Mushtaq being chosen as a chief guest?
Well, her literary accolades, nobody is in doubt about. And furthermore, as I have mentioned before, she has helped a lot of Muslim women by allowing, or rather advocating for them to be allowed entry into mosques. And she has also, of course, advocated for equal rights for them amongst all other Bharatiya women as well, which has all laudable initiatives. But we also have to, if one side these are laudable initiatives of hers, we have to weigh it against also some of her sayings, which in 2023 have come to light recently, of her, essentially insulting our Kannada flag by saying that it is, part Arshna and part Kesari, part that is yellow and orange, and then saying that there is a photo of Thai Bhuneshwari on the stage, and so she feels unwelcome. So these are all, aspects which have come to light, which have obviously not been in line with our sentiments, given the fact that this is a Dharmic festival at its core and originates from the 10-day Dharmic festivities that have been conducted for over 400 years by my own family, and then extending, many centuries if you take the other rulers of our state from which we've inherited it as well. So giving all of these light and these new videos of her coming to light, obviously we've had to retake our stance. And furthermore, I think she should make it abundantly clear that she honors this tradition and that she is very much not going to hurt anybody's sentiments in participating in the Dasara festival.
I'm going straight across to Nagarjun Dwarkanath for more details on that story. Naga, this is really about who really is going to blink first. Now, of course, the criticism from BJP is expected, but even online, there's been a fair amount of chatter that this choice perhaps was not correct. What are you picking up from your sources within the government?
In fact, within the social media also, it's completely divided 50-50 when people are questioning Banu Mustaq's religious beliefs and how she doesn't believe with Chamundeshwari goddess, which is the state goddess on the Ambari, on the chariot. The goddess is put and then the chariot is moved on the elephant. So that's the last day of Dasara festival in Mysore. And it's huge gathering. That crowd comes into Mysore to witness this festival as well. And now the government is quite adamant, saying that earlier people of other communities have inaugurated Mysore Dasara festival. That is Nisar Ahmed, the big poet, Kannada poet, Abdul Kalam has inaugurated. And earlier also, Sir Diwan Mirza Ismail was a Diwan of the Mysore kingdom, and he had contributed a lot to the development of Mysore kingdom back then. So these are the ones from different communities, and yet we have respected people from different culture, is what the Karnataka government is saying. The Home Minister has clarified that yes, it is Banu Mustaq will go ahead and inaugurate Dasara, but however, the opposition BJP is asking Banu Mustaq to clear the air on her religious beliefs, and does she agree with Chamundeshwari goddess and follow the principles of Hindu Sanatan Dharma.
Leave it at that for the moment. Nagarjun Dwarkanath getting in those details. What's clear at this point in time, at least, is that the BJP is adamant on pressurizing the Congress government on this state, and the Congress government here clearly looks very unlikely that they'll blink as far as this controversy is concerned. Now, with 2 weeks left for the vice presidential polls, the politics here is heating up. Home Minister Amit Shah has targeted the opposition candidate, former Judge Sudarshan Reddy, over the 2011 Supreme Court verdict that outlawed Salwa Judum. The High Court launching a sharp attack said banning Salwa Judum set back the anti-Maoist fight by years, claiming insurgency could have been crushed by 2020 if not for that particular ruling. A claim that has been echoed by a Naxal turned farmer from Bastar. In a letter penned to MPs, the locals said the 2011 Supreme Court ban on Salwa Judum crippled the fight against Naxalism, an appeal that MPs do not back Justice Sudarshan Reddy for Vice President. Justice Reddy has downplayed Shah's charge. Meanwhile, 18 former judges have issued a statement calling Shah's remarks unfortunate and warning against political misinterpretation of the Supreme Court's verdicts.
इंडिया अलायंस के जो कैंडिडेट है उनके बारे में आपने कहा कि उन्होंने एक समय था जब उन्होंने नक्सल
मेरे कहने से क्या होता है, वो तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रिकॉर्ड है। सलवा जुडम को इन्होंने खारिज कर दिया। आदिवासियों का आत्मरक्षा का जो अधिकार था उसको उन्होंने समाप्त कर दिया। इसके कारण इस देश में नक्सलवाद 2 दशक ज्यादा चला है। उस वक्त नक्सलवाद अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा था, क्योंकि जो आदिवासी थे, जो बच्चों को पढ़ाना चाहते थे, जिनके यहाँ रोड नहीं पहुंचता था, इससे परेशान थे, जिनके यहाँ स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं नहीं थी, वो परेशान थे। उन्होंने खुद की रक्षा के लिए सलवा जुडम बनाया था। इसको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने खारिज कर दिया। ये तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रिकॉर्ड है, इनका जजमेंट है। और इसके बाद जो स्कूल तबाह हो गए थे नक्सलियों के कारण, वो स्कूलों में सीआरपीएफ और सुरक्षा बल बैठे थे। रातों रात एक ऑर्डर करके सबको बाहर कर दिया। कई जगह हमले हुए सुरक्षा बलों पर। ये दोनों जजमेंट, इसका जवाब श्री सुदर्शन रेड्डी से ज्यादा राहुल गांधी ने देना चाहिए
कि उन्होंने क्यों पिक किया।
जी, मैं तो मानता हूं यही क्राइटेरिया रहा होगा
नक्सल को सपोर्ट करने के लिए।
नहीं, वामपंथी विचारधारा, और ये जजमेंट से निश्चित रूप से नक्सल प्रोटेक्ट हुए हैं।
It's time for a quick break here. On the other side, 24 hours to go for Trump's tariff. Prime Minister Modi's assurance to Bharat says we will find a way out. That story and much more in just a bit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And we'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in from Gujarat, where the Prime Minister is today. Take a look at these pictures. Inaugurating Maruti Suzuki's electric car battery manufacturing plant in Gujarat today. These are pictures coming in from Hansalpur in Gujarat. This is Maruti Suzuki's new plant capable of manufacturing electric vehicles and batteries being inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. These are pictures live on your screens at this point in time. As you can see, flagging of inaugurating this plant. This is the Hansalpur plant in Gujarat. The Prime Minister is present in this event along with the Gujarat Chief Minister, Upendra Patel, the Ambassador of Japan. This is e-Vitara, the brand's first electric vehicle in India. It's being exported from this plant to 100 countries across the globe. This is an event that the Prime Minister is a part of. In fact, he announced yesterday that he would be in Gujarat. Today, he is flagging off Maruti Suzuki's first global EV, which is e-Vitara, in Hansalpur plant, as you can see in these pictures. This is the inauguration of the localized production of hybrid battery electrodes and flag-off exports of Maruti Suzuki's first global battery electric vehicle to more than 100 countries. This includes Japan and also to several European nations. The Prime Minister has spoken about the fact that this is a special day in India's quest for self-reliance and being a hub for green mobility. Maruti Suzuki all set to commence the production of its first born electric SUV at Suzuki's Hansalpur plant in Gujarat. The Prime Minister is there in this event along with the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel. Ambassador of Japan is also there. It is to be noted that e-Vitara is the brand's first electric vehicle in India and will be exported from this plant to 100 countries across the globe. With the launch of the SUV's production, Prime Minister Modi is set to inaugurate manufacturing of Li-ion battery cells and electrodes. So strong hybrid vehicles at TDS Li-ion Battery Gujarat facility in Hansalpur, a collaboration among Toshiba, Denso and Suzuki. In spite of previous delays due to disruptions in the availability of rare earth materials, Maruti Suzuki says they remain optimistic about achieving its annual goal of 67,000 units. Before production begins, the company has already increased, they say, the capacity to support the manufacture of approximately 59,000 units of e-Vitara from the 25th of October this year to March next year, reaching a peak production capacity of 440 vehicles every single day. e-Vitara has made its worldwide debut in Europe last year and was displayed in India during the Bharat Mobility Show 2025. It is built on the innovative 40PL dedicated EV platform developed in partnership with Toyota. Will also be producing a Toyota counterpart known as the Urban Cruiser EV. The electric SUV will be available with 2 battery choices, is what we know. In fact, in the upcoming months, what we will learn is about the variants, the features, the launch timeline in India. The Prime Minister, like I mentioned at the outset, has spoken about this being a special day for India's quest for self-reliance and being a hub for green mobility. The Prime Minister there, the inauguration of the localized production of hybrid battery electrodes and flagging of battery electric vehicle exports to 100 countries from Gujarat. In fact, with this particular milestone, India will be serving as Suzuki's global manufacturing hub for electric vehicles. These initiatives align the government's broader vision of positioning India as a global hub for electric mobility, advanced manufacturing and infrastructure development, also strengthening the goal of becoming Atmanirbhar in the area of green energy. The Prime Minister is to continue his stay in Gujarat, also in the railway sector. Today, he would be dedicating projects worth over 14,000 crore, including 530 crore doubling of the 65-kilometer Mahesana-Palanpur railway line. That too is on the agenda. Chetan Bhutani has got more details on that story. It's a big development, Chetan, vis-a-vis India also positioning itself as a country that is the hub of green energy products, and also the fact that this inauguration is being done at Hansalpur, Gujarat, which really is the hub of providing manufacturing these vehicles, and also providing these vehicles to not just Japan but also to other European countries. We'll connect with Chetan Bhutani in a moment from now, but these are details that we are sharing with our viewers at this point in time on why and how this is a big development for India. The Prime Minister at the Suzuki plant, these are made in India EVs, and they are going to be sold outside India as well, in Japan and many other European nations. In that sense, it's a message to the entire world about Make in India initiatives. Also, These are electric cars that are being manufactured. Chetan is back with us. Chetan, manufactured, made in India, also in complete alignment with India's goal of self-reliance, sending out a message that India can be the hub for producing products of this kind. We're selling these to Japan and to many European countries. Get us the details.
Well, absolutely. You know, one of the biggest days in India's automotive industry when Maruti Suzuki had initially delayed its plans of getting the electric vehicle to the Indian markets. Now it's officially rolling out its battery electric car and to plant as well, which is the e-Vitara, that was showcased at the Bharat Mobility Show. In fact, very interestingly, Prime Minister has himself come up to inaugurate the plant and also manufacture and also increase the manufacturing of India's battery capabilities, where Maruti Suzuki, in collaboration with Suzuki's global companies, namely Denso and others, would be collaborating and developing in-house lithium-ion batteries, which would be significant for India's Atmanirbhar Bharat, as you just pointed out. In fact, I also highlight for my viewers that these electric cars that would be manufactured in India would be exported to 100+ markets all across the world. And whereas India market is concerned, it would definitely be impacting a whole lot more development, because the battery pack, which is the base of the electric vehicle, would be manufactured in India, and Maruti Suzuki in particular won't have to rely on the global markets to procure its batteries, which is the base of the vehicle. So very important day for the Indian automotive industry. The Prime Minister has arrived at the venue. In about 35 minutes from now, we are expecting the Prime Minister to speak and address at this historic occasion when we see India's first lithium-ion battery for an electric vehicle being manufactured here in collaboration with Suzuki. So clearly a very big day for both Japan and India.
You know, also, China controls 85% of the global battery cell production, 90% of processing of raw materials, used really in two lithium variants that dominate today's EV market, isn't it? In that sense, it's a big message to countries of the world, across the world, that you can now start to look beyond China, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, we are expecting that Prime Minister, in his speech at the Suzuki plant in Gujarat and Hansalpur, is expected to speak on these lines only, that not particularly naming China in particular, but he would be mentioning, of course, that India is the place to go for manufacturing and investments, because as you correctly pointed out, that China controls nearly 75 to 85% of the market when it comes to the rare earth magnets and, of course, the batteries. India, however, is becoming self-reliant with, of course, Suzuki and Maruti in collaboration leading the charge for setting up its own plant, which could be exporting to 100+ countries. So there's a massive capacity that Suzuki has built with its co-partners, including Denso, one of the biggest manufacturers of lithium-ion batteries. And of course, the Prime Minister is likely to address the issue of the rare earth magnets and of course the battery parts that India will have to procure eventually. And now with Maruti coming into the picture, of course, massive size and scale of economy is expected, because if India is exporting to 100 markets, it would definitely be easily catering to the domestic market as well.
In that sense, India has become a big hub really for the manufacture of EVs, like you said, in Japan and other European nations where these cars would be exported as well. Talk to us about how India is looking to expand further, because Chetan, this is in perfect alignment with what India has been focusing on for years together, actually, trying to make us the big global hub for electronic vehicles. That really has been our endeavor. The government's push really towards this is for all to see, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. Correctly pointed out that now India has the opportunity on the markets and the Chinese market playing on its battery electric vehicles. We are now with of course Suzuki and Maruti leading the charge. I believe for the component of the electric vehicle, India would, of course, leading the charge with Maruti. India would now be focused. Of course, global investment players would also be encouraged to set up its base in India, because remember, a cheap cost of land plus a good cost of labor is the backbone of any good corporate conglomerate that to set up its factory in India. So India has all of it, and Prime Minister is expected to make a speech on these lines, that India is the hub of innovation and investment, and we would want that global companies like Suzuki must start its base in India.
All right, these are details that we have with us. We'll connect with Chetan in a moment from now. But what is clear before us is the manner in which India is becoming Suzuki Global EV Hub, as the Prime Minister there in just a few, in fact, on your screens right now are pictures unveiling the e-Vitara in Gujarat. It's Suzuki's first global strategic, battery electric vehicle manufactured and exported to more than 100 countries. This includes in Europe and in Japan. The Prime Minister has inaugurated, dedicated and laid the foundation for this particular project. What's on focus is green mobility, clean energy, power infrastructure. He's also going to be, in fact, speaking. He's at the Suzuki motor plant right now in Hansalpur, where two milestones are being celebrated. The first is the inauguration of the localized production of hybrid battery electrodes. Second, of course, is the flagging off of India-made EV exports to 100 countries. One of the biggest announcements of the visit is the launch of the e-Vitara, which is Suzuki's first global strategic battery electric vehicle. Entirely designed and manufactured in India, the model is going to be exported to more than 100 countries. In fact, put those pictures out on your screens in just a second from now with the rollout of this vehicle. India is set to officially becomes today, Suzuki's global manufacturing base for electric vehicles, owing to the Make in India push, is what is being said by the government. The Prime Minister inaugurating localized production of hybrid battery electrodes at the TDS lithium-ion battery plant in Gujarat. It's been promoted jointly by Toshiba, Denso and Suzuki. The facility marking a major milestone in India's domestic battery ecosystem. Officials speaking about the fact that 80% of the battery value will be manufactured in India, strengthening the nation's roadmap towards Atmanirbhar Bharat in clean energy technologies. The Prime Minister, on a post on X or Twitter, said, and I quote, "Today is a special day in India's quest for self-reliance and being a hub for green mobility." He's spoken about the program at Hansalpur, the battery vehicles made in India exported to over 100 countries. It's a big boost to our battery ecosystem. Production of hybrid battery electrodes will be commencing at a plant in Gujarat. The e-Vitara made its worldwide debut in Europe last year, was displayed in India during the Bharat Mobility Show 2025. It's built on the innovative 40PL dedicated EV platform, developed in partnership with Toyota, also producing Toyota counterpart known as the Urban Cruiser EV. Chetan is in fact with us. Chetan is at the very plant where the Prime Minister is in Hansalpur there. Chetan, this is extremely important from India now serving really as Suzuki's global manufacturing hub for electric vehicles.
Oh, well, absolutely. We are at the Hansalpur plant and the Prime Minister is just about to reach the podium. In about 34 or 35 odd minutes, he would be addressing the audience at large and addressing a very important milestone in India's automotive history when India's Maruti, in collaboration with Suzuki, is now opening it for the largest plant and which is exporting about 200 plus countries. Remember, in the backbone of any electric vehicle is, of course, the battery, a lithium-ion battery, which, of course, India has to rely upon for many countries, including China. This would definitely reduce its dependence on China, especially India's Maruti Suzuki was the largest manufacturer for cars and vehicles. And when it comes to the electric vehicle foray, we would be expecting India's Maruti Suzuki to not be reliant on China, and be focused on the India market, completely Atmanirbhar and focused on how to manufacture in India and export to 100 plus countries as well. So really a big event, an automotive event in India's automotive history. We'll be seeing the Prime Minister also talking about on the lines of India becoming Atmanirbhar and of course reducing reliance in the times of unprecedented tariff situations. We see situations developing with US, India opposing up with China with respect to various tariffs being removed and opening up of its markets. So clearly, all in all, a very big day for India's automotive history, where India becomes self-reliant to one of India's largest manufacturer.
Chetan, we spoke about this, but more details, please, on how China has really been working towards, controlling this entire market, establishing not just the dominance which they have done to a great extent, but also consolidating that position. This, in a way, upsets China's apple cart, isn't it? Countries can look beyond China now for this.
Well, absolutely. India is now looking forward and more beyond than what Chinese markets are working on. India has one of the two key companies that have invested in Indian automotive space. But yes, the reliance on China would definitely reduce because remember, Maruti Suzuki manufactures about 3 lakh odd cars and exports 3 lakh cars actually and manufactures about 26 lakh odd cars in India, the largest car manufacturers. And when Maruti Suzuki begins on a Atmanirbhar journey, it definitely comes out at a massive scale of economy and size, which we will see because now when Maruti Suzuki starts to develop the lithium-ion batteries, it would be exporting to 100 plus countries, which would really make sense for India's automotive industry. And of course, taking the cue from that, many automotive Indian companies would be taking a cue and manufacturing in-house, especially the lithium-ion batteries and rare earth magnets. Of course, China has opened up its markets for rare earth magnets, but yes, the times of crisis of unprecedented tariffs plus a global geopolitical situation, we see it's best that a market like India should be self-reliant, and that's what the PM's message would likely be.
I'm going to leave it that for the moment. Chetan Bhutani getting in those details. They're joining us from Hansalpur in Ahmedabad, where the Prime Minister is at the Suzuki Motor plant today. This is a big development and is in perfect alignment with India's ambition of becoming a big manufacturing hub of electronic vehicles. The beginning has been made with Maruti Suzuki's plant. More news coming in. We are picking up that the Prime Minister's office is to convene a high-level meeting for exporters. The meeting on India's big counter-tariff measure, day before Trump tariffs kick in for India, the Prime Minister is to review measures for Indian exporters. On the agenda to finalize the plan for exporters to convene this meeting to review measures is what we are learning at this point in time. India is preparing a response. Exporters clearly will be helped by the government, not left in the lurch after the unfair tariffs of 25% will be rolled out. The government, the Prime Minister's office is intervening. PMO calling the high-level meeting on relief for Indian exporters. It comes ahead of US tariff on Indian goods doubling to 50% from the 27th of August, which is tomorrow onwards. The Prime Minister's office convening a high-level meeting to review relief measures for Indian exporters facing higher tariffs in the United States is what we are learning. This meeting is going to be chaired by the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, is what is now being said. Remember, this comes a day before the tariffs get rolled out. US has already informed of the additional 25% tariff on India. PMO convening a high-level meeting to review the measures for Indian exporters facing the impact of higher tariffs in the US. The Prime Minister has, what we picked up, remained firm ahead of the 50% US tariffs on Indian goods, saying this government will find a way out regardless of the kind of economic pressure that they are facing from Washington. The Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister would be, in fact, chairing this meeting, is what we are learning. Indian, in fact, goods starting Wednesday, entering the US market, will be facing a 50% tariff after Washington doubled duties, intensifying cost pressure on exporters. The Commerce and Industry Ministry has been consulting exporters and export promotion councils to gauge the impact of the existing 25% levy, which firms say has already squeezed their margins and eroded competitiveness. What really should be the way forward for the exporters who've already sought an emergency credit line guarantee scheme is something that remains to be seen. Officials have spoken about how shielding export-oriented units and small and medium enterprises is central to the government's approach. Aishwarya Paliwal getting in more details. The exporters, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, are vulnerable to these external shocks, as we've seen the government doing what they can essentially to just, pad this up a little, isn't it, in a way? And also work towards securing India's interest. I think that really is going to be on top of the agenda, Aishwarya.
Well, definitely, Sneha. You know, the government, and especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi, time and again have spoken about the fact that they are very, very sure that they will protect the Indian economy. And that's the reason why we are seeing this tug of war taking place. We have seen a lot of countries folding up in front of the United States of America. But that is something, Sneha, that the government at the moment is not very keen and look at doing that. And there's also, let me tell you, a sense within the government that if India will have impact, it will be smaller as compared to the impact that the United States will have. So we'll have to now see the kind of balance that the government will be making, but the tariffs will kick in from midnight tonight. So the government now having very crucial meetings with the exporters, making sure that they get what they need. And India is well prepared for what will happen in months to come.
Right. Be with us, Ashwarya. I'll come back to you in a moment from now. We're telling our viewers about why this meeting. On the agenda to finalize the plan for exporters. Remember, 24 hours to go for Trump's tariffs to kick in. US has issued a public notice for an additional 25% tariff for India. The Prime Minister's office, like Ashwarya was telling us, convening a high-level meeting to review measures for Indian exporters facing the impact of higher tariffs in the United States. Prime Minister Modi remained firm ahead of the 50% US tariffs on Indian goods, saying that his government will find a way out regardless of the economic pressure by Washington. While speaking at a public rally in Ahmedabad, Prime Minister Modi said, "We are seeing policies based on economic selfishness in the world." He reassured the nation that India will stand firm against such protectionist measures and will prioritize the interest of its citizens. On the other hand, RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said that tariffs on Indian goods will have minimal impact, emphasized that RBI has been very proactive in responding to economic challenges and will continue to support growth.
मैं गांधी की धरती पे से बोल रहा हूं। मेरे देश के लघु उद्यमी हो, किसान हो, पशुपालक हो, हर किसी के लिए मैं आपको बार बार वादा करता हूं, मोदी के लिए आपके हित सर्वोपरि है। मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे। दबाव कितना ही क्यों न आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे।
दुनिया के दादा हमसे कह रहे थे समझौता करो, उनके कृषि उत्पादों के लिए हम बाजार खोल दें, हमारे द्वार खोल दें। उनके किसानों पे हजारों हेक्टेयर जमीन, वहां अलग सब्सिडी मिलती है, वो जीएम सीड्स का उपयोग करते हैं और हमारे छोटे किसान उनका मुकाबला कर पाते क्या? सोचा था कि हम डर जाएंगे, लेकिन आज का भारत है जो आत्मविश्वास के साथ भर के खड़ा हुआ है।
अभी हम ये भी नहीं कह सकते कि पक्का ये 25% एडिशनल होगा। हो सकता है ट्रम्प कहे जी मैं 3 महीने के लिए अभी सस्पेंड करता हूं, जैसे इसने चाइना के साथ किया हुआ है, पर उसके चांस कम लगते हैं। चांस लगता है कि ट्रम्प ट्रेड का जो 25 है उसके ऊपर ये 25 हम पे थोपेगा। अगर थोपेगा तो हमारी सरकार का रिस्पांस क्या होना चाहिए, आई थिंक ये बहुत अहम चर्चा होगी, क्योंकि मोरलेस हम में कैसे कह चुके हैं कि हम अमेरिका की जो धमकियां हैं उसके आगे हम अपना पोजीशन बदलेंगे नहीं।
In India, today's Maria Shakil spoke to the chief economic advisor on the Indian tariffs. Listen to what he said.
How did India get caught into this tariff vortex?
I think right now it is water under the bridge. It will be very difficult to spell out the various reasons. At the end of the day, as the Prime Minister said, there are some red lines given the readiness and given the importance of some sectors in the economy, and therefore it could be the case that we are currently finding ourselves in some sort of a stalemate situation. But India has been opening up its economy over time. Most of the sectors are open for FDI on an automatic basis. We are importing more defense equipment from the United States. If you compare to where we were in 2014, how much we were importing from them and how much we are importing now, it has gone up considerably. And same is the situation with respect to crude oil imports as well. So we are clearly moving in the direction of diversifying our sources, not reliant on one source for one commodity. So I think it's important for others also to focus on the marginal change rather than looking at the absolute numbers. And more importantly, we are a country with a large population and a lower per capita income compared to advanced countries, and therefore there has to be some consideration for that context as well. But I think these considerations will eventually begin to get reflected in the conversation that we have with other nations.
The message, Aishwarya, from the Prime Minister really is that we are on your side and we will do what we can to protect our interests. Talk to us about what really could be on, the government's agenda, the government's plan. Of course, there would be a section that would see, no resolution to this, given that talks have been underway between the Commerce Ministry and representatives from the US for a while now. But there would be a section that would have, kind of foreseen this, that there will be, in fact, nothing positive in that sense that will come our way. And that looks a possibility right now with the 50% tariff coming into effect tomorrow on.
Well, we did have a lot of conversations. Let me tell you, there were 5 rounds of conversations between India and the United States of America. India is very, very clear, Sneha. Let me tell you, when we speak about certain sectors, those are the sectors that are the backbone of our country. Millions of lives depend on that. So that is something that the government, under no circumstances, will be opening up to the United States of America. It's not just about the United States of America. In fact, Indian government is very, very clear that those sectors will not be open for anyone. So that's something that the government, not mincing words, told the United States of America. And from what we were hearing, there were talks that was supposed to happen, but the US then, that team cancelled the trip. So now we understand that that conversation between India and US at the moment is not happening. Now the second step that the government needs to take is to make sure that our economy is protected. And that's the reason why we will have this very crucial meeting taking place. A road ahead, a path ahead will now be decided in this meeting what needs to be done next. And if there is something that the industry wants from the government, any kind of support, any kind of protection, opening up of new markets, that's something that will now be done in this very crucial meeting.
All right, I'm going to leave it that for the moment. Aishwarya getting in those details. It's a crucial meeting that has been called by the Prime Minister's office, a high-level meeting on what could be the possible relief for Indian exporters there. It's time for a break here. On the other side, India versus dowry demons. More cases of dowry harassment and deaths reported from across the country, from brutal Noida murder to a teacher's death in Jodhpur.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. High Court quashes CIC order in PM Modi's graduation degree case. Home Minister Amit Shah says opposition wants to run government from jail. ED arrests TMC MLA Jeevan Saha in teacher recruitment scam.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
We don't make headlines, we make India. The real unicorns of India don't chase valuation, they create value. These are the stories of those who don't just do business, they build India. This Independence Month, India Today celebrates the micro-moguls of India. Quiet ambition, local impact, national change. The untold stories of grassroots entrepreneurs quietly shaping a rising India. India Today, the micro-moguls of India. Subscribe now at subscriptions.indiatoday.in and read their full stories.
are watching India Today.
And we have more news coming in. These are details we're reporting on from our sources where BJP, we're learning, could be getting a new national president before the announcement of the Bihar elections. Himanshu has got more details on that story. Party High Command का ये देखना है कि नाम तैयार करे potential candidates के लिए, president के post के लिए. Right, we'll connect with Himanshu in a moment from now, but what we're learning is that the process of consultation will be started once again after the vice president election. It's been much delayed, remember, the choice of the president of the national party, of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The schedule for the election of the president can be announced is what we are learning. State presidents of big states like UP, Gujarat, Karnataka will be chosen. It's also because the Prime Minister is to be elected as member of the National Council from UP and Home Minister from Gujarat. Only after their election can they become proposers for the nomination papers of the national president of the Bharatiya Janata Party. हिमांशु मिश्रा is getting in more details. हिमांशु, आपके सोर्सेस के थ्रू आप पिक क्या कर रहे हैं कि इलेक्शंस आखिरकार होगा कब? ये बहुत डिले भी हुआ है, बिहार के चुनाव भी इस समय सर पर हैं. पार्टी का क्या कहना है?
देखिए, पार्टी के जो सूत्र हैं उनके अनुसार जो है 9 तारीख को जब उपराष्ट्रपति पद यानी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट के लिए पोल हो जाएगा और नतीजे डिक्लेयर हो जाएंगे, उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अध्यक्ष को लेकर एक बार फिर से डिस्कशन शुरू होगा और उत्तर प्रदेश, गुजरात और कर्नाटक के प्रदेश अध्यक्षों को के लिए जो है वो नामांकन होगा और उनके अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद ही जो है ये पूरा प्रोसेस हो पाएगा, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो है वो उत्तर प्रदेश से सांसद है और ऐसे में उनको काउंसिल के अंदर यानी जो नेशनल काउंसिल है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की उसका मेंबर वो बनना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि प्रस्तावक के तौर पे वो तभी साइन कर सकते हैं और गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जो है वो गुजरात से जो है नेशनल काउंसिल के मेंबर बनेंगे और वो प्रस्तावक तभी बन सकते हैं. लेकिन एक चीज जरूर है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार जो है किसी तरीके का मैसेज नहीं देना चाहती है. संगठन को बहुत मजबूती के साथ आगे कौन बढ़ाएगा, इसीलिए सारे समीकरणों को ध्यान में से हटते हुए ये सोच रही है कि बड़े चेहरे को लाया जाए जो बड़ी जिम्मेदारी को जो इसने निभाया हो और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो है आगे कैसे संगठन को लेके जाना, इसको लेकर अगर एक चीज और जरूर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आला कमान के मन में है, अगर ये कुछ और टला, क्योंकि बिहार के जो विधानसभा चुनाव है वो सितंबर के लास्ट वीक या अक्टूबर फर्स्ट वीक में जो है वो हो सकते हैं, उनकी अनाउंसमेंट हो सकती है. तो ऐसे में अगर ये सितंबर एंड तक नहीं हुआ तो इस अध्यक्ष के जो चुनाव है इसको बिहार विधानसभा चुनाव के नतीजों के बाद जो है फिर से किया जाएगा.
Himanshu Mishra getting in those details. New BJP chief soon is what we are learning, and the names have been shortlisted is what Himanshu is telling us. Onto a story we're not losing sight of. 79 years since our nation gained independence, yet even after 7 decades, in many places, people with outdated mindsets have not evolved. On your screen right now, you see 4 victims of one of the most horrifying problems in India, dowry. All of these women were assaulted by their husbands and in-laws for dowry. Some of them ran to save their lives, others died trying to fix things. Take a look at these stories one by one. First, in Jodhpur, a woman named Sanju, a 3-year-old daughter, were found in a suspiciously burnt condition at their home in Rajasthan. The cause of death was assault by her husband over dowry demands. The woman is alleged to have set herself and her daughter on fire. When taken to hospital, both Sanju and her daughter succumbed to the injuries. Sanju Bishnoi was a government school lecturer. According to the police, Sanju returned from school on Friday, later locked herself inside the house, poured petrol on a dining table chair in the lobby, doused herself and her daughter with petrol, set them on fire. A petrol can was recovered from the scene. In another dowry-related abuse case in Madhya Pradesh, a 23-year-old young woman, Khushbu, escaped just in time after her husband tied her up, tortured her, inserted a heated knife into her mouth when she cried out in pain. The accused husband, Dilip, was reportedly intoxicated, burnt her with a hot knife across the torso, arms, legs, leaving multiple severe burn marks. They were married in February this year. The husband said he did not like his wife but still demanded dowry. Ravish is getting in more details in that story as far as the case of Khushbu is concerned. Ravish, इस पूरे मामले में ये शादी हाल ही में हुई थी, फरवरी के महीने में हुई थी. क्या बता रहे हैं परिवार वाले और क्या एक्शन लिया गया है दिलीप के खिलाफ?
देखिए, इसमें बड़ी चौंकाने वाली जानकारी सामने आई है। आरोप ये लग रहा है कि जो पति है वो बहुत ज़्यादा शराब पीता है और वो बार बार अपनी पत्नी को यही कहता है कि मैं तुझे पसंद नहीं करता हूँ। और हैरानी इस बात की है कि इसी साल, बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं हुआ है, इसी साल फरवरी में इन दोनों की शादी होती है। और खरगोन जो एक तरीके से माना जाता है मध्य प्रदेश का एक ट्राइबल बेल्ट है, और उसी के एक गांव में ये शादी होती है। और वहाँ पर ये जो लड़की है, ये शादी के बाद से ही लगातार अपने पति की तरफ से इस तरीके की प्रताड़ना का शिकार हो रही है। और आरोप सिर्फ यही नहीं है कि पति पसंद नहीं करता, आरोप ये भी है कि वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा वायलेंट है अपनी पत्नी के खिलाफ और बार बार उसके साथ हाथापाई मारपीट पहले भी कर चुका है। और इस बार हद तब हो गई जब वो अपने घर गई हुई थी, अभी राखी का त्यौहार था, रक्षाबंधन मनाने वो अपने घर गई हुई थी, और जब वापस आती है अपने ससुराल तो इस बात से पति इतना ज़्यादा नाराज़ हो जाता है कि पहले तो उसे पीटता है और उसके बाद हैवानियत जो है इस कदर बरतता है उसके साथ कि वो वहीं पे एक पड़ा हुआ चाकू है उसे गर्म करता है, और ना केवल उसके शरीर के कई हिस्सों पर उस चाकू से उसको मारता है, दागता है, बल्कि जब वो चिल्लाती है तो उसका मुंह बंद कराने के लिए वही गर्म चाकू उसके मुंह के अंदर रख देता है। हालांकि खुशकिस्मत थी ये लड़की कि उसकी जान बच जाती है। और जब उसके ससुराल वाले, यानी लड़की के जो ससुराल वाले हैं, यानी लड़के के माँ और बाप, जब वो उनकी माँ से बात करती है तो वो कहती है कि सुबह अपने बेटे को समझाएगी, लेकिन सुबह होते होते ससुराल वालों का पूरा जो है व्यवहार बदल जाता है। और वो यही आरोप लगाते हैं कि बहू ने अपने आप को इंजर्ड कर लिया है। और जब लड़की ये बात अपने घर वालों को बताती है तब जाकर के उसका भाई वहाँ पहुँचता है। उस दौरान भी ससुराल के जो लोग होते हैं वो उसके भाई पे हमला करते हैं। बड़ी मुश्किल से वो अपनी बहन को उस ससुराल से निकालता है और अस्पताल में भर्ती कराता है। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में पुलिस ने एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली है। जो महिला है उसकी बयान दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो बोलने में अभी असमर्थ है, बोलना में उसको थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रही है, क्योंकि उसके मुंह के अंदर एक गर्म चाकू रख दिया गया था, वो अंदर से भी जली हुई है उसकी जुबान, और साथ ही में वो बहुत ज़्यादा शॉक में है। फिलहाल डॉक्टरों ने उसके बयान लेने से पुलिस को मना किया है। डॉक्टरों ने कहा है कि एक बार वो जब बाहर आ जाएगी शॉक से तब आप उसके बयान लीजिए। और पुलिस इसमें काफ़ी सख्त कार्रवाई करने वाली है, क्योंकि ये उस मध्य प्रदेश में हुआ है, सोचिए जिस मध्य प्रदेश में लाडली लक्ष्मी, लाडली बहना योजना जैसी एक ऐसी स्कीम चलाई जाती है जहां पे पूरी तरीके से लड़कियों को, महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की बात हो रही है, उनके पैर पूजने की बात होती है। मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं पुराने हो या नए मुख्यमंत्री हो, जब किसी सरकारी आयोजन की शुरुआत होती है तो उसमें लाडली लक्ष्मी बेटियां जो होती है उनके पैर धोए जाते हैं, उनकी पूजन से ही मध्य प्रदेश में हर सरकारी कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत होती है। उसी मध्य प्रदेश में हैवानियत का गंदा खेल देखने को मिला है। सोमवार की घटना है जहां लड़की को अब 48 घंटे से ज़्यादा हो गए हैं अस्पताल में भर्ती किए। फिलहाल डॉक्टर और पुलिस उसके शॉक से बाहर आने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि जैसे वो सदमे से बाहर आए तो फिर उसके बयान दर्ज किए जा सकें।
शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए रवीश पाल, getting in those details from the city of Bhopal on that horrific case we're reporting from Madhya Pradesh there. A brutal case of alleged torture in Telangana has sent shockwaves across the nation. In a shocking case of domestic violence abuse, a 33-year-old woman was found dead under mysterious circumstances in Kothagudem district in Telangana. The victim, identified as Lakshmi Prasanna, was reportedly subjected to starvation, physical assault, prolonged confinement by her husband Naresh Babu in-laws before being declared dead at the Raja Mahendravaram hospital in East Godavari district. This happened on Saturday. At the time of her marriage, a family claimed 2 acres of mango orchards were given, half an acre of farmland, 10 lakh in cash and gold ornaments worth 10 lakh. All of this in dowry. Victim Lakshmi's grieving parents say for the past 2 years, the daughter was kept under house arrest, denied contact with them, even prevented from speaking over the phone. Further alleging that her husband and in-law starved her, killed her for additional dowry. Apurva Jayachandran getting us more details. Why is the family, in fact, or rather the big question here, Apurva, is, and that comes to my mind instantly, is that if this was happening for 2 years, what was the victim's family doing? Why could they not approach the police? This is a shocking case, and these pictures are horrific of a young woman dying of starvation there. We saw that it was a bag of bones, really, when her body was recovered, isn't it?
Well, that's right, Sneha. In fact, it's an unfortunate incident that had taken place. What we are getting to learn from police is that the woman in question, the victim there, in fact, was allegedly forced into starvation there by her in-laws and her husband as well. But that the family there, the victim's family, has alleged that there have been repeated calls and, in fact, attempts for them to try and rescue her from there, or more so over that there had also been some kind of intervention that they had also tried to take up, but then those attempts are futile, is what the family is there saying. In fact, they've also gone on and alleged that it has been quite terrible, because they weren't able to get in touch with their daughter since the last couple of months that they'd been trying. She had been forced to be locked out. Neither was she allowed any phones that she can contact anyone. This was the situation that the family has now come out and alleged. In fact, the police are also looking into seeing what are the other possible angles, because the family into which she married into, they are alleging that there hadn't been any harassment like the victim's family alleges, but rather that she had been suffering from severe anemia, is what the husband's brother-in-law, the victim's brother-in-law is going on and also saying as well. But we're seeing allegations coming in from both sides. But what is the reality on ground? The police are still looking into this, trying to see if there had been previous complaints that had come in from that, the victim's house there, or, was the family of the victim there attempted to try and come to the police station to give any police complaint? All of these questions are being looked into as the case has now been registered. In fact, they have also taken in several persons into custody regarding this case that has now come out.
I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Apurva Jayachandran getting us those details of the horrific story that she's reporting on right there of a victim of starvation is what it appears. It's a dowry case that we're reporting on once again. Another life lost, and this time it's in Noida. This is a twist that is emerging in Nikki's dowry abuse case. Her in-laws claiming in a memo to Fortis Hospital that she died in a cylinder explosion. However, when cops visited the crime scene, they found no evidence of a blast. Instead, a bottle of thinner, a lighter were recovered from the spot. This supports the statement given by Nikki's son, who alleged his father set her on fire using a lighter. Police will investigate who started the cylinder blast theory. They're also collecting the CCTV footage from Fortis Hospital to identify everyone present there. Authorities are currently examining viral videos circulating on social media as part of the probe. According to sources, Vipin was having an affair with another woman when he was caught red-handed by Nikki and her sister. He assaulted Nikki and denied the allegations.
मम्मा के ऊपर पहले कुछ डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाटा मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
21 अगस्त की शाम 5:30 बजे से 6 बजे के बीच इस दरवाजे के पीछे क्या कुछ हुआ, कुछ नए सबूत भी सामने आ रहे हैं। और वो सबूत जो तमाम यहाँ पर जो सीसीटीवी हैं, जो विपिन की परिवार की तरफ से या आसपास के लोग उनकी तरफ से दिया जा रहा है, उसमें ये दावा किया जा रहा है कि जिस वक्त की ये घटना है उस वक्त विपिन घर के अंदर मौजूद नहीं था, बल्कि विपिन घर के बाहर था। अब जो तमाम सबूत आ रहे हैं उनको ध्यान में रखा जाएगा और उनको ध्यान में रख करके आगे की जांच की जाएगी।
Investigating on who in fact made this claim first, that Nikki had died because of a cylinder blast. No cylinder was found. What was actually found was a thinner and also a lighter, as is now being seen, also alleged by, the son of the victim here also, who said that his mother was at a fire by his father. Well, what they fought over was Instagram reels, is what we are learning. This also is a case of dowry. It is what is being alleged at this point in time. Himanshu Mishra getting in more details, joins us live from Vipin's residence there. Himanshu, इस पूरे मामले में कई सारी थियरीज जो है फ्लोट हो रही है, लेकिन पुलिस का अब ये देखना है, उनका ये मानना भी है कि परिवार की तरफ से कोई ऐसा था जो कि शुरुआत से ही पुलिस को, हॉस्पिटल अथॉरिटीज़ को मिसलीड करने की कोशिश में ये बता रहा था कि एक सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट हुआ है और इसकी वजह से निकी की मौत हुई है।
देखिए, ये मामला अब इसमें कई सारी नई चीजें भी आ रही हैं, तो पुलिस हर चीज को, हर तथ्य को सामने रख के काम करी। जो हमारी पुलिस से बात हुई, उनका कहना है जो एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है, जो शिकायत थी, जो सामने सबूत रखे गए थे, उसके आधार पर एफआईआर दर्ज की गई थी। यही देखिए, ये विपिन का घर है, जहां पर 21 अगस्त की शाम को 5:30 बजे से 6 बजे के बीच क्या हुआ था, ये जानने की कोशिश की जा रही थी। जो क्लेम किया जा रहा है कंचन और निकी की फैमिली की तरफ से कि मर्डर था, जो बाइट्स आ रही हैं कि भाई पहले कुछ उसके ऊपर डाला लिक्विड, फिर चाटा मारा, उसके बाद फिर आग लगा दी लाइटर से। दूसरा बयान आ रहा है जो विपिन है, विपिन की फैमिली, विपिन के गांव के लोग जो बड़ी संख्या में इस वक्त अगर आप देखेंगी तो घर के आसपास लोग मौजूद हैं। इन लोगों का कहना है कि विपिन 5:30 बजे के आसपास 6 बजे तक वो बाहर था। जब शोर हुआ तब वो अंदर की तरफ गया। एक सीसीटीवी फुटेज जो तमाम आप देखिए, यहाँ पर जो फुटेज सीसीटीवी कैमरे आपको तमाम नजर आएंगे स्नेहा, इन कैमरों की फुटेज अब शेयर की जा रही, सिर्फ इन्हीं की नहीं, रोड के दूसरे तरफ की। और ये दावा किया जा रहा है कि उस वक्त विपिन घर पे नहीं था। 5:40 के आसपास बच्चे यहाँ खेल रहे थे। विपिन सामने की दुकान से लौट करके इस रोड पे पहुंचा था और यहाँ पर वो बाहर मौजूद था और जब शोर हुआ तो अंदर गया। तो जाहिर तौर पर अभी ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन की शुरुआत है। कई सारे तथ्य हैं, कई सारे जो एविडेंसेस हैं जो पुलिस के हाथ अब लग रहे हैं। जैसे जैसे जाहिर तौर पे जांच आगे बढ़ेगी तो पुलिस के पास और भी सबूत और भी एविडेंसेस आएंगे, तो जांच उसके हिसाब से आगे चलेगी। फिलहाल पुलिस तमाम जो बयान है, जो स्टेटमेंट है, जो लोग मौके पे मौजूद थे उनके दर्ज कर रही है। अब आप देखिए 5:30 बजे से 6 बजे के बीच क्या हुआ, क्या वो हत्या थी, आत्महत्या या हादसा? क्योंकि बोला गया कि ये एक सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट था जो सबसे पहले बात निकल के सामने आई। तो देवेंद्र जो कि विपिन के ताऊ के लड़के हैं और यहीं पर मौजूद थे, जो निक्की के फादर उनकी मां के साथ गाड़ी में लेकर के हॉस्पिटल गए थे, उनका ये दावा है कि खुद निक्की ने डॉक्टर के सामने बोला था कि सिलेंडर ब्लास्ट हुआ था। हालांकि ये अभी वेरीफाई किया जाना है, कि जांच हो रही है अभी। और उसके बाद निक्की की फैमिली की तरफ से एलिगेशन लगाया गया मर्डर। पुलिस ने फौरन मर्डर का एफआईआर दर्ज की और जांच शुरू कर दी है। अभी कई और चीजें सामने आनी बाकी है। जब हमने बात की तो उनका कहना था अभी ये शुरुआती जांच है, जब तथ्य सामने आएंगे, चार्जशीट जब बनेगी तो सारी चीजों को, जो कुछ भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकल कर आएगा, वो सारी चीजें चार्जशीट में शामिल की जाएंगी। स्नेहा।
Himanshu Mishra getting asked those details of this horrific murder case as we are reporting on it continuously, just speaking volumes of how this victim was harassed for days and months together. Himanshu, इसके अलावा परिवार वालों का ये भी बयान है, निकी के घर वालों का, कि ये बहुत समय से चल रहा था। ऐसे में सवाल ये भी उठता है कि परिवार वालों ने निकी को सेव करने की कोशिश नहीं की। इनफैक्ट 2 या 3 बार उसे घर भी ले आए, लेकिन वापस दे आए।
बिल्कुल। और दूसरी चीज कि पुलिस में कभी किसी भी तरफ से कोई नहीं गया था, ये भी एक सवाल है। हालांकि ऐसे मामलों में जब भी इस तरीके से, क्योंकि आप जहां पर मैं मौजूद हूँ ये काफना का जो इलाका है और जो ये आप बाहर भीड़ देख रहे हैं, ये आसपास के तमाम लोग हैं। यहाँ पर जब भी ऐसी कोई बात होती है तो आसपास के लोग फौरन, जो पूरा गांव है, कुनबा है, वो सारे लोग एकत्र हो जाते हैं। तो ऐसे में जब इस तरीके की कोई बात होती है किसी परिवार में, तो यहाँ पर चीजों को बातचीत से सुलझाने की कोशिश की जाती है। तो निकी और विपिन के मामले में भी जो जानकारी है कि अगर कभी कोई विवाद हुआ तो वो आपस में बैठकर सुलझाने की कोशिश की गई थी, और जब भी मारपीट हुई थी तो उस चीजों को आपस में सुलझाया गया था। ये मामला
आपस में सुलझाने की कोशिश में ही निकी की जान गई है। I'm going to thank you for the moment, Himanshu, getting in those details and telling us about how the family was amongst themselves trying to resolve their problems, but this took an ugly turn that has cost a young woman her life here. We're shifting focus at this point in time, getting you details of heavy rains which continue to wreak havoc in the northern part of India. From Jammu and Kashmir to Himachal, the downpour has thrown daily life out of gear. A closer look at how cities across the country are reeling under the impact of rainfall. Let's begin by telling you about Kullu Manali Leh National Highway number 3. It's been damaged and shops have been washed away in Bahang of Manali. Heavy rainfall in the catchment areas of Himachal Pradesh, coupled with the release of surplus water from dams, has left several rivers and rivulets in Punjab and spate, worsening the flood situation in multiple districts. BS, along with seasonal streams, have inundated low-lying villages, compounding the woes of residents. Heavy rainfall in Himachal resulting in closure of 482 roads with 4 national highways. Chandigarh Manali NH 154A, Chamba Rajkot rather, Pathankot rather. National Highway 305-21 blocked due to landslides at different places. Incessant rains in Manali resulted in flash floods. A restaurant was swept away by flood, only with the front wall near the gate remaining. Dras in Ladakh, a vehicle fell into the river just ahead of Union Minister Kiren Rijiju's convoy. Both persons have survived. Ladakh is undergoing a major churn as rampant urbanization, unchecked tourism, increased troop mobilization have added to vehicular emissions, increased water demands and poor replenishment.
Brake fail हुआ क्या? Brake fail. कैसे गिर गया?
हाथ में चोट लगा।
ब्रेक फेल हो गया क्या?
ठीक हो रहा? ठीक है सर। टर्न काटते नीचे चला।
लेकिन दोनों कैसे चल गया गाड़ी में?
निकल के आ गया वहाँ से। अंदर से निकला है सर।
गाड़ी से फिर से निकला क्या?
आप इधर
Heavy rains trigger flash floods in Katwa district of Jammu and Kashmir. Excessive flow of water caused deep scoring around Serhat stream, resulting in settlement of its shallow foundation and damage to 2 spans, after which traffic was diverted. Flash floods hit Niru Nala in Bhaderwa in Jammu and Kashmir. Alerts sounded in adjoining areas. Rains continue to lash the area with cloudbursts reported in some places. We'll continue to get you more details on that story. For the moment, it's a wrap on this edition. News continues on the other side. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
Watching Lunch Break on India Today. I'm Suesha Sound, getting you the top stories we're tracking for you this afternoon. India versus dowry demons. More cases of dowry harassment and deaths from across the country, from brutal Noida murder to a teacher's death in Jodhpur. Row over Kerala temple purification ritual after non-Hindu vlogger Jasmine Jaffer made reels temple pond to be cleansed. Kerala temple bars non-Hindus from pond. ED raids former Delhi Mantri Saurabh Bhardwaj. Raids in connection to 5,000 crore hospital scam in Delhi. To go for Trump's tariff. Prime Minister Modi's assurance to Bharat says we'll find a way out, highlights economic selfishness. India braces for Trump's tariff impact. Trump issues 25% tariff on India notice.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे.
Amit Shah fires at the opposition vice president candidate. Shah's Naxal attack at opposition VP pick Reddy, claims Naxalism thrived because of Reddy. Revant Reddy hits out at Amit Shah, calls Amit Shah's attack unconstitutional. Karnataka Dasera inauguration row. Choice of writer Banu Mushtaq triggers fight. BJP claims Banu Mushtaq hurt Hindu sentiments, demands withdrawal of invite. Congress dismisses outrage over invite. first up, we get you details of how this entire incident has been caught on camera, where a shocking sexist statement that came in from a Chennai cop. Chennai cop's misogyny that was caught on camera, where the cop went on to say that girls are harassed as they roam around after midnight. He also added that don't roam post 12 a.m. if you want to avoid harassment. Protect our beaties, don't victim shame. This is a message that has gone out loud and clear. But if this is how our cops speak, then that not just speaks of their mindset, but also the fact that how are they possibly expected to save our women? Listen into that statement.
சூப்பர் சரியா கிளம்புங்க ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்களா போலீஸ் ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக் போமா ஐயோ நடக்குதுன்னா நீங்க சொல்ல முடியாது ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் என்ன திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துனா ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்க அதனால தான் ஹராஸ்மென்ட் நடக்கும் சூப்பர் சரியா கிளம்புங்க ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்களா போலீஸ் ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக் போமா ஐயோ
Cutting across to my colleague Pramod, now joining us live on the broadcast. Pramod, if this is how our cops speak, how will they possibly protect our women? They themselves are drawing these boundaries.
Well, Shweta, it's definitely not acceptable the way the policemen have spoken. In fact, like time and again, the Tamil Nadu police heads have very clearly mentioned how the police should react to the public in very important situations. And here, the altercation seems to have risen up where these women were actually feeding stray dogs at that point. And this is where the police had intervened. And what the police asked for the video, what they're claiming is definitely not acceptable. You cannot blame a person for harassment and claiming that the person being there at that time is led for harassment. But another kind of explanation is being given by the police itself. They're claiming that it is not harassment, but the word apparently used was supposed to be arrest, and even that does not make any sense over there. We did try speaking to DMK on this particular matter, where we've been informed that if any kind of indecent activities are observed over there, definite action would be taken, Shweta.
All right, many thanks for getting us those details. Meanwhile, let's listen into that statement again that has caused massive outrage.
நீங்க சொல்ல முடியாது ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் என்ன திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துனா ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்க அதனால தான் ஹராஸ்மென்ட் நடக்கும் சூப்பர் சரியா கிளம்புங்க ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்களா போலீஸ் ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக் போமா ஐயோ நடக்குதுன்னா நீங்க சொல்ல முடியாது ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் என்ன திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துனா ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்க அதனால தான் ஹராஸ்மென்ட் நடக்கும் சூப்பர் சரியா கிளம்புங்க ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்களா போலீஸ் ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக் போமா ஐயோ
Pramod, I want to come back to you because this very statement by the cops is rather reiterating the fact that our society is not safe for women. The fact that they go on to say that beyond 12 a.m. if you're out, then it is your responsibility and you will be harassed. I mean, not only is it a bizarre claim, but how they've tried to defend themselves on this, all falling flat.
Well, Sweta, one thing is very clear. Law does not say that, a woman should not come after 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. That is not how the law is. The law is supposed to protect the citizens, everybody equally. And the policeman, even if, like what you hear in that video, if the policeman is definitely not allowed to say such things to any particular person, because he cannot claim that a woman walking or being out on the streets by 12 p.m. late night or 12 a.m. or something is the reason for harassment. Definitely not acceptable. This duty of the police officer over there is to make sure that the society is crime free and make sure that protection is given. Instead of that, in a kind of way, how the video projects itself is that the policeman is kind of harassing those women over there, and that is why the women have raised an issue right now, Sweta.
Thank you for getting those details, and I request you to stay on with us as we have more breaking news coming in.
ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் என்ன திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துனா ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்க அதனால தான் ஹராஸ்மென்ட் நடக்கும் சூப்பர் சரியா கிளம்புங்க ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்களா போலீஸ் ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக் போமா ஐயோ நடக்குதுன்னா நீங்க சொல்ல முடியாது ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் என்ன திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துனா ஹராஸ்மென்ட் தான் நடக்கும் திரும்பி சொல்லுங்க 12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்க அதனால தான் ஹராஸ்மென்ட் நடக்கும் சூப்பர் சரியா கிளம்புங்க ரொம்ப நல்லா நீங்களா போலீஸ் ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக் போமா ஐயோ
All right, and more breaking news coming in. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has said that he is not able to attend Lok Ayyappa Sangamam. He has said that he is unable to attend it due to prior commitment. Minister Sekhar Babu and PTR Palinival Tyagarajan, who will take part in the event instead of MK Stalin. Pramod, I'd like to come back to you on this. Why is it that Stalin is skipping this event? Is this a genuine reason that he's stating? And what is the significance of this event?
Well, Swesha, this is a very important event for Kerala government, as this is actually celebrating the 75th, the Platinum Jubilee of Thiruvidanger Devaswam Board, and this is apparently related to Ayyappa Bhaktas as well. In fact, Ayyappan and the devotees going there like a pilgrimage every year is very, very important, and in Sabarimala, Pathanamthitta, and in that particular area, Nilakal, that place itself completely metamorphs into a different situation at that point. So what is happening is that, like, the special, considering the Platinum Jubilee, also they were conducting a conference for Ayyappa devotees from across the globe to interact with them and to get information, any kind of like how to make it better for the pilgrimage to happen for these people. And as a part of it, an invitation was extended to the Chief Minister MK Stalin, considering the Chief Minister also has a very good relationship with Pinarayi Vijayan, the Kerala Chief Minister. In fact, he is invited for many programs in the state of Tamil Nadu conducted by the Tamil Nadu government. But what happened is that it took a kind of a political turn where BJP started targeting the Chief Minister, claiming that he is an atheist and he does not attend any temple-related programs in the state of Tamil Nadu, and how can he be invited? Amidst this, the Chief Minister has said that he has prior programs because of which he is not able to attend, and he is sending Hindu Religious and Endowment Board Minister Sekhar Babu and IT Minister PTR Tyagarajan to go for this particular event. And the interesting factor is that PTR Tyagarajan's grandfather is one among the people who has contributed to Ayyappa Temple. In fact, one of the idols over there was gifted by PTR's grandfather earlier. So that way he also has significance with the temple, and that is why these two ministers have been chosen, Swesha.
Right, Pramod Madhav, many thanks for getting us all the latest, and we move on to more breaking news coming in. Yes, the massive showdown that is being reported in the Dharamsthala probe, where the accused Chinnaya's house is being raided by the SIT. Meanwhile, the BJP has called for a march to the temple town. The BJP has said that it is a sinister, malign Hindus plot that is in the making. Meanwhile, the SIT probe, where the accused had moved top court in March, so much so that in the plea that he has filed, the skull image has also been used by Chinnaya. The probe team has apparently said that the FIR was filed after the local court order. Let's listen in to what has been said.
BJP stand is very clear. Today, Siddaramaiah government stands exposed in the Dharmasthala episode because of the pressure exerted by the communist organization. Siddaramaiah ordered SIT. Today everything stands exposed. Chief Minister, because of his decisions, because of his conspirators, no action has been taken against the conspirators. Now the state government stands exposed. Siddaramaiah government should take action against those conspirators who carried out false propaganda.
Cutting across to my colleague Sagai Raj for further details. Sagai Raj, while the BJP continues to maintain that this is nothing but a sinister plot to malign Hindus, how far is the investigation progressing? Because the SIT present at the accused residence to make significant recoveries, whether that has been made with regards to the accused moving top court and the plea that has been filed, what is he stating?
As we speak, the SIT is raided the house of Mahesh Shetty Timaroddy, and remember that he was one of those pro-activists who was supporting this masked man Chinnaya, and the police who have arrested Chinnaya in this particular case have investigating from past few days, and as per the lead in this particular investigation, they have raided the house of Mahesh Shetty Timaroddy. What we also get to learn through police sources is that in his response to the investigation, he had mentioned that he was staying there, and it was a spot inspect. Along with the investigation, the police is conducting the raids on their residence.
Continue talking to us, Sagai Raj, because the political turn, of course, that continues to dominate the headlines, and lot rests on what the probe states, especially what Chennaiya has been. In fact, you were the first one who spoke to Chennaiya, and now the fact that he's moved to the top court, what is the kind of evidence he's trying to present? How is he defending himself?
No, in fact, they knocked the doors of Supreme Court much before they could even approach the lower court. In fact, this particular incident happened in the month of March, where the masked man supported lawyers had knocked the Supreme Court when the masked man alleged that he has buried hundreds of dead bodies in Dharmasthala. And the Supreme Court had directed the masked man to go ahead and approach the lower court. And that's when they had approached Beltangdi court, and Beltangdi had directed the local police to file an FIR and investigate further. And thereafter, SIT was formed. So this is all history which has happened, where they had knocked the door of Supreme Court much before they have approached the lower court in Karnataka.
All right, Sagai Raj, I request you to stay on with us as we also have more breaking news coming in. And this is regarding the Guru Vayur temple purification ritual that has been ordered after a non-Hindu blogger whose name is Jasmine. She had made reels, but before that we cut across to other breaking news coming in. DKS, who has apologized for singing the RSS anthem. He has said that I apologize for hurting the sentiments. My relationship with the Gandhi family is like God, and I am a devotee. Today I am standing before you to the reference to the stampede issue, where there was a discussion. In that I sang 2 to 3 lines. I read everything, including history of all political parties. Some of my friends who are trying to misuse that statement. Nobody can question my loyalty to the Congress party and Gandhi family. I even brought MLAs here. I know how much problem I faced. Then during Gujarat parliamentary election, there was multiple cases against me and my family members. I suffered in jail with a 10-on-10 room. If anyone wants to know about my commitment and loyalty, I don't want to hurt anybody. If anyone is hurt by my action, then I am sorry for that. Let me go back to Sagai Raj, and before that we listen into the statement by DKS.
नमस्ते सदा वत्सले मातृभूमि स्वया हिंदू भूमि सुगम वर्धितोहम महामंगले नमस्ते सदा वत्सले मातृभूमि स्वया हिंदू भूमि सुगम वर्धितोहम महामंगले.
All right, let me cut across to my colleague Sagai Raj to get further perspective on what caused this change of heart, Sagai Raj, because DKS had been maintaining that his loyalty can never be questioned and he is completely dedicated to the Gandhi family. Having said that, he had never expressed remorse over his action that he is doing now. Why such a change?
If you notice that his own party leaders are criticizing and they are not able to understand the sarcasm of DK Shivakumar. So DK Shivakumar claims that whatever he was trying to convey on the floor of the house is clear, that he was targeting the opposition and he knows what their ideology, and that is the reason he has sung that particular song. But still, there are leaders who are targeting him, and where he said that nobody can question his commitment and loyalty towards the party. And he has also said that he will apologize if anybody is hurt with that particular song that he sung inside the assembly. And he has also criticized the people, especially their own party members.
I have to interrupt you here, but we are cutting across to a live address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's listen in.
साथ ही आज हाइब्रिड बैटरी इलेक्ट्रोड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी स्टार्ट हो रही है. आज का ये दिन भारत और जापान की फ्रेंडशिप को भी नया आयाम दे रहा है. मैं सभी देशवासियों को, जापान को, सुजुकी कंपनी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. एक प्रकार से टीन एज का आरंभ होता है और टीन एज पंख फैलाने का कालखंड होता है, सपनों की उड़ान भरने का कालखंड होता है और टीन एज में ढेर सारे ख्वाब उभरते हैं। एक प्रकार से पैर जमीन पे नहीं होते हैं टीन एज में। मुझे खुशी है कि आज मारुति टीन एज में एंटर कर रहा है। गुजरात का मारुति का टीन एज में प्रवेश यानी आने वाले दिनों में मारुति एक नए पंख फैलाएगा, नए उमंग और उत्साह के साथ आगे बढ़ेगा, ऐसा मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की सक्सेस स्टोरी के बीज करीब 13 साल पहले बोए गए थे। 2012 में जब मैं यहां का मुख्यमंत्री था, तब हमने मारुति सुजुकी को हंसलपुर में जमीन अलॉट की थी। विजन उस समय भी आत्मनिर्भर भारत का था, मेक इन इंडिया का था। हमारे तब के प्रयास आज देश के संकल्पों को पूरा करने में इतनी बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। साथियों, मैं इस अवसर पर स्वर्गीय ओसामू सुजुकी सान को हृदय से याद करना चाहूंगा। हमारी सरकार को उन्हें पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित करने का सौभाग्य मिला था। मुझे खुशी है उन्होंने मारुति सुजुकी इंडिया का जो विजन देखा था, वो आज हम इसके इतने बड़े विस्तार के गवाह बन रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत के पास डेमोक्रेसी की शक्ति है और भारत के पास डेमोग्राफी का एडवांटेज है। हमारे पास स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स का बहुत बड़ा पूल है, इसलिए कि हमारे हर पार्टनर के लिए विन विन सिचुएशन बनाता है। आज आप देखिए, सुजुकी जापान भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रही है और जो गाड़ियां बन रही है वो वापस जापान को एक्सपोर्ट की जा रही है। ये जापान और भारत के रिश्तों की मजबूती तो है ही, भारत को लेकर ग्लोबल कंपनियों के भरोसे को भी ये आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करता है। एक तरह से मारुति सुजुकी जैसी कंपनियां मेक इन इंडिया की ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बन चुकी है। लगातार 4 साल से मारुति भारत की सबसे बड़ी कार एक्सपोर्टर है। अब आज से ईवी एक्सपोर्ट को भी उसी स्केल पर ले जाने की शुरुआत हो रही है। अब दुनिया के दर्जनों देशों में जो ईवी चलेगी उसमें लिखा होगा मेड इन इंडिया। फ्रेंड्स, हम सब जानते हैं ईवी इकोसिस्टम का सबसे क्रिटिकल पार्ट बैटरी है। कुछ साल पहले तक भारत में बैटरी पूरी तरह इंपोर्ट होती थी। ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को मजबूती देने के लिए ये जरूरी था भारत बैटरीज का भी निर्माण करे। इसी विजन को लेकर 2017 में हमने यहां टीडीएसजी बैटरी प्लांट की नींव रखी थी। टीडीएसजी की ही नई पहल पर इस फैक्ट्री में 3 जापानी कंपनियां मिलकर भारत में पहली बार सेल मैन्युफैक्चर करेगी। भारत में बैटरी सेल के इलेक्ट्रोड भी लोकल लेवल पर तैयार होंगे। ये लोकलाइजेशन भारत की आत्मनिर्भरता को नई शक्ति देगा। इससे हाइब्रिड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स के कारोबार में और तेज गति आएगी। मैं आपको इस ऐतिहासिक शुरुआत के लिए अपनी अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, कुछ साल पहले उस समय तक ईवी को केवल एक नए ऑल्टरनेट के तौर पर देखा जाता था, लेकिन मेरा मानना रहा है ईवी कई समस्याओं का ठोस समाधान है। इसलिए पिछले साल मैंने अपनी सिंगापुर विजिट के दौरान कहा था, हम अपनी पुरानी गाड़ियों को, पुरानी एम्बुलेंसेस को हाइब्रिड ईवी में बदल सकते हैं। मारुति सुजुकी ने इस चुनौती को स्वीकार किया और केवल 6 महीने में एक वर्किंग प्रोटोटाइप तैयार कर दिया। अभी मैंने वो हाइब्रिड एम्बुलेंस का प्रोटोटाइप देखा भी है। ये हाइब्रिड एम्बुलेंस पीएम ई ड्राइव स्कीम में पूरी तरह फिट बैठती है। लगभग 11,000 करोड़ रुपए की इस योजना में ई एम्बुलेंस के लिए भी बजट निर्धारित किया गया है। हाइब्रिड ईवी से पॉल्यूशन भी घटेगा और पुराने व्हीकल्स को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने का विकल्प भी मिलेगा। साथियों, क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लीन मोबिलिटी ये हमारा फ्यूचर है। ऐसे ही प्रयासों से भारत तेजी के साथ क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लीन मोबिलिटी का एक रिलायबल सेंटर बनेगा। साथियों, आज जब दुनिया सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्शन से जूझ रही है, ऐसे समय में लगता है कि भारत ने पिछले दशक में जो नीतियां बनाई वो देश के कितने काम आ रही है। 2014 में जब मुझे देश ने सेवा का अवसर दिया, उसके बाद से ही हमने इसकी तैयारी शुरू कर दी थी। हमने मेक इन इंडिया अभियान शुरू किया। ग्लोबल और डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरर्स दोनों के लिए देश में अनुकूल वातावरण बनाया। भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एफिशिएंट और ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो, इसके लिए हम इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स बना रहे हैं, हम प्लग एंड प्ले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रहे हैं, लॉजिस्टिक पार्क्स बना रहे हैं। भारत कई सेक्टर्स में मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को प्रोडक्शन लिंक इंसेंटिव का बेनिफिट भी दे रहा है। साथियों, हमने कई बड़े रिफॉर्म्स के जरिए इन्वेस्टर्स की पुरानी कठिनाइयों को भी दूर किया। इससे इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में इन्वेस्ट करना आसान हुआ है। इसके परिणाम हमारे सामने हैं। इसी दशक में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रोडक्शन लगभग 500% बढ़ा है। मोबाइल फोन प्रोडक्शन 2014 की तुलना में 2700% तक बढ़ गया है। डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में भी पिछले दशक में 200% से भी ज्यादा की वृद्धि हुई है। ये सक्सेस आज भारत के सभी राज्यों को, हर एक राज्य को भी मोटिवेट कर रही है। उनके बीच रिफॉर्म्स को लेकर, इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन शुरू हुआ है, जिसका लाभ पूरे देश को मिल रहा है। और मैं हर मीटिंग में, व्यक्तिगत बातचीत में और सार्वजनिक रूप से सभी राज्यों को कहता रहा हूं कि हमें प्रोएक्टिव होना होगा, हमें प्रो डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसीज बनानी होगी, हमें सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस पर बल देना होगा, कानूनों में रिफॉर्म्स को बल देना होगा। और ये कंपटीशन का जमाना है। जो राज्य जितनी तेजी से अपनी पॉलिसीज को नीट एंड क्लीन रखता है, इफ्स एंड बट्स के बिना रखता है, तो इन्वेस्टर का विश्वास बढ़ता है। इन्वेस्टर आने के लिए हिम्मत के साथ आता है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की तरफ देख रही है। ऐसे में कोई राज्य पीछे नहीं रहना चाहिए। हर राज्य ने अवसर लेना चाहिए। ऐसे कॉम्पिटिशन होगा, हिंदुस्तान में आने वाले इन्वेस्टर को सोचने में तकलीफ हो कि मैं इस राज्य में जाऊं कि उस राज्य में जाऊं। इतना क्लियर कट होना चाहिए कंपटीशन। इससे देश को लाभ होने वाला है। और इसलिए मैं सभी राज्यों को निमंत्रण देता हूं कि आइए, रिफॉर्म की स्पर्धा करें, गुड गवर्नेंस की स्पर्धा करें, प्रो डेवलपमेंट पॉलिसी की स्पर्धा करें और हम 2047 विकसित भारत बनाने के लक्ष्य को तेज गति से पार करने में अपनी भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करें। फ्रेंड्स, भारत यहीं पर रुकने वाला नहीं है। जिन सेक्टर्स में हमने बेहतर परफॉर्म किया है, हमें उनमें और बेहतर करना है। इसके लिए हम मिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर जोर दे रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में हमारा फोकस फ्यूचरिस्टिक इंडस्ट्री पर होगा। सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में भारत टेक ऑफ कर रहा है। देश में इसके 6 प्लांट्स तैयार होने वाले हैं। हमें सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और आगे लेकर जाना है। साथियों, भारत सरकार ऑटो इंडस्ट्री के लिए रेयर अर्थ मैग्नेट की शॉर्टेज से जुड़ी कठिनाइयों के प्रति भी सजग है। इस दिशा में देश के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने के लिए हमने नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल मिशन भी लॉन्च किया है। इसके तहत देश में अलग अलग जगहों पर 1200 से अधिक खोजी अभियान चलाए जाएंगे। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स को तलाशा जाएगा। साथियों, अगले सप्ताह ही मैं जापान जा रहा हूं। भारत और जापान का रिश्ता केवल डिप्लोमेटिक रिलेशन से कहीं ऊपर सांस्कृतिक और भरोसे का रिश्ता है। हम एक दूसरे की प्रगति में अपनी प्रगति देखते हैं। मारुति सुजुकी के साथ हमने जो जर्नी शुरू की थी वो अब बुलेट ट्रेन की स्पीड तक पहुंच चुकी है। भारत जापान पार्टनरशिप की औद्योगिक संभावनाओं को साकार करने की बड़ी पहल यहीं गुजरात से हुई थी। मुझे याद है, हमने 20 साल पहले जब वाइब्रेंट गुजरात समिट शुरू की थी तो उसमें जापान एक प्रमुख सहयोगी था। आप विचार कीजिए, एक डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज का एक छोटा सा स्टेट, उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट और जापान जैसा डेवलप कंट्री उसका पार्टनर हो, ये दिखाता है कि भारत और जापान की नींव कितनी मजबूत है। और मैं आज जब ये वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की यात्रा की याद कर रहा हूं, तब मेरे मित्र यहां बैठे हैं, वो पहले भारत में एम्बेसडर हुआ करते थे 2003 में। आज वो भी यहां मौजूद है। अब वो रिटायर्ड हो गए हैं, लेकिन उनका भारत प्रेम, गुजरात प्रेम वैसा का वैसा है। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। गुजरात के लोगों ने भी जापान के लोगों का उतना ही आत्मीयता से ख्याल रखा। हमने इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस जापानी भाषा में प्रिंट करवा कर दिए। जब मैं गुजरात में था, हर छोटी चीज पर मैं ध्यान रखता था। इवन मेरा जो विजिटिंग कार्ड होता था ना, वो भी मैं जापानी में बनाता था। जो वीडियोज बनाते थे हम प्रमोशनल, वो वीडियो को जापानी भाषा में डबिंग करवाता था। यानी मुझे मालूम था कि मुझे इस रास्ते पर बड़ी मजबूती से आगे बढ़ना है। और मैं सभी राज्यों को कहता हूं, आसमान खुला है भैया, आप भी मेहनत करो, आओ मैदान में, बहुत फायदा होगा। मुझे याद है शुरू में जब जापान के हमारे साथी आते थे तो मैं नया उनकी निकटता मेरी बढ़ती चली जा रही थी, तो उनकी हर चीज को मैं समझ पाता था। मैंने देखा है कि जापानी लोगों का एक नेचर है कि उनको अपना जो कल्चरल इकोसिस्टम है वो उनकी पहली प्राथमिकता होता है। उसमें जापानी फूड चाहिए। ये जैसे गुजरात के लोग हैं ना, उनका भी ऐसा ही है। वे गुजरात में कहीं सैटरडे संडे को कहीं न कहीं रेस्टोरेंट में खाने की आदी है, तो वहां जाएंगे तो मैक्सिकन फूड मांगेंगे, इटालियन फूड मांगेंगे, लेकिन गुजरात के बाहर कहीं जाएंगे तो गुजराती फूड खोजते रहते हैं। मैंने देखा जापान के लोगों का भी ये स्वभाव है, और इसलिए मैंने यहां जापानी क्विजिन की व्यवस्था कराई। मैंने उसकी एक होटल चेन को बुलाया। मुझे पता है, बाद में मुझे बताया गया कि भाई जापान के लोग हैं, गोल्फ के बिना तो नहीं चल सकता। मैंने उसको भी प्राथमिकता दी, और अपने जापानी साथियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने, जो गुजरात में गोल्फ का नामो निशान नहीं था, 7-8 नए गोल्फ कोर्स डेवलप किए। देखिए, विकास करना है, इन्वेस्टमेंट लाना है, दुनिया को आकर्षित करना है, तो हर बारीकी पर देखना पड़ता है। और हमारे देश में कई राज्य हैं जो करते हैं। जो राज्य पीछे हैं, मेरा उनसे आग्रह है कि आप भी हर बारीकी को अवसर समझिए और विकास की नई दिशा पकड़िए। इतना ही नहीं साथियों, हमारे स्कूल में, हमारे कॉलेजेस में, हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज में बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में जापानी भाषा सिखाने को प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है। बहुत सारे जापानी भाषा सिखाने वाले टीचर्स आज गुजरात में भी है। कई स्कूलों में जापानी भाषा सिखाई जा रही है। साथियों, हमारे इन प्रयासों से भारत जापान के बीच पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट बहुत बढ़ रहा है। स्किल और ह्यूमन रिसोर्स से जुड़ी एक दूसरे की जरूरतों को भी हम पूरा कर पा रहे हैं। मैं चाहूंगा मारुति सुजुकी जैसी कंपनियां भी इस तरह के प्रयासों का हिस्सा बने और यूथ एक्सचेंज जैसे प्रयासों को बढ़ाएं। साथियों, हमें इसी तरह आने वाले समय में सभी अहम क्षेत्रों में आगे बढ़ना है। मुझे भरोसा है हमारे आज के प्रयास 2047 के विकसित भारत की इमारत को नई बुलंदी तक लेकर जाएंगे। और मुझे भरोसा है कि जापान इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में हमारा भरोसामंद पार्टनर बनकर साथ चलता रहेगा। हमारी दोस्ती अटूट रहेगी। और मैं तो कभी कभी कहता था कि जहां तक जापान और भारत का रिश्ता है, ये मेड फॉर ईच अदर वाला रिश्ता है। मैं आज विशेष रूप से मारुति को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और अभी तो ये टीन एज की शुरुआत है, आपको पंख फैलाने हैं, नए सपने बुनने हैं आपके संकल्पों के लिए। उसकी पूर्ति के लिए हम पूरी शक्ति से आपके साथ हैं। इसी विश्वास के साथ आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान को हम सब आगे बढ़ाएं, वोकल फॉर लोकल बने, स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए दोस्तों। गर्व से स्वदेशी की तरफ चल पड़ो। और यहां जापान के द्वारा जो चीजें बन रही है ना, ये भी स्वदेशी है। मेरी स्वदेशी की व्याख्या बहुत सिंपल है। पैसा किसका लगता है उससे मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो डॉलर है, पाउंड है, वो करेंसी काली है, गोरी है, मुझे कोई लेना देना नहीं। लेकिन जो प्रोडक्शन है उसमें पसीना मेरे देशवासियों का होगा। पैसा किसी का, पसीना हमारा। जो प्रोडक्शन होगा उसमें महक, मेरी देश की मिट्टी की होगी, मेरी भारत मां की होगी। इस भाव के साथ आप मेरे साथ चलिए दोस्तों। 2047 में हम ऐसा हिंदुस्तान बनाएंगे, आपकी आने वाली अनेक पीढ़ियां आपके इस त्याग का गर्व करेगी, आपके इस योगदान का गर्व करेगी। आपकी भावी पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस मंत्र के लिए, स्वदेशी के मार्ग के लिए मैं आज मेरे देशवासियों को निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। मैं आपको निमंत्रण दे रहा हूं। आइए हम सब चल पड़े। 2047 विकसित भारत बना के रहेंगे। दुनिया की भलाई में भारत का योगदान बढ़ाते रहेंगे। इसी भावना के साथ आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluding that very powerful address in Ahmedabad, where the message is loud and clear to go local, produce Swadeshi and make in India. He is putting out a clear message ahead of America's tariff imposition, where he says that India must stride in all the important sectors, and the mantra should be clear as he invites more foreign investors to say that the investment may come from outside, but the production has to be local. Prime Minister once again reiterating the message of Viksit Bharat by 2047, where he invites one and all to work towards this mission. He also spoke about the relationship between India and China, where he said that we are clearly made for each other, while he's invited foreign investors to India, lauding our clean policies. After India's EV game changer, where cars are to be exported to over 100 countries, Prime Minister Narendra Modi talking about how India is cutting import dependence when it comes to rare earth. In fact, he also spoke about rare earth mineral denial by China. Prime Minister, who just a short while ago launched the big Make in India, Make for World push in that Swadeshi pitch ahead of Donald Trump's additional tariffs taking effect. Prime Minister Modi had also inaugurated the Suzuki motor plant's localized production of hybrid battery electrodes and flagged off the export of Maruti Suzuki's first global battery electric vehicle, the e-Vitara, to over 100 countries, including Europe and Japan. The address that just concluded, where Prime Minister, mincing no words there, puts out a clear message to not just Donald Trump, but the entire world, that demography is our biggest advantage. And this is a new chapter when it comes to working towards the mission of Make in India. He said that batteries will be exported to many, many nations. And that is exactly what India is working on the blueprint. It is about Make in India, vocal for local, the Swadeshi mantra. And he also said that wherever the investment comes from is not important, but the production that has to be local, because all of India must work solidly towards the Viksit Bharat mission to achieve it by 2047. Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again lauding India's clean policies, where he's invited foreign investors to come into India. And there on the right of your screens, we are also playing out those pictures of the new plant, Suzuki's stockyard. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in that EV game changer just a short while ago, as he launched Maruti Suzuki's e-Vitara. But the message going out loud and clear to America, to the entire world, because this especially is the major Swadeshi push ahead of Donald Trump's additional tariffs, all set to take effect. And just a day ahead of that, Prime Minister Modi inaugurating the Suzuki motor plant's localized production of hybrid battery electrodes. He also flagged off the export of Maruti Suzuki's first global battery electric vehicle to over 100 countries. That includes Europe and Japan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that interests of India can never be compromised. The interests of our farmers can never be compromised. And that is why we must work with one very clear goal. And that is to make in India to be self-reliant. Let me cut across to Chetan Bhutani now joining us on the broadcast. Chetan, message coming loud and clear ahead of Trump's tariff imposition.
Oh, well, absolutely. You know, Prime Minister has made very clear that India is ready for investments. India is, in fact, Prime Minister himself talking that states should draft such policies that are different from lacunas and should invite more investment. In fact, he was recalling his Vibrant Gujarat days and encouraging in countries like Japan, who, in fact, in a developing country like India, and Japan being a developed nation, still made a partner in India's automotive history by investing early in the state of Gujarat. In fact, Prime Minister also calling out of the thing that, you know.
All right, we got across to some breaking news coming in. Scary cloudburst that has been reported in Jammu and Kashmir's Noida. Mir Farid joining us on the phone line as we stay with these pictures. Mir, the situation looks really bad. Mir Farid, are you able to hear me? What more can you tell us on what is happening on the ground? All right, given the situation there, it is apparent that the network is fluctuating and difficult for Mir Farid to be able to establish that connection. We'll try and fix the line. In the meanwhile, we stay with those pictures. It is certainly not looking good for the locals. A scary cloudburst that has been reported in Jammu and Kashmir's Noida. Those are the pictures on your screens of the floods that triggered this massive cloudburst. There you see several low-lying areas that are completely submerged under the water, and the current that is literally taking away with it whatever comes in front of it. Several areas, villages that have been washed away, and many of them who have also been asked to evacuate. There you see the weather conditions that are certainly not adding and making it rather difficult when it comes to the rescue operations. Heavy rains that triggered this cloudburst in Noida, in Jammu and Kashmir, and we are yet to know whether any casualties have been reported so far, but certainly for a fact that people are in a fix. Some who may also be under the debris, and that is something we are trying to find out from the authorities. There you see rescue operations have already begun, and the authorities that are trying to take control of the situation. In fact, the weather conditions that are rather adding further trouble as far as these rescue operations are concerned, and the rains that have lashed several of these regions. This scary cloudburst that has caused water currents so strong that there you see locals who are indoors, and some of them who are finding it very difficult even when it comes to evacuation. Mir Farid, I believe, is back with us. Mir, if you are able to hear me, please give us a sense of what's happening on the ground, whether the rescue operations have begun, any casualties have been reported, what is happening there?
Well, a lot of damage to property, but thankfully as of now we're not hearing of any casualty, but things are on the edge in many ways, because The situation is bad. It's raining incessantly across Jammu and Kashmir, especially if we talk of the Jammu region. Rains have been relentless, non-stop. Flash floods triggered by cloudbursts are happening, and especially the mountainous belts. The people living there are in trouble because the cloudbursts, the flash floods are coming through these areas and damaging property. Already flood alert at various levels. Major rivers are flowing above the danger mark, and non-stop advisories from the authorities, from the government, to the people living in low-lying areas and to the people living in higher reaches to be very cautious, adhere to government advisories and remain alert. So right now also I can tell you it's raining across Jammu and Kashmir, and in Noida, especially in the Gando area, there has been damage to property because of flash floods, but authorities trying their best to reach out to people. So far, as I said, no casualties, but as I said, things bad. And Met IMD has predicted more heavy rainfall for at least next 12 hours across Jammu and Kashmir. Back to you.
All right, Mir, many thanks for getting us the latest. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. The situation not looking good, and the locals who are also struggling between what is happening on the ground, massive damage to property, as you've said, but thankfully no casualties have been reported so far. We are hoping the situation remains as is. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break, and on the other side is our special segment, So South, where you'll get details of all the stories that are making headlines from down south. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi's sharp message on Trump's tariffs. Says, India won't bow down. ED raids Saurabh Bharadwaj's home in hospital construction scam. US issues draft notice to implement 50% tariffs on Indian imports.
there has to be a consultative process,
Fair point.
which is beginning. Toppling of government vis-a-vis a minister resigning or a chief minister resigning may not be the case. In past, countless examples have been there, from Lalu Yadav to many others in the past, who have resigned only because they were fearing arrest.
No, fair point.
This is the need of the hour. Let MPs talk about it, let other stakeholders come in, but rejecting this bill as draconian outrightly may not be fair.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
By Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window.
Good afternoon, Vanakkam and Namaskara, and it's a day of festivities. Today and tomorrow it's Gauri and Ganesha festivals across the South India. So here's wishing you, all our viewers, happy Gauri Ganesha festival as well. Whoever are celebrating, celebrate with good thoughts and happiness as well. But like again, today we bring you another episode of South stories mattering across the southern part of India. And joining me are Sagai Raj, Shibi Mol, Apurva Jaychandran, Pramod Madhav, Anaga Keshav and Abdul Bashir from panning across all the 5 states of southern part of India. Starting with Sagai Raj. Sagai, what do you have for us today?
Story from Bengaluru today is one of Banu Mushtaq invitation to inaugurate Dasara, where the BJP leaders are seeking a clarification on her past statement. 2. The SIT raids on the house of Mahesheti Timaroddi in connection with Dharmasthala mass burial case.
I am Abdul Bashir from Hyderabad, and today tension erupts in 2 fronts in the state of Telangana. One in Bhadradri Kottagudem district, where a 33-year-old woman, namely Lakshmi Prasanna, was allegedly tortured and starved to death by her in-laws and her husband. Now here furious relatives have staged protest and also attacked the accused, demanding action in Bhadradri Kottagudem district. Meanwhile, in the Medak district of Telangana, farmers have shown outrage over the shortage of urea. Hundreds of farmers have gathered in queues in Medak district and also Vanaparthi, where they had been requesting for a bag of urea, where the authorities have allegedly said that a few bags are only available, to which the distress of the farmers is now continuing, and farmers are demanding that their demand to be met soon.
Despite the Kerala government extending an invitation, Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin has informed that he will not be attending the event due to prior commitments. In other news, a controversy has erupted in Kerala after the Sri Guruvayur temple in Thrissur has decided to conduct purification ritual after a non-Hindu woman entered the temple premises and shot reels inside the temple.
It's yet again a controversy here in Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams, this time regarding the allotment of land for the Mumtaz hotels there by the Oberoi groups. Earlier on, the Mumtaz hotel was granted and allocated lands nearby Alapiri there, which had started off a controversy, but a recent board decision had stated that the Mumtaz hotel, which was said to be constructed there by Alapiri, was said to be shifted to Tirupati rural as well. But now a controversy has erupted with the former TTD chairman there, Bhumana Karunakar Reddy, claiming that this new allocation of land is nothing but an alleged land scam by the AP government and the TTD board currently. Catch all the more details on the same coming up.
And breaking news coming in from Karnataka, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has apologized for his remarks that he made in Assembly. Defiant, D.K. Shivkumar forced to apologize after he sang the RSS anthem in the Karnataka Assembly. D.K. Shivkumar said, "I apologize if I have hurt sentiments of anybody." He went on to say that nobody can question my loyalty to the Gandhi family and to the Congress party, and said that his statements are being misinterpreted. Earlier last Friday, D.K. Shivkumar in Karnataka Assembly had sung the RSS anthem, and he had faced criticism not just from others, from his own political party colleagues as well. Now he has gone ahead and apologized.
Today I'm standing before you, I think the last 3, 4, 5 days back in the Assembly, on reference to the discussion on this IPL, IPL match issue, to pull a leg to the leader of the opposition, Mr. Ashok. Just 2 or 3 sentences of their prayer. I don't mean that my intention are to praise them. Today we know that what all the activities are going on. I don't want to disclose on that. I just committed and tried to pull the leg. Some of my friends are taking a political leaf out of it and try to misuse it and try to create confusion among the public. But if anyone has been hurt, some of my party colleagues are commenting on that. I don't like to be a congressman, and I have a lot of followers and friends across the party line in different political party in the India group. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt their feelings. I would like, if anyone has been hurt, I feel sorry for them. I think I would like to seek apology to all of them.
No, first of all, I don't want to comment on that. And second of all, we have the High Command. High Command always see what, their leaders are doing or making statements and taking stand on issues like this one. So it is up to our High Command to see. If they feel that this is wrong, then they will definitely ask Shivakumar to answer. And if they think this is just a passing reference and it is at a different context, then they will not bother about this. So I don't want to comment on this.
D.K. शिवकुमार जी हमारे कर्नाटक राज्य का एक महान कलाकार है. विधानसभा में क्या बोलना है, बाहर क्या बोलना है, वो तो उस्ताद है. उसको उससे हमको भी सीखना चाहिए, वो अलग बात है। लेकिन जो उस बयान दिया है वो नमस्ते सदा वत्सले बोल चुका है, अब सीरियसली मत लीजिए उसका बात।
Let's listen into what DK Shivkumar earlier said in the assembly, which stormed this whole controversy.
नमस्ते सदा वत्सले मातृभूमि
अध्यक्ष
हिंदू भूमि सुगम वर्धितोहम महामंगले। नमस्ते सदा वत्सले मातृभूमि
अध्यक्ष
हिंदू भूमि सुगम वर्धितोहम महामंगले।
All right, that was DK Shivkumar in the assembly, and joining me now is Sagai Raj from Bengaluru. Sagai, you heard the press conference as well. You were with the Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar. What was his body language like? He said that he's not forced to apologize, but he himself is doing this. Do you think High Command sent a message for asking him to tender an apology, or he did see the media pressure and the public pressure and come out and extend an apology? What do you think?
I realized that the statement that he made, especially RSS song inside the assembly, has not gone well within his own party leaders, where BK Hariprasad yesterday had criticized and demanded his apology. And even today he went on to say that he was nurtured under the den of Parmeshwar. So he categorically mentioned that he has learnt all political parties, whether it is RSS, BJP, Communist or any other party. He has studied about them, and that's how sarcastically he was singing that particular song, trying to make the opposition understand that he knows even the anthem of their RSS organization. So he has justified his move, but however he has apologized, stating that if he has hurt anybody's sentiment, whether it is his own Congress party leaders in Karnataka or even the India bloc members, he has apologized if he has hurt those sentiments. So he has said that he is apologizing if at all if he has hurt anybody's sentiments because of him singing RSS song.
Thank you, Sagai Raj, for bringing us all the details from the press conference. And next up is an exclusive conversation of Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy on what he spoke on DK Shivkumar and the RSS anthem row. Let's listen in.
आपको वैसे डीके शिव कुमार जी को तो याद है, आपको भी आरएसएस एंथम तो याद होगा। बोलूंगी नहीं आप गाएं, पर याद तो होगा सर।
हर चीज नहीं अब मैं अखबार पढ़ते रहता हूँ, खाली अपने को तारीफ करने का अखबार नहीं, अपने को गाली देने का अखबार भी पढ़ता हूँ। जब अपने को जो पसंद नहीं है जी, जो आइडियालॉजी हम मानते भी नहीं समझो, तो उसको भी पढ़ना है, क्योंकि अंडरस्टैंड करना उसमें क्या गलती है, हम क्या बोल सकते हैं।
पर याद तो होगा आपको,
याद करना भी पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उसमें क्या है, वो लोग क्या बोलना चाह रहे हैं कि अब आपके जो पॉलिटिकल अपोनेंट है, अदरवाइज योर अपोनेंट फिलॉसफी और आइडियालॉजी भी आपको पता लगना।
राइट।
मतलब आप भगवत गीता मानते होगे, मगर कुरान के बारे में जाने तो क्या गलती है, या बाइबल के बारे में जानना कोई गलती नहीं है।
ट्रू।
तो इंडिया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बारे में, हिंदुस्तान में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बारे में जानने से पाकिस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी जाने तो क्या गलती है कि पाकिस्तान में क्या हो रहा है हमें पता लगे। तो आरएसएस का जो भी अंत में जो भी ये डीके शिवकुमार जी पढ़ के सुना है, कोई गलती नहीं है उसमें।
मैं तो नहीं कह रही गलती है, मैं तो बस पूछ रही हूँ कि आपको भी याद होगा।
नहीं, याद रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आप जो सामने वाले को आप अंदाज़ा करना है तो उसके बारे में सब कुछ पता लगना है।
And moving on to our next story from Karnataka, a political row has erupted in Karnataka over Banu Mushtaq's being invited to inaugurate the Dasara festival in Mysuru. The Congress government decision to invite the renowned writer and activist has sparked a BJP backlash, not just because of Mushtaq's religious beliefs, but also her past comments.
A polarizing fight over the annual Mysuru Dasara festivities. The Congress government's invite to award-winning author, the Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtaq, to inaugurate the Dasara festival has led to a political firestorm.
ವಿಶ್ವ ದಸರಾ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಬೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಅವರು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
While the Congress has lauded the author's contribution, the BJP has lashed out. Why? Because of statements like these made by the author previously about the Kannada language and the state flag.
ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಕೆಯ ಮನೆಯವರು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಅವಕಾಶನೇ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ.
BJP leaders have also raised questions over whether the author even believes in the Chamundeshwari deity who is worshipped in Mysuru during the Dasara festival.
ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಈ ಒಂದು ದಸರಾ ಆಚರಣೆಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೀವು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಗೆ ಕರೆಯೋದಾದರೆ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾಯಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿಯ ತಾನು ಭಕ್ತೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ತೋರಿಸ್ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಯಾಕಾಗಿ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ?
वो चामुंडेश्वरी को मानती है क्या? चामुंडेश्वरी का पूजा करती है क्या? मैसूर दसरा केवल सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम नहीं है, वो एक धार्मिक कार्यक्रम है.
The Karnataka government, however, has stood their ground, maintaining that this isn't just about religion.
ಹಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಿಸಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿದ್ದವರು ಯಾರು? ಸರ್ ಮಿರ್ಜಾ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲ್ ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾವು ಈ ನಾಡ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅನೇಕ ಎತ್ತರದ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳು, ಸಮಾಜದ ಮುಖಿಯಾದಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು, ಎಸ್ ಎಂ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು, ನಿಸಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ರವರು, ಸ್ವತಃ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು ದಸರಾನ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Banu Mushtaq has reacted to the controversy, saying that while the matter can be seen from different perspectives, the Dasara festival is a part of a culture and she is truly happy to have received the invite.
ಈ ದಸರಾ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದ ಆಹ್ವಾನವೇ ನನಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ ಇದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೂ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬ ಆಗದೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬವೇ ಆಗಿದೆ.
A joyous cultural fest has been reduced to a political turf war, this time in Mysuru. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, in an exclusive interview, BJP MP from Mysore Lok Sabha seat and the royal scion Yaduvir Wadayar has told India Today that while Banu Mushtaq has many accolades to her name, the BJP is unsure about whether she shares the same sentiment for the Dasara festival in Karnataka. Listen in.
What is your take on Banu Mushtaq being chosen as a chief guest?
Well, her literary accolades, nobody is in doubt about. And furthermore, as I have mentioned before, she has helped a lot of Muslim women by allowing, or rather advocating for them to be allowed entry into mosques. And she has also, of course, advocated for equal rights for them amongst all other Bharatiya women as well, which has all laudable initiatives. But we also have to, if one side these are laudable initiatives of hers, we have to weigh it against also some of her sayings, which in 2023 have come to light recently, of her, essentially insulting our Kannada flag by saying that it is, part Arshna and part Kesari, part that is yellow and orange, and then saying that there is a photo of Thai Bhuneshwari on the stage, and so she feels unwelcome. So these are all, aspects which have come to light, which have obviously not been in line with our sentiments, given the fact that this is a Dharmic festival at its core and originates from the 10-day Dharmic festivities that have been conducted for over 400 years by my own family, and then extending, many centuries if you take the other rulers of our state from which we've inherited it as well. So giving all of these light and these new videos of her coming to light, obviously we've had to retake our stance. And furthermore, I think she should make it abundantly clear that she honors this tradition and that she is very much not going to hurt anybody's sentiments in participating in the Dasara festival.
Breaking news coming in from Dharmasthala. Big showdown in the Dharmasthala investigation. Accused masked man Chinnaya's house has been raided by the special investigative team. While the BJP calls for a march to the temple town in the September 1st week, BJP calls it a sinister malign Hindu's plot. And while SIT probe says accused had moved Supreme Court in March as well. And more information that the SIT is giving, that skull image used in the Supreme Court plea by Chinnaya as well. The probe team says FIR after the local court. Listening to what the Karnataka BJP President Vijayendra had said.
BJP stand is very clear. Today, Siddaramaiah government stands exposed in the Dharmasthala episode because of the pressure exerted by the communist organization. Siddaramaiah ordered SIT. Today everything stands exposed. Chief Minister, because of his decisions, because of his conspirators, no action has been taken against the conspirators. Now the state government stands exposed. Siddaramaiah government should take action against those conspirators who carried out false propaganda.
And joining me now is Sagai Raj from Bengaluru. Sagai, you had interviewed the masked man. Now the case is completely turned against him. He's been in the custody of the SIT. Now his house has been raided and searched. What are you picking up from the sources within the SIT? What made this case and the raid against the masked man himself, and what are the police looking at?
There was contradiction to his statement which he has made earlier when he registered a complaint at SIT, and they could identify that there was a lot of mismatch in whatever he has claimed and whatever is alleging right now. So keeping all these things in the mind, they have taken into custody, and even the court has given a 10 days of custody to him as a part of the investigation. As a procedure, they have taken Chinnaya, the masked man, to Mahesh Shetty Timarodi's residence, where a masked man was staying all this while, and they are doing a spot inquest as well as an investigation there, where they will be questioning Mahesh Shetty Timarodi, as well as they will also examine all the other documents and other claims that he has made in his statement.
Well, thank you, Sagarraj, for bringing us all the latest updates from this raid. And that's it from the Karnataka. And moving on to Chennai and handing it over to my colleague Anaga Keshav.
Well, in Chennai, serious questions are being raised about the manner in which police officers operate and treat the common public. A woman who was only merely feeding the strays outside her home says that she was harassed by the police officers who were on their routine patrol duty. She says that after a point, the police officer named Karthik snatched her phone, made her roam around the streets late in the night for an hour, and until she pled with him for the phone's return, he did not give the phone back. And even to make the things even worse, what he said will utterly shock you. What he said was that harassment happens because women like you roam around freely after 12 a.m. It's a police officer we are talking about who has indulged into this sort of victim blaming. In fact, this particular remark by the police officer has triggered significant outrage in social media, with many really condemning the police officer for his remarks and the way in which he treated two women who were doing nothing but only merely feeding strays outside their home. Let me show you what exactly the police officer said and how he treated those two women who were feeding dogs outside their homes, and then I'll take you straight up to the woman's family to really hear their version of the story.
12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்கல அதனால தான் அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணாரு.
சூப்பர்.
சரியா? கிளம்புங்க.
ரொம்ப நல்லா. நீங்கலாம் போலீஸ்.
ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக். போமா.
ஐயோ.
12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்கல அதனால தான் அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணாரு.
சூப்பர்.
சரியா? கிளம்புங்க.
ரொம்ப நல்லா. நீங்கலாம் போலீஸ்.
ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக். போமா.
ஐயோ.
12 மணிக்கு இப்படி சுத்துறீங்கல அதனால தான் அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணாரு.
சூப்பர்.
சரியா? கிளம்புங்க.
ரொம்ப நல்லா. நீங்கலாம் போலீஸ்.
ஆமா நீ எல்லாம் பப்ளிக். போமா.
Well, that was the exact clip where he said that harassment happens because people like you roam around late in the night post 12 a.m. I'm joined by Priyadarshini, who is the cousin sister of the woman who was making that video. In fact, her mother was also there at that particular time of the incident, who also got mentally harassed by the police officer. Ma'am, could you please take us through what exactly happened yesterday? What provoked the police officer to take such a tone? What really went down?
See, it's not like cops there in that particular area or no, we have been living there for like all our life, and every single day for so many years my mother have been feeding in the same area, and cops supported us just till 2 days back. And I don't know, nobody knows what really changed on that particular day. They waited for us, and when my mother started feeding, my sister was just coming for her to support my mother, because the previous day one other guy approached my mother and mentally harassed my mother not to feed the dogs. So to support my mother if any problem comes, so just to give my mother a moral support, my sister accompanied her, and cops approached, and they did not say at the first, like 12 o'clock you shouldn't be feeding or roaming around. The very first statement was you shouldn't be feeding at all. Because of the feeders, the dogs are roaming around freely in the country, and they shouldn't be existing. That was the cop's statement, when law clearly says
How did the police officer treat your mother and your cousin sister?
Horribly, because we said
to snatch the phone.
Yes, they did, and people keep seeing the video, just whatever was recorded by my sister, and what actually happened was, the horrible thing happened only after the cops snatched my sister's phone. That was not at all necessary at all. What is the necessity of snatching my sister's phone and just keeping them as a hostage for an hour in the beach where it is completely isolated? That was not at all required. If you see or focus on or just telling that 12 o'clock if a woman roams, that is why they are being harassed mentally or whatever, that doesn't matter. So you made sure that 2 ladies are staying with 2 cops all alone on that isolated road, and you made sure that she shouldn't be recording the video. That is why you snatched her phone. So what is the proof do we have for whatever the mental torture you made my sister and my mother go through the entire night? Or entire 1 hour of the time, and you made my sister, and you mentally harassed my sister, and you made her cry to get her phone or beg you to give her the phone back. That is not at all fine. So the cops supported us all these days, and suddenly you decided that we shouldn't be feeding. You should have stopped us in the entrance of the beach where you put that barricade, right? So you should have stopped us and told, ma'am, the law is changing, so you have a copy or something with you, so that you can show it to the public. That is something he told after 1 hour of struggling.
Right. So, serious questions are indeed being raised about the manner in which these police officers really treat the common public. In fact, when India Today reached out to these police officers, they said only one thing. They brushed off this entire story by even tweaking what the police officers said, despite the fact that this was recorded on camera. They've completely tweaked the facts by saying that the police officer didn't use the word harassment at all. That's the kind of shocking defiance that we are hearing from Tamil Nadu police officers. Time and again, their treatment of the common public has been messy, and it has been dismal, really raising serious questions about the way in which Tamil Nadu Police Department operates. Moving on, and the state continues. Well, the power tussle between the centre and the state continues. It's been a long-standing power tussle between the centre and the state. In fact, the state has posed 234 questions to the centre about the centre-state relationship. The state has also mentioned that over the past many years, there has been a creeping centralization of power. The centre believes that the power resides only in one place, and that's New Delhi. The state says that the state's autonomy, that the power that the state has on its own land has only depleted in the last many years while only concentrating in New Delhi. I'm also going to take you through some of the key questions that MK Stalin raised in that national seminar on center-state relations. Stalin has even questioned about the language issue by saying that Hindi language has been accorded a lot more privilege than other language. Stalin has questioned if from now onwards the union government offices, especially banks, will henceforth use English as the official medium of communication, particularly in non-Hindi speaking states. In fact, the Tamil Nadu state has also gone on to question as to why airports, seaports and many other places like that of public interest, the management of these places are given only to private entities or is managed by the centre, and why not to the state is a question that Tamil Nadu government has put forth. Many other questions, including more clarity on the role of governor and the president, has also been put forth by the state to the centre, including the issue on fund devolution, tax devolution. The centre has questioned the union government as to why is it that states that are ruled by the opposition parties are accorded a meager amount, while states that are ruled by BJP parties are given a higher tax share, given a higher fund devolution. That's the kind of long question here that the state has put out to the centre. In fact, the relationships between the centre and the state, especially Tamil Nadu and New Delhi, has always been frayed, and this long question here put out officially by the Tamil Nadu government demands answers from the union government about the creeping centralization of power, number one, in New Delhi, number two, the language issue, number three, the fund issue. In fact, the centre has also gone on to say that the identity of states are being snatched away while trying to impose uniformity. Let's hear into what Finance Minister Thangam Thennarasu had to say about it, and Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin.
ஒன்றிய அரசு மாநிலத்திலே வேறு கட்சிகளால் ஆட்சிக்கு வரக்கூடிய ஒரு மாநில அரசாங்கம் இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய அந்த மாற்றாந்தாய் மனப்பான்மை அல்லது நம்மை இரண்டாந்தர குடிமக்களாக கருதக்கூடிய அந்த நிலை ஏற்படுகிற போது அவர்கள் முதலிலே கை வைக்கக்கூடியது மாநிலங்களுக்கான நிதி ஒதுக்கம். அந்த மாநிலங்களுக்கான நிதி ஒதுக்கத்தில் அவர்கள் காட்டக்கூடிய பாரபட்சம் என்பது எங்கே போய் நிற்கிறது என்று சொன்னால், மாநிலங்களுக்கு உரிய நிதியை வழங்குவதை காட்டிலும் மாநிலங்களுக்கு தேவையான திட்டங்களை ஒன்றிய அரசே செய்கிற போது ஒன்றிய அரசினுடைய திட்டங்களுக்கே கூட உரிய நிதியை விடுவிக்காமல் இருந்து விடக்கூடிய அந்த வாய்ப்பை கூட இன்றைக்கு ஒன்றிய அரசு பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதுதான் நிதர்சனமான ஒரு உண்மையாக இருக்கிறது. இன்னும் நான் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்றால்,
சில நாட்களுக்கு முன்பே கூட நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் ஒரு மசோதாவை அவசரமாக தாக்கல் செய்தார்கள். மாநில அமைச்சர்கள் மீதோ ஒரு குற்றத்தை சுமத்தி 30 நாட்கள் அவர்களை காவல் வைத்துவிட்டால் போதும். அந்த குற்றம் நிரூபிக்கப்படும் முன்பே மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட அந்த முதலமைச்சராக இருந்தாலும் அமைச்சர்களையும் நீக்கலாம் என்ற மசோதாவை ஒன்றிய உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் தாக்கல் செய்துள்ளார். இது மாநில அரசுகளுக்கு மட்டுமல்ல, ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்திய ஜனநாயகத்துக்கும் விடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ள ஒரு பகிரங்க மிரட்டல். அந்த மசோதா சட்டமாவதை நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் எந்த காலத்திலும் அனுமதிக்க மாட்டார்கள்.
All right, that's about it from the state of Tamil Nadu. Moving on to the state of Telangana. Over to you, Abdul.
In a brutal case of alleged torture in the state of Telangana has sent shockwaves across the nation. Now, this shocking case has come to light from Bhadradri Kottagudem district in Telangana, where a woman was allegedly starved, tortured and confined, which led to her death is what is being alleged. And this incident has taken place in Ashwaraupeta of Telangana. A woman, namely Lakshmi Prasanna, who's 33-year-old, was said to be dead at the Rajavandrivaram hospital after she was allegedly starved, tortured and confined to a place where by her in-laws, by her husband Naresh Babu, which has led to her death is what the in-laws have alleged. Now, this whole incident has sent shockwaves, where the family members have been protesting outside the police station demanding justice. Now, here the family members also claim that they have also given 2 acres of mango orchards, half acre of farmland, 10 lakh in cash and 10 lakh of gold ornaments to the husband, that is Naresh Babu, and their in-laws, during the time of marriage, and harassment. The reason for harassment was dowry is what they claim. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in.
నా భార్య చనిపోయింది, కానీ అత్తగారింటి వాళ్ళు ఏమో అన్నీ నా మీదే వేస్తున్నారు. ఇవాళ నా భార్య మాట్లాడితే తనే నిజాలు చెప్పేది. గతంలో వాళ్ళు అసలు కనీసం ఏనాడు వచ్చేవాళ్ళు కాదు, పిలిచేవాళ్ళు కాదు, చూసేవాళ్ళు కాదు. ఏదో 2 సంవత్సరాలకు ఒకసారి ఎవరో పెద్ద మనిషిని అంటపెట్టుకొని మా మామగారు వచ్చి చూసిపోయి మళ్ళీ పెద్ద మనుషులు పంపించి వాళ్ళ పంపించి ఏళ్ళ పంపించి చేసేవాడు. ఎందుకు చేసేవాడు నా భార్యకి తెలియదు, నాకు తెలియదు. ఏం జరుగుతుందో ఏంటో అసలు ఏం అర్థం కావట్లేదు. ఇవాళ తను మాట్లాడే పొజిషన్లో లేదని చెప్పేసి ఇష్టం వచ్చిన అభాండాలు, ఏది తిండి పెట్టకుండా చంపారని, కడుపు మార్చి చంపారని, హింసించారని, అయ్యని ఇయ్యని ఇష్టం వచ్చినవి అన్నీ చెబుతుంటే ఏం చేయాలో కూడా మాకు పాలు పోవట్లేదు. నన్ను నేను ఎలా నిరూపించుకోవాలా? ఇంతకుముందు పంచాయతీలు జరిగినాయి, అవి జరిగినాయి, ఈ జరిగినాయి, అన్నీ జరిగినాయి. పెద్ద మనుషులు, మా ఊరు పెద్ద మనుషులతో కూడా చెప్పింది అమ్మాయి, మా నాన్నదే తప్పు, మా నాన్న మంచోడు కాదు, మా నాన్న తప్పని వాళ్ళ ఊరోళ్ళతో కూడా చాలా మందితో చెప్పుకుంది. ఇవన్నీ మరి అసలు ఎట్లా నిరూపించుకోవాలి ఏంటి? ఆ పెద్ద మనుషులు కనుక్కున్నా తెలిసిద్ది. అసలు ఎవరు అసలు ఏం చేయాలి? నా భార్య పోయిందని బాధలో ఉండాలా నేను? నా భార్య పోయిందని ఏడవాలా? లేకపోతే వీళ్ళు చేసే ఈ చిరాకుల పనులకి హాస్పిటల్లో ఐసీయూలో ఉన్న పేషెంట్ని చూడటానికి వచ్చి 5 నిమిషాలు, ఒక అరగంట, 2 గంటలు 3 గంటలు ఉండి వెంటనే వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన పోలీస్.
Well, shortage in urea in the state of Telangana is leading to a massive distress in farmers. Long queues are being witnessed in Medak and Vanaparthi for urea bags. Farmers wait in long queues, a kilometer-long queue, where hundreds of farmers are now waiting for a single bag of urea for their farmland. Now, this bag of urea or the urea supply is disturbing their agricultural activity, which is leading to a massive distress in the farmers, is what the farmers have claimed. Now, farmers who had been waiting in queues claim that the authorities who supply the urea are saying that there is no sufficient amount of bags available, just a few are available and the rest will be given the next day. So the farmers here in the early morning hours, just using their Aadhaar card or passbook, stand in queues for hours together just for a bag of urea. Now, political war has escalated regarding this supply of urea, where the state government or the Congress party in Telangana claims that the center is not supplying urea. It is the responsibility of the center to manufacture and import urea, and the state government is only responsible to supply. So there is no input from the center, is what the Congress government in Telangana has claimed, wherein the BJP here in Telangana says that enough amount of urea has been supplied, but it is a black marketing that is benefiting the black marketing agents, and farmers are now in distress because of the mismanagement of the state government, is what the BJP has to say. Well, the BRS has given an interesting reply, with KTR, BRS working president, has stated that whoever supplies urea, be it the state or the center, be it Congress or the BJP, be it India Bloc or the NDA, their vote in the vice president elections will belong to those that particular alliance, is what KTR has stated. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in.
DRS जो आपका ओपोनेंट है स्टेट में, वो कह रहा है दैट वी विल सपोर्ट विच एवर बी इट NDA और द ऑपोजिशन, whoever gives free urea to the farmers. So उन्होंने डायरेक्टली बोला है कि let CM of Telangana give free urea and I will support.
वो पागल है, पागल बन गए. यूरिया देना है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, यूरिया बांटना है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तेलंगाना. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तेलंगाना cannot give urea. We don't manufacture, we don't import. Government of India, they have their own manufacturing units, and Government of India has to import. तो साफ साफ क्यों नहीं कह रहे हम इंडिया कैंडिडेट को वोट डालने वाले हैं, हम मोदी का पट्टा बोल के? क्यों ये छुपा के? पिछले चुनाव में भी लोकसभा में इन लोग ऑर्गन डोनेशन से 8 सीट जीता है ना तेलंगाना में. पहली बार BRS पार्टी शुरू होने के बाद 20 साल में 2001 to 25 ईयर्स में एक भी सीट नहीं जीता वो पार्टी पार्लियामेंट में. इतना कमज़ोर हो गए. जो क्षेत्र से KCR और हरीश राव दोनों ही वो मेदक पार्लियामेंट क्षेत्र से MLA से, वो सीट भी बीजेपी ने जीत लिए। हरीश राव जो हर बार उन 60-70 1 लाख वोट से जीतते थे उनके असेंबली क्षेत्र से, इस बार बीजेपी को मेजॉरिटी आएगा वो असेंबली में।
So basically आप कह रहे हैं that BRS is going to support the NDA. ये
Anyway, बहाना ढूंढ रहे बस।
Well, BRS is a independent party. We are neither part of NDA nor are we part of the India bloc. We are not aligned to either BJP or to Congress. We fought elections in 2014 independently, 2018 independently, in 2023 also independently. So we don't have any bosses in Delhi, other like Congress and BJP. We will take a measured opinion of all of our party seniors, all of our party senior leaders. We will take their opinion, consult, and then possibly take a decision closer to the election date. But one thing I do offer both Congress and BJP, क्योंकि आज शॉर्टेज है यूरिया का, फर्टिलाइजर का तेलंगाना में, और 70 लाख से ज़्यादा फार्मर इंतज़ार में है कि कब मिलेगा यूरिया। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि बीजेपी और कांग्रेस भी इस बारे में कुछ बोलेंगे, और मैं एक ऑफर भी देना चाहता हूं उनको। आज यहाँ पे 2-2.5 लाख मेट्रिक टन यहाँ पे यूरिया चाहिए तेलंगाना में। अगर राहुल गांधी जी या मोदी जी आके बोलते हैं कि मैं सितंबर 9 तारीख के अंदर आपके यहाँ पहुंचा दूंगा 2-2.5 लाख मेट्रिक टन यहाँ के किसानों के लिए, हमारे वोट उनको दे देंगे। जो भी आगे आके बोलेंगे उनको दे देंगे।
Well, that is it from Telangana for today. Moving on to next story from Kerala, Shibi Mol gets us more details. Over to you, Shibi.
Thank you, Abdul. Well, a controversy has erupted in Kerala after the Sri Krishna temple in Guruvayur Sri Krishna temple decided to conduct a purification ritual after a non-Hindu woman entered the temple premises and washed her feet at the pond inside the temple. Now, the woman has been identified as Jasmine. She's a former Big Boss reality show contestant as well as a vlogger. She made a reel from the temple, using a song where we can see her washing her feet at the pond. So, Guruvayur temple is one of the prominent temples, just like Sri Padmanabha Swami temple and Shabarimala temple. Guruvayur is regarded as one of the 3 topmost temples in the state of Kerala, where devotees from different parts of the world and the country attend. Now, what the controversy is that Guruvayur temple restricts entry to non-Hindus. What Jasmine has said is that she had no idea that there was a restriction like this. It was a mistake that she made out of ignorance, and she apologized to whoever felt uneasy, whoever felt hurt by the action by her action. Now, the rituals began today morning from 5 a.m. It will go on till afternoon, is what we have been told by the temple authorities. It was decided of the temple met for a meeting because the reel went viral, and what has been decided is that she entered the temple and used the pond around 6 days ago. So all the pujas that took place in the last 6 days will be repeated. That includes 18 pujas and 18 shivelis. Now, some of the people on social media have also criticized the temple's action, saying that it was unknown to her. She apologized for it, and people should be treated as humans, and these kind of rituals and these kind of actions should not be taken, is what some people have said. But again, Jasmine says that she was unaware of this. Temple's belief is that the deity Sri Guruvayurappan is taken for a bath in that pond before the rituals, before the major rituals in the temple. So it's because of that they've decided to conduct a purification ritual. There was restrictions imposed on the devotees as far as entry is concerned, and also the temple authorities, the Guruvayur Devastham Board, appealed to the devotees, saying that if there's any discomfort caused to anybody, we apologize and please cooperate with this purification ritual. Now, that's the story we have from Kerala. Over to Apurva Jayachandran in Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you, Shibi. In fact, from Andhra Pradesh, we have a controversy that has now come up here regarding the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanams. There was a hotel that was given 20 acres of land there, right in the edge of TTD board, that is at Alapuri. This had been given in 2021. The controversy is simple. The lands that were given by then government in 2021, it had been given to an Oberoi group of hotels there, and they had decided to name it as Mumtaz Hotels. since the NDA government had come into power in Andhra Pradesh, there had been several talks that had come up, protests that had erupted regarding the name of the hotel that was cited to be constructed there, Oberoi Hotels, which was contrasting Mumtaz Hotels there at Alapuri. And following this name controversy that had broken out, the TTD board had a recent board meeting there, wherein they said that not only was the Oberoi group of hotels, which was given the 20 acres of land, will that hotel be given to them in a different place inside Tirupati rural area. But more importantly, the Andhra Pradesh government had also finalized saying that this hotel will be removed from Alapuri, where construction had hardly begun, and that they will go ahead and give it in an additional 20 acres of land. Now, where the question now arises is, when the former Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam's board member, Bhumra Karnakar Reddy, has alleged that this land swap by the TTD board after the recent resolution has not only resulted in an alleged scam, but he also goes on and says this is not the right way, and it's hurting the sentiments of the people. Catch the reactions coming in on this story.
TTD స్థలాన్ని టూరిజం శాఖకు బదలాయించటం మీద ఇది చాలా తప్పని, భగవంతుని ఆస్తిని టూరిజం శాఖకు ఇవ్వటం చాలా ఘోరమైనటువంటి అపచారమని, టూరిజం శాఖకే స్థలం ఇవ్వాలని అనుకుంటే మరో చోట ఎక్కడైనా కూడా ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ దగ్గర ఓ 25 నుంచి 30 ఎకరాలు ఇవ్వవచ్చునని, అలా కాకుండా దేవునికే సంబంధించినటువంటి స్థలం ఇవ్వటం మార్పిడిగా చాలా తప్పు అని నేను మాట్లాడడం జరిగింది. దానికి సంబంధించి నిన్న రాత్రి టిటిడి ముఖ్య ప్రజా సంబంధాల అధికారి పేరుతో ఒక రాజకీయ ప్రేరితమైనటువంటి ప్రకటన బిఆర్ నాయుడు గారు చేయించినారు, అధ్యక్షుల వారు.
After all the false narratives and after all the attempts, fake attempts by Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy to manipulate and do all kinds of negative things with Oberoi Group, what has happened is, once the land was allocated to them in 2021, after the land was allocated to a particular group in Oberoi Group also, there was a thing where the Hindutva organizations, Hindu groups, all of them came out, religious groups came out saying that we have a concern regarding this particular land being given to the Mumtaz group of hotels. That's when most of them agitated. They said, can you take them away from here and probably give them some other piece of land and all these things. So after our government came into power in 2024, a lot of deliberations have happened. All these religious institutions, associations which came up, after all taking into consideration, after all the sentiments of these religious associations, and also taking into consideration the interest of the investors, the state government of Andhra Pradesh has, under the visionary leadership of Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, has in fact allocated them, instructed TTD, in fact requested TTD to allocate a different piece of land for them, and that has happened. In the recent board meeting, July 2025, the land allocated to Mumtaz Group was cancelled and the newer piece of land was allocated to them, which was approved by the state government in the recent, on August 22nd. Now,
a land that was given during the previous government rule, and now the controversy yet again has erupted over this hotel there. The hotel that was proposed in 2021 still stands waiting to be constructed there. From one place to another, the land has been shifted, but the controversy carries on. That's all we have. News from Andhra Pradesh. Back to you, Nagarjun.
Thank you, Apurva. With that, we come to the end of today's So South episode, and keep watching us tomorrow also at 1 p.m. Until then, stay safe, stay informed, and keep watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream
and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you. Hello, Moto.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Thank you for staying with India Today, and we cut across to breaking news coming in. It's a big twist in the Nikki death probe. Now, according to CCTV footage that has been accessed, Vipin was present at the shop at the time that Nikki was burnt. Nikki's son was also seen playing outside, as opposed to a claim that came in from the son himself. It has also been revealed that Nikki, Vipin's kin, were present at the funeral. Now, the question also being asked is, why was a joint funeral conducted after the murder? The cylinder blast theory that is under the scanner now, and the cops are trying to get to the bottom of it. In fact, so far, according to the investigation, the cops have found no blast or flammable liquid that was present in the house at the time Nikki was burnt. Let me cut across to Himanshu Mishra joining us on the phone line with further details. Himanshu, ये जो जानकारी आ रही है, अभी पुलिस का शक किस तरफ जा रहा है?
देखिए, अभी पुलिस का कहना है कि जो भी तथ्य, जो भी एविडेंसेस उनके पास आ रहे हैं, वो उनको वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले देखिए, ये जो घटना हादसा है, ये 21 अगस्त शाम 5:30 से 6 बजे के बीच का है। उसके बाद जो कंप्लेन मिली, जो तमाम फुटेज निक्की की फैमिली, उनकी बहन की तरफ से दी गई, उन सबको देख करके पुलिस ने FIR दर्ज करके इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू की। इस दौरान कई ऐसे CCTV फुटेज जो विपिन के फैमिली के लोग हैं या आस पड़ोस के लोग हैं, उन लोगों ने जो दिया है, जो सामने रखा है, उसमें ये दावा किया जा रहा है। और जो कि विपिन जो है वो 6:39 से आपको बाहर था, दुकान पे खड़ा था, बाहर रोड पे टहल रहा था, गाड़ी साफ करने जा रहा था और 3 बच्चे, जिसमें एक विपिन का अपना बच्चा और 2 बच्चे जो विपिन के भाई के बच्चे हैं, वो तीनों जो दुकान है विपिन की और उसके पिता चलाते हैं, उनके सामने खेल रहे थे और फिर अचानक से कुछ होता है, विपिन अंदर दौड़ के जाता है। ये सीसीटीवी, ये दावे जो है, ये विपिन और उनकी फैमिली की तरफ से किए जा रहे हैं। तो अब पुलिस का कहना है कि जो भी तथ्य, जो भी एविडेंस है, जो भी फुटेज आ रहा है, उन सबको ध्यान में रख करके वो जांच आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। इस दौरान सुवेशा एक जो इम्पोर्टेंट अपडेट ये आया कि हमारी सुबह आज तक इंडिया टुडे ने जो एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत की देवेंद्र से, देवेंद्र कजन ब्रदर हैं, बगल में ही उनकी ठीक दुकान है विपिन की दुकान के, और वो उनका ये दावा है कि जब वो लेकर के गए निक्की को हॉस्पिटल, तो वहां पर निक्की ने डॉक्टर से बोला था कि सिलेंडर बर्स्ट हुआ है। तो ये बयान जो है ये बेहद अहम होगा अगर निक्की ने दिया था, जो देवेंद्र का दावा है। तो अभी पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है सुवेशा कहीं ना कहीं इनिशियल स्टेज पे है। जब सारे जितने भी एविडेंसेस है, चाहे वो निक्की की फैमिली की तरफ से पुलिस को दिए जाएं, चाहे विपिन और उसके फैमिली की तरफ से पुलिस को दिए जाएं, ये सारे वेरीफाई होंगे। तमाम जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है उसकी फॉरेंसिक जांच भी पुलिस कराएगी और उसके बाद जब चार्जशीट दाखिल करेगी पुलिस, तो इसमें क्लियर होगा कि क्या कुछ 5:30 से 6 के बीच 21 अगस्त की शाम को निक्की और विपिन के घर में हुआ था। जी
हिमांशु, बने रहिए हमारे साथ। आपने उनके पड़ोसियों से, उनके कई रिश्तेदारों से भी बात की है, फिलहाल वो सुनेंगे कि उन्होंने क्या कहा।
जो एफआईआर उसमें 5:30 का है, आप लोगों ने शोर कब सुना था यहाँ पे?
सर शोर उसी दौरान जब विपिन यहाँ पे बैठा था, उसको कुछ नहीं पता था क्या हो रहा था, और उसके बाद जब अफरा तफरी मची है और विपिन एकदम यहाँ से भागा अंदर के लिए, फिर उसने अपने चाचा के लड़के को, ताऊ जी के लड़के को आवाज मारी, देविंदर ये क्या हुआ। उसके बाद फिर वही वापस आया, गाड़ी वाड़ी निकाली उन्होंने, अंदर ले गई। उसके बाद ये झूठे का पड़ोसी ले गए, उसने विपिन ने खुद ने गाड़ी मोड़ी है। उसके बाद देविंदर ने गाड़ी लिया, उसके पिताजी गाड़ी में बैठे हैं और उसके बाद फिर रोड से ऐसे उसके हॉस्पिटल के लिए लेके गए हैं।
हॉस्पिटल के
लिए लेके गए थे।
अच्छा, तो क्या आपका जो डीवीआर है, वो सीसीटीवी है, वो पुलिस ने यूज किया? पुलिस ले गई अपने पास? आपने दिया फुटेज?
नहीं, फुटेज नहीं दिया जी मैंने उनको।
अभी उन्होंने पुलिस
नहीं जी, बाकी मैंने अपने ग्रुप में वैसे भाईचारे में दे दिया सब।
पुलिस को आपने नहीं दिया?
नहीं जी, पुलिस को नहीं दिया सर।
वो खुद भी नहीं आए?
नहीं जी, और नहीं कल आए भी थे, मैं उस टाइम ड्यूटी पे था, बच्चों ने मना कर दी, मेरे पापा नहीं है।
अच्छा, क्या कुछ देखा आपने, क्या हुआ?
उस टाइम पे लाइट नहीं था, तो मैं दुकान के बाहर ही बैठा हुआ था।
5:30 बजे?
5:45 बजे।
5:45 बजे,
ठीक है। तो विपिन यहीं था, बच्चे भी यहीं थे, तीनों बच्चे थे, विपिन था। और विपिन मैंने देखा कि भाग के गया एकदम से, जो शोर शराबा हुआ भाग के गया, वो अंदर गया, उसने आके शोर मचाया, मुझसे बोला भाई निक्की ने आग लगा ली। ठीक है जी, भाई निक्की ने आग लगा ली। मैं दौड़ के आया, उससे मैंने बोला कि गाड़ी निकाल और बैक कर हॉस्पिटल लेके चलते। गाड़ी में लेके चले गए।
कहाँ पे गए?
फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल।
कौन कौन था?
मैं था, विपिन के पिताजी थे, विपिन की माताजी थी और निक्की थी।
तो निक्की बेहोश थी?
नहीं, बातचीत करते गई थी।
क्या बातचीत हो रही थी?
वो ऐसे ही मुझे मतलब थोड़ी कराहट थी, दर्द था, और ये कह रही थी कि मुझे पानी दे दो, मुझे सांस में लेने में दिक्कत है। ऐसे हॉस्पिटल में हमने एडमिट करा दी, और एडमिट कराने के बाद भी वो बातचीत कर रही थी।
ठीक है।
डॉक्टर को उसने बयान दिए, डॉक्टर के पास हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों लैंग्वेज में उपलब्ध है।
Alright, so we continue to get you the latest on this case, but for the moment it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll also get you the latest on how flood has ravaged several parts of Himachal. Bias River that has overflown. There are floods that are being reported in Manali. In fact, a 2-story building that was also washed away in Manali. Stay tuned for more.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
welcome. You're watching India Today and I'm Anisha Mathur with the headlines at this hour. Flood ravages parts of Himachal. Beas River overflows, floods Manali. Two-story building washed away in Manali. It's India versus dowry demons. More cases of dowry harassment and deaths across India coming out, from brutal Noida murder to teacher's murder in Jodhpur. Kerala temple purification ritual after non-Hindu vlogger Jasmine Jaffer made reels temple pond to be cleansed. Kerala temple bars non-Hindus from pond. ED raids ex-Delhi Mantri Saurabh Bhardwaj. Raids in connection to 5,000 crore hospital scam in Delhi. "24 hours to go to Trump's tariff. PM Modi's assurance to Bharat says we'll find a way out. Highlights economic selfishness as India braces for Trump's tariff impact. Trump issues 25% tariff on India notice.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे।
Shah fires at opposition VP candidate. Amit Shah's Naxal attack at opposition VP pick. Sudarshan Reddy claims Naxalism thrived because of Reddy. Revant Reddy hits out at Amit Shah, calls Shah's attack unconstitutional. And it's breaking news coming in of the destruction in Kullu in Himachal due to the flood in the Beas River. A large part of the Kullu-Manali NH3 has been washed away. Along with this, a private hotel built along the national highway has also come under threat. Remember, landslides are happening continuously in this entire area as the direction of the Beas River itself has turned towards the national highway. In Bahang near Manali, a two-story building was washed away by the river water. Earlier this morning also, 2 restaurants and 2 shops had collapsed. And due to the rise in the water level of the Beas River, another 2-story building has now collapsed. There has been no loss of life, at least, because of this. And these are the visuals that you are bringing you of the flood fury in the Himalayas. This is near Manali, this is near Kullu, Manali. This is where the highway itself has been washed away. Restaurants, shops, buildings are being damaged because of the flood water. Nature venting its fury in Kullu. As you can see very clearly, these are shops, these are buildings that have been built dangerously close to the water channels themselves. This is nature reclaiming its space really as the water comes down with full flood fury in Manali and in Kullu. Okay, we're bringing you these visuals from Mandi and Kullu, and you can see this. The visuals on your screen right now are from Mandi and Kullu near Manali, which is a major highway. It's a major tourist area where people, hundreds and thousands of people travel up this highway to the restaurants, to the hotels, to the tourist areas, to the camping sites. And you can see here parts of the highway, parts of the road, parts of the hotels and walls that have been built being washed away by the fury of the floods. Kamaljeet Sandhu joins me on this story. Kamal, we're seeing nature's fury in full flow here. Across Kullu and Himachal, in Manali, in Kullu, in Mandi. And these are very, very populated areas. In the last several years, they've become major tourist areas. What more do we know about this?
Well, scary visuals really coming in from Kullu and Manali. What we see there is, in Manali, what we've seen is the impact with the two-story structure actually just falling like a pack of cards. In Mandi itself, what we've seen is a footbridge that's actually now inundated, and the water going on a very high level. So this is where what we're trying to tell you is that not just Himachal but nearby Punjab with Pong Dam and the Bhakra Dam releasing water, there is water just about everywhere in villages.
And we seem to be losing the network with Kamaljeet here. We are going to wait till this is sorted out. But Kamaljeet is telling us about what is happening on the ground. The visuals on your screen right now is from Manali. We'll get back on in the connection with Kamaljeet as soon as we can. But the visuals that are on your screen right now are from Manali, where part of the national highway has simply been washed away. You can see the cars, the jeep that this is a small truck from what we can see in the visuals that has simply gotten washed away along with the Beas water. Kamaljeet is back on the line with us. Kamal, you were talking about the impact on the Bhakra Nangal Dam as well. Please tell us, what were you saying?
See, what we've seen is incessant rainfall that has caused flooding in several of the districts in Punjab. We're talking about Fazilka, Firozpur, Gurdaspur, where I'm standing currently, even parts of Amritsar, Kapoorthala, Sultanpur.
Inundated. Now, what we know is in several of the locations, not just the locals, but even the SDRF, the BSF has come out with boats. But yes, visuals like these, what you see is just a normal Nala now turning into a full-fledged river. All this, if you go far and beyond, is getting into the villages. And that is why several of the villages have now really come out. Look at this. This is where it's close to Noida Dowry, an area which has seen a lot of water. And this is an area which has 8-9 villages but gets cut off because there's no proper road. So it's only a boat which actually gets the people out there. But that boat is stopped when the river water is either flowing fast or there is rainfall. So it's a pathetic condition as such, but a lot of people are going through hardship. In particular, there's been an alert which has been sounded out in Himachal Pradesh. Remember, they are the ones who, if you can just show you what the visuals also mean right behind, we will continue to show you as we talk about Himachal Pradesh, where what we're talking about is a serious wind situation taking place. Nothing compared to 2023, but it's getting closer there. Many talking about the ecological balance which was lost, because of which there are several of the structures which are now caving in, leading to one of the serious damages. But this time, the government has been faster responding, taking and evacuating people from areas not just low-lying, but those who could be coming in way of the path of the river. Now, what we know is there are several cloudbursts which have taken place earlier also. But the key concern is that there is an alert which is on till 30th. So those who are heading towards the hills have to be cautioned. But until it's extremely necessary, just avoid the hills. These are rainy seasons. The hills itself, a lot of shooting stone, landslide. These are several of the areas which could be prone to it, besides the traffic jam. But clearly,
Remember, even in areas like Gurdaspur, you can have a look. Look at this. This is where the villagers wading through water. We'll try and get you a sense from people itself as to how things are as far as the people are concerned. But look at those areas. The water going into several of the villages. We'll just try and get a sense from people as to how they are managing with their lives. ये बताइए कि पानी इस बार बहुत आया है, बकोड़ा पतन है, उसमें भी कट जाता है, तो हर जगह पानी नजर आ रहा है. कितना आपको लग रहा है कि प्रशासन कर पाई है यहाँ पे या कुछ प्रोवाइड कर पाई है?
प्रशासन मैम अभी आई है सुबह की, बाकी कल से यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है और तो पानी ज्यादा काफी आ चुका आगे भी। हाँ जी।
तो क्या कर रहे हैं आप लोग वहाँ से, घर से इवैक्यूएट कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं?
हाँ जी, घर से जो आगे के जो गांव है ना वहाँ से वो सारे खाली करवा दिए उन्होंने। ठीक है, बाकी अभी यहाँ पे शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं फिर रामपुर में, जल आगे दीनानगर में, गुरदासपुर में
कैंप से।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
So as you see, people now leaving for safer locations, but clearly the border areas in Punjab also impacted because of water coming in from Himachal Pradesh, the Pong Dam, even the Bhakra Dam, the gates being open. And remember, the alert is there even for tomorrow, even places like Chandigarh. This is where what we can try and show you once again is the sort of, and look at this, what we can try and show you is these are areas which get inundated very, very quickly. And this is where what you see is another administration and the police obviously trying to reach out to areas like this one. What we can see is a visit out here. Obviously, the government on an action mode right here, but clearly the indication is that this is an area which is vast in population, and that is why it becomes very pertinent to move out these particular people from low-lying areas into considerable safer zones. But children also impacted. बच्चे भी आपके साथ में हैं. कितना मुश्किल है खास तौर पे जिस तरह से पानी भरा है.
तो हमने 60 साल की उम्र होगी, हमने इतना पानी कभी नहीं देखा अभी तक. बहुत ज्यादा पानी है, बहुत परेशान है लोग, बहुत बुरा हाल है. ऐसा तो
कौन सा गांव है, कितना पानी आया है? हमें यहाँ पे जो गुरुद्वारा है उसमें नजर आ रहा है कि काफी हद तक ऊपर पानी आया हुआ है.
रायपुर में ही पड़ता है. हाँ जी.
तो क्या किया, वहाँ से आपने घर छोड़ा है, वहाँ से छोड़कर आ रहे हैं?
जहाँ तो पानी घर में घुसा है वो तो बाहर आ गए हैं, बाकी तो सेफ है थोड़े बहुते. आधे तो ज्यादा सेफ है, बाकी तो पानी है ये बहुत ज्यादा, मुश्किल बहुत आ रही है.
So many now crossing their fingers and hoping the best that the situation doesn't turn into worse. And
Hear me, you were talking about the release of water from the dams. You were talking about the Pond Dam, you were talking about the Bhakra Nangal Dam. We've seen the amount of rainfall that has come in Himachal, in Jammu, in all these catchment areas of the Ravi and the Beas rivers and their entire water systems. We're seeing a lot of cloudbursts, we're seeing a lot of water. What are you picking up from the administration about these dams and about the release of water? Because a lot of these flooding in the villages at least is because water is being also released from the dams to ensure that the dams themselves don't get damaged. Is that correct?
Absolutely. First of all, you know, there is this regulation which is done, mostly 2 or 3 gates, but now what we've seen in Pathankot, in other areas, what we're talking about, even in Gurdaspur, where there is a Tibri river, there is also river Ravi which goes into Pakistan, comes back to India again. This is where what we can tell you is the gates are open to regulate the system as such. The dams cannot hold that much water, but right now all the rivers are swollen at this point of time. So clearly, when we're talking about the sort of information coming in is whether we're talking about Satluj, we're talking about Beas, the rivers are all swollen, and this is clearly a big indication about how things really are at this point of time. And this is where the traffic is really impacted. This is where livelihoods are impacted. All this is making a huge difference as far as the people are concerned. But yes, the Satluj, Beas, Ravi, Uj rivers swollen by continuous downpour in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh, obviously inundating several of these particular villages. Over 1 lakh acres of crop, be it paddy, maize, bajra, all being destroyed. Also concerning are the mud houses, this one being a sewage system of sorts. We are talking about that. This is where it's all impacted, and a grave concern is that this is something which is going to only increase, and this is where we are also looking at areas which were not inundated earlier. So like the area of Sabrawan, which is in Amritsar, this is where what we've been told is the rivers are overflowing, several of them entering into homes, and this is a key concern. Because remember, the villages are impacted. You just look at these people walking with what looks like a daily, and a lot of people now putting up a brave front to ensure. We'll just try and get a sense. आप लोग कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
Just
घर छोड़ के जा रहे हैं कि आप घर पे ही जा रहे हैं? घर पे जा रहे हैं. तो कितना पानी आया है? So what we're trying to tell you out here is this
get
is
a sense, if you can get a sense from our viewers on what has been happening on the ground. You were talking about these I'm sorry, Kamal, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. We're getting some breaking news that's just coming in. We'll keep an eye on these floods, but without the breaking news. And it is a scary cloudburst also in Jammu Kashmir's Noida district. Visuals of floods triggered by cloudburst in the Noida district of Jammu and Kashmir. Clearly, viewers, the flood fury in full flow all across the Himalayas. This is now the visuals on your screen are from Jammu's Noida, where the river has flooded because of the rains. At the moment, we are showing you the Nala at the near the Sainik colony in Jammu. We are also getting you visuals of the water levels rising because of the rains in Noida. And this is several seasonal waterways across Jammu and Kashmir which have risen and are now flooding. Mir Farid is live with me on this story. Mir, in the Noida district, what are you picking up? This is several of the streams and the seasonal waterways that are now flowing, and we are seeing floods and a cloudburst there.
Yes, incessant rains are wreaking havoc. It's raining left, right, and center. Complete Jammu and Kashmir. Last many days, it's been raining non-stop, but it's been this rain current has been very strong as far as Jammu division is concerned. Today, since early morning, again it started raining heavily, and now we're hearing about flash floods and in fact the cloudbursts at various locations. And the latest from Noida is that 4 people have lost their lives since yesterday. Now 2 people died when a house collapse happened because of flash flood. 2 more were washed away by the strong currents of the flash flood.
Sunil Bhatt is also getting us a ground report from one of the flood affected areas. Let's dip into that. Let's listen in.
पुनावर तभी का बहाव काफी बढ़ गया है। कृपया करके नदी की तरफ न आए।
Across Jammu and Kashmir, and we just heard our colleague Mir Farid and Kamaljit Sandhu talking about what is happening across the hills. Viewers, these are incessant rains in Jammu, in Noida. We saw the flooding in Katwa just yesterday as well, and today, because of these rains, it is the rivers in the hills. This is the Tavi, this is the Ravi, this is the local rivers, including the streams that are there. These are the rivers that are there. All of them are now flooding because of the incessant rains.
वो नदी के किनारे न जाए और जो भी शब्दों के ऊपर चले वो नीचे उतर जाए। यहाँ पे जो खाली हो उनके शब्दों के ऊपर कोई नहीं चलेगा। ये पानी का जलस्तर बढ़ रहा है, ये का बहुत जबरदस्त लैंडस्लाइडिंग हो रही है और सभी नदी आए लगते हैं, कोई भी पास नहीं जाएगा। कृपया करके ध्यान दें सारे, कोई भी पास नहीं जाएगा तभी नदी के पास। अपने अपने माल मवेशियों को नीचे निकाले बाहर और तभी नदी के पास कोई नहीं जाएगा। लोगों से अपील की जाती है कि पहाड़ी क्षेत्र में बारिश होने के कारण पुनावर तभी का बहाव काफी बढ़ गया है। कृपया करके
Of course, is continuing with me on this story. Mir, could you tell us more about the areas that you are at? What is around you? The kind of visuals that we're seeing from Tavi, the Tavi River in Noida and other areas is showing us the fury of nature. Mir.
Well, the situation is definitely on the edge. The non-stop rains, flash floods, which are happening due to cloudbursts, are not helping the situation. And there are many areas in the Jammu division, as you rightly said, Noida, Kashtawar seem to be worst affected. And in fact, main proper Jammu city Most of the rivers, streams are flowing above the danger mark. Various locations, the administration has sounded flood alert sirens. Local police is advising through loudspeakers to people to evacuate, move to safer locations. 4 people till now, unfortunately, have died in these rains and the kind of flash floods that have happened in Noida. There was a house that collapsed, led to the death of 2 people, and while in fact 2 people were washed away by flash floods. The advisory is not good, Anita. In fact, IMD says that this bad weather, wet weather, heavy rain is going to continue for at least next 6 to 8 hours. And heavy to very heavy rainfall advisory alert has been sounded for the Jammu division districts. So this is not going to be over very soon. And unfortunately, you have most of the rivers flowing above the danger mark. A lot of panic amongst the people. But advisory
just a moment, Sunil Ji Bhatt is joining me from Jammu. Sunil Ji, where exactly are you? What are you seeing around you right now?
Right now I am standing on the banks of Tavi River here in Jammu city, and you can see that water level has increased in Tavi River. Swollen waters of Tavi River have now breached the banks, and the water has entered the residential areas in the low-lying areas. That is why teams from the local administration as well as from the police are on the spot. They are assessing the situation, but people are in panic. You can see that panic-stricken people are leaving their homes and going to safer areas. There is panic among people because after a long time this kind of situation has emerged in Jammu and the other districts of Jammu region. I will just ask my camera person to show you the pictures. You can see that that water level has increased, water flow has increased, and there has been damage to many residential areas in Noida district, in Kathua, in Samba. Here in Jammu city, situation is becoming very alarming as water level has increased, and that you see the Tavi bridge. That's a bridge on the Tavi River. This bridge connects one part of the city to another part, and you can see that water level has now touched the bridge right on the top near the road. So situation is getting grim minute by minute, and that is why authorities are closely monitoring the situation. They are assessing the situation, and teams from the local police as well as from the local administration are visiting the low-lying areas. They are appealing to the people that they should stay away from the rivers and nalas. And situation has become very difficult now because it has been raining cats and dogs here in Jammu region for last more than 24 hours, and it's becoming very difficult to even stand here right now because strong winds are also blowing. And there has been an incident of a cloud burst in Noida district of Jammu region. There has been massive damage to many residential houses, and the people are in immense pain. They are,
what are you picking up from the authorities? And first of all, I will ask you to please keep yourself safe. Stay away from the edge of the river as it is, that I can see you are very, very close to the river bank. But what are you picking up from the administration? What are they doing? Because this is a incessant rain that has been going on for the last few days, and the IMD has also issued an alert. What are the preparations that are being made right now?
Well, Anisha, administration has been monitoring the situation right since yesterday, and that is why alerts are being issued, and advisories were issued to people that people should not venture near the rivers and nalas. Helpline numbers were also issued in advance so that people can get in touch with the administration in case they are stuck in the flood waters. But it has been raining continuously for last more than 12 hours, and it hasn't even stopped for a minute. So you can understand the gravity of this situation. The administration has mobilized many teams, and panic-stricken people are leaving their homes. You can see that panic-stricken people are leaving their homes in the low-lying areas. Flood water has entered many residential localities here in low-lying areas, and what we are seeing is the swollen Tavi River in Jammu city, and people are in panic. You can see that water is now touching the bridge, the road So you can understand the situation that has emerged here. Teams from Jammu and Kashmir police have been visiting the low-lying areas, and they have been appealing to the people that they should stay away from rivers and nalas. And those who are stuck in flood waters, rescue teams have been mobilized. Rescue teams have been sent to different parts to rescue the people who are stuck in flood waters. But these are unprecedented scenes in Jammu city, in Kathua, in Samba. In Kathua district also, water level has increased in most rivers. In Samba also, similar situation has emerged, and many low-lying areas have been inundated. There is water logging in the plain areas, but the situation is worse in the low-lying areas, the areas which are located on the banks of nalas and rivers. Here you see the situation. Swollen waters of Tavi River have now breached the banks in many parts, and the flood water has entered many residential localities. Streets have been inundated. There has been water logging in many parts of Jammu city. Arisha, back to you.
Sunilji, we're also hearing about some roads also getting washed away in Kishtwar, some damage in Kishtwar as well, in Uj, the Uj river in Kathua as well. Can you tell us a little more about what has been happening? All right, we're breaking into visuals coming in now from Arunachal Pradesh. Viewers, clearly across the Himalayas, we were in Jammu just now, and now in Arunachal, these are visuals coming in of what looks like a landslide and flooding in Arunachal Pradesh now. This is nature's fury rearing its head across the Himalayas. Here, the visuals that we are on your screen right now
जी बिल्कुल
is
अभी
Arunachal Pradesh. Just listen to this video.
कुछ एक जगहों के अंदर जो है वेरी हैवी बारिशें हुई
What we are getting these visuals for you from Dirang in Arunachal Pradesh, where reports of flooding and landslides are just coming in. We are getting you more information that is just coming in, but for now we are showing you these visuals of the landslide and flooding in Arunachal. This is on a major traffic route in Dirang, I beg your pardon, in Arunachal Pradesh, and clearly across the Himalayas from the north to the east, we are seeing the fury of nature continually. This is a massive landslide that has blocked the highway in Arunachal Pradesh, and this is news that is just trickling in right now, viewers, in Dirang in Arunachal Pradesh, where this landslide has happened just a short while ago. We are seeing heavy rainfall in the northeast as well, and this is the landslide that has halted traffic on the Dirang-Tawang road in Arunachal Pradesh. It seems that across the hills from north to the east, we are seeing nature's fury as the incessant rains continue. From Jammu, from Himachal to Arunachal and Nagaland, we are seeing flash floods, we are seeing rainfall, and we are seeing landslides and damage to roads and residential areas. We will be keeping a very close eye on this, but for now it's time for us to take a very short break. Keep watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously. मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ
दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines. Presented by Motorola. PM Modi's sharp message on Trump's tariffs. Says, India won't bow down. ED raids. Saurabh Bharadwaj's home in hospital construction scam. US issues draft notice to implement 50% tariffs on Indian imports.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
They don't make headlines, they make India. The real unicorns of India don't chase valuation, they create value. These are the stories of those who don't just do business, they build India. This Independence Month, India Today celebrates the micro-moguls of India. Quiet ambition, local impact, national change. The untold stories of grassroots entrepreneurs quietly shaping a rising India. India Today, the micro-moguls of India. Subscribe now at subscriptions.indiatoday.in and read their full stories.
You're watching In the Club. I'm Suesha Samant, and well, we first get you details of how Parineeti Chopra and Raghav Chadha are writing a whole new chapter, rather the big chapter of their lives, parenthood. The power couple has shared the joyous news of their first child, sending fans and friends into a wave of heartfelt congratulations and celebrations. Take a look at this report.
Love, politics, and now parenthood. Parineeti Chopra and Raghav Chadha are writing their most beautiful chapter yet. The power couple has announced that they're expecting their first child. The parents-to-be took to social media and shared a joint post to announce the actor's pregnancy. As soon as the couple dropped the happy news, their fans and friends from the industry flooded the comment section with congratulatory messages.
मन्नत मांगी थी आपने कोई कि मेरी परी से शादी होगी तो मैं कपिल के शो में नंगे पांव जाऊंगा। मैं पीछे बैठा था बैक स्टेज और कोई जूते चुरा के ले गया।
In fact, this happy news comes shortly after Raghav dropped hints about their plans to expand their family.
इलेक्शन जीतना ज्यादा मुश्किल है कि बीवी का दिल जीतना।
During his appearance with Parineeti on an episode of the Great Indian Couple show earlier this month.
अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं लव एट फर्स्ट साइट। उसको हुआ।
Pariniti and Raghav's love story has been in the spotlight since their engagement on May 13, 2023, in New Delhi. Attended by family and political dignitaries including Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann.
Will you be a trainee or will you be a competitor?
The couple tied the knot on September 24, 2023 at the opulent Leela Palace in Udaipur. Following a series of intimate pre-wedding festivities. On the professional front, Pariniti will next be seen in an untitled Netflix show alongside Tahir Raj Bhasin, Jennifer Winget, Harleen Sethi, Chaitanya Chaudhary, Sumit Vyas and Anup Soni in pivotal roles. She was last seen in Imtiaz Ali's Chamkila.
गाने के लिए आपने कोई गीत सुना मेरा? सुना है जी।
और अब वो हुआ दोनों ने मिलकर बहुत से हल्के गाने गाए जोड़ी हिट हो गई
वो तो मेरे जामलंग था गरीबों के वो संग मजलूम का मसीहा उच्चलों को से वो तंग झूठों से उसकी कटियां झूठे जग से उसकी कटियां
तेरे को चुप के सुनेंगे सुन सुन के हंसेंगे हंस हंस के मरेंगे
सुने सारी चमकी लगे सी और रंगलीला पूछने में माने कोई ना
की कलाकार महान है लेकिन तू अपना है चमकीले
Meanwhile, the announcement of her pregnancy has left fans overjoyed, marking a new milestone in the couple's journey. With cinema and politics being intertwined in their love story, Pariniti and Raghav now prepare to embrace parenthood. Surrounded by blessings, love, and immense anticipation. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And well, as it turns out, 2025 seems to be weaving a tale of love, happiness and new beginnings as some of our most adored celebrity couples stepped into the beautiful world of parenthood. And 2025 is turning to be the year of bliss and blessings for them as they expand their families. Take a look at this report.
"2025 is weaving a tale of love, happiness, and the sweetest new beginnings as some of our most adored celebrity couples step into the beautiful world of parenthood. In a world of heartbreaks, these celebrity couples are surely a testimony of head over heels. And 2025 is surely the year of bliss and blessings for them as they expand their families. Kiara Advani and Siddharth Malhotra have officially stepped into their most magical role yet. Mom and dad. The power couple welcomed a beautiful baby girl. The happy news came just months after the couple announced their pregnancy in February 2025 through an adorable social media post. Both Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani shared screen space in Shersha in 2021, and this almost felt like it was always meant to be. From romantic getaways to cozy dinner dates, the couple continues to share glimpses of their life together on social media. Ileana D'Cruz welcomed her second child, a baby boy with husband Michael Dolan. The actress shared the happy news on social media with a sweet picture of her little one. The couple named their son Keanu Rafe Dolan. This marks the second child for D'Cruz and Dolan. The duo previously welcomed their first son, Koa Phoenix Dolan, on August 1st, 2023. Amy Jackson and Ed Westwick embraced parenthood with the arrival of their first child, a baby boy, on March 24th. The couple joyfully announced the news on social media, sharing a heartfelt note. In fact, they have named their son Oscar Alexander Westwick. Oscar is Westwick and Amy Jackson's first child. Meanwhile, Amy also shares her eldest son, 5-year-old Andreas, with ex-husband George Paniatov. Amy and Ed tied the knot in August 2024, 3 years after meeting at the Red Sea International Film Festival in 2021. Their love story blossomed over time, and they confirmed their relationship publicly in June 2022 with this adorable birthday post, wherein she expressed her love for him, describing their deep connection. Athiya Shetty and Indian cricketer KL Rahul have also stepped into parenthood, welcoming their baby girl. The couple shared the news with a heartfelt post. Blessed with a baby girl. Athiya and Rahul had announced their pregnancy in November last year and celebrated with a dreamy maternity photo shoot that captivated their fans. Interestingly, the duo first met in 2019 through a mutual friend and had a secret relationship for a couple of years before tying the knot in January 2023 at Sunil Shetty's Khandala farmhouse. The intimate ceremony was attended by close family and friends. With the arrival of their little princess, their love story continues to blossom into a new, beautiful chapter. With Pranjali Sethi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And while Nandamuri Balakrishna has been honoured by the World Book of Records UK Gold Edition for completing 5 decades in films. With this honour, he became the first Telugu actor to achieve such a distinction. Dive into this report.
Padma Bhushan, Shri Nandamuri Balakrishna, Kala Film Abhinay.
In a tale fit for the silver screen, it's a cinematic titan's golden milestone, as veteran Telugu actor Nandamuri Balakrishna has been honoured by the World Book of Records UK Gold Edition for completing 5 decades in films. With this honour, he became the first Telugu actor to achieve such a distinction, marking a historic milestone in Indian cinema. His daughter Brahmani Nara shared the news and expressed her pride in an Instagram post, captioning, "A huge congratulations to my father Nandamuri Balakrishna Garu. 50 years as a leading hero, a feat now in the World Book of Records." Political leaders too joined in celebrating the achievement, including Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu. Fondly known as Balayya by his fans, Balakrishna began his acting career in 1974 with Tattamma Kala.
మా బాబే మీరు వస్తారని నాన్నగారు చెప్పారు కానీ బళ్ళు పని నుండి కాస్త ఆలస్యమైంది క్షమించు తాతమ్మా
బంగారు తండ్రి ఎరా ఈయన గారికి ఏమన్నా మిగిల్చావా అంతా ఖాళీ చేసావా
నాకు ఇప్పుడు వద్దులే తాతమ్మా స్నానం చేసి వచ్చి తింటాను
And over the decades, Nandamuri Balakrishna has crafted a cinematic legacy that spans over 100 films, each a testament to his versatility and enduring appeal. From the poignant 1975 family drama Anandamula Anubandham to the 2023 high-octane action saga Veerasimha Reddy. His roles have captivated audiences across generations. In the 1984 Sahasame Jeevitham, he showcased his prowess in romance, while the 1969 Kada Nayakadu marked a significant milestone in his illustrious career. His recent ventures include the 2023 Bhagwant Kesari and still continue to solidify his status as a cinematic title, blending tradition with contemporary storytelling.
Nelakonda Bhagwant Kesari.
In fact, his last film was Daku Maharaj, which released earlier this year and starred Bobby Deol, Pragya Jaiswal, Shraddha Srinath, Urvashi Rautela, among others, in pivotal roles. Adding to his list of accolades, Balakrishna was honoured with the Padma Bhushan, one of India's highest civilian honours, for his contribution to cinema. Currently, the actor is working on Akhanda 2, Tandava, and has another upcoming project with filmmaker Gopichand Valineni. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And while Rajnikant's Coolie is smashing box office records with a powerful ensemble cast and a hard-hitting vigilante narrative, the film strikes a perfect balance between mass action and emotional depth. But is the hype real? Take a look at this segment because numbers never lie.
30 வருஷமா ஒருத்தனை ஆஃப்லைன்லயே வச்சிருக்கேன். அவனுக்கு தெரிஞ்சது
There is no cooling down the fire that is Coolie. Superstar Rajnikant has once again proven why he remains the undisputed monarch of Indian cinema.
தனியா வாழ்ந்து பழகிட்டீங்க. அவர் உங்களுக்கு வெறும் ஃப்ரெண்ட் தான். எங்களுக்கு அப்பா.
Directed by Lokesh Kanagraj, Coolie has exploded into the big screen with thunderous fanfare, shattering records and setting the global box office ablaze. The film has crossed rupees 250 crore in India within 11 days. In fact, during its second weekend, the action thriller saw a dramatic recovery that helped it sail past the rupees 450 crore mark worldwide. At the end of its second weekend, Coolie now stands as the fourth highest grossing Tamil film of all time. The film opened with a colossal 65 crore rupees on day one, and the momentum barely dipped as Coolie raked in rupees 54.75 crore on its second day. In just 3 days, the film has amassed a staggering rupees 158.25 crore at the domestic box office. The star-studded ensemble featuring not just Rajnikant but also Nagarjuna, Upendra, Shruti Hassan and Shobhan Shahir, with a special appearance by Bollywood legend Amir Khan, which only amplified the hype, making Coolie a pan-India phenomenon.
முப்பது வருஷமா ஒருத்தனை ஆஃப்லைன்லயே வச்சிருக்கேன். அவனுக்கு தெரிஞ்சது.
Interestingly, Coolie follows Rajnikant as a former port labourer turned vigilant who rises against a corrupt cartel exploiting dock workers. Set in a gritty world of power and rebellion, he becomes a symbol of justice after a personal loss draws him back into conflict.
போனார்கள் தப்பென்ன சரியென்ன எப்போதும் விளையாடு.
Battling smugglers and betrayal, he dismantles the syndicate one by one in a gripping tale, packed with mass action, emotion, and whistle-worthy moments that celebrate the working class.
சோறுண்டு சுகமுண்டு மது உண்டு மாது உண்டு மனம் உண்டு என்றால சொர்க்கத்தில் இடம் உண்டு போடா.
What's more, within just 2 days of its release, the film overtook Ajit Kumar's Good Bad Ugly, taking the crown as 2025's top Tamil grosser.
ஆனா என் பையனுக்கு ஒண்ணுனா விட்டத தொட்டுதான ஆகணும்.
Even with this, the superstar has also gone past his last release, with Ayan's lifetime.
Visuals of this is the newest addition to our Navy. This stealth in design, strength and capability, the spirit in her crew, a stride tradition and technology. This is a new era for the Indian Navy. This is a short video on the journey of Udayagiri. The legacy of the name Himgiri is distinguished by honor. Its modern incarnation radiates unprecedented strength. We are bringing you the latest acquisition of the Indian Navy, which is a big boost to India's naval might. From blueprints to the boundless blue of the sea, it is a proud heritage that has been reborn and renewed. The Indian Navy is set to commission the latest state-of-the-art Project 17A multi-mission stealth frigates Udayagiri and Himgiri at the Naval Base Visakhapatnam. The ceremony will be presided over by the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, and this will be the first occasion where 2 frontline surface combatant vehicles constructed at 2 different shipyards will be commissioned simultaneously. This is underscoring the growing maritime importance of India's eastern seaboard. Remember, Udayagiri and Himgiri are follow-on ships of the Project 17, which is the Shivalik class frigates of the Indian Navy. Both these vessels incorporate significant improvements in design, stealth, weapon and sensor systems and are capable of executing a full spectrum of maritime missions in blue water conditions. We are bringing you the visuals from the ceremony that is going to be taking place very, very shortly, as the Udayagiri and the Himgiri will be commissioned into the Indian Navy. These are India's newest silent sea hunters. Shivani is on the phone line with me on this story. Shivani, the ceremony to start very, very soon. Can you tell us a little more about the new acquisitions of the Indian Navy?
Anisha, see, these are the ultra-modern, high-tech stealth frigates that are now being commissioned into the Indian Navy. And what is more important is that both of them are from Nilgiri class, the Project 17A stealth frigates that have been made in India. The first one, INS Nilgiri, was commissioned in January this year by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now the next 2, INS Udayagiri and INS Himgiri, are now being commissioned into the Indian Navy. 75% of them is indigenously content made, and they are being commissioned together, and this is quite a rare in a first that two different stealth frigates that have been made by different companies are now being commissioned together at Visakhapatnam. And when we talk about the capabilities, these are the one of the best stealth frigates, Anisha. They have the power of BrahMos, they have the power of Barak 8 missiles, and they are stealth frigates because they can dodge any kind of torpedo and other movements of the enemy. So this is how they can operate aggressively in the front line. So they are the frontline combatants, the newest frontline combatants of the Indian Navy, and that too with the power and capabilities of Atmanirbharta.
So Shivani, you were talking about the Atmanirbharta, you were talking about how more than 75% of these naval ships has been made in India. Could you tell us a little more about what has been done about these ships? What kind of technology, what kind of firepower do these ships have?
Certainly. See, Anisha, first of all, let's talk about where they have been built. So if I talk about Himgiri has been made in GRSC Kolkata, and the Udayagiri has been developed and constructed in MDL Mumbai. So these are both very important shipyards with the capabilities of Indian shipbuilding. Not only this, a number of content, for that matter, for example, the steel, that is also indigenously made and procured. A number of parts, I was telling you that 75% of the parts of these ships have been made in India, and there were collaborations done with the MSMEs. Thousands of people got employment while these two stealth frigates were being made. And not only this, the capabilities of this kind of stealth frigate is according to the needs of India. So remember Operation Sindoor, where we saw the Indian Navy aggressively positioned in the northern Arabian Sea and kept Pakistan and Pakistan's Navy under control. So the kind of future wars India can be in, all those weapon systems
We are now
that
awaiting
the long range MRSAM, the medium range surface to air missile systems. So they are all in these combatants, the frontline combatants, the stealth frigates of India, the Project 17A, which happens to be a very important project where altogether 7 stealth frigates will be made in India. So now with the commissioning, the first 3 are already in. The next 4 will also be made in India and very soon be a part of Indian Navy. So with the power of BrahMos, that is again a made-in-India missile system that has already proven its mettle in Operation Sindoor, Anisha, is also a part of the weapon systems that these stealth frigates are integrated with. So each of these weapon systems or the stealth frigates will be carrying 8 vertical launcher systems for the BrahMos. So Barak missiles are also there. A number of other weapon systems that can make these stealth frigates most capable combatants are present on board.
So, Shivani, can you tell us a little more about their deployment, where it is likely to be? Has the Navy said anything about what role they are going to be playing? Because India, as you just said, we've seen the work of the Indian Navy during Operation Sindoor, and these ships particularly are also meant for blue water operations. What does it mean really for our India's preparedness when it comes to...
देवियों और सज्जनों, एडमिरल दिनेश कुमार त्रिपाठी नौसेना प्रमुख पधार चुके हैं।
All right, so these 2 ships that are being commissioned very shortly, we're bringing you the visuals from the commissioning ceremony that is going on right now. The Naval Chief and the Defence Minister both present at the spot for the...
requested to rise and greet the Honourable Defence Minister after the inspection of guard.
देवियों और सज्जनों, हम आज के प्रवर्तिकरण समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि भारत के माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी के आगमन का
is about to arrive at the ceremony which will dedicate these two frigates to the Indian Navy. Shivani is back with me on the line on this story. Shivani, we were talking about what impact these frigates and the growth of this entire class of frigates is going to have on India's naval capacities. Could you please tell our viewers about what they are meant to do for the Indian Navy? Shivani.
See, Anisha, when it comes to the stealth frigates, they are multi-operational frigates. They are sleek. They are smaller in size when it is compared with the destroyers. But these are the most capable warships that the Indian Navy has in for the future operations too. We've already seen that Indian Navy has been enhancing its prowess, its capabilities in terms of multilateral exercises, the maritime diplomacy that we call it, and also operations like Operation Sindoor that we've seen very recently, where we saw that multiple assets of the Indian Navy, including the warships, the submarines, the stealth frigates, the destroyers, they were all aggressively positioned in the Northern Arabian Sea. They kept Pakistan at its knees, especially when it comes to the maritime domain. So there can be a number of operations into which these Project 17A stealth frigates will be deployed. Not only this, when we see that the Indian Ocean region, where the Chinese have been flexing their muscles of late, so there is a requirement of our warships there, which are positioned, that patrol, that are not only securing our maritime borders, but also create deterrence in this whole maritime region. So in the blue waters, now we have two more stealth frigates, INS Udaygiri, INS Himgiri. We see the direct commissioning ceremony that is happening in Visakhapatnam, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is also present. The Chief of Navy is out there, and many other officials from the Indian Navy are also present at this moment. And also the shipbuilding companies, the GRSC and the DL representatives are also present when the commissioning is going on, Anisha. So this is an important day. Remember, the first of this P-17 Project stealth frigate was INS Nilgiri, and it was commissioned in Mumbai by Prime Minister Narendra Modi this year in the month of January. So very rapidly, on a very fast pace, the Indian Navy is adding to its strength. It is adding its assets, and these stealth frigates will definitely be deployed in multiple operations, be it the maritime security, the exercises, the operations, complex operations, because they are stealth in nature. They cannot be caught by the enemy radars, and they have best technology on board.
All right, Shivani, if you can tell us a little more about the technology that's on board these frigates. You've mentioned that they are capable of hosting the BrahMos missile, the Barak missiles, which will be India's top firepower. But apart from that, what else have we done with these ships? We seem to have lost the connection to Shivani. We'll get her back on the line. On your screen, viewers, right now is the cavalcade of the Defence Minister, who's just coming into the this ceremony that is being held at Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh right now. The Udaygiri and the Himgiri are being inducted into the Indian Navy. Their commissioning ceremony will be beginning any second now, and you can see on your screens right now the Defence Minister has reached.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest of today's commissioning ceremony, the Honorable Defence Minister of India, Shri Rajnath Singh, has arrived at the venue.
देवियों और सज्जनों, आज के प्रवर्तीकरण समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि भारत के माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी कार्यक्रम स्थल पर पधार चुके हैं। माननीय रक्षा मंत्री अब गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर का निरीक्षण करेंगे।
screens the Defence Minister, the Raksha Mantri, there to launch the 2 frigates, stealth frigates. They are known for their strength, their capability, and the spirit of their crew. The guard of honor for the Raksha Mantri. And India Today's Shivani Sharma continues to be with us. Shivani, we can see the Raksha Mantri has reached the spot. He's at Visakhapatnam. Do tell us, why is this a momentous occasion for the Indian Navy?
Anjali, this is a very important occasion. This is not just any usual commissioning ceremony, but this is the commissioning ceremony of 2 stealth frigates together. These 2 stealth frigates are INS Udaygiri, INS Himgiri, which have been made in India. And these are the stealth frigates that belong to the Project 17A, Nilgiri class of frigates. These frigates, 7 in number, are being made under Project 17A. If I talk about the capabilities, they are they are one of the best in their class. They are sleek, as we call them, stealth frigates, because stealth frigates are different from destroyers in terms of their size and role. They have a displacement of 6,700 tons. That is 6,700 tons. And generally, they are deployed in multiple operations and multiple roles, and they are equipped with India's pride BrahMos missiles. Actually, not only BrahMos missile, but the Barak 8 missiles, the close-in weapon systems are also placed on these warships. And these 2 warships that are being commissioned in Visakhapatnam will enhance the capabilities of Indian Navy in the blue waters. And remember, very recently, we've seen in Operation Sindoor how the Indian Navy was aggressively positioned in the Northern Arabian Sea. It had a very important and a crucial role of keep Pakistan into its limits when it comes to the maritime borders. And that was a huge responsibility that the Indian Navy carried. Not only this, Anjali, we've seen that the Indian Navy has been proceeding well in its motto of getting 100% self-reliant with the motto of Atmanirbharta. And when we talk about these stealth frigates, these are with 75% indigenous content. Udaygiri, that has been made by MDL in Mumbai, and Himgiri, that has been made by GRSE in Kolkata. So both of them show the capabilities of India's shipbuilding that is increasing year after year, and a very fast pace. We see the Indian Navy is commissioning its frigates. So in the month of January, the first of its class, INS Nilgiri, was commissioned by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And now the next 2, INS Udaygiri and Himgiri, are being commissioned into the Indian Navy. They will enhance the strength of Indian Navy's stealth frigates to number 14. So now we'll have 14 stealth frigates, and most of them are equipped with BrahMos. So we know that they can dodge the enemy radars. They are very good in the anti-submarine operations. They have modern equipment and warfare on them. And most of these parts, most of these weapon systems are indigenous. So this is a very important occasion when we see 2 stealth frigates being commissioned into the Indian Navy.
Right, Shivani, do highlight for us and the viewers the importance of having a navy which is self-reliant and strengthened via these frigates, because during the Operation Sindoor, we did see the role of the Indian Air Force, and most of the common public was focusing on that. But the Indian Navy also proved to be a huge deterrent. So do explain to us, why is it important?
Certainly, Anjali, you've asked a very relevant question, because when it comes to the Indian Navy, in Operation Sindoor also it was being said that Indian Navy had been the silent fighter on the front of maritime borders. It did not make any noise, but it kept Pakistan under its control. It did not let the Pakistani Navy assets move ahead into the Arabian Sea. It kept carrying its firing drills and demonstration to show the kind of capabilities India has when it comes to the blue water operations, the complex missions, and it can destroy any of the enemy warships and the assets out there. So this is very important to understand, that not only for complex operations like Operation Sindoor, Indian Navy's might and capabilities are important, but also in terms of the naval diplomacy or the military diplomacy that we say. We've seen that how United States, Australia, the other Quad countries have been holding naval drills with India. That means that we are growing relationship in terms of the maritime operations with these countries. And we are showing a level of deterrence when it comes to China's muscle flexing, especially in the Indian Ocean region. So it's very important for our Navy to be self-reliant also, and it has kept a mission to be 100% self-reliant by 2047 when India will be celebrating 100 years of its independence, Anjali. So we are seeing that most of these naval ships, the warships that are being inducted into the Indian Navy, are made in India. So that is the power of Atmanirbharta that we see most in the Indian Navy because, if we talk about these two stealth frigates, I was telling you that they have been made in India and that too with 75% indigenous content that makes the weapon systems like BrahMos, that also makes the steel that has made the body of these stealth frigates and much more. So all that India needs is being made in India. And that's not only keeping the confidence of India's forces high, but also giving a strong message to the world that India is changing, India can make for itself and for the world too.
Absolutely, and not just make for itself, but also design for itself. Many a times there are people who argue that we are not able to develop technologies or design. But these two frigates have also been designed in-house by the Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau. So how does that also sets them apart?
See, Anjali, you've asked another important question because the Udaygiri, INS Udaygiri, happens to be the 100th ship that has been designed by the Naval Warship Design Bureau. That shows the capabilities of Indian Navy when it comes to ship designing, shipbuilding. And if I talk about the shipbuilding capabilities, India is marching ahead, not only in terms of military shipbuilding, but also the commercial shipbuilding. We've got a number of shipbuilders in the country. They are very old ones when we talk about these shipbuilding capabilities. We have them in Kochi, we have in Goa, we have in Mumbai, Kolkata. So all these places we have extraordinary shipbuilding capabilities, and Indian Navy has been designing according to its needs. And Udaygiri happens to be the 100th warship that has been designed by the Naval Warship Bureau. That means we've been designing a number of assets for ourselves because we know what kind of assets we need, what are our requirements for that matter. A very recent example can be that the naval officers who are women officers, they have their kind of rooms in these warships that are being made specially for them. For Agniveers, there are special kind of living areas out there depending upon their needs. So all these needs are being looked after, the kind of operations we might get into in the future. All these things are being kept in mind. So these are the very cost-effective ship designing skills that India has. And Navy has been designing its naval assets as per its requirements. And these two have also been designed by the Indian Navy and made in India.
Absolutely, and this is a true mark of a modern Navy, as you tell us, Shivani, that there are actually living quarters which are designed for gender neutrality, for women who will be part of the Navy or serving on these frigates. This is extremely important. We will be dipping into the audio of the event as soon as we can, but do tell us that Udaygiri itself, the frigate, it also holds the distinction of being the fastest in its class. So could you tell us a little bit more about that?
See, Anjali, when we are talking about these frigates that are of Project 17A, the Nilgiri class, they are much better than the previous class. They are bigger in size, say about 5% bigger in size than the Shivalik class, the class that was the previous class of these ships. So when we talk about INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri, both of them are of the same class. More or less the features are same. Their speed is high, their mobility is high. They are perfect for anti-submarine operations with the kind of weapon systems they have. They can deal with the torpedoes. They have the sonar systems on board. So not only on the surface, but under the surface of the sea, also they are quite capable for targeting any kind of enemy threats. So everything in these ships, speed, the weapon systems, be it the top-notch speeds out there, be it the weapon systems, the detection radars out there, which have been made in India. So everything makes them one of the best in their class. And today, when they will be a part of the Indian Navy will be having a capability of 14 stealth frigates, which can be deployed in complex missions also, for patrolling purposes also, for holding drills also, operations like Operation Sindoor also, and they are fast, they can move ahead with any kind of role, and multiple weapon systems. So their weapon systems, as I was highlighting, they have BrahMos missiles on board. There are 8 vertical launch systems on each frigate, the Udaygiri as well as the Himgiri. They have Barak missiles on them. They have close-in weapon systems, the gun systems that they have, the 30 gun systems also on these ships. They have sonars on them. They have ultimate radar systems to just look around and find and see whether there is a movement of any kind of enemy asset in the blue waters. So they have technology that is best in the world, and most importantly, the confidence of being made in India, the Atmanirbhar Navy that we see, which is progressing ahead year after year with their these warships being made in India and being commissioned in India.
Absolutely, and the constant upgrading of our Navy, Air Force and Army is constantly required, and this is what we are seeing right now with the launching of these 2 frigates. Joining us now is Captain D.K. Sharma. He's a former Navy spokesperson. Thank you very much, Captain, for speaking with us. Do tell us the importance of these 2 frigates and how will it strengthen the Indian Navy, especially keeping in mind the recent skirmishes that we saw and the kind of role the Indian Navy played.
Well, it's a kind of a red letter day, I will say, because these 2 ships have been built by 2 separate shipyards on either coast of India. One was from the Mazagon docks in Mumbai, and the other one was made by GRSE, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers in Kolkata. And if you see, have a look at it on your visuals, they are identical ships. And the credit for this goes to the Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau, which have worked so meticulously and now standardized. And let me tell your viewers that this is not the end. This is just a beginning, because 7 of these ships are coming out. 4 will come out from Bombay and 3 will come out from GRSE. And they will be adding to the punch of Indian Navy. And also they are fully packed with weapons, the latest contemporary weapons, which can bring down any kind of threat, should there be so. Whether it is, the threat from smaller boats, which we see in anti-piracy and all, or when we come to the, conflict kind of a situation where the threat is from air, that is missiles or aircraft. So we have surface-to-air missiles in the ships. Then we have a very, very potent capacity and capability to neutralize all the threats at sea, as also the threats which can emanate from land. And we have heard about it during Op Sindoor, BrahMos. So we have a battery of BrahMos missiles on board these ships. Then we have a very, very strong and a very credible package of anti-submarine warfare, which includes the sonar, the rockets, the bombs, and the torpedoes. And also we have the capacity to carry a multi-role helicopter, MH-60R, which was imported from US in 2021. So in a nutshell, it is a very, very strong and a lethal package which the Navy is inducting today. And they will keep on adding to the strength and might of Indian Navy.
Absolutely. Captain, do tell us, in terms of the threats posed by China in the Indian Ocean, our might in the Indian Ocean is constantly challenged by the growing influence of other countries. Especially, we've seen China increasing its footprints with string of pearls. So do tell us how these frigates that you're mentioning will be joining us as well, apart from these 2 that are launched today. How will they help in strengthening our influence in the Indian Ocean?
Well, the biggest threat to anything in Indian Ocean will be to our commerce. And as you have heard our Honorable Prime Minister, Raksha Mantri, that our focus now onwards is going to shift towards blue economy and how to support the trade and the routes. These are the international highways. And we are finding that China is making ingress over here on various alibis. They are coming here. They started coming here in our warm waters on the, premise of anti-piracy. And since then, they have not gone back. And now we also find them, a lot of their research vessels are around doing some kind of research and collecting data so that tomorrow they can use that data to deploy their assets over here. But with these kind of assets which Indian Navy is now putting out, or I must say India is putting out, they are solid deterrents and they will keep an eye on our waters and our interest, the national interest, 24/7. And as I've told you, these assets are not going to stop one by one. They're all coming out as such. 7 of these ships will come out eventually, and then the next series of next generation destroyers and next generation frigates and other assets are coming. And number 2, all of them will be indigenous. Indian Navy has done away the last ship which had to be imported from Russia, which came or acquired. The acquisition happened from Russia, is done and dusted. Here and after, Indian Navy is Atmanirbhar. It is absolutely being made in India in various yards. So whether you talk of Cochin Shipyard, which made the aircraft carriers, the destroyers which are being made at Mazagon docks, the frigates which are coming out from Garden Reach, the OPVs which are coming out from Goa Shipyard, and also the private yards, L&T and various other yards, which are helping out in increasing our might and our strength so that we look after our interests 24/7, 365 days.
Right. Captain, lastly, I'd just like to ask you, with the Indian Ocean aspect only, we see that, earlier we used to look at US as well for support, but now with the US being an unstable partner, how important is self-reliance in terms of Navy and our dominance in the Indian Ocean?
Well, no country will depend upon any other country for any kind of support in times of crisis, which you have seen also during Op Sindoor. We in the Navy, or for that matter, the Indian Armed Forces or the Government of India, or as a whole of nation approach, we are very clear that everything has to be done by ourselves to safeguard our interests. So we are moving in the right direction. So what if we are taking time? But as you see, slowly, the assets are coming in, getting inducted, getting proved, and should there be any kind of
Thank
threat,
you,
I'm sure.
Captain, for giving us all that information. And now we will cut across to Vishakhapatnam, where the Naval Chief is speaking right now.
और वक्शीर के सफल ट्राई कमिश्निंग के बाद हमने पिछले 2 महीनों में तमल, अरनाला और निस्तार को नौसेना में कमीशन किया है। इन सब के बाद आज की यह डबल कमीशनिंग भारत की समुद्री शक्ति और निरंतर प्रगति और गतिशील विस्तार का स्पष्ट प्रमाण है। आज जिन वॉरशिप्स की कमीशनिंग हो रही है, उनके भूतपूर्व अवतार जो कि लिएंडर क्लास फ्रिगेट्स थे, अपने समय के पायनियर्स थे, जिन्होंने भारतीय नौसेना की डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम्स और मल्टी डायमेंशनल कैपेबिलिटीज की ओर परिवर्तन की शुरुआत की थी। अपने पूर्व रूपों में उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी कई चैलेंजिंग और कॉम्प्लेक्स ऑपरेशन में शामिल रहे हैं, जैसे कि सन 1988 में मालदीव्स गवर्नमेंट की सहायता के लिए किए गए ऑपरेशन कैक्टस और 2001 के कक्ष के क्षेत्र में आए भीषण भूकंप के पीड़ितों की राहत के लिए किया गया ऑपरेशन सहायता। हमारे लिए यह भी बड़े सम्मान की बात है कि कई वेटरन्स इंक्लूडिंग द कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स जिन्होंने पुराने उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी पर सेवा की थी, वह आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। देवी और सज्जनों, अनसर्टेनिटीज और कॉम्पिटिशन्स के भरे इस युग में भारतीय नौसेना की समुद्र में ओवरवेलमिंग फोर्स डिलीवर करने की क्षमता भारत के दुश्मनों के खिलाफ एक क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस है। हमने इसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान बखूबी प्रदर्शित किया, जब हमारी यूनिट्स की स्विफ्ट डिप्लॉयमेंट और एग्रेसिव पोस्चरिंग ने पाकिस्तान की नौसेना को एक तरह से कैद करके रखा और उन्हें मजबूर किया कि काइनेटिक एक्शंस को समाप्त करने का हमसे अनुरोध करें। सर, आपने कुछ दिनों पहले विक्रांत के डेक पर भारतीय नौसेना से कहा था कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है कि ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी। आज मैं यह कहना चाहूंगा कि उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी जैसे आधुनिक और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट प्लेटफॉर्म्स हमें दुश्मन को ओपनिंग नॉकआउट पंच देने में और भी सक्षम बनाते हैं। इस अवसर पर मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के शब्द भी याद करना चाहूंगा, जिन्होंने कहा था, सुरक्षा का मूल सिद्धांत यह है कि आपके पास अपने यूनिक और कस्टमाइज सिस्टम्स होने चाहिए। यूनिकनेस और सरप्राइज एलिमेंट तभी हो सकते हैं जब उपकरण आपके खुद के देश में विकसित हों। इस संदर्भ में हमारे लिए ये बहुत ही गौरव की बात है कि हिमगिरी और उदयगिरी भारतीय नौसेना के अपने वॉरशिप डिजाइन ब्यूरो द्वारा डिजाइन किए गए 100वें और 101वें शिप्स हैं और इनमें 75% से अधिक इंडिजिनस कंटेंट है। साथ ही इस प्रोजेक्ट में 200 से अधिक MSMEs शामिल हुए हैं, जिससे कि लगभग 14,000 कर्मचारियों को रोजगार करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। मुझे आशा है कि आप दोनों शिपयार्ड्स आगे भी MSMEs और स्टार्टअप्स को और मौका देते रहेंगे। मैं GRSC और MDL की पूरी मैनेजमेंट, उनके सभी कर्मचारी, हमारे डिजाइनर्स, ओवरसियर्स और इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने अपनी उत्कृष्ट कारीगरी और अटूट समर्पण से इस अत्यंत शक्तिशाली वॉरशिप्स को तैनात किया है। इस अवसर पर मैं उदयगिरी और हिमगिरी के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स डेजिग्नेट और कमिश्निंग क्रू को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं, जिन्होंने कमिश्निंग के इस महत्वपूर्ण माइलस्टोन को अचीव करने के लिए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर अटूट परिश्रम किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप सब अपनी मेहनत और कौशल से अपने शिप्स को की विरासत को नए ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएंगे और मैं कामना करता हूं कि मे उदयगिरी एंड हिमगिरी emerge victorious and remain invincible always and forever। मैं माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी का एक बार फिर धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने अपनी उपस्थिति से इस समारोह को सम्मानित किया। सर, मैं पूरी नौसेना की ओर से आपको और पूरे देश को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि इंडियन नेवी इज poised and prepared to safeguard national maritime interests anytime, anywhere, anyhow। Jai Hind, Shano Varun।
Today, the hearts of the profound commissioning crew, the shipbuilders, and the overseeing team are filled with a profound sense of achievement.
Chief, and as you heard him, he was pointing out how they are ready to protect the maritime interest of the country, and with the addition of these two frigates, how they are strengthened. He also pointed out that during the Operation Sindoor, how the Indian Navy proved to be a huge deterrence, and said that the Raksha Mantri had earlier mentioned on board the INS Vikrant that maybe the next time it will be the Indian Navy that will make the first move. And adding to that, he said that not only will we make a first move, we will deliver a knockout punch in that first move. So important here is that the Indian Navy is strengthening itself with the addition of 2 new frigates, and as we were told by the former spokesperson of Indian Navy, 7 more are due to come. Very important addition to Indian Navy, also because of the Atmanirbharta angle. As the Naval Chief pointed out, almost 75% of the content used in these 2 frigates is indigenous. That means it's built in India. not only is it built in India, but also these 2 frigates are designed in India.
Commissioning order by the Chief
So
of the Naval Staff.
the induction of these 2 frigates now makes Indian Navy stronger, readier, more capable, and ready to
are hereby directed
accept any challenges
the said ship
and counter any
on
threats.
the 26th day of August 2025.
And continuing to be with us is India Today's Shivani Sharma. Shivani, interestingly, the naval chief brought up the Operation Sindoor and told the Raksha Mantri that earlier on board the INS Vikrant, you had said that next time maybe the Indian Navy will be the first one to make the blow. And he said we're going to give a knockout punch if that ever happens. So that is the kind of confidence that the naval chief is bringing to the table.
See, Anjali, this is also a confidence and a very strong message to the adversaries in Pakistan, referring to Pakistan without giving a name, because when we saw Operation Sindoor, it was the Indian Navy, as I've been saying, which was quite aggressively positioned with all its assets. And even after Pahalgam, when the planning was going on for Operation Sindoor, Anjali, we used to see a lot of drills, a lot of firepower demonstration by the Indian Navy. They were holding a number of exercises in the Arabian Sea. And we also saw how they have the capability of firing BrahMos. We know how they have been firing the Barak 8 missiles, the firepower with the fighter jets they possess, the INS Vikrant and the other stealth frigates that were together coordinating in the Arabian Sea. So now the world knows the power and the capabilities of Indian Navy, though they were the silent force during Operation Sindoor because they were limiting Pakistan into their limits on their ports. They could not move ahead a bit because of Indian Navy's progressive deployment out there. But yes, it was a very important part of Operation Sindoor because due to the Indian Navy's positioning, the armed forces together, the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force, they could make those strikes inside Pakistan.
And
so very important
absolutely, and it was the support of the Indian Navy that helped the Indian Air Force to strike at will. Now we're going to quickly slip into a short break. When we come back, we bring you more news and updates.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM says, India-Japan share strong trust at EV unit inauguration. DK Shivkumar apologizes over RSS anthem row. Calls himself born congressman. Bihar government approves incentive package for industrial development.
Admiral Sunil Lamba, former Chiefs of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral R. Swaminathan, Controller of Warship Production and Acquisition, Commodore P.R. Hari, retired CMD, Golden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, Captain Jagmohan, retired CMD, Mazgaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, Captain Vikas Sood, Commanding Officer Designate INS Udaygiri, Captain Robin Chakrabarti, Commanding Officer Designate INS Himagiri, डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री और इंडियन नेवी के सारे ऑफिशियल्स, मीडिया के मित्रों, देवियों व सज्जनों, आज आईएनएस उदयगिरी और आईएनएस हिमगिरी की कमीशनिंग के इस हिस्टोरिक मोमेंट पर आप सबके बीच उपस्थित होना मुझे बेहद अच्छा लगा है। मैं राष्ट्र की तरफ से इंडियन नेवी के मेन एंड वीमेन के प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करता हूं, जो पूरे डेडिकेशन के साथ राष्ट्र की सेवा में लगे हुए हैं। मैं इंडियन नेवी के ऑफिसर्स तथा सोल्जर्स को, मजगांव डॉक शिप बिल्डर्स लिमिटेड को, गॉर्डन रीच शिप बिल्डर्स एवं इंजीनियर्स को और सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आईएनएस उदयगिरी और आईएनएस हिमगिरी की कमीशनिंग आत्मनिर्भर भारत के सपने की एक साकार होती तस्वीर है। साथ ही हमारे विजन और कमिटमेंट का भी मैं मानता हूं कि यह प्रमाण है। मैं इंडियन नेवी को इस अवसर पर और विशेष बधाई देता हूं। आईएनएस उदयगिरी और आईएनएस हिमगिरी के शामिल होने से हमारी नेवी की स्ट्रेंथ, उसकी रीच और उसकी रेजिलियंस में भारी बढ़ोतरी होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि दोनों वारशिप्स राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होंगी। साथियों, आज इस हिस्टोरिक मोमेंट पर मुझे फिर सिटी ऑफ डेस्टिनी विशाखापट्टनम आने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। विशाखापट्टनम से मेरा हमेशा एक खास जुड़ाव रहा है। मेरा यहाँ कई बार आना हुआ है और हर बार लगता है यह सिर्फ एक शहर नहीं बल्कि एक इमोशन है। रेनबो की तरह इस शहर ने न जाने कितने इमोशंस को खुद के अंदर समेटा हुआ है। हमारी नेवी की स्ट्रेंथ हो, इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट हो या कल्चरल आइडेंटिटी, विशाखापट्टनम की एक अलग ही वाइब्रेंसी है। देवियों और सज्जनों, अभी कुछ ही माह पहले योग दिवस के अवसर पर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी आगमन यहाँ हुआ था। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के कार्यक्रम में उन्होंने एक नया रिकॉर्ड बनाने के लिए यदि किसी शहर को इस देश में चुनाया तो विशाखापट्टनम को ही उन्होंने चुना था। जब भी व्यक्ति जीवन में कोई बड़ा और नया करना चाहता है तो ऐसे ही स्ट्रेटेजिक और सांस्कृतिक रूप से मजबूत स्थानों का ही चुनाव करता है। उसी तरह आज हम यहाँ सैन्य क्षेत्र में भी एक नया रिकॉर्ड कायम कर रहे हैं। आज विशाखापट्टनम में आईएनएस उदयगिरी, आईएनएस हिमगिरी की जो यात्रा शुरू हो रही है वो भारत के गौरव की यात्रा है, कोई सामान्य यात्रा नहीं है। यह कमीशनिंग सबके लिए गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, यदि मैं आईएनएस उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी की बात करूं तो इन वारशिप्स के नाम भी अपने आप में इंस्पिरेशन हैं। उदयगिरी जो सूर्योदय का प्रतीक है, हमें यह याद दिलाता है कि हर नई सुबह नई ऊर्जा, नई चुनौतियों और नए अवसर लेकर आती है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ हिमगिरी नाम जो हिमालय की अडिग और अचल शक्ति का प्रतीक है, यह बताता है कि समुद्र की लहरों पर भी भारतीय नौसेना हिमालय की तरह ही अडिग है। देवियों व सज्जनों, जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं कि GRSC द्वारा निर्मित हिमगिरी और MDL द्वारा निर्मित उदयगिरी, ये दोनों अत्याधुनिक वारशिप्स हैं जिन्हें पूरी तरह भारत में ही निर्मित किया गया है। इन वारशिप्स के हथियार और सेंसर पैकेज इन्हें सागर का अजेय प्रहरी बनाते हैं। मुझे बताया गया है कि इन वारशिप्स में कई एडवांस कैपेबिलिटीज भी शामिल हैं। ये दोनों वारशिप लंबी दूरी तक मार करने वाली और सरफेस टू सरफेस एयर मिसाइल्स, सुपरसोनिक ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल, स्वदेशी रॉकेट लॉन्चर, टॉर्पीडो लॉन्चर, कम्बैट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम और फायर कंट्रोल सिस्टम जैसे अत्याधुनिक और बेहद जरूरी सिस्टम से पूरी तरह लैस हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ये दोनों वारशिप्स समुद्र में चलने वाले बेहद जटिल और जोखिम भरे अभियानों में एक गेम चेंजर साबित होंगी ही। साथियों, ये वारशिप्स हमारी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को तो मजबूत करेंगी ही, साथ ही हमें ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस और डिजास्टर रिलीफ के मिशंस को भी स्वाभाविक रूप से ताकत देंगी। मैं समझता हूं कि इंडियन नेवी में इनकी कमीशनिंग हमारे नेबरहुड फर्स्ट और महासागर यानी म्यूचुअल एंड होलिस्टिक एडवांसमेंट फॉर सिक्योरिटी एंड ग्रोथ फॉर ऑल इन द रीजन की हमारी पॉलिसी को भी मजबूत करने वाला कदम भी है। साथियों, आज जब INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी हमारे बेड़े में शामिल हुए हैं तो मुझे एक कथन याद आ रहा है कि ओल्ड वारशिप्स नेवर डाई, दे आर रिसरेक्टेड इन अनदर अवतार। आप में से कई लोगों को यह पता होगा कि 1974 और 1976 में हिमगिरी और INS उदयगिरी को हमारी नेवी में कमीशन किया गया था। आज जब हम मॉडर्न डे INS हिमगिरी और INS उदयगिरी की कमीशनिंग पर उपस्थित हैं तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा, यह सिर्फ भारतीय नौसेना की क्षमता में इजाफा नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक स्पष्ट संदेश भी है कि भारत अपनी समुद्री सीमाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से सक्षम है और किसी भी परिस्थिति में पूरी तरह से तुरंत प्रतिक्रिया देने के लिए भी तैयार है। साथियों, इन दोनों युद्धपोतों की कमीशनिंग से भारतीय नौसेना को ब्लू वाटर नेवी के रूप में और भी मजबूती मिली है और अब हम न केवल अपने कोस्टल एरियाज बल्कि इंडियन ओशन के दूर दराज के हिस्सों में भी, चाहे वह पायरेसी से मुकाबला हो, स्मगलिंग और इलीगल ट्रैफिकिंग के विरुद्ध कोई लड़ाई हो, समुद्री आतंकवाद पर अंकुश लगाना हो या फिर प्राकृतिक आपदा के बाद लोगों को राहत पहुंचानी हो, इन एडवांस स्टील्थ फीचर और मल्टी रोल कैपेबिलिटीज वाली हमारी यह वारशिप के साथ हर स्थिति में तेज और निर्णायक कार्रवाई ये कर सकेंगी। साथियों, भारत एक ऐसा राष्ट्र है जिसकी पहचान केवल जमीन से नहीं बल्कि समुद्र से भी जुड़ी है। हमारे पास 11,000 किलोमीटर से भी अधिक लंबी समुद्र तट है। 3 दिशाओं से समुद्र से हम घिरे हुए हैं। हमारा फ्यूचर, हमारी प्रॉस्पेरिटी, हमारी सिक्योरिटी, सारी चीज़ें हमारे समुद्र से बेहद गहराई से जुड़ी हुई हैं। इतिहास गवाह है कि प्राचीन काल से ही समुद्र ही हमारे लिए कनेक्टिविटी, ट्रेड और कल्चरल एक्सचेंज का एक सबसे बड़ा माध्यम रहा है। समुद्री जलमार्ग हमें दुनिया से जोड़ते रहे हैं और यही हमारी इकोनॉमिक प्रोग्रेस के सबसे बड़े फैक्टर्स में एक हैं। आज के दौर में इन समुद्री रास्तों को सिक्योर और स्टेबल रखने का दायित्व भारतीय नौसेना ने अपने कंधों पर उठा रखा है। हमारी नौसेना भारत की समुद्री शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतीक है। यह न केवल हमारे कोस्टल एरियाज की रक्षा करती है, बल्कि इस बात को भी इंश्योर करती है कि इंडियन ओशन रीजन में भी पीस और प्रॉस्पेरिटी बनी रहे। आप सब तो इस बात का फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस रखते ही हैं, जो लोग अधिकांश मौजूद हैं यहाँ पर, कि भारत वैसे भी इंडियन ओशन रीजन में फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर के रूप में कार्य करता है। हमारे किसी भी पड़ोसी को जब भी कोई समस्या आती है, हम सबसे पहले वहाँ पहुँचते हैं। और आप सबने देखा होगा, अभी 2 महीने पहले की बात है, कोची से लगभग 140 नॉटिकल माइल दूर किसी शिप में डिस्ट्रेस की खबर मिली थी। इस खबर के बाद हमारी नेवी तुरंत हरकत में आई और 8 चाइनीज नेशनल्स सहित 18 लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया गया। यह एक फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर के रूप में भारत की इम्पोर्टेंस को दर्शाता है। साथियों, आज ये दोनों वारशिप्स की कमीशनिंग के अवसर पर मैं एक और बात आप लोगों से साझा करना चाहूँगा। कुछ समय पहले हमने एक और कमीशनिंग देखी थी, INS तमाल की। वह एक मल्टी रोल स्टील्थ फ्रिगेट है जिसे रूस में बनाया गया और हाल ही में कुछ समय पहले उसे भारतीय नौसेना में शामिल किया गया। INS तमाल का इंडक्शन हमारे लिए गौरव का विषय है, लेकिन इससे भी बड़े गौरव का विषय यह है कि भारत के लिए फॉरेन मेड शिप का आखिरी ऑर्डर था। जब हम डिसाइड कर चुके हैं कि फ्यूचर में इंडियन नेवी के लिए कोई भी जहाज विदेश में नहीं बनेगा, हम अपने जहाज स्वयं ही भारत में बनाएंगे। देवियों और सज्जनों, यह आत्मनिर्भरता का हमारा पक्का संकल्प है। यह डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में सेल्फ रिलायंस की ओर हमारा ये बहुत ही डिसाइसिव स्टेप है। INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी उसी संकल्प का प्रमाण है, मैं यह मानता हूं। आप सबको जानकर यह बेहद खुशी होगी कि इंडियन नेवी ने इन वारशिप्स की कमीशनिंग के साथ ही सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली है। देवियों और सज्जनों, उदयगिरी भारतीय नौसेना के वारशिप डिजाइन ब्यूरो द्वारा स्वदेशी रूप से डिजाइन किया गया यह 100वां 100th यह शिप है। साथ ही मुझे यह जानकर भी बड़ी खुशी हुई है कि इन वारशिप्स के निर्माण में 75% से भी अधिक कंपोनेंट के सोर्स इंडियन मैन्युफैक्चरर्स और हमारी MSMEs हैं, इसके बनाने वाले। साथियों, नेवी के वारशिप डिजाइन ब्यूरो को 100 शिप्स बनाने में लगभग 50 साल लगे, लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि आने वाले 25 सालों में यानी 2050 तक आपकी डबल सेंचुरी निश्चित रूप से पूरी हो जाएगी। और मैं नेवी को एक बात के लिए और बधाई देना चाहता हूं। आज आपने स्वदेशी F-35 वारशिप लॉन्च कर दिया है। दुनिया में एक देश के पास हवा में उड़ने वाला F-35 है। आपने समुंदर पर दौड़ने वाला F-35 बनाकर दिया है, वह भी मेड इन इंडिया है। आप सबको मेरी तरफ से बधाई। साथियों, मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि आज इन 2 वारशिप्स की एक साथ कमीशनिंग एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव मूवमेंट का प्रतीक है और यह कमिटमेंट है, यह एक ट्रस्ट है। INS उदयगिरी और INS हिमगिरी उसी ट्रस्ट की ग्राउंड रियलिटी है। इन दोनों वारशिप्स एक सिंबल भी हैं। अब हम उन ऊंचाइयों को भी टच करेंगे जो हमने पहले कभी हासिल नहीं की थी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इंडियन नेवी और इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री दोनों मिलकर इस हमारे सपने को, इस ड्रीम को पूरा करेंगे। साथियों, आज के जैसे अवसर सिर्फ हमारी ताकत का इवैल्यूएशन करने का अवसर नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि ये हमें सोचने का भी मौका देते हैं कि दुनिया कहाँ जा रही है, हम कहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं। और आज का यह कार्यक्रम हमें अवसर देता है कि हम अपने तैयारियों का आकलन करें और देखें कि बाकी दुनिया में भी क्या क्या डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। ऐसे मौके हमें बार बार याद दिलाते हैं कि हमें सिर्फ बिल्कुल कॉम्प्लिसेंट यानी आत्ममुग्ध नहीं होना चाहिए, बल्कि खुद को लगातार अपडेट और अपग्रेड भी करते रहना चाहिए। आज के समय में यदि नेवी की भूमिका की बात की जाए तो यह और भी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। हम भारत को वेस्टर्न रीजन यानी पश्चिमी क्षेत्र की, यदि भारत के पश्चिमी क्षेत्र की यदि हम बात करें तो अरेबियन सी से लेकर मिडिल ईस्ट और ईस्टर्न अफ्रीका सी बोर्ड के क्षेत्र में हमें अलग अलग प्रकार की नेवल एक्टिविटीज़ देखने को मिलती है। यहाँ की जियो स्ट्रेटजिक सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि यह सीधा हमारे इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट को प्रभावित करने की भी क्षमता रखती है। हमारी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट्स, ऑयल, नेचुरल गैस, ये सब बहुत हद तक इस क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा पर ही निर्भर करते हैं। इसलिए नेवी का रोल सिर्फ समुद्र में सुरक्षा संबंधी
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh there at the launch of the 2 frigates. He is recounting the importance of Navy and the induction of these 2 frigates. We're going to quickly slip into a short break, and when we come back, we bring you a fresh bulletin with the latest updates from across the world.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
And as you just saw, monsoon mayhem in many states of India, especially the northern states. We will be bringing you all this in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Nature's fury in Himachal and Jammu and Kashmir. Flood ravages parts of Kullu and Manali in Himachal. Beas River overflows, floods Manali. Cloudburst wreaks havoc in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda. Row over Kerala temple purification ritual after non-Hindu vlogger Jasmine Jaffer made reels washing her feet. Temple pond to be cleansed. Non-Hindus are not allowed in Guruvayur temple. ED raids former Delhi Mantri Saurabh Bharadwaj. Raids in connection to alleged 5,000 crore hospital construction scam in Delhi. Raids also on the construction companies that bagged 24 hospitals construction project. "24 hours to go for Trump's tariff." Prime Minister Modi's assurance says we will find a way out. Highlights economic selfishness. India braces for Trump's tariff impact. Trump issues 25% tariff on India. Notice.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगी।
Amit Shah fires at opposition vice presidential candidate. Amit Shah's Naxal attack at opposition VP pick B. Sudarshan Reddy claims Naxalism thrived because of Reddy. Revant Reddy hits out at Amit Shah, calls Shah's attack unconstitutional. Jammu is bearing the onslaught of the monsoons, and like how we've been seeing visuals since the morning of areas in Jammu and Kashmir being subjected to monsoon fury. We have seen Doda, we've seen Kishtwar earlier, and now we have fresh visuals coming in of rescue operations which are underway in Jammu. These are live visuals that you see on screen. The security forces and the authorities of the administration have joined hands together to rescue those who are stuck in their homes due to the rising water levels. Remember, the rivers are continuing to overflow. We have seen Vyas River, we have also seen Ravi River overflowing, breaking their bounds and flowing into residential areas, sweeping away highways. And now these visuals that you see on your screen of rescue operations are live visuals that are coming from Jammu area, where people are being rescued from their homes. They are stuck there as water level around them is rising. It is not safe to stay in these areas, as not only are they cut off from the rest of the civilization, but also the water can rise. The Jammu Kashmir IMD has said that the situation will continue for another 5 to 6 hours, although they say that in the late evening, the rains will abate and situation might inch towards normalcy. But what we see on our screens tells us that normalcy is very, very far away. And due to this, right now, rescue operations are underway in Jammu area. We have seen visuals coming in from Doda, where we saw parts of the embankment just getting swept away, water entering mandirs, temples, and then we also saw visuals coming in from other regions, where from the upper reaches especially, water and mud was flowing down. We saw visuals of the rivers in Jammu and Kashmir flowing near the danger mark. And you see visuals now of a rescue operation as well, as situation continues to be grim. Now we have to remember that monsoons in the Jammu and Kashmir region have been absolutely brutal. In fact, in the last 24 hours, the kind of rainfall we have seen is almost record-breaking. The IMD has been issuing warnings. There have been local administration warnings being made through loudspeakers in areas where people are being told to stay indoors, to be watchful, to be vigilant, especially in the upper reaches of the hills. People are being told to be vigilant. When a massive gush of water comes down these hills, it flows towards the nearest nala, the drain, or the river, whatever it can approach. And whatever comes in its way, whether it's a building, whether it's people, whether it's animal, cattle, anything, it just gets swept away. And this is the reason why the local administration has warned everyone to stay indoors, to be vigilant. But we are also seeing visuals like these where the authorities are now trying to rescue people who could be stuck in their homes. There is an alert in many areas. 5-hour heavy rainfall alert has been issued for Jammu and Kashmir. And this is even as flood situation has worsened in Jammu, as heavy rains are also now lashing Kashmir. Earlier, Kashmir had seen moderate rainfall, but now heavy rains seen there as well. Cloud bursts have been triggered, and many places are seeing flash floods. Not only the Jammu rivers, but also the Kashmir rivers like the Lidar are overflowing. People living on the high reaches and who are also close to water bodies have been warned, have been told to stay vigilant. The army and the SDRF is currently rescuing people, as you can see, in residential area. Joining us now is India Today's Sunil G. Bhatt. Sunil, do tell us, the situation across Jammu is not good. But now the SDRF and the army have pressed into action. We are seeing some visuals of rescue as well. Do tell us what's happening on the ground.
Heavy downpour has wreaked havoc in many parts of Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Jammu region. It has been raining cats and dogs here in Jammu region for last more than 12 hours, and that is why there is flood-like situation in most parts in Jammu city. Rivers are flowing over the danger mark. Right now I am in the parking lot of Jammu railway station, and behind me you can see that vehicles have been submerged here due to the flood waters that have entered the parking space here at the Jammu railway station, and situation is very grim across the length and breadth of Jammu region. Rivers, whether it's Tavi river in Jammu city, whether it's Uj river in Kathua district, water flow has increased, water level has increased, and the swollen waters have even entered the residential areas, and it has created a situation which is looking very dangerous at this time, because unprecedented rains are being witnessed in Jammu city. As per our sources, these kind of rains have been witnessed after a long time, and this has created havoc in many parts of Jammu region. Tavi river continues to flow near the danger mark, and as far as the residential areas are concerned, flood water has entered there, streets have been inundated, and look at the parking space of Jammu railway station. It has been completely flooded, vehicles have been submerged in the flood waters, and people are facing harrowing time, whether it's the residents of Jammu city or the people who are traveling. There have been landslides and shooting stones at many places on Jammu Srinagar National Highway, on Jammu Doda Highway, and other important roads and highways, and that is why Jammu Srinagar National Highway has been shut. Vehicular movement has stopped because of shooting stones and landslides. Many bridges have been washed away. There has been a cloudburst incident in Doda district of Jammu region, and as a result of this there have been flash floods in Doda, in Badarwa and other adjoining areas, and many houses have been washed away. 4 people have been killed in these floods that have occurred in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. In Kathua district, swollen waters of the rivers have entered the residential areas, in the plain areas. People living in the low-lying areas are leaving their homes and they are going to safer areas, but the situation is grim. You can see right now the parking space of Jammu railway station, vehicles have been submerged in flood waters, and people are facing a harrowing time. Anjali, back to you.
Right, absolutely. And the visuals that we have seen coming from residential areas are quite surprising. Roads have turned into streams, gushing water. But Sunilji, we would also like to know this kind of situation. When was the last time anybody witnessed something like this?
Yes, Anjali, as per the Met Department, it's going to rain for a few more days here in Jammu region, but sources say that rains like these were witnessed more than 90 years ago in Jammu city. So one can understand the gravity of the situation right now that is prevailing here in Jammu region, particularly in Jammu city. Tavi river is swollen right now. Waters from the Tavi river have breached the banks at many places, and the water has entered the residential localities in low-lying areas. People are in panic, and panic-stricken people are leaving and they are going to safer areas. Anjali, back
Absolutely.
to you.
Sunil, do stay on with us, but these flash floods and landslide are continuing to disrupt life across Jammu and Kashmir. A cloudburst was also witnessed in Doda district, and we've also seen visuals coming in from residential areas of Jammu and Kashmir where water is flowing on the streets. Our correspondent Sunilji Bhatt brings us this ground report from Jammu.
Panic-stricken people are leaving from the low-lying areas and they are going to now safer areas. Here you see that swollen waters of Tavi river have now entered the residential areas, and it has become very difficult for people now. People are facing a harrowing time. India Today is reporting from ground zero. We are on the banks of Tavi river, and here water level has increased. Swollen waters are here. You can see swollen waters of Tavi river are now entering the residential areas. The administration is closely monitoring the situation. People have been asked to stay away from rivers and nalas, but situation is becoming very grim. An alarm has been sounded. Similar scenes are being witnessed in Kathua and Samba districts where water level has increased in the rivers, and now administration is appealing to the people that they should contact on the helpline numbers so that help can be sent to the people. Teams from Jammu and Kashmir police and civil authorities are also visiting the low-lying areas where they are assessing the damage, and they are also checking whether any people are stuck, and if that is the case, then they will be rescued. With video journalist Siraj Kumar, this is Vipit Bhati reporting from the banks of Tavi River here in Jammu for India Today.
And more news coming in from Jammu. A landslide has occurred in Vaishno Devi's Adkuwari area. Some injuries are feared. Rescue operations are underway along with the required manpower and machinery. And the photographs that you see on your screens are from Ardhakuwari area, which is en route to Vaishno Devi temple. And India Today's Sunil Ji Bhatt is with us. Sunil, do tell us, because this route that we see and the visuals that we see, it seems the landslide broke through the barriers and through the roof and came onto the route to Vaishno Devi. It's an extremely secure route. I've also traversed this route. It is an extremely secure and a very cemented kind of an area. So this must have been a landslide that caused quite a bit of damage.
Anjali, as I said, that unprecedented rains are being witnessed in Jammu region, and it has triggered landslides and shooting stones at many places, particularly on the highways and important roads. And we are getting this tragic news that there has been a landslide on the Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra track near Adkuwari, and visuals that are coming from there are very horrific. And what we are learning from our sources is that many pilgrims are feared to be injured, and the injured pilgrims are being taken to the hospitals in Katra. Rescue operation is on, but Anjali, the rains have wreaked havoc in many parts of Jammu and Kashmir, and as far as the Shri Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra is concerned, the Yatra has been stopped due to inclement weather and continuous rainfall. As I said, it has been raining cats and dogs in Jammu region for last more than 12 hours, and that is why there have been landslides in hilly areas, and streets in the plains have been inundated. Water level in most rivers are flowing near the danger mark, and people are facing a harrowing time. Streets have been flooded. Water from the swollen rivers have entered the residential areas, and people, some people are stuck in the flood waters, and that is why rescue teams from the SDRF, Jammu and Kashmir Police have been mobilized. Absolutely. And they are visiting different areas in the low-lying areas, and people who are stuck in flood waters are being rescued by the teams from the SDRF and Jammu and Kashmir Police.
Right. Thank you, Sunil, for all those details. So the visuals that you see on your screen are truly scary. Fury off the river there, and also Yatra, which is an all-weather Yatra that happens all through the year, has to be now stopped because there's been a landslide on the Vaishno Devi route. And now news from Himachal Pradesh as well. In Himachal Pradesh, the flood havoc is seen in Kullu and Manali and is constantly escalating. 3 major sections of the Kullu-Manali NH3 have been swept away due to a surge in the Beas River. The river has dangerously shifted course towards the highway. Continuous landslides are worsening the situation. A private hotel along the the National Highway, is also under threat. Parts of the Chandigarh-Manali highway near Bindu Dhank and Raisen have vanished, and a jeep was seen swept away by the force of water. With a red alert in place, schools in Kullu, Mandi and nearby areas remain shut as the regions battle widespread destruction. Leh-Manali highway has also been closed for all kinds of traffic movement. Now joining us now is India Today's Kamaljeet Sandhu, but she's in Gurdaspur. Also Punjab is also seeing monsoon fury, although. Kamaljeet, do tell us what is the situation in Himachal. It seems the national highways are bearing the brunt of the monsoons.
demonstrated. We just spoke to the Cabinet Minister Barinder Kumar Goyal, and he said there is also a requirement by the Army and Air Force to rescue from few of the Gurdaspur villages, several of the villagers who have been left behind in key villages. So there you see villagers now looking onwards, because at this point of time, look at the river just below the bridge. It is swollen. And the key concern is that several of the dams with their gates fully open, that actually means a big red danger marks, because remember the waters will continue to rise, and there you see areas being inundated, especially the low-lying ones right behind me. So a key concern, but remember this is a test of fire, but what we've seen all across is there is the Indian Army, the BSF, there is the administration, there is a key effort on war footing to ensure there's not a repeat of 2023. A lot of lessons were learned then, but many say this is even worse than 2023 because the water is simply not stopping. So it's coming in from higher reaches, especially Himachal Pradesh. But the next couple of hours are going to be extremely crucial when there's a downpour and the water continues to rise in villages. A whole lot of them have left their village. Look at that number. Look at those people who are gathered, because many of them have now left their villages. But a clear sign is what really happens now. What happens to the households, that is a key concern. But the area of Firozpur, Fazilka, Gurdaspur, Hoshiarpur, parts of Kapurthala, whole lot of them facing incessant rainfall, and obviously also facing flooding in key areas. Over 1,000 acres, remember paddy is there. There are other crops which are there, which are going to be impacted by this particular rainfall as well.
Right, absolutely. And that was a report that Kamaljeet Sandhu was bringing from Punjab, which is also right now facing the fury of monsoon. Not just Himachal Pradesh, not just Jammu and Kashmir, but many parts of Punjab as well. Heavy rains continue to wreak havoc in the northern part of India, from Jammu and Kashmir to Himachal to Punjab. And the downpour has thrown daily life out of gear. Here's a closer look at how cities across the nation are reeling under the impact of rainfall. First up, Manali. Kulu Manali Leh NH3 highway has been damaged and shops have been washed away in Bahang of Manali. Heavy rainfall in the catchment areas of Himachal Pradesh, coupled with the release of surplus water from dams, have left several rivers and rivulets in Punjab in spate, worsening the flood situation in multiple districts. Bias River, along with seasonal streams, have inundated low-lying villages, compounding the woes of residents. Heavy rainfall in Himachal has resulted in closure of 482 roads with 4 national highways. Chandigarh-Manali NH 154A, also NH 305, which is Chamba Pathankot, and NH 21 is blocked due to landslides at different places. Now, incessant rains in Manali also resulted in flash floods. A restaurant was swept away by flood waters, with only the front wall near the gate remaining. Now at Dras in Ladakh, a vehicle fell into the river just ahead of Union Minister Kiran Rijiju's convoy. Both persons, although have survived. Ladakh is undergoing a major churn as rampant urbanization, unchecked tourism and increased troop mobilization have added to vehicular emissions, increased water demands and poor replenishment. Now heavy rains have triggered flash floods in Kathua district of Jammu and Kashmir. Excessive flow of water caused deep scouring around Sehar Khad stream, resulting in settlement of its shallow foundation and damage to 2 spans, after which traffic was accordingly diverted. Flash floods have hit Neeru Nala in Bhaderwa in Jammu and Kashmir. Alert has been sounded in the adjoining areas. Heavy rains continue to lash the area, with cloudbursts reported in some places. So monsoon is not showing any mercy, especially in Jammu and Kashmir. And now we are getting reports that there is an internet outage in Jammu and Kashmir in many areas. Mobile and broadband services of all networks are down. This is going to cause major issues for many who are trying to contact those who they know, the loved ones, relatives from any other parts of the country. Also, it will impact the rescue and relief operations as well, as the networks are down. Communication will be impacted. Mobile and broadband service have been impacted. There is an internet outage in this area. You're seeing visuals on your screen of rescue operations by the army and the SDRF in Jammu area, as well as visuals of rivers that are overflowing. Jammu is witnessing massive monsoon fury. Also, the neighboring state of Himachal, you can see how Kullu and Manali are also witnessing the havoc that monsoon is wreaking upon them. On the left of the screen, you can see visuals from Kullu, where a building got swept away in the raging water. And on your right of the screen, you can see visuals of Jammu, where the rivers are in spate, they're overflowing, they are nearing the danger mark, and they're saying, the IMD is saying that this could continue for 5 to 6 hours, although the rain will abate by the late evening. But the information that we are getting now is that communication is impacted. And news coming in from other states as well. These are visuals coming in from Odisha, from Bhubaneswar, where you can see a trailer truck swept away by the flood waters. It was attempting to cross a bridge over the Sefai River near Jantal Bund area under the Badgaon block in Bhubaneswar. According to the information, the incident occurred as the river was in spate following heavy rainfall in that region. But the driver, identified as Sujit, went missing in this mishap, while the helper, Avinash, was rescued by the locals. See the visuals of such a heavy vehicle getting swept away by the might of the river waters. Now, the police was informed and the fire brigade personnel also rushed to the spot. A search operation was conducted, although the driver is still missing, but the helper was rescued. Efforts are still being made to trace the missing driver. Teams have been deployed at the scene. Some locals were able to rescue the helper, but the driver got swept away in the flood waters. Dramatic visuals coming in from Bhubaneswar, as you see on your screens, how a truck was swept away by the flood waters and the driver is still missing.
Oh my God.
And now moving on to some other big news coming in right now. According to the sources, the PMO meeting on the export measures, which are due to the US tariffs, that meeting is currently underway. Senior ministers like Amit Shah, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, and officials from Finance and Commerce Ministry are participating in the meeting underway. Yesterday, the information came through that Prime Minister will be undertaking this meeting to dwell upon how India is going to counter the tariffs that US is imposing on India and its products. So the meeting is underway. Remember, the Prime Minister has also given the assurance that he will ensure that the farmers, the entrepreneurs, and the SMEs are not impacted by these US tariffs. Also, the MSMEs will be taken care of. Joining us now is India Today's Karishma Sudani. Karishma, do tell us what will be the key points of deliberation in this meeting. Karishma, if you can hear me, do tell us what would be the agenda of the meeting.
Well, the agenda of the meeting is definitely on the fact that government is worried of how the tariff situation is going to turn out for its domestic exporters. And today's meeting, which is currently underway at PMO, takes great significance of the fact that government is going to come up with a couple of export measures. This is because of the additional 25% penalty tariffs that kicks in from tomorrow, and government is also bracing in case there could be further tariffs coming in beyond the accumulated combined 50% tariffs. Now, we are learning exclusively from our sources that Centre wants to implement a sector-wise export measure rather than a completely collateral combined assistance support that they want to do. This is because textiles industry specifically have shared with the Commerce Ministry that they'd appreciate and they'd like it if there could be a sector-specific financial help that would come in from the centre in order to keep their sector afloat. Let's not forget, textiles is one of the industries that is highly impacted because of the tariffs. Because if we keep pharma aside, electronic aside, energy aside, then textiles and gems and jewelry are suffering the most.
Right, Karishma. Thank you very much for those details, and we'll be keeping an eye on this meeting to find out what form and shape of help could come across to those impacted sectors. It's time for a short break now. On the other side, we bring you more news and updates. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM says, India-Japan share strong trust at EV unit inauguration. DK Shivkumar apologizes over RSS anthem row. Calls himself born congressman. Bihar government approves incentive package for industrial development.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, and now in extremely worrying news. It's been 79 years since our nation gained independence. Yet, even after 7 decades, In many places, people with outdated mindsets have not evolved. On your screen now, you see 4 victims of one of the most horrifying issues, dowry. All these women were assaulted by their husbands and their in-laws for dowry. Some of them ran to save their lives. Others died trying to fix things. Let's take a look at their stories one by one. Now, there was a twist that emerged in the infamous case of Nikki's dowry abuse. This happened in Greater Noida. In the latest development, a new clip, a CCTV clip, has surfaced. India Today does not authenticate the visuals. In the footage, Vipin and Nikki's son are seen playing outside their shop at the time of the incident and not inside the home. This twist suggests that neither Vipin nor the child were inside the house when Nikki died. Secondly, during the funeral, both sides of Nikki's family participated in the last rites, indicating no visible rift between them. This is being alleged. The third and the most critical twist, a memo submitted to Fortis Hospital where Nikki was taken, claims that the incident was caused by a cylinder blast. The hospital memo mentions the incident was due to a cylinder explosion. It was signed by Vipin's cousin, Devender. However, when the police visited the crime scene, they found no evidence of a blast. Instead, a bottle of thinner and a lighter were recovered from the spot. Police will now investigate who started the cylinder blast theory as well. They are also collecting CCTV footage from the Fortis Hospital to identify everyone present and who brought her to the hospital, because there have been counter claims by the family that it was sister of Nikki who brought her. Now, authorities are currently examining viral videos circulating on the social media as part of the probe. Meanwhile, according to sources, Vipin was allegedly having an affair with another woman as well. When he was caught red-handed by Nikki and her sister, he later assaulted Nikki to deny the allegations.
मम्मा के ऊपर पहले कुछ डाला, फिर मम्मा को चाटा मारा, फिर लाइटर से आग लगा दी थी।
21 अगस्त की शाम 5:30 बजे से 6 बजे के बीच इस दरवाजे के पीछे क्या कुछ हुआ, कुछ नए सबूत भी सामने आ रहे हैं। और वो सबूत जो तमाम यहाँ पर जो सीसीटीवी है, जो विपिन की परिवार की तरफ से या आसपास के लोगों उनकी तरफ से दिया जा रहा है, उसमें ये दावा किया जा रहा है कि जिस वक्त की ये घटना है उस वक्त विपिन घर के अंदर मौजूद नहीं था, बल्कि विपिन घर के बाहर था। अब जो तमाम सबूत आ रहे हैं उनको ध्यान में रखा जाएगा और उनको ध्यान में रख करके आगे की जांच की जाएगी। जो एफआईआर उसमें 5:30 का है। आप लोगों ने शोर कब सुना था यहाँ पे?
सर, शोर उसी दौरान जब विपिन यहाँ पे बैठा था, उसको कुछ नहीं पता था क्या हो रहा था। और उसके बाद जब अफरा तफरी मची है और विपिन एकदम यहाँ से भागा अंदर के लिए, फिर उसने अपने चाचा के लड़के को, ताऊ जी के लड़के को आवाज मारी, देविंदर ये क्या हुआ। उसके बाद फिर वही वापस आया, गाड़ी वाड़ी निकाली उन्होंने, अंदर ले गई। उसके बाद ये झूठे का पड़ोसी ले गए, उसने विपिन ने खुद ने गाड़ी मोड़ी है। उसके बाद देविंदर ने गाड़ी लिया, उसके पिताजी गाड़ी में बैठे हैं और उसके बाद फिर रोड से ऐसे उसके हॉस्पिटल के लिए लेके गए हैं।
हॉस्पिटल के लिए
लेके गए थे।
अच्छा, तो क्या आपका जो डीवीआर है, वो सीसीटीवी है, वो पुलिस ने यूज किया? पुलिस ले गई अपने पास? आपने दिया फुटेज?
नहीं, फुटेज नहीं दिया जी मैंने उनको।
अभी उन्होंने पुलिस
नहीं जी, बाकी मैंने अपने ग्रुप में वैसे भाईचारे में दे दिया सब।
पुलिस को आपने नहीं दिया?
नहीं जी, पुलिस को नहीं दिया सर।
वो खुद भी नहीं आए?
नहीं जी, नहीं कल आए भी थे, मैं उस टाइम ड्यूटी पे था, बच्चों ने मना कर दी, मेरे पापा नहीं है।
अच्छा, क्या कुछ देखा आपने, क्या हुआ?
उस टाइम पे लाइट नहीं था तो मैं दुकान के बाहर ही बैठा हुआ था।
5:30 बजे?
पौने 6 बजे।
पौने 6 बजे,
ठीक है। तो विपिन यहीं था, बच्चे भी यहीं थे, तीनों बच्चे थे, विपिन था। और विपिन मैंने देखा कि भाग के गया एकदम से, जो शोर शराबा हुआ भाग के गया। वो अंदर गया, उसने आके शोर मचाया, मुझसे बोला भाई निक्की ने आग लगा ली। ठीक है जी, भाई निक्की ने आग लगा ली। मैं दौड़ के आया, उससे मैंने बोला कि गाड़ी निकाल और बैक कर हॉस्पिटल लेके चलते। गाड़ी में लेके चले गए।
कहाँ पे गए?
फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल।
कौन कौन था?
मैं था, विपिन के पिताजी थे, विपिन की माताजी थी और निक्की थी।
तो निक्की बेहोश थी?
नहीं, बातचीत करती गई थी।
क्या बातचीत हो रही थी?
वो ऐसे ही मुझे मतलब थोड़ी कराहट थी, दर्द था और ये कह रही थी कि मुझे पानी दे दो, मुझे सांस में लेने में दिक्कत है। हॉस्पिटल में हमने एडमिट करा दी और एडमिट कराने के बाद भी वो बातचीत कर रही थी।
ठीक है।
डॉक्टर को उसने बयान दिए, डॉक्टर के पास हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों लैंग्वेज में उपलब्ध है।
ये घटना हुई तब तक हम पे कोई ऐसा हमें कुछ नहीं पता है। शायद हम भी यही सोच रहे हैं कि आग लगा घर वालों ने आग लगा दी हो। अब एक सामने वाला दुकान वाला जब बोला भाई मेरे पास अगर यहाँ देख सको तो कैमरा लग रहा है, ऐसा देखो, हमने देखी, मन किया तो सही है।
उसमें क्या था?
उसमें ये है कि जिस टाइम पे आग लग रही है ना, लड़का बाहर गाड़ी है वॉशिंग करने की तैयारी कर रहा है, पाइप फैला रहा है, और कभी कभी अपने 2-3 बच्चे इसी के भतीजे, और
पाइप अभी तक पड़ा है, सही है,
ये पाइप अभी तक ऐसे ही पड़ा, चुके तो भाग गए फिर जब बेचारे, तो वो तैयारी कर रहा है वो
गाड़ी धोने की।
जी।
And now another case from Jodhpur, where a woman named Sanju and her 3-year-old daughter were found in a suspiciously burnt condition at their home in Rajasthan on Saturday. The cause of her death was assault by her husband over dowry demands. The woman is alleged to have set herself and her daughter on fire. When taken to the hospital, both Sanju and her daughter succumbed to their injuries. Sanju Bishnoi was a government school lecturer, and according to the police, Sanju returned from school on Friday and later locked herself inside the house. She allegedly poured petrol on a dining table chair in the lobby, doused herself and her daughter with petrol and set them on fire. A petrol can was later recovered from the scene. In another dowry-related abuse case in Madhya Pradesh, 23-year-old Khushbu escaped just in time after her husband allegedly tied her up, tortured her, and inserted a heated knife into her mouth when she tried to cry out in pain. The accused husband, Dilip, who was reportedly intoxicated, burnt her with a hot knife across her torso, arms, and legs, leaving multiple severe burn marks. They were married in February, and the husband said he did not like his wife but still demanded dowry. And a brutal case now of alleged torture in Telangana has sent shockwaves across the nation. In a shocking case of alleged domestic violence, a 33-year-old woman was found dead under suspicious circumstances in Kottagedam district of Telangana. Family members today staged a protest demanding justice. The victim, identified as Lakshmi Prasanna, was reportedly subjected to alleged starvation, physical assault and prolonged confinement by her husband Naresh Babu and in-laws before being declared dead at the Raja Mahendravaram Government Hospital in East Godavari district on Saturday. At the time of marriage, her family claims to have given 2 acres of mango orchards, half an acre of farmland, 10 lakhs in cash and gold ornaments worth another 10 lakh as dowry. Victim Lakshmi's grieving parents alleged that for the past 2 years, their daughter was kept under house arrest, denied contact with them, and even prevented from speaking over the phone, further alleging that her husband and her in-laws starved her and killed her for additional dowry. And now news from Delhi. The Enforcement Directorate, or the ED, reportedly conducted searches at 13 locations on Tuesday, including the residence of former Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj, as part of a money laundering probe linked to alleged irregularities in hospital construction projects approved under the Aam Aadmi Party government. The investigation stems from a 2024 complaint by then opposition leader Vijendra Gupta, who accused the government of corruption in 24 hospital projects worth 5,590 crores. These included both new hospitals and upgrades, with none completed on time and significant cost escalations unaccounted for, according to the complaint. Now, Bharadwaj and former Health Minister Satyendra Jain have reportedly been named in a case filed by the Anti-Corruption Bureau under the Prevention of Corruption Act. And it's time for a short break now. Up next, an exclusive interview with cricketer Cheteshwar Pujara, who just announced his retirement.
You are watching India Today.
The classic case is Hemant Soren. There is a huge play out of his
a party being turned upside down with Champai Soren trying to get into a coup, joining the BJP later. This is exactly what political class is fearing right now, because they are fearing you're going to try and misuse it, you're going to try and destabilize my government. Look, it happened in Jharkhand with Hemant Soren.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome to an India Today Sports Today special. This week, one of contemporary Indian cricket's great batsmen has called curtains on what's been a truly great career. A remarkable cricketer who's done the country proud. Chiteshwar Pujara has retired, but not before making a name for himself as one of the icons of the modern game. And we're very happy to be joined by Chiteshwar himself soon after that retirement announcement that's taken many people by surprise, and by my colleague and editor of Sports Today, Nikhil Naz. So thank you all very much for joining me. Chiteshwar, I'm using adjectives like great, remarkable, icon. I know you are a very modest man, but now that you can look back on your career, how do you feel when people are showering all these praises on you, calling you a contemporary Indian great?
Firstly, thank you, Rajdeep. I feel overwhelmed because last couple of days has been I've been talking to a lot of family members, friends, the cricketers I've played with, also extended family members, and also all the cricket fans who has followed cricket in India and across the world. So I've been receiving a lot of phone calls and messages, and I'm overwhelmed by all their wishes. I feel proud to have represented the country for such a long time, because if I look back at this journey, when I was a kid, when I started playing cricket from Rajkot in a small state of Saurashtra, no one at that time thought that a cricketer from a small state could end up playing for the Indian team. But my father and my mother, both of them, I'm thankful to my parents that they made me see that dream to represent the country, and I was fortunate enough to make my debut for the Indian team in 2010. And since then, this journey has begun, and I'm really thankful to all the people who have supported me throughout this journey. But yeah, at the end of this journey, I feel really proud that I got an opportunity to represent our great nation, where people are following cricket, not just in India, but Indian cricket fans who are living abroad. They follow cricket as well. And when you get their support, when you get their wishes I mean, personally, I got a lot of wishes on my cricketing journey. And when the Indian team wins, that's the proudest moment one can always remember. So for me, I think some of the best test victories I've been part of, those are the memorable moments in my cricketing journey.
I'm going to hand it over to Nikhil in a moment, but I just want to ask you this. When you mentioned that some of the most memorable moments are winning test matches for India, I looked at your records, and one of your many records, one stood out, that out of your 19 test hundreds, 13 were in winning causes. That's a terrific percentage. I think only very few would have a better percentage than what you have. Does that make you feel specially proud that you've been instrumental in your test hundreds actually winning tests for India?
Yes, it does. Look, when you're playing cricket for the Indian team, it doesn't matter whether you get 100 or not. But if you can make a contribution on the winning cause, that's the ultimate satisfaction a player can get. And I was given some stat, not just about the 100, but whenever I had scored more than 70 runs for the Indian team hasn't lost more than 70 or 80% of that game. So I think I am proud about that fact, rather than thinking about 1300s, which is, yes, obviously the hundreds means a lot to any batter. But when you have scored runs and the team is not on the losing side, whether India has ended up winning the game or drawing that game, I still feel proud that India hasn't been on the losing side. So yeah, when you contribute to the team's victory, I think that is the proudest stat one can always achieve.
Nikhil?
Couple of questions, Cheteshwar, I have for you. And this is with regards to the retirement per se, because for those of us who follow sports 24/7, 365 days a year, this particular decision of yours did come as a bolt from the blue. I'd like to know from you, what is it? What was the breaking point, or what was that one moment that you decided to retire? Because till very recently, you were playing domestic cricket. You even went to England and played. So it was clear that there was some sort of an indication that you're very keen on making a comeback. Was it the Duleep Trophy squad announcement, or was it the continuance, exclusion from the Test squad? What is it, that one moment where you said, no, I think now I'm done?
I think one needs to decide. There always comes a time in a sports person's life where you need to move on, and this thought actually came in just before a week's time when I started talking to my family members, because I was almost about to start my preparation for this season. So I wasn't sure whether I want to carry on playing this season. So I spoke to my family, I spoke to my friends, I also spoke to some of the teammates and the senior cricketers whom I always consult, and I thought that whether it's the right time for me to move on, because it gives an opportunity for a younger player to be part of the Saurashtra squad, and he can gain that experience, he can fill in that shoes, and then progress in his career. So I thought the decision was majorly on to provide opportunity to younger players to play first class cricket, because I haven't been part of the Indian team since last couple of years. So for me, it was playing first class cricket and playing county cricket. But I thought that this was the right time to move on from the game. I had also started doing media work, which I've been enjoying very much. So being a broadcaster, if you want to carry on playing cricket and do broadcasting, that was a little bit tough. So I thought that there comes a time where you just stick to one thing rather than keep playing cricket and still continue doing broadcasting. So I thought this was the time where I can be a little more relaxed. I can always spend time with the players on the field, guiding them, but not as a cricketer, just as a support and a mentor.
All right, that's lovely to know that, broadcasting work is something that you've taken to. I did listen to your commentary and you did a great job doing that. So you've crossed over to our side as well. So, all the best for that particular inning of yours. But I'm just going back to your decision. In those 2 years that we were not part of the squad, I believe that, you must be pushing that maybe you'll get a chance again, because previously as well, you've made comebacks. Did you ever have a talk with the selectors, or did the selectors ever speak to you what their future plans are, or anyone from the BCCI ever got in touch with you, or did you take that initiative? And if you did, what was the conversation at the time?
I don't want to dwell too much on what went during those years. But yes, I mean, just to keep it very simple, I did want to make a comeback. I was trying my best to play domestic cricket. But at one point, what was in my mind is to enjoy my cricket. Whether I was playing first class cricket, whether I was playing county cricket, I wanted to enjoy the cricket, which I did. So yeah, ultimate goal was to, if I get an opportunity to play for the country again, I'll be more than happy. But even if I don't, I wanted to enjoy my cricket, because after a certain point, you want to, all these years I had worked really hard, and once you become a matured player, you want to enjoy your cricket. You want to spend a lot of time on the field by being relaxed and not having a lot of pressure. So when you play first class cricket, you have a lot of teammates, you have a lot of colleagues where you don't need to mentally be mental. You don't have a lot of mental pressure. You just enjoy yourselves. You just spend quality time on and off the field with your colleague and friends, and that's what I wanted to do in last couple of years, which I did really well. So I don't have any regrets about that. And if I didn't get an opportunity to represent the country in last couple of years, I don't mind that. I think the young Indian team is doing really well. But at the same time, I'm really proud and I'm really content with how my career has went. I thought it was a phenomenal career where I had the opportunity to play alongside some of the great players when I made my debut. I mean, I can name players like Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar, VVS Lakshman, Virendra Sehwag, Gautam Gambhir. All of them were part of the squad. I mean, they were playing cricket then. Maibai was the captain. So I got an opportunity to make my debut then, and after that, there was Indian team went through a transition, and I played a lot of cricket with some of the modern greats as well. So I was fortunate enough to represent the country for more than in more than 100 Test matches, and I'm proud of that fact rather than worrying about what didn't happen in last couple of years. When I look back at this journey, I feel satisfied, and I feel that I've tried my best for the country, and I have given some great memories to the cricket fans as well.
Not just
Well, that's wonderful to listen to you, Chiteshwar Pujara, about the art of batting and so much more. We wish you all the very best. I know your wife has written a very interesting book. Pooja has written a book, by the way, The Diary of a Cricketer's Wife, a very unusual memoir. And I hope that now that you'll spend more time at home, she will make you cook her the nice kadhi chawal that is famous in your part of the world. But I wish you, on behalf of all the cricket fans of this country, a very happy retirement. And thank you for all the memories and what you've done for Indian cricket. And thank you to Nikhil, my colleague, for joining me. And thanks to you, the viewers, for joining us. Namaskar.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So
sorry.
Co-powered by सबसे पहले लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, LIC हर पल आपके साथ, द बोल्ड लुक ऑफ कोलर,
Hi there, I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor and this is 5 Live. Over the next 1 hour, we bring you 5 stories that demand your time. 5 stories that should ignite you and 5 stories to inspire your healthiest, happiest life. So all of you out there, stop scrolling and let's get started. We start the program with updates coming in from the hills. Cloudburst that has triggered chaos in Jammu and Kashmir, in Himachal and even in areas which have been most impacted, which has led to shutting down of the highway and also cutting down of electricity. India versus Dowry Demons and India Today campaign as we look into not just what unfolded in Greater Noida, but cities across the country. Also, we look at the big health story of the day, the sugar showdown, decoding sugar and its substitutes. How many times have you had a sugar-free alternative drink thinking it's healthy for you? Well, the truth is far from it. As the festival season kicks in, we give you a deep dive into how much sugar do you need and which one should you really have. Also on the program, mystery over Trump's bruises. What ailment is leading to that massive bruise on the hands of Donald Trump? We bring you a report. And also in our trend check for the day, we've got Louis Vuitton, which has dropped its makeup line, but that's making internet drop jaws. 22K for an eyeshadow, 15,000 for a lipstick. We ask, are there any takers for that? First up, a flood fury continues to wreak havoc in the hills. Devastation and destruction due to flash floods has been seen in Jammu and Kashmir, in Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand and in Punjab as well. First, the news came in of massive cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district, triggering flash floods over there, disrupting normal life, forcing the closure of Jammu and Kashmir highway. Heavy rainfall has also caused landslides at multiple locations along the route. So far, 4 people have lost their lives in Doda and rescue operations are underway as we speak. Rivers and streams across the region are also flowing above the danger mark. Then there is Vaishno Devi. The yatra was also temporarily suspended after the landslide was reported en route to the pilgrim site, and rescue operations are currently underway, and so far no casualties at least have been reported. Let's cut across to Himachal Pradesh now, where Kullu district, 3 major sections of the Leh highway were swept away due to surge in the Bains river. With the red alert in place, schools in Kullu, Mandi and nearby areas remain shut as the region battles widespread destruction. Meanwhile, flooding was also reported in Punjab's Gurudaspur, which is located very close to Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh. Here, the Solan Ravi River has cut off several villages, and now the local administrations are carrying out rescue operations. How bad is the situation on the ground? Here's a wholesome report.
The mountains are shaking. From Himachal Pradesh to Jammu to Arunachal Pradesh. Relentless rains have wreaked havoc. In Jammu and Kashmir, a cloudburst in Doda turned slopes into torrents of terror. The flash floods in Doda came soon after similar weather events in Kathua and Kishtwar over the last 2 weeks. Several houses suffered damage in the floods. The Jammu-Srinagar highway is badly impacted. The water levels of major rivers in Jammu have crossed the danger mark. Chenab, Tavi, Ravi and Basanta rivers are now flowing with terrifying force. Many are stranded.
Panic-stricken people are leaving from the low-lying areas and they are going to now safer areas. Here you see that swollen waters of Tavi River have now entered the residential areas, and it has become very difficult for people now. People are facing a harrowing time. The administration is closely monitoring the situation. Teams from Jammu and Kashmir Police and civil authorities are also visiting the low-lying areas where they are assessing the damage, and they are also checking whether any people are stuck. And if that is the case, then they will be rescued.
The situation in Manali, Kangra, Una and Chamba districts of Himachal Pradesh is also extremely worrying. 3 major sections of the Kullu-Manali National Highway 3 have been swept away by the surging Beas River. Parts of the Chandigarh-Manali highway near Bindudhang and Raisan have vanished. In Arunachal Pradesh, road connectivity between Tawang and Derang faced disruption after a landslide in West Kaming district. "2025 has become a record-breaking year for rainfall. The monsoon that reached Indian shores 9 days early has the entire country in its grip, with most states receiving excessive or normal rains." With Sunil G. Bhatt, Bureau Report, India Today.
Worrying situation over there. We're joined by Sunil G. Bhatt live from Jammu, and also Kawaljeet Sandhu joins us from Punjab. Sunil Ji, to you first. We knew this for a while, that it's going to be an early monsoon. But were the authorities caught completely off guard on the intensity of this monsoon?
Anjali, the authorities have been on their job, and that is why they have been issuing alerts, and they have also been issuing advisories to people. Late last evening, it started raining very heavily, and from that point of time, the authorities kept issuing advisories, and authorities asked people to stay away from rivers. It has been raining in Jammu, cats and dogs since last 12 hours, and it has led to unprecedented floods. Portion of the fourth bridge on Tavi River in Jammu city has got washed away, and it's exactly at that spot where I was standing since morning. We are able to flee that area in the nick of time. A massive damage has been inflicted.
I see. So we seem to be having a signal issue with Sunil ji, but no surprises there since there has been an internet and connectivity issue. I believe we have him back. Can we go back?
Many low-lying areas, the administration has issued helpline numbers, and people have been asked to contact on these helpline numbers if they are facing any kind of problem.
All right, let's go to Kamaljeet Sandhu now, who is in Punjab. Kamaljeet, similar question to you as well. The intensity of the monsoon perhaps has caught everybody off guard. What kind of preparations were done beforehand to ensure, or were there any preparations done at all to handle this? Because what we are seeing is not just main highways, etc., that are impacted. These are residential colonies. People were there, and suddenly you had a gush of water inside their homes.
Well, absolutely. As per Met Department, this is the worst rainfall in the past decade or so. And that is where Punjab is also impacted, because remember, the floodgates have been opened of dams and the water has been gushing in from Himachal Pradesh. Now, where I'm standing right now is not an area of lakeside. This is the main road which leads up to some of the key villages in Gurdaspur. This is blocked, and if you can try and just turn around so you understand where we are, is these are the people who actually all come from different areas. They want to go back home, but they all seem to be stuck right here because they're waiting for the army to get the boats out so that they can go back. Now, we've seen few of the people just venture out, waiting just till where it is they think is safe enough, but the rest of it is by tractors or by trucks. But even those are getting stuck middle of the way, and then a lot of pushing and everything is done. But here we have a gentleman with us, Mohit Sharma. He's from the Indian Army, at least works with them, and he actually has come from Udhampur. Now, Jammu Kashmir has been facing the wrath of nature of its own, but here he is because he has to go to Makoda Patan. Now, that is also an area which is inundated. आपसे बात करना चाहेंगे, सिचुएशन JNK में भी काफी खराब है, वहां से आप चलते हुए यहाँ आए हैं और आप घर भी नहीं जा पा रहे हैं, क्या सिचुएशन है?
सिचुएशन तो मैं अभी काफी अपसेट हो रखा हूँ, मैं को घर पहुँचना था और मैं परिवार से भी नहीं मिल पा रहा हूँ, और जैसे कि मैं अभी अपनी ड्यूटी से आया हूँ मैं वापस, तो मेरे को घर पहुँचना था। सुबह से मेरे को पता चला था कि बारिश हो रही कंटिन्यू और बाढ़ वगैरह पूरे आ रखे हैं। रात को मेरा फोन बंद था, मैं फोन तो मतलब घर वालों से कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाया था। सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग जब मेरे को मिस्ड कॉल आ रखी थी, मैंने पूरा कंटिन्यू देखा कि अभी घर से मिस कॉल क्यों आ रखी है, तब मैंने घर से टाई अप किया तो मेरे को पता चला पूरा फ्लड वगैरह अंदर घर में पानी घुस चुका हुआ है।
क्या प्लान ऑफ एक्शन है, क्योंकि फौज ही हमने देखा पीछे जो गाड़ियां लगी हैं, सो होल लॉट ऑफ व्हीकल्स आर स्टैंडिंग देयर बिकॉज़ वी आर वेटिंग फॉर मोर बोट्स टू रियली कम इन दिस एरिया, एंड परहैप्स फ्यू ऑफ दोस पीपल कैन एक्चुअली नाउ गो बैक होम, बट इवन दोस पर्टिकुलर एरियाज आर इन डेंजर मार्क। आपकी परिवार वाले क्या सेफ हैं? उनको अब लेके बाहर जाएंगे, कहाँ जाएंगे, क्योंकि जहाँ से आप आए हैं वो एक तो दूर भी है।
ऐसा तो नहीं है, मैं उनको घर से बाहर तो नहीं लेके जाऊंगा, उनको अभी कि ना रेस्क्यू करके हमने कि ना अपने जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर है ऊपर उनको बैठा के रखा हुआ है। सुबह से वो पूरे घर वाले बच्चे, आस पड़ोस के जो पूरे मोहल्ले गांव वाले हैं, वो भी 2-4 फैमिलीज आके हमारे घर के ऊपर बैठे हुए हैं सारे। तो बाकी अभी भगवान से ये दुआ करते हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी थोड़ा जरा कंट्रोल हो जाए बारिश वगैरह को, और बाढ़ वगैरह थोड़ा कंट्रोल हो जाए ताकि लोगों को राहत मिल सके।
So a person who's come from JNK, but let's just get a sense from the local people. आप ये बताइए कि कितनी बुरी हालत है, क्योंकि अब जहाँ पे हम खड़े हैं इस वक्त पानी पानी, और आगे तो और ज्यादा पानी है, 3 फुट है, 4 फुट है, हमने देखा गाड़ियां फंसी। हालांकि यहाँ पे मंत्री आए, बाकी सब आए, कितना आपको लग रहा है कि प्रशासन से या फोर्सेस से मदद मिल पा रहा है?
प्रशासन तो लगा हुआ है वैसे अपने काम के लिए, बट सुबह तो पानी कम था, अब पानी बढ़ रहा है, अभी और भी बढ़ रहा है। लोग परेशान है, हमारे इधर के जो 2-4 गांव हैं जैसे जबकरा, मराड़ा, मकोड़ा, और मकोड़े के उधर रावी के उस पार भी हमारे 4-5 गांव हैं, वो भी सभी मुश्किल में। अभी तक तो कोई पता ही नहीं चल रहा क्या बन रहा है क्या नहीं, फिर भी
So life is uncertain here, and let me tell you, because the rivers are swollen and the floodgates are open, the Met Department has predicted that the next 12 hours or so could be extremely crucial because more rainfall is expected.
Sure.
That could mean the river waters could swell further. That means there could be a rise in water, and it could add to further woes. And that's the least people would want. They've been moving to safer places, but meanwhile, a whole lot of want to get back home, which they are unable to do.
And Kanwaljit, can I just point out, had you not told us that where you're standing is actually a road, one would have presumed that you're standing on a lake or a riverside or something. This is really critical. The flood fury that seems to be unfolding in our entire northern belt is an issue, a deeper issue that we all need to investigate and figure out what exactly is happening here. We'll leave it there for the moment with those visuals. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, the other big story we are tracking. It's been 79 years our nation gained independence, yet even after 7 decades, in many places across the country, people with outdated mindsets have not evolved. On your screens now, we'll just pop it up, you see 4 victims of one of the most horrifying issues of dowry. All these women were assaulted by their husbands and in-laws for dowry. Some of them ran to save their lives, others died trying to fix things. Let's take a look at these stories one by one. First up, Vipit Bhati is a murder case. We all know the story by now. Repeated demands of dowry, abuse, limiting her movements, her access on social media, ultimately, allegedly burnt alive. Let's look at what's happening in Jodhpur. A woman named Sanju and her 3-year-old daughter were found in a suspicious burnt condition at their home in Rajasthan. The cause of her death was assault by her husband, again, over dowry demands. In another dowry-related abuse case in Madhya Pradesh this time, a 23-year-old girl, Khushbu, escaped just in time after her husband tried to allegedly tie her up, torture her and insert a heated knife into her mouth when she cried out of pain. Meanwhile, a 33-year-old woman was found dead under suspicious circumstances in another district in Telangana. The victim, identified as Lakshmi, was reportedly subjected to alleged starvation, physical assault, prolonged confinement by her husband, Naresh Babu, and in-laws for additional dowry. What exactly is happening there? Why have we got the plot so wrong? And how has dowry become such an acceptable norm in our society? And mind you, not just in our villages, not just in Greater Noida, even in the most affluent areas where we perhaps don't hear of such severe outcomes. So here are the 5 questions that we are asking on dowry. Why does the conviction rate in dowry-related cases remain abysmally low? Despite the existence of laws like Section 498A, the Dowry Prohibition Act, etc., why is it so low? Number 2, under the law, is giving dowry as much a crime as demanding it? And if yes, then why haven't we reported of these cases? Why have we held them accountable? Number 3, dowry also a problem with the educated elite. We don't hear of these cases. They're often called gifts. They're often called love, with which things are being given, gifts are, granted. Is that also illegal? Why is silence still the norm by neighbors, relatives, or even friends who witness signs of dowry-related abuse but stay mum, say nothing? And what mechanism, importantly, is in place to ensure fast-track courts handle dowry death cases with urgency? In fact, even dowry cases with urgency, so it doesn't lead to the person losing his or her life over there. So those are the big questions that we are tracking. Let me bring on our guest now. Karuna Nandi, senior advocate at Supreme Court, joins us now. I don't know where to begin with these stories. These issues, as a woman, as a wife, as a mother, it enrages you at different levels. But my question is a more legal one to you, Karuna. When under the law, even giving dowry is as much a crime, why don't we see enough noise about it?
You know, the trouble is that this has been going on for so long, and this is so deeply embedded and endemic in our society that the news essentially got bored of it. So what happened is that when the men's rights associations emerged, and they started saying that, oh, look, there is this one case here, and then there is this one case there. And they started talking about the abuse of 498A. And there is abuse of 498A. Firstly, let me be clear about that. But it is tiny, tiny subsection of what is actually the reality of this country.
Yeah.
Right? But when oppression is oppression is a habit, then equality feels unconscionable, right? So therefore, then what happened, I think, is that it all became about the abuse of 498A. And this has, for better or for worse, influenced the court system. It has influenced the way the court system approaches this. We must recognize that the police also emerges from the same society that we are all from, and the same kind of patriarchy, right? And the same kind of misogyny, and the same घर की बात है, घर पे रहने दो.
Adjust kar lo.
Adjust kar lo. So even if you look at this particular situation, which has only grabbed the headlines because of the not just because of the extreme violence of it, because that's actually quite common, but because that extreme violence was caught on camera, because it was a media. Because also she was very beautiful. You had a little boy involved who spoke up. The normal everyday cases, the thousands of women who are being blackmailed, tortured, even killed, short of this, are not reported.
Yeah.
These cases go to court, sometimes with insufficient evidence, and it is said, but why dowry? Even in this case, there's no allegation of dowry, by the way. I mean, in the sense there are many allegations of dowry, but the police, I'm told, has not in the FIR mentioned the provision that deals with dowry from the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. They have
Because
said that
under the law, then that would book the parents of the girl as well. So there is a bit of a complication there. But Karuna, you're right when you say that in most of these cases, these instances barely, forget reaching the courts, they've barely reached a situation of a complaint. If a girl, and I believe it's perhaps, I don't know if there's a right way to say this, but perhaps the parents of the girl are also to be questioned here. To say that if you're not going to stand by your child, if you're going to ask her, adjust kar lo, ghar hai, nibha lo. If you're going to say stuff like that, then there is no outlet left for a girl or a victim in this case to even speak up, to demand justice.
Let me explain to you how the law works here in this area. You have the Dowry Prohibition Act. So there's Section 3, which is the penalty for giving or taking dowry. And this is if any person after the commencement of this act gives or takes or abets the giving or taking of dowry, then shall be punishable, right? So you are not wrong when you say that there's a complication here. There is. However, this, to be fair, provision is very rarely used against the parents. You know, whenever it is used, on the rare occasion it is used against the in-laws who have taken the dowry.
I
right?
see.
However, difficulty is this. The difficulty is that because the provision exists, it's very difficult for the people who have given the dowry to make the complaint.
Yes.
Because then, you know, they are also implicated. So then who's going to make the complaint?
It's a catch-22, yeah.
So I think the law here is not well designed, and it definitely I would not blame the parents of the girl at this time when she has been murdered in this really brutal way, right? Systemically, though, we also must understand that when, you have parents who are giving money and giving dowry to the other party, they are doing it out of a sense of compulsion, right? Like it's like giving hafta to the neighborhood bullies because you think you have no other option. You are giving hafta, you are giving like a ransom in the hope that your child is going to be kept safe.
Yeah.
Even in this case, the allegations are, we don't know whether they're true or not, we'll have to see, but widely reported allegations are that they gave a Scorpio SUV.
Yeah. But they wanted a Mercedes. Yeah.
But they wanted a Mercedes, exactly, that they gave a lot, right? So why are they doing this? They're doing this out of a sense that they have no option, right? If they thought that there was this wonderful boy somewhere and they had an option.
I agree with you. That's what I was saying. There's no nice way of saying this because, you understand the situation perhaps in which the parents of the girl are in as well. But Karuna, I want to ask you this. In your experience of having heard of these cases, dealt with these cases, if a young bride today is watching the program right now, can't go to the husband, can't go to the in-laws, can't go to her own parents or even friends who will help, what is the way out for them? What should they be doing as of now?
I think the question is really before that. This question comes prior to that, prior to who the young woman consents to being married to, or who the parents decide to marry their child to. And we have to be really clear that this system of ransom, where you are giving good money and putting good money after bad and hoping that it's going to work out well, is never going to work out because you're giving money to criminals. So the girl, by definition, they are criminals, right? So you are not guaranteeing that there's no guarantee that your child is going to be murdered, thankfully. But there is a guarantee that this kind of money you are giving is going to be associated with the value of this girl.
Yeah.
And that the girl marrying this person is not enough. So therefore, you're marrying you're marrying your child to criminals. Or you yourself are consenting sometimes to be married to criminals. Or people who have that mindset, even if it's posited as gifts or love or whatever. And so therefore, I think being very clear about not doing that. And saying that I am going to make sure that this girl is as educated as possible, has a job, any kind of decent work. Because look at the labor workforce participation rate today. It's extremely low. It only went up to about 30% when suddenly this government decided to include laborers who were working, not laborers, women who were working on their own fields, of their family fields. Right? That's the Otherwise, it's gone down dramatically from the 90s. So therefore, do not get married in situations like this. There are people out there who are happy to get married for, legitimate reasons, non-criminal reasons, and otherwise...
In a good world, love.
Otherwise, do not get married.
And can I add to that? A lot of times, right in the beginning, when you're about to get married, it doesn't come as a demand. It comes layered with out of love or something that you would do just to benefit the child. This is for your well-being. It comes wrapped in different shades like these, or this is just the ashirwads that the parents are giving. So be wary of all of these things. It's just conditioning. Ultimately, it is a dowry that is being asked for. So thank you, Karuna, for joining us and laying that out for all our viewers. I really hope even one person caught up in a situation like this can listen to this conversation and perhaps benefit from it. On that note, we are going to slip into a very quick break. Coming up on the other side, our big health story where we have today a sugar showdown for you. It's festive season, yes, but right before you dive into your next modak or a laddu or a sweet, remember to see what it's actually made of. And no, the substitutes are not as healthy as they look. We'll tell you all about it on the other side of this very quick break.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
They don't make headlines.
They make India. The real unicorns of India don't chase valuation, they create value. These are the stories of those who don't just do business, they build India. This Independence Month, India Today celebrates the micro-moguls of India. Quiet ambition, local impact, national change. The untold stories of grassroots entrepreneurs quietly shaping a rising India. India Today, the micro-moguls of India. Subscribe now at subscriptions.indiatoday.in and read their full stories.
Welcome back. It's time for our health story of the day. Now, Ganpati is here and so are the modaks, the laddus and the sweets. But before you dive head first into the next festive treat, have you ever stopped to wonder, are your healthy sweeteners really healthy? There's brown sugar, there's jaggery, honey, stevia. Are they truly better for you or just sugar in disguise? Our next explainer will bring you science-backed breakdown of what's inside that sugar substitute, what these sweeteners do to your body, and even what WHO has warned us all about when it comes to sweeteners. Get ready, because this is the sugar showdown, because festive season is here and your sweet tooth deserves the truth. Brown sugar, jaggery, honey, stevia, and now the latest, monk fruit. Before you fall for any sugar substitute thinking it's healthy, watch this video till the end. We will give you science-backed comparison of all sugar substitutes. What are the core ingredients? What is the health impact? And then our final verdict. But first, let's understand some basics on sugar. Now, if you thought any one kind of sugar was healthy, you are wrong. There is no healthy sugar. Honey and jaggery are still sugar. Your body treats them like sugar. FDA even counts syrups and honey as added sugar on their labels. Fructose as a sugar substitute isn't a free lunch, it's still sugar. In fact, WHO goes on to say in both adults and children, the intake of sugar should be reduced to less than 10% of the total energy intake. Meaning, WHO is not asking you to go off sugar. छोड़ने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Cancelling any food out of your system isn't wise. It's saying limit it. For health benefits, it's advised to in fact reduce sugar intake to below 5% of your total energy. What does this mean? This means roughly 25 grams of sugar in a day. That translates into 6 teaspoons. In fact, to quote them, they go on to say that nutritionally, people don't need any sugar in their diet at all. Having understood that, let's now get into what science has to say on sugar contenders. This is the sugar showdown. Number 1, table sugar. White sugar, brown sugar, pink sugar, they're all the same. They're made with 50% glucose, 50% fructose, bonded together actually. This means that excess intake raises your risk in terms of extra calories consumed. A major source of these are found in sugary drinks, in your desserts as well. Remember, WHO has capped free sugar to just about 50 grams a day, and that's also on the higher side. So the verdict here is minimize. It's not your sole driver of energy. Let's look at honey next. The core ingredient here is 80% carbohydrates, which means mostly fructose, glucose. 15 to 70% is water and tiny amounts of bioactives and antioxidants. But any antioxidant edge is negligible at real-world portions. Metabolically, it's sugar. The labeling is also counted as added sugar in your nutrition facts. Yes, it's flavorful, but not a healthier option at all. Let's look at another popular substitute, jaggery. The core ingredient here is unrefined non-centrifugal sugar from cane or palm. Predominantly, it's sucrose with very small amounts of minerals. The trace minerals don't offset the glycemic or caloric load and falls under free sugar to limit. Not a health upgrade over sugar at all. Next, let's look at options that are often termed under sugar-free, diet, zero-cal. Now, what does it have? The simple sugar in products is often appeared as high fructose corn syrup. It's called HFCS, commonly 42 or 55% still fructose. Doesn't prevent problems of excess sugar intake, liquid sugars, and strongly linked to overconsumption as well. The WHO guidelines targets all free sugars, not just sucrose. The verdict here is not advisable as a healthier replacement. Next, let's look at the very popular stevia. The core ingredient here is, of course, extracted from the leaves of the stevia plant. It contains the steviol glycosides, which are about 200 to 300 times sweeter than sugar. Virtually 0 calories per serving, doesn't raise blood sugar or insulin levels. It is not counted as sugar on FDA labels, but WHO still advises against it to manage weight or prevent diseases. The tricky detail here is that many stevia products on the market are not pure. They are blended with different other kinds of chemicals like dextrose, etc. So you've got to read the ingredient list very carefully. The verdict here is it is acceptable in small amounts, but don't use it as a license to over-sweeten your diet. And then it's the new kid on the block, monk fruit. The core ingredient here, again extracted from a fruit. It's 150 to 250 times sweeter than sugar, so only tiny amounts are used. Again, not counted as sugar, very low or no calories per serving used, doesn't add to sugar grams. But remember, even the WHO recommends not using non-sugar sweeteners to control your body weight or reduce the NCD risk. The tricky part here again remains that some of the labels blend it and they don't really tell you about it, so you've got to be careful of where you're sourcing your monk sugar from. In fact, the verdict here is it tastes even better than stevia. But again, it has to be used in moderation, not a magic bullet. So, which is the healthiest? Well, if you must add sweetness, then a tiny amount of pure monk fruit or stevia beats sugar, honey, jaggery, fructose at all levels. But don't rely on any sweetener, natural or artificial, to manage weight or protect against any disease. Even WHO explicitly advises against that strategy. The real win? Training your palate down and cutting total sweetness. Not just in your tea or coffee, but everything else you might even not realize you're having, which is sugar-loaded. From the harmless-looking cola at lunch to the mithai box getting passed around at work, sugar sneaks into our diets far more than we think. Sauces, packaged snacks, healthy drinks so-called, even breakfast cereal, they all add up to your sugar intake. And remember, sugar intake matters, even if you're not a diabetic. Our bodies, which work tirelessly for us, deserve better. So here's to the best drink your body actually needs. Just a glass of water. To good health and a sweeter life that isn't sugar-loaded. Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor for India Today. All right, I don't want to be a buzzkill here to anybody watching this right now and has a sweet tooth. We are not saying that all sugar is poison. We are not saying that you should just ban sugar altogether. We are saying moderate it and importantly, bring your palate of having sugar cravings actually down. To talk to us a little bit more about that, we've got Suman Agarwal, founder of Self-Care by Suman Nutritionist. She's also the author of books Unjunked and Super Kids. Also with us is Rohan Sehgal. He's the creator of Sugar Spike Show. Now, Rohan is famous as being the guy who tests his sugar spike after every food that he consumes. He's using his body as an experiment, has a lot of insights on what actually spikes your glucose levels. And a lot of times, the culprits are hidden. You don't even realize they have so much of sugar. So let me give the first word to Suman Agarwal. Then Suman, it's very interesting how people think that मैं तो फीकी चाय पीता हूँ. I don't use sugar at all. Or people who say कि मैं तो जी मिठाई मैंने छोड़ दी है. But even they don't realize that how sugar is sort of wolfed in, itself in different forms and different food items and is in your kitchen, on your plate without you realizing it at all. Could you name a few of these dishes for us which have sort of taken you off guard as well when your clients brought it up to you?
Yeah, Sonal. So I mostly hear, oh, I've given up sugar in my tea, coffee. But they definitely had that sugar-free date mithai. They will go for that. Then they will always have like a cake which is made with orange juice. So they're trying to tell themselves that they're not having any sugar. Or they'll have plate full of fruits, which is fructose. So this is my debate with every client in the same manner that your brain does not get tricked because it needs that little bit sugar if you have taken it from childhood. But if you don't take it from young age, then your body, your palate does not want it. Or as you said, that they have to train the palate to bring the sugar requirement down instead of having with every meal. Bring it down to maybe a cup of tea, coffee with little sugar. As you mentioned, 5% is also, according to me, more. What a person should do is max 2 teaspoons of sugar, jaggery, honey, date, etc. And they should never cross this two teaspoon rule. That will control their desire to have desserts or in form of chocolates, etc. And they can lead a healthy life without diabetes, PCOS, insulin resistance. Everything comes with that, obesity. So that is my thumb rule. But if someone wants to give up sugar completely in every form, which is ketchup and syrups and honey and jaggery and desserts, and they should completely give it up. It takes your body or your palate 40 days to train. And after 40 days, your requirement for sugar or the desire for sugar goes down. So
Right.
that's what is.
You know, a lot of people have not realized what Suman has just said. She's quietly slid in the issue of even fruits being fructose and even fruits adding to sugar. So let me bring in Rohan on this one. Rohan, have you tried fruits and what is it doing to your glucometer?
No, absolutely. I could not agree more. And, before I say anything, I'm not a medical professional, nor am I diabetic, but I was so concerned with all this news on, how sugar is in everything. I had to do a fruit series. And you'll be surprised. I'll give an example. A fruit like lychee had spiked my blood sugar levels more than a can of Coke, a 300 ml can of Coke. So it's not like, she's absolutely right. Just because it's sugar in the form of fructose, it doesn't mean anything. Sugar, sugar.
Right. But then how are we supposed to consume fruit, Suman? It's great. It's a great source of different vitamins and minerals in our body. How are we supposed to, what is the right way to consume fruits then?
This is one, whenever I go on internet or Instagram and say about fruit, that worst time to have fruits is empty stomach, because it really spikes up your sugar, because it is absorbed in your blood immediately. So it increases your chances of insulin resistant, diabetes, and many other issues. The best time to have fruits would be immediately after a meal, which is of course balanced with protein, fat, carbs, and fiber, which are macros, so that your sugar spikes as it is low. And if you have a little
so
fruit,
then your fruit becomes your dessert in a way, a replacement of your dessert.
and there are certain fruit which are low on glycemic index, which has soluble fiber like apple, pear, pomegranate, guava. So including those fruits which are low on glycemic index, plus dragon fruit, cherry, strawberry, oranges are all low on glycemic. Every other fruit, like especially for diabetics, they ask me, can I have papita? I said, no, papaya is very high in sugar. So yeah, choosing the fruits which are low in GI is better.
Right. Rohan, what has been your experience with monk fruit?
Well, I was curious about all these sweeteners that you mentioned in your introduction. And what I found, so I added all these sweeteners to tea. And I found that white sugar, brown sugar, honey, gourd all gave similar results. So it was slightly disappointing, but it is what it is. But yes, calorie-free sweeteners like stevia and monk fruit, they did not give me a sugar spike. It was equivalent to having tea without sugar.
Oh, and compared to stevia and monk fruit, since I tried both as a way of research, actually monk fruit comes closer to the taste of sugar, while stevia still tastes a little artificial on the palate. But Rohan, what has been your biggest surprise in understanding glucose spikes? What food item really got you thinking, oh my God, I did not think this would spike my blood sugar?
I mean, since we're on the subject, fruits were truly shocking for me. I could not believe that certain fruits that I've grown up having are spiking sugar levels as much as desserts, because they're pure sugar. And from my experiments, I've found that anything that has just simple sugar and nothing else is just terrible for blood sugar. And absolutely, and pairing it, I'll give you a simple example. When I had lychees on their own, they had given me a very high sugar spike. But when I had them after a meal as dessert, the spike got cut down to 1/3. That's a 66% reduction in my personal case. So that was absolutely, a stunning discovery for myself.
Right. Suman, but we're in midst of the festival season just kicking in. A lot of people are going to say that this is the latest fad. There was a time when I was growing up, ghee was the problem. And now when my child is growing up, sugar is the problem. These things have a way of evolving as we go. But what is the science here? Agar a festivals hai, ek modak khana hai, how do you limit yourself? What is the right way then to consume, in moderation at least?
I tell always that even if you have to have a dessert, make sure it has the right fat. Like our Indian mithais, like almond or pista or kaju, the modaks made out of those, okay, will still spike your sugar lesser than having any dessert which is made with pure sugar and flour, like wheat modak, the churma modak, etc. They still spike your sugar more. Or having the, besan ka modak, besan laddu. So those will spike lesser. And having maximum a modak which is not more than 15 to 20 gram a day is fine. But everyone seeing the kind of life we live, we need to limit our desserts intake in no matter what. So having like a small, like modaks are made small, which fits in your palm and only one in a day, and which is not more than 20 grams. We should do the trick because 20 grams will finally give you the calorific value between 80 to 110. That's all, which you can manage, of course.
Yeah, imagine going to a mithai wala and saying 20 gram. I think that's not going to happen. So you will have to sort of make those things at home and ensure that you're doing it the right way. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so what happened? I see the size of desserts. All these years have been seeing I'm from Calcutta. So it is always intriguing for me to make a mithai, which is low in calorie. And so I made my own brand of mishta because of this, where the mithai is just 20 grams or 15 grams. And it has worked like it does not like it satisfies your craving at the same time. It gives you all the goodness. And so there are 20-gram mithais available. Once you go, modaks are available in 20 or 15 grams, in fact. In outside.
Right. Last question then. Rohan, what is your go-to? When you want that little sweet, but you don't want a glucose spike, what are you going for?
I mean, to be very honest, it's a losing battle. I don't think there's anything that exists which is sweet, which will satisfy me, which will not give me a spike. So all I try to do it is try and not do it every day, so that once in a while when I do it, I at least, it satisfies my desires,
That's not a bad way to look at it as well. I think for me, that's jalebi. I'm a very UP girl that way, that every time that happens, I cannot. But then I tell myself that it's going to happen at the end of the meal. It'll happen in a small portion, and it'll happen that one time in a week. But like I said, a lot of people are going to be like, stop being a spoiler for all the festive season. Well, our job is to bring the right information to you. The rest is your call. On that note, Suman, and thank you so much for joining us over there. All right, moving on to the next story that we're tracking. US President Donald Trump is back in the spotlight, this time for visible bruises on his hand. Pictures from his meeting with South Korea's president showed a dark patch fueling health concerns and even online chatter. The White House has downplayed the speculation, citing Trump's chronic venous insufficiency, a common condition they say people over 70 face. But is that really the case? Here's a look.
US President Donald Trump is back in the headlines, this time not for his words or tariffs, but for the bruises he's carrying. A dark black and blue patch was visible on US President Donald Trump's hand after he sat with South Korean President Lee Jae-myung in the Oval Office on Monday. This came just days after Trump's hand appeared to be covered with mismatched makeup during another public appearance, fueling chatter about what exactly the president might be suffering. Last week too, Trump was spotted flashing a bruised thumbs up in a photo snapped at Trump National Golf Club in Virginia. The images quickly went viral, sparking health concerns and speculation about their cause. Meanwhile, the White House downplayed the concern.
Recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of a standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you witness.
In July, Donald Trump's physician confirmed that he has chronic venous insufficiency, describing it as a common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70. This is a medical condition where veins can't effectively send blood back to the heart, causing blood to pool and leading to symptoms like skin changes. Trump's physician denied any threat of a deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease. Bureau Report, India Today.
Onto our trend check now. Now, Louis Vuitton is turning heads with their makeup line. The French luxury giant has launched a La Beauté, where a single lipstick, guess how much it costs? 22,000 rupees, and an eyeshadow palette for about 25,000 rupees. The line is being hailed by LV as the mother of makeup, But online, it's the mother of all prices. With Hermes and Gucci lipstick costing a third of that amount, many wonder LV's gamble on beauty, will that really work? Especially as global sort of luxury sales are slowing down as well. We get you an India perspective.
Pat McGrath is the creative director behind LV's new beauty line featuring 55 lip shades, 10 lip balms and 8 dramatic eyeshadow palettes. With no item costing less than Rs 15,000, a shopping spree here would not be a casual day out as per netizens, especially in this economy. Refills for these are available at a less painful price point of anything between Rs 6,000 to 9,000. Mind you, this is a substantial elevation from the prices of even the most expensive lip shades in the luxury space right now. An Hermes lipstick costs just $80 or Rs 8,000 in comparison, while Gucci, Prada and Chanel equivalents are just one-third the cost at $50. But will all this fanfare translate into sales? LV is currently facing a steep sales decline of 8% in their core fashion and leather goods category, according to the annual report. Trends also indicate a psychological pause in luxury buying patterns. With the price point no lipstick has ever seen before, Louis Vuitton is now looking for a clientele that views makeup as collectible art instead. Louis Vuitton is still the world's largest luxury brand. But how much can a brand charge for beauty? Is this a gross misjudgment or simply the start of something new? The debate goes on. With Shreya Srivastav and video journalist Nasir Khan, Bureau Report, India Today.
And finally, it's World Dog Day today, did you know? Recently, we saw the country divided over the dog debate. But no matter which side you're on, really, here's a fun fact about our very own Desi Indies. Now, did you know that our Indian Desi dogs share a 4,000-year-old ancestral connection with Australia's dingoes? These street-smart pups are part of an ancient lineage, perfectly adapted to survive and thrive alongside humans in diverse environments. So, listen to the Supreme Court. Instead of just feeding them outside your door, think about actually giving an indie dog a forever home. Adopt a Desi, love them for life. We leave you with that thought. See you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Over the next 1 hour, all the day's biggest stories coming your way. Here's a look at what to expect over the next 60 minutes here on Super 6. We're going to be focusing on the big controversy that played out last week over DK Shivkumar singing the RSS anthem in the Assembly. Today, in a detailed press conference, the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister has issued an apology, so much so that he said that for me, Gandhis are my God. I am a devotee for the Gandhis. What's really led to these strong statements and this apology from DK Shivkumar? Is it because the High Command pulled him up? We'll be talking about that. That's our top focus here on Super 6. Also coming up on the show, the controversy surrounding the upcoming Karnataka Dasara Habba, the Dasara celebrations that will be kicking off in Mysuru. Remember, Muslim author Banu Mushtaq has been invited for the inauguration. The BJP's questioned this, saying if she doesn't have faith in the deity, how can she be a part of this festival? So it's led to a lot of questions on whether this celebration is cultural or if it's religious. We're going to be talking about that. We'll have Congress's Rizwan Arshad with us on that big debate. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Here are the headlines first. Massive cloudburst in Jammu's Noida, 5 killed in Vaishno Devi landslide. The Tavi bridge crumbles. Horrifying images coming in as houses, cars are swept away. Not just Jammu, but also in Himachal, landslips, flash floods leave a trail of destruction. The Bias River washes away parts of Chandigarh Highway. Manali Leh Road also completely blocked. Big revelation in Noida Dowry death. Accused husband had an affair, hit lover after wife caught them. FIR filed by husband's lover claims verbal and physical assault. Controversy over Kerala temple purification ritual after non-Hindu vlogger made reels washing her feet in the temple pond. It's been cleansed by the pujaris. Non-Hindus not allowed to the very famous Guruvayur temple. ED raids ex-Delhi Mantri Saurabh Bharadwaj. Raids in connection to alleged 5,000 crore hospital construction scam in Delhi. Raids also on the construction companies that bagged 24 hospitals construction projects. AAP cries foul. And less than 24 hours to go for Trump's tariff to hit India. Modi chairs key strategy huddle. Home Minister Shah, Finance Ministry officials, Principal Secretary all attend meeting.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगी।
And let's begin with the details coming in from Karnataka of how Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar today, in the midst of that entire controversy over singing the national anthem, breaking into, in fact, the RSS anthem, I beg your pardon, during the assembly debate last week, has now had to apologize. In a detailed press conference, he's clarified that his act was meant to be nothing but a piece of satire, not an endorsement of the RSS ideology. So he's apologized. He's spoken about how loyal he is to the Congress. He says that he's a mere devotee and his God are the Gandhis. So obviously at this point, while D.K. Shivkumar is finding the need to actually come out and clarify and reiterate how loyal he is to the Congress, there are questions being asked on whether this has been triggered by some sort of rap from the High Command. Let's get your details first of what D.K. Shivkumar had to say in their press conference today.
Namaste Sada Vatsale Matrabhumi Jaya Hindu Bhumi Sugam Varditoham.
That was D.K. Shivkumar singing the RSS anthem inside the Karnataka Assembly last week. 5 days later, the Deputy CM has had to tender an apology for his act.
I would like, if anyone has been hurt, I feel sorry for them. I think I would like to seek apology to all of them.
Shivkumar on Tuesday reiterated his unwavering loyalty to the Gandhi family and the Congress as he sought to quell criticism over his recital of the RSS anthem. He also clarified that if anyone had been hurt by his comments, he would apologize, but emphasized that the apology was not due to political pressure.
If anyone has been hurt, some of my party colleagues are commenting on that. I don't like to be a congressman, and I have a lot of followers and friends across the party line in different political party in the India group. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt their feelings. I would like, if anyone has been hurt, I feel sorry for them. I think I would like to seek apology to all of them.
Shivkumar claimed he recited the RSS anthem during a discussion in the assembly to take a swipe at the opposition leader R. Ashoka and not to praise the organization. He added that he is a devotee of the Gandhi family.
From the year 1980, I started my political journey as a congressman. Some of my friends are taking a political leaf out of it and try to misuse it and try to create confusion among the public. I would like to reiterate my loyalty to the Gandhi family and the Congress party. Gandhi family cannot be questioned by anyone. I am a born congressman, I will die as a congressman.
Shivkumar's apology follows criticism by his party colleagues.
No, first of all, I don't want to comment on that. And second of all, we have the High Command. High Command always see what their leaders are doing or making statements and taking stand on issues like this one. So it is up to our High Command to see. If they feel that this is wrong, then they will definitely ask Shivakumar to answer.
Telangana CM Revant Reddy, speaking exclusively to India Today, defended DK Shivakumar, saying that he was unnecessarily being dragged into an issue.
आरएसएस का जो भी अंत में जो भी ये डीके शिवकुमार जी पढ़ के सुना है, कोई गलती नहीं है उसमें।
मैं तो नहीं कह रही गलती है, मैं तो बस पूछ रही हूँ कि आपको भी याद होगा।
नहीं, याद रहना बहुत जरूरी है। आप जो सामने वाले को आप अंदाजा करना है तो उसके बारे में सब कुछ पता लगना है।
The BJP and JDS hit out at Shivakumar, claiming the deputy CM had apologized to save his chair. The JDS described the deputy CM as a tiger in the assembly that turns into a mouse in front of the High Command. The party also circulated an image that read, "Fear of expulsion, coward DK bows down to Mother Italy."
He knows what to do, when to do, what statement to give, when to sing RSS song, when to condemn RSS. He is an expert in all that. He thought he can try and confuse Hindu voters. He thought he can try and get some Hindu sympathy by doing this. But now it's naturally Congress has not taken it in the right spirit, and they have made him apologize. He's saying that no one has asked him to apologize. Will not be bought by anyone.
The JDS further claimed that Congress ministers belonging to Dalit community were dismissed from their posts without even being heard. A veiled dig at the recent sacking of K.N. Rajanna, who was dropped from the cabinet after a series of controversies.
The KPCC president is now facing the fire not only from the opponents but from his own party leaders who have questioned his loyalty despite he bringing the party to power in the year 2023 with a thumping majority. With video journalist Madhu Sagaraj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Okay, let me bring in Sagai Raj, who's joining us live from Bengaluru with more details on this. Sagai, this is a controversy that had actually played out last week. And I remember right after DK Shivakumar had sang the RSS anthem in the assembly, he came out and he said that, look, there's not much to read into this. What prompted a detailed news conference today in which DK Shivakumar issued even an apology? Was he pulled up by the Congress High Command? What are you picking up from your sources?
Whenever there is a negative news against him, he is quick enough to, in a damage control mode, whether it was in Coimbatore when he shared the dais with Home Minister Amit Shah and Adi Yogi, and now even during the RSS anthem which was being sung, whenever he realized that it is going to boomerang him, and much before that issue get to the next level, he always gives a clarification. Even during the Coimbatore time, he said that he was a born congressman and he is going to die as a congressman, and it is there in his blood. And even now he says that Gandhi and Congress families are his God, and he is a devotee of both party and Gandhi family. So he is trying to do a damage control whenever he got into trouble, especially when it comes to the singing a song for RSS or sharing a dais with Amit Shah. Their own party members have targeted him, and time and again he have to prove his loyalty is something bizarre for him, and you need to understand that time and again he has spoken on behalf of the party, and he has also defended the leaders whenever there was crisis. But when it comes to when it comes to his own issues like this one, where he has sung a RSS song, his party is not defending him, and there are no leaders who are trying to come out and giving any kind of clarification on his statement, except Revant Reddy.
And you know, there's questioning happening from within. You're right in highlighting that, Sagai, that these aren't just, opposition leaders who are questioning DK Shivakumar, but within the Congress too, many of them condemning the fact that he sang the RSS anthem. But I want to just kind of contrast what DK Shivakumar did in the assembly last week versus how he's spoken of the RSS now. Right after singing the RSS anthem, now he's issued this apology saying that there's no question of him now at this point having any regard for the song. The reason perhaps also he's having to come out with this clarification is because repeatedly we've seen how Rahul Gandhi's attack at the BJP, at the right, has been over the song. So this does dent the Congress's repeated attacks and they attempt to create a narrative against the RSS. But take a look at that contrast.
सदा वत्सले मातृभूमि अध्यक्षया हिंदू भूमि सुगम वर्धितोहम महामंगले. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt their feelings.
I would like, if anyone has been hurt, I feel sorry for them. I think I would like to seek apology to all of them.
Okay, let me open this up. Joining us on this broadcast is Prashant GS, spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP. We've got Kapil Madan, political analyst, also with us. Thank you both for your time. I'd like to highlight here that we did extend an invite to the Congress. They're not willing to be a part of a discussion on this. But Kapil Madan, I'd like to begin with you on what you make of all that's transpired. Why do you think DK Shivkumar has had to apologize? You know, there are questions being asked from within the Congress on why he had to sing the RSS anthem. Surely he knew the messaging that would be involved.
So, Akshata, let me begin by saying it appears that the BJP is so jobless they didn't want to make a political storm out of a song that was sang in a political satire. We all know in political debates, we all know, in rhetorics, you make symbolic references. Even if you are opposed to something, even if you are opposed to an ideology, even if you are opposed to an idea, the important thing for you is to know the idea that you're opposing. And I think, if you look at the entire statement made by Mr. DK Shivkumar, if you look at the press conference, the later part where Mr. DK Shivkumar has also on record has said that he's sorry if someone has been hurt, because ultimately it is not an issue, and BJP is trying to make out an issue out of a non-issue. In all debates, we do debates day in and day out in all public life. In fact, we have seen how BJP people, in fact, BJP's top leader, Atal Bihari ji, praising Indira Gandhi ji. Does that mean that Atal Bihari ji was
it means,
left his
no, it means, Kapil, that he had great respect and regard for her. So then you're expecting us to understand this as DK Shivkumar having great regard for the RSS.
No, all I'm saying is, all I'm trying to say is, you may have a view, and you may have a different political view. And in fact, it shows when Mr. DK Shivkumar came and, he also on records apologized to the Congress followers and to the people who follow Congress ideology. His remarks have been, his, utterance of the anthem of the RSS has been completely distorted, and it has been given completely different color, completely out of context.
Okay, let me give BJP a chance to respond to this. Prashant, what do you make of what Kapil is saying? This is largely what the Congress is saying, that look, there's a lot being read into for no reason of what DK Shivkumar did in the assembly, which was just a moment of fun.
Akshata, we are not reading into anything. You look at the chronology of events. DK Shivkumar sang the RSS prayer. Thereafter, defended saying that he needs to know what RSS does, that RSS is building good institutions, they have good education institutions. He made all of that statements in public domain. And now, owing to pressure from the Gandhi family, he is forced to apologize. And he said that Gandhi said God for him. And on previous occasions, he said that when he attended the Shivratri celebrations, he said that he came here for Lord Shiva, and that he's a great devotee and a Hindu and a devotee of Lord Shiva. Suddenly, a Lord Shiva devotee turns into devotee of the Gandhi family. For what reason? He knows that in Congress he can be thrown out at any point. Like how they sacked Rajan over a phone call. In the past, how Virendra Patil, the chief minister, was dismissed in the airport. DK Shivkumar knows that if he does not toe the line his masters have drawn in Delhi, he will be out of the party.
But doesn't matter how many that holds good, Prashant. That holds good for every single political party, including yours.
See, Akshita, you look at the statement made by DK Shivkumar. He's very clear that his intent was not to apologize, but he's apologizing. And in fact, he says that he's sorry for them, that people are hurt and he's sorry for them. So which means he really wants to say that just because they're seeking an apology, he's really feeling sorry for them that they're seeking his apology. And he says that he is apologetic about what has happened. So therefore, in the Congress, if you don't toe the line by the Gandhi family, there is nothing called high command, because even the Congress president had to stand outside and peep through the door when Priyanka Vadra had to file a nomination. And Mallikarjun Kharge has been on record saying that he has to consult the high command. The Congress president is not the high command. It is only the Gandhi family which decides, and all of them owe their allegiance only
Okay,
to
so
Gandhi
you're
family.
suggesting that it was pressure. Couple,
this
you
is
know,
a
you're saying
family-driven
mountain
party.
being made out of a molehill. The reality is that there has been outrage from within. That there are Congress leaders currently who are questioning DK Shivkumar, and that perhaps, we don't know, but maybe that's what prompted DK Shivkumar to actually issue this kind of an apology, because he's facing heat from within.
See,
So Akshita, that's the reason why, with all humility and with all humbleness, he has came forward and he has said that if someone has misread him, if someone have taken him out of context, and that's the reason why he was not feeling shy and he has apologized. This shows what? This shows that yes, he is a firm leader. He is an old leader, and in fact, the entire Congress party stood with him. He has faced cases after cases. In a frivolous case, he was arrested by the ED, and in fact, despite everything, because we've all seen how previously when such leaders have been facing these kind of
continues
criminal
to be
cases,
on bail.
they have switched sides to the BJP. And in fact, if you just do a normal research, you will find out how many people who were facing some kind of criminal prosecutions, they have they have crossed over to the BJP, and all those cases are over.
Kapil, I can play for you a reaction from Mr. BK Hariprasad, who's questioned the need for DK Shivkumar to have sung the RSS anthem in the assembly. So yes, there are questions being asked within the party.
So Akshita, that's the reason why he's apologized. In fact, you give me one reason why Mr. Dhankar has resigned. I mean, what happened till 4:30 he was in the parliament, and in the night he resigned? Did he give any explanation? Did we hear from the PM? Do you know where is he? Have you seen him making one, political statement after his resignation? Now there are apprehensions. People are, in fact, all the leaders are saying whether he is safe or not. In fact, the country would want to know. That's the culture you have there. But here you have a space where, in fact,
you can't be
can
making
express
scathing
even a
comments
different
and
idea.
get away, Mr. Kapil Vardhan. Hold your language.
Okay,
You
Prashant, go
cannot
ahead. Prashant.
accuse.
Please hold on. Prashant, please hold on.
He cannot get
Prashant,
away
hold
by
on.
making
I get your
accusations to
anxiety.
government and the
I get
PM
your
stating that
anxiety.
somebody is not
Okay,
safe.
hold on. Kapil,
Kapil,
hold on. Let me
make
give
a statement
Prashant a
saying
chance to
somebody is not safe.
respond. Prashant, go ahead.
I never interrupted when you was
It's not an interruption. You cannot make a random statement and say that you should not be interrupted. You are making a incorrect statement on constitutional functionaries. You are making a statement against the PM, and when the Home Minister on the floor of the House has again time and again repeated that the Vice President then, Mr. Dhankar, who was holding the post then, resigned on health grounds. I don't think Congress or its India Alliance partner need to speculate on it. And moreover, you are making wild accusations only to safeguard your agenda here. People are talking about Bangladeshi infiltrators being given positions here, and Congress is supporting them.
One second,
whereas
we're
you
moving.
suddenly question.
We're deviating into completely different issues. Prashant, please stick to the topic at hand. Please stick to the topic at hand right now. Please stick to the topic at hand, Prashant. The question that's constantly asked is, look, if the tables were turned, wouldn't the BJP High Command also have stepped in if there was a BJP leader who hadn't toed the party line on a certain issue? The same crackdown perhaps would have triggered an apology if the tables were turned.
Akshita, it is not about if and buts. What is the party line here? You point out to me as to what was DK Shivkumar's statement in the assembly, and then the press meet after that.
Kapil, hold on. I'll give you a chance to respond.
He made a statement that he is aware of the RSS anthem. He also sang it because he is also in the past. It is not the first time. In 2019 also he has sung it in the assembly, stating that in his childhood he has attended RSS Shaka. Therefore, when one of the leaders of a party asked him, he said, I know it, and he recited the RSS prayer. And then in the press meet following that, he said that he is aware about the education institutions that RSS has built, and he is aware that what activities RSS is into. And at no point in time, it suggested of being sarcastic. He was making a statement of fact that RSS is running good number of educational institutions and doing good for the country. And he left it there. Thereafter, the Gandhi family stepped in, and the Gandhi family took offense because Rahul Gandhi was against this idea of somebody saying RSS is doing good work.
So, Kapil, this is
Rahul
exactly
Gandhi's
what I was
ego-
referring to.
Rahul Gandhi's
What
ego
DK
was
Shiv
hurt.
Kumar has done by breaking into the RSS anthem in the floor of the House is given leeway to the BJP to say, look, this is endorsement for the RSS. So, in that sense, does this really dent Rahul Gandhi's constant attacks at the RSS and his attempt to create a narrative against the Sangh?
No, so Akshana, let me, again on record say this. I think my good friend here, who's from the BJP, he's trying to replace facts with noise, but ultimately a noise cannot be a substitute of facts and logic. He tried his best, but ultimately he failed. Now let me respond
Definitely
to
not.
the question.
We can have,
Hold on,
we can
Mr.
continue
Kishan,
to
hold on.
debate,
I do
Mr.
get your
Kapil,
anxiety.
and I'm sure you will not
again,
have answers to most of the questions that we pose to you.
I am, sir, please, I never interrupted. Let's be civilized. I never spoke when you were speaking, so please don't speak on my turn. This is my turn. Now, let me just begin, what I said. You please go or do a simple research. Kangana Ranaut made so many remarks and she went against the party line, and thereafter she she had to tender an apology. It's a fact which is documented. You do a simple research. Does that mean Kangana now is against the BJP ideology? The question is this. We all saw in 2015, our Honorable Prime Minister went to Pakistan to wish the then Prime Minister of Pakistan. Does that mean he's supporting Pakistan's ideology? If this is the logic, what my learned friend is trying to portray here, this can't be. This is absolutely
No, but
illogical.
if that is the case, Kapil, if there is no endorsement for the RSS, why is DK Shiv Kumar having to apologize?
Akshita, hold on. So that's what I am saying. He has given an apology with utmost humility, because even if his statement has been taken out of context, despite that, if someone was hurt, he has on record said that he feels sorry for those people. He didn't meant to hurt them, and the matter should end there. This happens when you don't have a political ideas. You don't have your intellectually and politically, you don't have anything to really count on. You make issues out of non-issues, and this is a glaring and a classic example of a situation like this.
Okay, closing comments. Prashant, go ahead.
Actually, my fellow panelists, the last couple of sentences, you nicely summed up what Congress is up to in Bihar and elsewhere during elections, as to when they're ideologically and intellectually bankrupt. What they're doing, lot of noise, is what Rahul Gandhi is doing across the country, which is why Congress is in power in only 3 states in the country, mind you. So therefore, from a grand 400 odd seats, they have come down to double digits now, and they've not even crossed BJP's tally in the last 3 elections put together. Therefore, it is Rahul Gandhi who is completely only noise and no stuff, zero intellect, zero knowledge of elections. He is making only noises across the country, and people in Bihar now are going to teach a lesson once again to Rahul Gandhi, and is going to enter the record books as probably the leader who has lost most number of elections, and Rahul Gandhi's place there will be secure and forever, and that record can never be beaten by any BJP leader, because Rahul Gandhi occupies the pole position there.
I'm going to wrap this up because we've completely moved on to other issues clearly. But Prashant and Kapil, thank you very much for your time, for joining us here on India Today. We'll leave it to the viewers to decide what triggered DK Shiv Kumar now to apologize for singing the RSS anthem in the Karnataka Assembly. Now, previously, he said it was done in jest. It was just a moment that he had with the BJP leaders in the assembly. Now he's issued an apology, saying very clearly that he's a devotee and his God are the Gandhis. We're going to continue tracking the political reactions on that, but we're sticking to news from Karnataka. Now there's a political controversy that's broken out over author Banu Mushtaq being invited to inaugurate a Dasara festival in Mysuru. The Congress government has decided to invite a renowned writer and activist. She's in fact won the Booker Prize this year. So she is someone who Karnataka has been celebrating. But the BJP has been questioning this particular move, saying essentially that yes, she's someone that every Kannadiga is proud of, but they've questioned her religious beliefs and said, is she really the right dignitary for the Dasara festivities? Let's get you all the reactions first in this report.
A polarizing fight over the annual Mysuru Dasara festivities. The Congress government's invite to award-winning author, the Booker Prize winner Banu Mushtaq, to inaugurate the Dasara festival has led to a political firestorm.
ವಿಶ್ವವಿಖ್ಯಾತ ದಸರಾ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಬೂಕರ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ವಿಜೇತರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಬಾನು ಮುಸ್ತಾಕ್ ಅವರು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
While the Congress has lauded the author's contribution, the BJP has lashed out. Why? Because of statements like these made by the author previously about the Kannada language and the state flag.
ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಬಾನು ಮುಷ್ತಾಕ್ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಕೆಯ ಮನೆಯವರು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಅವಕಾಶನೇ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಡವನ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರಿ.
BJP leaders have also raised questions over whether the author even believes in the Chamundeshwari deity who is worshipped in Mysuru during the Dasara festival.
ಬಾನು ಮುಸ್ತಾಕ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚರಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪಾಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಈ ಒಂದು ದಸರಾ ಆಚರಣೆಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೀವು ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಗೆ ಕರೆಯೋದಾದರೆ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾಯಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡಿಯ ತಾನು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ತೋರಿಸ್ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಯಾಕಾಗಿ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ?
वो चामुंडेश्वरी को मानती है क्या? चामुंडेश्वरी का पूजा करती है क्या? मैसूर दसरा केवल सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम नहीं है, वो एक धार्मिक कार्यक्रम है.
BJP MP and Mysore Royal Scion Yaduvir Vadiyar has told India Today that the party is unsure about whether she shares the same sentiment for the festival.
If one side these are laudable initiatives of hers, we have to wait against also some of her sayings which in 2023 have come to light recently of her, essentially insulting our Kannada flag by saying that it is, part Arshna and part Kesari, part that is yellow and orange. And then saying that there is a photo of Thai Bhuneshwari on the stage and so she feels unwelcome. So these are all, aspects which have come to light, which have obviously not been in line with our sentiments.
The Karnataka government, however, has stood their ground, maintaining that this isn't just about religion.
ಹಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಿಸಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿರಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿದ್ದವರು ಯಾರು? ಸರ್ ಮಿರ್ಜಾ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲ್ ದಿವಾನರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ನಾವು ಈ ನಾಡ ಹಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅನೇಕ ಎತ್ತರದ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳು, ಸಮಾಜದ ಮುಖಿಯಾದಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು, ಎಸ್.ಎಂ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು, ನಿಸಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ರವರು, ಸ್ವತಃ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಪತಿಗಳು ದಸರಾನ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Banu Mushtaq has reacted to the controversy, saying that while the matter can be seen from different perspectives, the Dasara festival is a part of a culture and she is truly happy to have received the invite.
ಈ ದಸರಾ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದ ಆಹ್ವಾನವೇ ನನಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ ಇದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೂ ಪ್ರಿಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ಗೌರವಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬ ಆಗದೆ, ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಬ್ಬವೇ ಆಗಿದೆ.
A joyous cultural fest has been reduced to a political turf war, this time in Mysuru. Bureau Report, India Today.
So there's a raging debate right now over the fact that Banu Mushtaq has been invited. Like I said, she's a celebrated author and activist. The BJP too has said that she is very much the pride of Karnataka, but question whether this is the right occasion to have her for the inauguration. While the writer herself hasn't really reacted to this entire controversy, she has said that she's extremely honored to be a part of these festivities. Mind you, that amid all of the issues that the BJP is raised over Banu Mushtaq being chosen, one of it is that they are saying the celebration of Dasara is the celebration of the goddess Chamundeshwari in Mysuru. So they're saying, how can someone who doesn't believe in goddess Chamundeshwari, who doesn't believe in her power, how can she be a part of these festivities? Let me bring in Sagai Raj for more details on this. Sagai, what is the Congress saying really at this point? Is the government considering a rethink, keeping in mind the controversy? Has Banu Mushtaq reacted?
Mushtaq has reacted, stating that whether it is the festival of Chamundeshwari or it is the festival of state, she has equal respect for the two sets of people. And yes, she has also said that she is more than happy to be a part of this particular inauguration program. Whereas the BJP claims that she has not given any kind of respect to Kannada language and Bhuvaneshwari. Remember, they have compared to Hindu goddess as Bhuvaneshwari. So she had questioned that particular act of Karnataka, stating that when you have language to Bhuvaneshwari, it is going to hurt the sentiment.
Sagai, we're having a bit of a problem with your line. We'll come back to you, but thank you for the moment for joining us. So also on this broadcast, joining us here on Super 6 is Rizwan Arshad, Congress MLA. Thank you very much, Rizwan, for your time. Good evening. What's your response to the BJP's criticism here of why Banu Mushtaq has to be a part of the Dasara festivities? They're saying that, she's someone who doesn't have faith in goddess Chamundeshwari. So how can she be a part of the inauguration?
Why not? Why should Banu Mushtaq not be inaugurating it? She is a Kannadiga. She is a prolific writer in Kannada, and she has made us proud by winning a Booker Prize. Right? And she is the cultural ambassador for our state. And those people who are objecting, they are trying to communalize, polarize a state festival. Dasara is not a religious festival alone. It is a state festival. Nada Habba. I belong to Mysore city. I know that each and every citizen of Mysore, be it Hindu, Muslim, Christian, whatever caste, whatever religion we belong to, we all gather together and we celebrate this festival. So BJP seeing that through communal lines itself is unfortunate. And just because Banu Mushtaq is a woman, and she is a woman with her own right in a social circle and social sphere, and her own, intellectual and her writings are known for standing up to strengthen the woman position in the society. So she has not written that in the angle of a Hindu woman or a Muslim woman.
Sure.
She has been very vocal, very critical of many things happening in the Muslim society too. So what better person than Banu Mushtaq to come and inaugurate? And Dasra is a Nada Habba for us. Nada Habba means it's a state's festival for us. It doesn't belong to
I take your point, Rizwan, that this is a Nada Habba, but also going beyond that, there is a certain aspect of Dasara that started off as a Hindu festival. It coincides with Vijay Dashmi. It's the celebration and the worshipping of goddess Chamundeshwari, which is an important aspect also of the Dasara festivities in Mysuru. Can one just look away from that particular aspect of the festivities? Not really.
Of course, I mean, if the government curtails the puja, if the government curtails the festivities which includes the puja of goddess Chamundeshwari or any other rituals, then anybody can object to it. The government, as usual, is conducting the festival with the same traditions, with the same festive spirit, and all the pujas, all the rituals are being conducted by the government. So where is the objection to? She is inaugurating the festival. The festival is conducted with all the same cultural, chronology, whatever is going to happen. So there have been many other. I also vaguely remember Nisar Ahmad inaugurating the festival of Dasra earlier. There was no issue.
Okay.
Nobody made it into a Hindu or Muslim issue. Dasra is an international festival today. International tourists come to witness the festival.
Okay.
It is a proud moment for each and every Kannadiga, especially in Mysore. And Kannadigas include Hindu, Muslim, Christians, everyone. It cannot just be a religious language, or it cannot just be a language of particular people or a culture.
Okay, so a festival of culture, not a religious festival is what you're saying. But Rizwan,
culture and shared.
The fact that you've referred to this as a Nada Habba, state festival, and said that, this is a celebration that brings Kannadigas together. Another point of contention which the BJP has raised here is what, in fact, Banu Mushtaq had said in 2023. And I'll just read that out for you. When she had said that the appropriation of Kannada as goddess Bhuvaneshwari draped in yellow and red, the colors of turmeric and vermilion, was exclusionary to people like her, referring to her religion. Is that something you agree with? When she says that, the colors of, she's referring to, of course, the Karnataka state flag.
Being a Kannadiga, to be a Kannadiga, it doesn't require you to follow a particular kind of a ritual or a particular kind of a belief system. You can be Banu Mushtaq and be Kannadiga. You can be somebody else and also be Kannadiga. So Banu Mushtaq has her own view how she wants to be a Kannadiga, and somebody else has their own view. And as long as they don't oppose it, there is no contradiction, right?
No, but when she says Kannada treated me as an outsider
of Karnataka state, she has made.
When she says Kannada didn't grow as a language.
She has brought Kannada into international. No, she herself has represented as a Kannadiga at the international stage. She has brought so much of, the Kannada language is in mainstream in the world today. It is her contribution. So we cannot see people with a particular lens. And that is what BJP is trying to see, and trying to create controversy in each and everything which includes people, which assimilates people, keeps them together. Tell me on one issue BJP has spoken which brings people together, integrates them. No, BJP has always spoken in a manner where they divide the society. So today our government is not bothered what BJP says.
Okay.
We know what it is. We have conducted Dasara festival for n number of years. We have been in power for last, out of 79 years, we might have been in power for 50 years in Karnataka. So we have celebrated 50 Dasara festivals. We have invited literates from various backgrounds, various communities to come and inaugurate the function. So we know what it is. And she has made all Kannadigas proud by winning a Booker Prize. And the BJP did not show a simple courtesy to welcome her prize, to congratulate her. A Booker is not an ordinary prize.
On that?
She has won it.
And I will say this, Rizwan Arshad, that by winning that, she is not just the pride of Karnataka, but the pride of India. And clearly, from our conversation, I can state here that the Congress government at this point is clear that they're not going to back off on their decision of Banu Mushtaq being invited for the Dasara Habba celebrations. Thank you very much, Rizwan Arshad, for joining us here on India Today. All right, let's move on to Kerala, where purification rituals are taking place at the prominent Guruvayur Sri Krishna temple. Why? Because this temple in Thrissur had, in fact, a reel that went viral. And the temple's pond, a non-Hindu woman vlogger entered the pond and shot reels. That reel is on your screens right now. She's a former Big Boss reality show contestant, a social media influencer called Jasmine Jaffer, who filmed a reel washing her feet in the temple pond, touching the temple pond with her hands. And that's what's led to the outrage. The influencer has deleted that reel now, also putting out a detailed apology, saying she was unaware of the restrictions. Authorities say that since she is a non-Hindu, the actors violated temple customs, and so they claim that the pond was made impure. Since the reel was filmed 6 days ago, these rituals will include a repeat of 6 days of puja. Entry to devotees has been restricted until then. Let's bring in Shibi Mol for more details on this. Shibi, this is a long-standing issue and a controversy in Kerala about the entry of non-Hindus. In this particular case, this particular influencer even shot a reel inside where she's seen essentially touching the water in the pond. And that, we understand, has kicked off a cleansing ritual. Explain that to us, because, people in other parts of the country don't really know how strict the rules are in these temples in Kerala.
Well, Akshita, in Kerala, a lot of temples do not have such restrictions, but Guruvayur temple is probably the most prominent temple in Kerala that has this particular restriction where it doesn't allow non-Hindu people to enter the temple premises. That's what happened. But, I have to also mention that there's no specific system that checks the religious background or the background of devotees entering the temple. But, of course, if your name, if you're making an offering and if your name sounds a bit unusual, if it's a different name other than a Hindu name, then, yes, they do check about your religious background, but otherwise there's no particular system as such, because it's been an age-old tradition that Guruvayur temple does not allow the entry of people from other faith. In fact, former prominent artists from the state, like including KJ Yeshudas, have been restricted entry to the temple Guruvayur temple here. So it's an age-old tradition. What Jasmine is saying is that she was unaware of it. She didn't know that there was a rule like that. It was her mistake, and she apologized if anybody was hurt. In the recent past, we have not heard about a purification ritual taking place at the temple. This last 6 days puja has been repeated, which means 18 pujas and 18 Shivelis were conducted. And also there is major restriction as far as shooting any kind of reels is concerned inside the temple. But that's a order from the High Court stating that, no filming is allowed inside the temple premises. They have also filed a case against with the Guruvayur police, and the police have said that based on the High Court's direction, a case will also be registered.
All right, Shibi, thanks very much for joining us with all of those details. I'm slipping into a short break here on Super 6. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you some of the horrifying images coming in from Jammu as well as Himachal. There's been a massive cloudburst reported in Jammu's Noida. We'll get you some of those images, the rescue operations that are underway right now.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
How has he seen a doll?
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM says, India-Japan share strong trust at EV unit inauguration. DK Shivkumar apologizes over RSS anthem row. Calls himself born congressman. Bihar government approves incentive package for industrial development.
When you are a public representative, then your responsibility and accountability is much more in comparison to any other person. For example, if a public servant is arrested, then there is a rule, and by law, you have to be suspended within 24 hours. So if there are charges of corruption against any politician, be it a chief minister, be it anyone, that person should resign.
Let's get you images now from Jammu, which has been ravaged by flash floods as a result of extremely heavy rainfall. Now, what you're going to see on your screens is a bridge collapse. Vehicles seen dangling from a broken bridge. Let's play that out full screen for you. Exactly that moment where the bridge gets washed away in Jammu. And this is even as there were vehicles plying on that road or on the bridge, and suddenly it just collapses, leading to vehicles, as you can see there, dangling dangerously. Some of them fell into the river in spate. Many people made it out through, fortunately, but you can see police officials were there trying to ensure that the vehicles that were continuing to come on that bridge immediately stopped. You can see them waving desperately, asking them to stop further away because there was a serious threat of several other parts of the bridge also collapsing. All around the chaos, with you can see on your screens, and the river there in spate, swollen, reaching almost right up to that road. And so anyone who falls through that particular road, cave-in, is going to be in serious trouble. We understand that the area has now been cordoned off, but this was right when the bridge collapsed. Unfortunate news coming in that 5 people have died in the landslide that took place along the Vaishno Devi Yatra track. Remember that the Yatra has now been called off as a result of the heavy rainfall and multiple incidents of landslides. We understand that 14 people have been injured. And the unfortunate news we're getting in now is that 5 people have also died in this tragedy. We've seen in the last many weeks multiple such landslides, multiple such flash floods, which has really led to questions about what's happening as far as weather patterns go in parts of North India, whether it's Himachal or Jammu now. People struggling right now to predict what's coming next. Many of their homes washed away and landslides also taking place. This is the time when you see a lot of these religious tours taking place, religious yatras, and devotees struggling as a result. Now the Vaishno Devi Yatra has been closed off, keeping in mind the inclement weather. There will be questions about why there was no prediction of this and why this wasn't shut off earlier to avoid this kind of a tragedy. But a landslide taking place along the Yatra route, leading to 5 deaths. And there's a possibility, unfortunately, of that number going up. Let's get you all of those images of cloudbursts in Jammu and deadly flash floods in Himachal. Now this is in fact images from Jammu, where you can see that the sudden heavy downpour triggered flash floods. Several homes have been damaged, particularly those along the banks of the river. As the Chenab River level surged, announcements were made by authorities warning locals. People in a higher ground were watching as water slowly crept into settlements. Many of these areas now have been evacuated. Some of the most chilling footage emerging there. This one from Manali, where you can see a vehicle swallowed by the raging flood waters as the road beneath the van there collapsed. The force of the current left nothing but scattered debris, stunned onlookers behind. We don't know at this point about what really happened to the driver of that vehicle. Now, parts of the National Highway 3 lie in the riverbed claimed by the Bias as it shifted violently toward the highway. A hotel that was perched above the river now precariously close to the edge. Landslides continuing to completely reshape the hillside in the last few weeks. Amid a red alert and incessant rains, this is the Shahpur subdivision of the Kangra district in Himachal that's seeing rivers in spate. Heavy rainfall has led to also a crucial footbridge being swept away. Our prayers with the people of Himachal and Jammu as we continue to report very, very closely on the situation that's playing out right now due to the torrential rainfall in these parts and many other parts of North India. I'm wrapping up this edition of Super 6. Thanks very much for tuning in. On the other side of a very, very short break is To The Point with Preeti Chaudhary.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We've got two big stories lined up for you. One, of course, a bit of an exclusive with the Chief Minister of Telangana, who finds himself in the state of Bihar, Revant Reddy. And our top debate comes in of one of the most disconcerting stories that we have seen in recent times of young Nikki Bhati, who was killed by her husband and in-laws. But in all of this, shouldn't responsibility also lie with the parents is something that we will be discussing. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. Massive cloud burst in Jammu's Noida, 5 killed in Vaishno Devi landslide. Tawi bridge crumbles, houses and cars swept away. Chief Minister chairs huddle, rescue operations underway. Landslides, flash floods leave trail of destruction in Himachal Pradesh. Beas River washes away parts of Chandigarh Highway. Manali Leh Road blocked. Big revelations in Noida Dowry case. Accused husband had an affair, hit lover after wife caught them. FIR filed by husband's lover claims verbal and physical assault. Row over Kerala temple purification ritual after non-Hindu vlogger Jasmine Jaffer made reels washing her feet. Temple pond now to be cleansed. Non-Hindus not allowed. ED raids ex-Delhi Mantri Saurabh Bhardwaj. Raids in connection to alleged 5,000 crore hospital construction scam in Delhi. Raids also on the construction companies that bagged 24 hospital construction projects. It's less than 24 hours to go for Trump's tariff to hit India. Modi chairs key strategy huddle. Finance Ministry officials and Principal Secretary attend.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे।
All right, viewers, our top story now. You know, if you go back to cliches, there used to be a time when cylinder blasts, young brides catching fire, being killed in the name of dowry used to be published. We used to see them in print very, very often. Then a dowry law came about which cut a huge amount of the deaths due to dowry in terms of murders that we saw completely come down. But having said that, it's been 8 decades since India has been independent, and we continue to see such cases. The latest is a very young girl, and that's the sad, tragic part. Nikki Bhati of Greater Noida. She's just about 26. The death of this vibrant young mother of 5, a 5-year-old, has shocked the nation, but then she's not the only one. Take a look at this report.
She was beautiful and young, full of life and dreams. She believed in family, traditions, and also being independent. And that last trait led her to her death. Nikki died of severe burn injuries on 21st August. Most news reports suggest she was 26 years old when she died, a mother of a 5-year-old toddler, married for nearly 9 years to Vipit Bhati. Nikki's family alleged that she was killed for dowry and her husband and in-laws set her on fire.
ये तो कुछ दिन बाद डालने लगे थे। शादी के कुछ दिन बाद हाँ। बच्चा होगा, बुलेट मोटरसाइकिल दे दी हमने, शादी में स्कॉर्पियो दी थी। जो सामाजिक तौर से शादी होती है वो शादी की थी हमने। पैसा ही मांगे थे 35 लाख रुपए।
शादी के बाद वो भी आपने दिया। उसके बाद ये जो मारपीट पे बात आना, ये आपको बेटी ने कुछ बताया थी इसके बारे में?
बताया है उसने, बेटी ने। हम मौके पर गए, हम बेटी मंगवा ली हमने, जब ज़्यादा इनने बदतमीजी करी।
बेटी ने क्या बताया था आपको?
बेटी ने कराया बताया दारू पी का आता, 12-1 बजे आता, वही पैसे नहीं कहता, ये कहता। तो हमने उसका पार्लर का काम भी करवाया बिटिया का। पार्लर का काम 1.5 लाख रुपए दे के खुलवाया, खुद देखवा के। मैंने कहा इन्हें डोलन दो, तुम अपना काम करो, इन बच्चे ने पढ़ाओ। हाँ, उस पर भी मांगे थे वो कि तुम 1 लाख कमाती हो, 50 मुझे दो।
Nikki's sister was also married in the same family to Vipin's brother, Rohit.
पहले हमारे साथ मारपीट हो रही थी, काफी दिन से हमें टॉर्चर करता जा रहा था कि तुम्हारी शादी में ये नहीं मिला, वो नहीं मिला, इतने पैसे लाओ, अपने घर से 36 लाख रुपए लाओ। उसके बाद सास ने कुछ मिट ला के रखा घर में, हमें दिया। फिर मेरी छोटी बहन के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा अत्याचार करा, उसके सर में गले में बहुत सारी चीजें मारी और उसके बाद उसके ऊपर तेजाब डाल दिया।
A year back, Nikki's husband was caught in public with another woman. Both sisters went back to their parents' home early this year. A panchayat was called to resolve the marital discord.
मेरी बेटी के साथ तो 7 साल से अत्याचार हो रहा थे, पर वो जो हमारा समाज है, गुजर समाज है, कुछ देख लो, पंचायत है, बीच में फैसला, कब ना होगा, मैं सॉरी मांग रहा हूँ, गलती मांग रहा हूँ। उसके बाद कुछ दिन तक ऐसा ही चला। पिछले साल बिटिया के साथ फिर मार पिटाई की है, 11 फरवरी को करी थी, सास ने मारी थी, बेस ने मारी है, जो मैं मानी है जो लड़की के लिए।
Nikki Bhati is not the only one. Dowry tortures leading to deaths of daughters continued 78 years after independence of India. In Jodhpur, a woman named Sanju and her 3-year-old daughter were found in a suspiciously burnt condition at their home. Sanju Bishnoi was a government school teacher. The cause of her death was assault by her husband over dowry demands. In Madhya Pradesh, 23-year-old Khushbu escaped just in time after her husband allegedly tied her up, tortured her, and when she cried out in pain, he inserted a heated knife into her mouth. The accused husband, Dilip, was reportedly intoxicated. Married in February this year, Dilip did not like her, but he wanted dowry from his wife. He burnt her with a hot knife across her torso, arms and legs, leaving multiple severe burnt marks. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, I just want to narrow in on the case of Nikki Bhati. While the police have arrested her husband, her in-laws for the heinous crime of murder, but should we not look at the role that her parents played or did not play? Nikki and her sister, Kanchan, were both married into the same family in December 2016 to the Bhati brothers. At the time of the marriage, Nikki, in all probability, was underage. Now, dowry at that point of time was given, different occasions, various installments of money, cars was given, a Scorpio was given, then a bullet motorcycle was given, then many tolas of grams of gold was given, cash was given, which we pointed out there. One Scorpio SUV, and cash was given to Vipit Bhati at the time of marriage. Later, when Nikki's son was born, a Royal Enfield bullet motorcycle was given. But this was not enough. Nikki's husband wanted more cash, and the parents of Nikki Bhati duly gave that cash. Then Nikki's husband, Vipin, wanted 60 more lakh rupees and a white Mercedes luxury car. Nikki was beaten up on that demand by her mother-in-law and her husband in the house, as is very evident in a video that we are just showing you right now. And by Nikki's sister, Kanchan's admission, this wasn't a rare incident, rather a very common incident where both Nikki's mother-in-law and Nikki's husband, Vipin, would beat young Nikki. And all of this information was known to Nikki's parents. Vipin was then caught in public with another woman, and Nikki alleged that he was having an affair, which he admitted. She informed her parents. In the first quarter of this year, both sisters went back to their parents because the abuse got too much to handle. A panchayat was called and it was decided that Nikki and Kanchan would go back to their marital homes and that Vipin would not physically abuse his wife anymore. Nikki's parents sent her back. Within months, she died a terrible death. Nikki reportedly was underage when she was married, just about 26 years old when she was killed. At the time of her marriage, she could very well have been under 18. Dowry demands were made at the time of marriage and her parents obliged. Dowry demands kept coming, the parents kept obliging. When their own daughter complained of physical domestic abuse and extramarital affairs, parents arranged for a panchayat to resolve the discord. Then they sent their daughter back to adjust, to compromise, as the panchayat asked them to. They were very well aware of the fact that their daughter was beaten up by her in-laws and husband and that they wanted more money and luxury cars. But Nikki's parents never said no to those demands. Rather, they never said no of Nikki going back to that marital house where she was ultimately killed. So at the back of all of this, viewers, should we not ask today? And those are the questions we'd like to pose this evening. Does the responsibility of parents end once their daughter is married? Parental pressure to compromise sometimes is a death warrant. To compromise sometimes is a death warrant for their daughters. Do parents, if a daughter's cry for help goes unanswered, should law recognize parental neglect as liability? And lastly, recognize parental neglect as liability. And lastly, viewers, if in-laws can be jailed for... I'd like to set some context to this, all viewers, because at one end, one can say that we should blame the parents as well. I actually stand on that side. But then there is this samaj that we speak of, and between the society and the samaj and what the cultural upbringing is, and what is the real word of law, lives like Nikki fall through the crevices. I did speak to Nikki's uncle, Sanjay Kumar, a short while ago. Listen in. Joining me right now is the uncle of Nikki Bhati, Sanjeev Kumar, joins us. Sanjeev ji, आप निकी के ताऊजी हैं, जो अभी तक जैसा भी एक्शन लिया गया है, जो भी पुलिस कर रही है, उससे संतुष्ट हैं?
नहीं, पुलिस ने ठीक काम किया है कि उनको जल्दी से जल्दी गिरफ्तार करके न्यायिक हिरासत में भेज दिया, उससे संतुष्टि है।
उससे संतुष्टि है। जो अब एक नया वर्जन जो कहा जा रहा है कि ये विपिन था ही नहीं जब निकी को आग लगी, उस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, ये तो न्यायालय का काम है जांच करने का, ये जांच का विषय है। अपने बचाव में लोग बाग क्या क्या कहते हैं कि मैं यहाँ नहीं था, मैं तो बाहर था, और झूठे साक्ष्य भी पेश करते हैं, तो ये तो न्यायालय देखेगा कि क्या सही है और क्या गलत है।
संजीव जी, आप निकी के ताऊजी हैं, जैसे हमने सुना है उनके पिताजी को बोलते हुए, उनकी माताजी को बोलते हुए, उनकी बहन को बोलते हुए और भाई को भी बोलते हुए कि शुरू से ही विपिन निकी के साथ मारपीट करता था। क्या ये सही बात है?
जी जी बिल्कुल।
आपको पता था कि ये हो रहा है?
नहीं, हमको काफ़ी टाइम के बाद ही, लगभग जब ऐसी नौबत आ गई कि ये निक्की और जो इनकी बड़ी बहन है कंचन
जी, जब
इनको यहाँ ले आए, वहाँ से जब इनके साथ मारपीट हुई, अति हो गई थी, तो एक बार इनको ले आए। जब हमको पता चला कि ऐसे ऐसे बात हो रही है और पहले भी कई बार ऐसी घटना घटी है, लेकिन जब परिवार में नहीं बताया गया और फिर जब बताया तो जब ज़्यादा मारपीट करी और अति हो गई तो जब बताया, उसके बाद में ये लगभग 3-4 महीने घर पे ही रही। हाँ जी।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि निकी के माता पिता को पता था, पर फैमिली को बाद में पता चला कि जब बिल्कुल अति हो गई, जब घर आ गई थी दोनों लड़कियां,
जी,
दोनों बहनें।
जी जी
तो
जी बिल्कुल।
एक पंचायत भी हुई थी। कितनी बार पंचायत
हाँ,
हुई?
उसके बाद में फिर एक नहीं हुई थी उसी टाइम पे
जी।
उसी टाइम जब ये घर पे आ गई थी हमारे यहाँ, तो जब पता चला और आहिस्ता आहिस्ता पता चला कि भाई, हमने भी पूछा तो भाई से क्या बात है भाई, जी ऐसे ऐसे बात है, हमने बताया भी नहीं कई बार। आज कुछ टाइम तो निक्की और कंचन ने भी अपने मम्मी पापा को नहीं बताया। ऐसा होता है कि भाई कोशिश की जाती है कि भाई ये चीज़ें सब ऐसे ही हो जाएं, लेकिन फिर उसके बाद जब पता चला तो फिर पहले वो लोग यहाँ आए, फिर उन्होंने अपने गांव में जाकर और 10-20 लोगों को बुलाया और 3 राउंड में, पहली बार तो भिखारी सिंह जो हमारे भाई हैं छोटे, उन्होंने मना ही कर दिया कि मैं बेटियों को भेजूंगा ही नहीं। बार बार ये हमसे झूठा आश्वासन दे देते हैं और फिर वही घटना घटती है। लेकिन फिर पंचायत के 10-20 लोग जो समाज के थे, मौजूद लोग थे, वो आए और वो आश्वासन देके कि भाई आगे भविष्य में ऐसी कहानी नहीं होगी कभी भी, और माफ़ी मांगी थी विपिन ने पंचायत में, और उसके बाद यहाँ से ले गए थे।
ये कब की बात है?
ये है अप्रैल की बात थी, अभी 2025।
और इसके पहले जैसे जो भिखारी जी हैं, जैसे आपने बताया, जो निक्की के पिताजी हैं, उनको पता था कि ये पहले भी बहुत बार हो चुका है और अब अति हो गई है?
जी जी बिल्कुल।
संजीव जी, इसमें एक बात ये भी है कि जब निक्की की शादी हुई तो क्या एक स्कॉर्पियो भी दी गई, एक मोटरसाइकिल दी गई, बहुत सोना दिया गया, 80 लाख की शादी थी
जो, हाँ नहीं 80 लाख की नहीं थी, कुछ कम की थी। ऐसा है जो हमारे समाज में रीति रिवाज के तहत जो भी दान दिया जाता है वो दिया गया। शगुन के तौर पे इनको गाड़ी भी दी गई, लेकिन 2 साल के बाद ही कुछ हरकत सी शुरू हुई और ये हुआ कि जब निक्की को बच्चा पैदा हुआ, लड़का, तो हमारे एक संस्कृति के तहत, रीति रिवाज के तहत जब बच्चा होता है तो शगुन के तौर पे एक छूचक, हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं, छूचक दिया जाता है। तो उसमें बाद में आज पता चल रही है कि भाई ये डिमांड भी थी जब ही कुछ दिन बाद देने के बाद में, तो उसमें बुलेट मोटरसाइकिल दी गई थी। तो वो जो विपिन था उसने मांग की थी कि भाई हमको इसमें गाड़ी दी जाए, तो फिर बुलेट मोटरसाइकिल दी थी उसमें।
शादी 2016 में हुई, 2018 से ही मांग शुरू हो गई और मारपीट शुरू हो गई, सही संजीव जी?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
संजीव जी, ये बहुत मुश्किल वक्त है आप और आपकी फैमिली के लिए, पर एक सवाल भी खटकता है और वो पूछना चाहिए कि आप कहते हैं कि ये रीति रिवाज हैं, ये शगुन के तौर पे दिया जाता है, पर इसको आम बात में दहेज कहेंगे। दहेज तो नहीं दिया जाता ना?
दहेज, जी जी, दहेज नहीं दिया जाता।
तो पर शगुन के तौर पर आपने ये सारी चीजें दी?
जी बिल्कुल।
एक और सवाल करूंगी मैं आपसे संजीव जी, कि अगर
जी,
जैसे आप कह रहे हैं 2016 के बाद 2 साल में ये सब शुरू हो गया, 18 से 25 तक
जी
7 साल होते हैं, 7 साल में बार बार कॉम्प्रोमाइज करके, एडजस्ट करके क्यों किया गया? अगर तभी बच्चियों को वापस ले आते, भेजते ही नहीं, तो ये नौबत ना आती।
नहीं, हाँ ये बिल्कुल सही बात है आपकी, लेकिन जैसे ही वो जब बुलेट मोटरसाइकिल दे दी थी तो उसके बाद भी फिर 1-2 साल का टाइम आराम से गुजर गया था। लेकिन उस टाइम जब ये इन्होंने प्रोग्राम किया और कुछ समय बदला और ये विपिन जो है कुछ ऐसी सोसाइटी संगत के उसमें आ गया, फिर इसने दारू पीनी शुरू कर दी, शराब का आदी हो गया और नशे में रहने लगा। जब से ये ज़्यादा स्टार्ट हुआ है, इसको
तो पिछले 5 साल से ज़्यादा शुरू हुआ है ये, और महिलाओं के साथ भी इनके रिश्ते, विपिन का रिश्ता रहा है।
हाँ, वो अब सामने आई है, आप सब देख भी रहे हैं। इन बातों को लेके ही निक्की का इनसे विवाद भी होता रहता था।
पर संजीव जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करूंगी आपसे, क्योंकि ये एक दुखद समय है। जी बोलिए।
जी जी जी
बोलिए क्या कह?
जी नहीं, मैं तो यही कह रहा था कि भाई जब नशे का आदी हो जाता है, रात को लेट सेट घर आता है आदमी, तो घर में बच्चे और पत्नी ये पूछने का हकदार है कि भाई कहाँ थे, कैसे थे, क्यों लेट आए हैं। इसी बात को लेकर रोज झगड़ा होना था।
पर संजीव जी, ये एक सवाल बनता नहीं है क्या, जब माता पिता को पता है 5 साल से मारपीट हो रही है, 5 साल से विपिन शराब पी रहा है, घर आके मार रहा है निक्की को। उनकी जो बहन है निक्की की, उन्होंने बोला है कि मैंने खुद अपनी आंखों से सालों पिटते हुए देखा है अपनी बहन को। ये सारी चीजें हो रही थी, तो माता पिताजी ने क्यों नहीं वापस ले लिया? आपके भाई और आपकी जो भाभी हैं, उन्होंने वापस क्यों नहीं बच्चियों को बुला लिया?
वो हाँ बिल्कुल वापिस बुला ही लिया था। मैं बता रहा हूँ, जनवरी फरवरी में इनको बुला लिया था, और बिल्कुल निक्की ने भी मना कर दिया कि मैं अब नहीं जाऊंगी उस घर में, और भिखारी सिंह ने भी मना कर दिया था। लेकिन जब समाज के लोग, हमारे परिवार के लोग और लोग आए और उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया, और जो बुजुर्ग थे उन्होंने भी माफ़ी मांगी कि भाई अब जो हो गई ये घटना घट गई है, आगे से ऐसी नहीं होगी। लेकिन फिर ऐसी जघन्य घटना एक घटी है जिसका अब आगे कोई गुंजाइश नहीं जा रही। और मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि समाज में ऐसे लोगों को कोई स्थान भी नहीं रहेगा अब, जो इस तरीके, अब विश्वास ही नहीं करेगा कोई इस तरीके से।
All right, viewers, so that was the uncle of Nikki, because at one end you talk about Samaj and society, and like I said, on the other end is the word of law, and following through the crevices of that are lives like Nikki Bhati. I'm joined right now by Shobha Dey, novelist, columnist. We'll also be joined in a short while from now by Dr. Kiran Bedi. But Ms. Dey, thank you for taking the time out and joining us. So much, Ms. Dey, has been said and spoken about the in-laws, the monstrosity, the heinous crime. Rarely does one speak and touch upon the role of parents. One can, sympathize and empathize that there is a societal role that is played, but if we could have come up with laws as hard as the dowry law at a time when there was a similar society, should somewhere down the line parents also become liable of negligence?
Negligence is a very strong word for parents who very often are completely helpless in cases like this. They ought not to be, because their first priority should be their daughter's life and to save her from further atrocities, further indignity, further humiliation, particularly when they are aware of the fact, like you said, society, the kind of pressure that society extracts and imposes on parents. And I'm not even talking about people who are, I'm not even talking class here. I have very similar situations that I can share with people from a very different background to the one that Nikki belongs to, and to the monster husband, the drunkard who routinely beat her up. I'm talking about people who are supposedly educated, people, if you, for want of a better term, people like us. I don't think those women are any better off.
True.
The thing is that what started off many, many centuries ago as Stridhan, to protect a woman's interests when she got married, it was more like an insurance, like a down payment, to make sure that the girl, the bride, had something to call her own. It gave her some sense of agency over herself in a marriage. Well, after the British era, and when women were denied ownership of land, everything but everything changed. She became an object that could be traded and bought, like in Nikki's case. The demands never ever end, whether it's a Scorpio today, a motorcycle tomorrow, 80 lakhs or 50 lakhs, the price tags differ. But has anything really changed? No, it's gotten much worse. A recent survey of 19 cities established that cities like Delhi, Kanpur, Lucknow, Bangalore, the incidence of dowry deaths have only gone up. We're talking about something like recorded 19 dowry deaths a day in India. It is a shocking, shocking statistic. And mind you, this is a completely underplayed number. We don't even know. In reality, could be double that, or maybe many times more than that number. And women are so helpless, mainly because, yes, as you rightly pointed out, their families do not offer them a haven, a safe port to come to when things get awful. because, as her uncle said, it's what will Samaj say, it's part of our tradition. What tradition are we talking about? It's okay by tradition to beat a woman up, to burn her. But my really, the one thing that has puzzled me a lot about this particular case is how come her sister, who was also her business partner in the beauty business that they were, parlor that they were both running, how did she not think of saving her sister rather than filming her? I know this wasn't the first incident, but this was an incident that cost her sister her life. She watched as her husband literally poured an inflammable fluid on her, set her on fire, and the girl rolled down the staircase, and the sister is filming it all. Okay, you have that as evidence. But wouldn't the normal, natural instinct be to rush and save someone whose life is obviously in such grave danger? Is one thing I find extremely puzzling.
Right. Well, you know, at least, yes, make your point.
Yeah, so it also goes to show that despite whatever Nikki was trying, all she was doing was trying to assert her own independence through her own hard work. But today, as Vipin himself has confessed, her very idea and notion of striking out on her own by being independent, and even more so, it could be that he was further threatened by her social media presence. That's become this era's biggest menace. Men who are threatened by their wives, who have a certain presence on social media. A lot of women are paying for this very thing with their lives. It is not just shocking. And today, I mean, irony of ironies, it happens to be something called Women's Equality Day. What can be a bigger tragedy than the fact that we are discussing this on something that's called Women's Equality Day? I mean, I am shocked beyond belief, but also extremely disturbed that we are in a way complicit and a bit too passive, because what we are saying, what we're talking about right now, could be happening in our neighborhood. It could be happening right next to us.
You know, Ms. Day, I want you to take a moment and maybe possibly reflect on, you know, you do say that parents are sometimes helpless, but I'm glad that you blurred the class divide, because this is not a class issue. You know, it transcends class. So therefore, when we speak of the role of parents, very often the words that we hear is compromise, compromise kar lo, the pressure to adjust in a new family, and constantly where, you know, the girl says that I can't deal with it anymore, to come back and then pressurize to maybe adjust. Let's see how it goes this time. All of that language needs to change.
Not just the language, it's the basic vichar. It's what you feel for your own flesh and blood at the end of the day. This girl was in a bad marriage for 5 years. 5 years during which her parents did nothing but tell her to adjust, which is a nasty word to say to any girl under these sort of circumstances. But also what I have noticed in dowry cases across India is not just are the parents not willing to take their girls back to the house. They also fear a stigma and social kind of ostracism from their own neighbors and from other family members, because very often it's the girl is to blame. It can't be that she's completely blame-free. Because here is a girl, she is boldly putting herself out there on social media. Here is a girl who's running a beauty parlor, which she was running before she married. And here is a girl who needs to be taught a lesson. And maybe she will learn to adjust better and to compromise with them.
But Ms. Day, I just want to bring in Dr. Kiran Bedi, but I'm going to ask you one question as well.
Yes.
Because here is also a girl who was in all probability, because the uncle confirmed to me that she was just about 26 when she was killed. This young child was married in 2016, by all indications, underage.
That is a very big legal issue, which I'm sure Ms. Bedi is in a better position to talk about. But it's not something unique. It's not something freaky. It's not something that we haven't heard of before. Girls are traded like commodities. They're sold in the marriage market, and not just at people like Nikki. I'm talking really candidly and honestly. I know people, my own friends, who do not think anything of handing over agency, every bit of it, their daughters' lives, their own lives sometimes. wives that and girlfriends of mine, educated, empowered in every which way, are stripped of their freedom. They have no access to their own jewelry. They have no access to their own money. They're handed out pocket money and treated not very much better than what Nikki has endured, had to endure at the hands of what can only be called sadistic, maniacal, cruel criminals.
Ms. Dey, thank you for taking the time out and joining us for this brief chat. I want to now bring in Dr. Kiran Bedi. And Dr. Kiran Bedi, there are two questions to this now, ma'am. I was speaking to the uncle of this young girl, Nikki Bhati. He says, barely 26 when she was killed. This young child was married all the way back in 2016. That means, in all probability, she was underage. So at one end, there was, in all probability, you've married off your young daughter who's not even 18. You have admittedly given dowry under the garb of shagun and gifts and not call it dowry. Number three, you knew exactly that she was being harassed, not in the recent past, but for years at the end. She was being beaten up. There was a panchayat that was called where, it was decided she will go back and try. Again, she was beaten up. The demands of money were constant. The parents in all of this, Dr. Kiran Bedi, why do we always look away from the parents? Because yes, it's their hour of grief, but shouldn't they be also culpable in this crime?
Of course, yes. The parents are the primary abettors. They abetted. They first started with giving them the lure that take our daughter and take a gadi with it and take the goda gadi, whatever with it. So they're luring because they want the girls to go. Because for them, marriage is a pressure institution. Just as they said that when she came back after having been beaten, they sent her back because the father said, "Wo sare samaj wale kya कहने लग गए." So they are the abettors. They abet dowry, they lure dowry, they entice the husband's family to take their daughter. And the other side is who will say no to all the wealth which is coming? And along with it comes a housekeeper, comes a nurse, comes a woman who would produce a son for them. So, and security also because she takes care of house. So, see, all four and free, along with goodies, and then the abetment continues. The parents continue to give only for their own interest. It's a selfish interest that they want their daughters away from their own homes. So the parents are the abettors. They must be fixed for this.
But Dr. Bedi, so therefore I want to lead to a question, because many will say right now, oh, they are in grief. How can we even say that? But the fact is, if your daughter's cry has gone unanswered, should not the law recognize this kind of parental neglect as liability?
Fix them. In the investigation, fix them. Unless the law abetment, this is an abetment to a offense committed under Dowry Act, because giving and receiving is an offense. And they are a part of the abetment. It comes under larger definition of abetment. I think the investigation should fix them also, because they have abetted the death and the violence perpetrated on their not one but two daughters.
Dr. Bedi, the other question that I want to ask you is, you were at the helm of affairs in policing at a time where, it was common to see every day the front page news of a cylinder blast where a young bride has been burnt. All of that, ma'am, changed with the dowry law. At that point of time, many criticized the dowry law, that it can be misused, it's too stringent. The onus is always on the in-laws. But what it really did was dramatically bring down the dowry deaths in this country. Is it time now that we also look at formulating a law where we know that there has been knowing negligence on the account of parents?
Look, having had a Dowry Act had no effect. They knew giving dowry is an offense. Do you think the parents don't know? Do you think the parents-in-law do not know कि ये लेना अपराध है? Lekin there is a complainant, there is a receiver and a giver, and they are in cohorts, they are in partnership. Both are beneficiary. Parents are beneficiary of the daughter's migration, vacating their homes, leaving it now khali for the son to get married, and they bring in other daughter-in-law. It suits them. So so when you have a complicit act in like corruption, the receiver and the giver, where's the complaint? Will the police enter a family? Where's the complainant? There's no complainant. When both are complicit, there is no complainant. Complaint happens only when something like this becomes visible. So you don't need another law. You need another movement like we had a movement. And this movement has to be taken up by the political class. Political class should make this as a political agenda. So when they do these speeches, they should say, ये घोर अपराध है. दहेज लेना और ये दहेज देना. बेटी को पढ़ाओ, बेटी को काम पे लगाओ और समझदार. और अगर बेटी आए कि मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ है, उसको घर खुला रहना चाहिए और बात होनी चाहिए. और अगर आप मीडिएट भी करते हो, उसमें crimes against women cell की भी lady, there should be a lady crimes against women cell who should be part of the agreement. And otherwise, and you are on notice. You are on notice that you have done this act already. If you are spared, depending if you're either spared or not spared, that's up to you. The question here is this is what the message has to be by repeated leader. जैसे लड़की पढ़ाओ. Similarly, लड़की बचाओ. अरे लड़की बचाओ. इसमें तो you are sending them to social prisons. You are sending your daughters into social prisons, not the hard prisons. Social prisons where they think they are safe, but they are every day vulnerable. To my mind, the onus begins with the homes of the daughters because they are the ones who are betting it first, only for their own interest to get rid of the daughters so that they find another home and their home now becomes available for their sons to occupy. So I think the point, we have to fix even their parents because, and number two, community leaders. The second role is of the community leaders. What are the sarpanches for? What are the punches for? What are the women sarpanches for? If they do not know what's happening, and I'm sure they know what's happening because they're attending their marriages, attending their ceremonies. So I think it's social community leaders. Policing, of course, has to be very, very responsive to such complaints. 112 must be circulated. Aapse dowry mangi gayi, to turant batao. So 112, community leaders, political will, you see a movement, and of course the media campaigns. I think it starts saying, oh, parents should be afraid. हम नहीं दे सकते क्योंकि हम नहीं दे. इसका मतलब शादी नहीं होगी तो ना हो शादी. It has to change here. नहीं शादी हुई तो क्या हुआ? शादी नहीं हुई, बर्बादी भी नहीं हुई, जान भी बच गई क्योंकि जो मांगने वाला शुरू से whoever is beginning with the demand will continue to be greedy. He's not going to change with that. The greed will keep getting every Diwali, every birth of the child, every festival, every other festival, unki dusre ki shadi. There are reasons to be given, and if it's not given, the beat it. So the secondly, the woman also has to be told, "Ye ghar khula hai, bete. This is your home. Now you have two homes. You don't have only one home. You now have two homes. Your parents' home and you have your husband's home."
Dr. Bedi, I'll ask you one final question, ma'am, because, you're preaching to the choir. I stand with exactly what you're saying, but there is a large section in this country which will say it's okay to preach. It's okay to say that parents also should take responsibility and should be liable and should be named and shamed when a case like this happen. But many will say कि आपको पता नहीं समाज क्या है, क्योंकि जो हमको तो रहना पड़ता है उसी समाज में, आपको नहीं रहना पड़ता है. You hear all of that. How do we change that?
तो फिर रोते क्यों हो? फिर भुगतो बल्कि जेल भी जाओ. तुम भुगतो भी और जेल भी जाओ. Unless they're afraid of getting caught, afraid of getting exposed, afraid of getting called out. But look, this is a conspiracy of silence. It's a conspiracy of violence where the daughter is equally involved. Why is she continuing to accept? She must call out immediately on the first demand. First of all, what are we training our boys for? Why are the sons, educated sons, as I call them, beggars?
But Dr. Bedi, the girl, you speak of the girl, but in this case, she was not even 18. She was a young child when she was married off. So the kind of family that you go to, you don't know the kind of aggression. So to expect a young child to voice that concern, I would think the onus would be on the parents, ma'am.
Preeti, she's lived it 7 years. Why she continue to live in that violence?
True.
I'm sure she knows that what they're doing is wrong. She knows that violence is wrong. She knows this toleration is wrong.
But she has no place to go to, ma'am. She goes to her parents' place and they send her back.
That is where the problem is. That she knows because she's homeless. In a way, she's homeless. And she's in a social prison, which also provides her no security. She's a helpless woman. So I think the onus is on the parents, both the parents who take her, parents who give her away. I think these are the messages, and it is social leadership has to play the role, which is the sarpanches and the MLAs of that area. MLA's constituency must answer, Mr. MLA, why is the child marriage happening here? Don't they know? And I'm sure they're attending their marriages. All those who attend a marriage of a child, girl who's underage are equally responsible because they've gone and participated in a crime, an offense which is happening before them. They've gone and given gifts also, but they did not know the child was under 18. So I think we are all, it's a conspiracy of silence because it's shooting till it gets exposed and takes away a life. Look, I tell you, Preeti, we've already lost generations. And I'm telling you, we will still lose 2 more generations before these things change, where the boys stop being beggars. They are literate beggars. The in-laws are literate beggars, and these parents are scared and also insecure, who are passing on their insecurity to their daughters. We've already lost generations. We will continue to lose 2 more generations. So continue. We'll all be in media every day, every off and on, every 2 months, because 18 women are dying every day already. How many get known? Preeti is one. 18 women in dowry cases such like these are dying every day.
You're right, ma'am. I thank you for joining us and thank you for your words. Appreciate it. We're going to leave it at that and just, take a moment and reflect on it. Of course, the harshest punishment should be meted out to the in-laws and the husband. But do reflect on the role of the parents here. Very often, they are in grief. What were they doing till now? It's that young child A was married underage at the age in 2016, where she was barely not even 18 years of age. And since then, repeated beatings. Every time she came back, she was sent back. We leave it at that. A quick break. On the other side, we have the Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy, who was in Bihar today and spoke to us before he took that flight. What does he think on the Bihar campaign of the Mahagathbandhan? He joins us on the other side. Stay with us.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
My birthday gift to पापा ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में, फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Welcome back. You're watching To The Point. I want to shift focus now to the state of Bihar, where the Mahagathbandhan is on rally. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav were joined in the Vote Adhikar rally that they've been carrying on, which will culminate on the 1st of September in Patna. Today, they were joined by Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi and also the Chief Minister of Telangana, Mr. Revanth Reddy. After a day's break, the yatra resumed today, and you had the Telangana Chief Minister, Revanth Reddy, and other representatives of the opposition alliance all together in that 4-kilometer-long yatra today, which was in Supol. I just pointed out the yatra will end on the 1st of September in Patna, which is touted to be a massive show of strength of all opposition parties on one dais. But these visuals were recorded today with Mr. Revanth Reddy campaigning, or rather walking along, and in that jeep here though, with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi.
जाति जनगणना तो फाउंडेशन है उसका। सबसे पहले जाति जनगणना में दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। कौन क्या है क्या नहीं है कहां है सब पता लग जाएगा। और तेलंगाना में हमारा मॉडल है, रेवंत रेड्डी जी आए हैं, तेजस्वी जी की भी उनसे बात हो रही थी, डिटेल में हमने किया है, मतलब वो ब्लूप्रिंट है विकास का। ठीक है, तो एक नए तरीके से हम विकास के बारे में सोचेंगे, जिसमें सब लोगों को लगेगा कि देश हमारा है, देश की संस्थाओं में हमारे भी लोग हैं और मजा आ रहा है। ये बदलाव हम लाएंगे, टाइम लगेगा क्योंकि वोट चोरी कर रहे हैं, मगर मैं आपको कह रहा हूं ये आएगा, आप देखना।
एनडीए के गढ़ से गुजर रही है। आप देखिए यहाँ पे कि सुपौल से होते हुए मधुबनी के रास्ते से ये दरभंगा यात्रा जाएगी, जहाँ प्रियंका गांधी इस यात्रा में जुड़ती हुई नजर आ रही हैं और उनके साथ रेवंत रेड्डी हैं। आखिरी इस चरण में हम देखेंगे कि तमाम ये राहुल गांधी आप देखिए और प्रियंका गांधी उनके साथ में, तमाम तेजस्वी यादव और तमाम नेता यहाँ पे यात्रा में जुड़े हुए हैं। और इसी के साथ ही आप देखिए किस तरह की भीड़ और मजबा यहाँ पे लोगों का नजर आ रहा है। गौरतलब है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से लेके अमित शाह तक इस इलाके में जो है उन्होंने रैली की है। अमित शाह ने अभी सीतामढ़ी में शिलान्यास किया था। मिथिला का ये जो इलाका है ये बीजेपी का स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड माना जाता है और यहाँ पे आप देखिए राजद के साथ कांग्रेस के झंडे और यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं। तमाम कार्यकर्ता यहाँ मौजूद हैं और पूरे 70 किलोमीटर के स्ट्रेच में एक तरीके से कोशिश है सेंधमारी की। जहां हम लोग खड़े हैं ये जेडीयू के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष संजय झा का भी गांव माना जाता है और कोशिश है कि जो बीजेपी और जदयू के जो तगड़े इलाके हैं वहां पे किस तरह से जमीन पर कांग्रेस जो है नजर आए। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक के साथ मौसमी सिंह, आज तक।
Joining me right now is my colleague Amit Bhardwaj for more. Amit, what more can you add? You had Revanth Reddy there. A bit of a conundrum because Revanth Reddy himself at one point of time had said that Bihari DNA is not as strong as the DNA coming in where the Telugus are concerned. So despite that whole controversy, he finds himself in the mix in this yatra. What's the latest?
Priti, that's why it said that for politicians they should be really wary of what kind of statements they make. You don't never know which state and which party you might fall into in future. Having said that, you know, it's a very different kind of sentiment that we can certainly see, observe on the ground. I was here in Bihar in 2020 as well when the Mahagathbandhan was taking shape. They had fought the elections together, but back then you could see that, you know, this is a manufactured kind of alliance sort of in between the cadre and the rank and file on the ground. But this time around, what has changed in the past 5 years is that it's a very natural kind of alliance that's working on the ground. And in fact, even the VIP seems to be very integral part of this alliance. Why I'm saying that, when the Yatra crosses the residential areas, and when you don't have the crowd pulled in by the tiktarthis, you know, the people who are hoping to get tickets from different parties, what you see is that even a VIP flag will be there. If there are 50 households of the VIP or the Malha community or the Mukhya community who support Mukesh Sahni's party, you will see those 50 flags right there. You will also find a person possibly in his 50s holding a Congress flag, and when you ask them you belong to which party, he might end up saying RJD. That's what is determined all through. So that is a plus point for.
Appreciate you joining us. We're going to come back to you for more updates there. With that, viewers, let's cut across to the conversation that I had with Mr. Revant Reddy.
आप बिहार जा रहे हैं. You said you have never been wrong. Who will win the Bihar election this time? कौन जीतेगा बिहार?
इंडिया गठबंधन जीतने वाले. अब मार्क करके रखो.
मैं लिखूंगी नहीं, ये तो सब
नहीं, रिकॉर्ड है ना.
कितना इंडिया गठबंधन जीतेगा?
मैं नंबर नहीं बोलूं, सरकार बनाएंगे.
सरकार बनाएंगे
क्योंकि पब्लिक मूड बन गए. 2 महीने पहले ये मूड नहीं थे. वोट चोरी के बाद लोग इतना अफेंड हो गए कि हमारा वोट चोर कर दे के, हमारा वोट निकाल दे के, जो जिंदा है उसको मरवा दे के चुनाव जीतने के लिए जो कोशिश कर रहा है, उन लोगों को पनिशमेंट देने के लिए जनता तय कर ली. आदमी कोई भी हो, मतलब कभी कभी कैंडिडेट प्रिवेल, समटाइम्स वेव प्रिवेल्स, समटाइम्स फिलासफी प्रिवेल्स, समटाइम्स सिचुएशन प्रिवेल्स. अब सब सारे मिल गए. राहुल जी जो पदयात्रा करे, दिस इज़ द गेम चेंजर फॉर बिहार इलेक्शन. तो सरकार बन गया. मानो मेरे बात, अब रिजल्ट देखेंगे.
But CM sir, usually I think you have fought an election on your own. Is it wrong, or do you think it's a wrong strategy that your party and the Gathbandhan is focusing more on SIR, vote chori, where you can actually focus on anti-incumbency? Last time you focused on jobs, youth. It paid off. Will this pay off?
नो ये हमेशा रहने वाले. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट और अदर थिंग्स हमेशा रहने वाले. मगर जब आपके वोट आप इस्तेमाल करने का मौका मिले, तो महाराष्ट्र में आप देखें, लोकसभा इलेक्शन और असेंबली इलेक्शन में 1 करोड़ नया वोट ज्वाइन हो गए. आप कितना भी मेहनत किया, आप टाइम पर करें पब्लिक ओपिनियन को. बिहार में भी आप 65 लाख वोटर्स निकालने के बाद, व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन विनिंग एंड लूजिंग? स्मॉल मार्जिन. I've got 39.5%, they have got 37.5%.
But sir,
so 2%, 1% is going to play a crucial role. Sometimes even you are getting more votes also, you are going to get lesser seats. तो ऐसे जगह में 65 लाख वोटर्स जो बीजेपी के एनडीए गठबंधन के खिलाफ वोट डालने वाले, उनका पूरा वोट साफ कर दे. 65 लाख वोटर्स एक बार रिमूव करने के बाद अभी चुनाव क्यों करना?
बट द बीजेपी सेज यू डोंट, कि ये दिक्कतें आपको तेलंगाना में नहीं आती हैं जब रोल रिवीजन होता है, क्योंकि उसमें भी ऊपर नीचे होती हैं रोल रिवीजन. कर्नाटका में नहीं आती हैं.
तेलंगाना में बीजेपी नहीं है. अगर जो बीजेपी उम्मीदवार रहा तो बात अलग है. वहाँ पर बीआरएस उम्मीदवार है.
कर्नाटका में जब आप जीते,
कर्नाटका में
उसमें भी तो रोल रिवीजन हुआ था.
नहीं. आप जहाँ पर जरूरी कंपल्शन, आपको एक बात बोलूँ, चोर रहता है, हर ज्वेलरी शॉप चोर करते जाते रहता है क्या? पिक एंड चूज चोर करते रहता है वो. उसको जब चोर करने के लिए मन बोलेंगे, नहीं तो उनको ज़रूरत है, कंपल्शन नेसेसरीज के समय पर चोर करने वाले हैं. तो जब बीजेपी ये सोचे थे हम एज इट इज़ हम जीतने वाले हैं, अंदाज़ा लगाते ना हम लोग, अरे इस बार हम जीत जाएंगे, तो वो अंदाज़े में मैनिपुलेशन नहीं किया होगा. जब अंदाज़ा लग गया यहाँ पर कुछ दिक्कत होने वाले है, तो अभी मैनिपुलेशन में लग गए। हर बार चोर नहीं करते, चोरी नहीं करते, हर घर में डाका नहीं डालते, सो सेलेक्टेड डाका डालते रहता है चोर। तो अभी इंडिया गठबंधन बिहार में डाका डालने के लिए तैयार कर ली।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
My birthday gift to पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है। बुलाओ।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All eyes on you.
How has he seen it all?
Gotta head so spin, never blending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Sorry.
Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar. Co-powered by My Trident, My Love for Home.
Good evening. The US Department of Homeland has uploaded a notification of new tariffs, the additional 25% tariffs on Indian exports that come into effect at 12:01 Eastern Standard Time. That's 9:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time on the 27th of August. This, of course, according to the US, is for India continuing to import oil from Russia. But there are no additional penalties on China, that remains the largest importer of Russian oil, or the European Union, that remains the largest importer of Russian gas. The US double standards, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi very clearly saying Swadeshi is India's big effort, indicating India will not bend under US pressure. That is our top focus story on India First.
India ready for Trump tariff.
दबाव कितना ही क्यों ना आए, हम झेलने की अपनी ताकत बढ़ाते जाएंगे.
US tariff in effect from August 27th. Modi government roars India first.
हम सब आगे बढ़ाएं, वोकल फॉर लोकल बने, स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए दोस्तों.
Prime Minister prioritizes farmers.
मेरी सरकार लघु उद्यमियों का, किसानों का, पशुपालकों का कभी भी अहित नहीं होने देंगे.
Decoding Trump tariff impact. That is our big focus on India First.
India and the United States of America, comprehensive strategic partners. But Donald Trump and his team, with the imposition of the additional 25% tariffs, incidentally, oil that's exported to Europe or the US, that's exempt, as are electronics and pharmaceuticals that the US needs, at least for now. Now, India and the US, two of the strongest and the largest democracies, clearly at odds. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Gujarat, and from Gujarat, he spoke of Swadeshi. He talked of Make in India. The definition of Swadeshi, he said it's very simple. It doesn't matter whose money is invested, whether it's in dollars or pounds, whether the currency is black or white, it doesn't matter. What matters is production. The sweat belongs to an Indian. It belongs to our countrymen. The road ahead clearly tough for textiles or leather or shrimp fisheries exports. We explore that. Ambassador Meera Shankar, India's former ambassador to the United States, joins me on this special broadcast in a moment. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Massive cloudburst in Noida, Jammu and Kashmir. 5 killed at Vaishno Devi. Tavi Bridge crumbles. Houses and cars swept Chief Minister chairs a meeting. Rescue operations are underway. Landslides and flash floods leave a trail of destruction even in Himachal Pradesh. The Beas River washes away parts of the Chandigarh highway. Manali-Leh road is currently blocked. Controversy over Kerala temple purification ritual after a non-Hindu vlogger, Jasmine Jafar, made reels washing her feet at the temple pond. Now the temple pond is to be cleansed. Non-Hindus are not permitted at the Guruvayur temple. Enforcement Directorate raids former Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj. Raids in connection to the alleged 5,000 crore hospital construction scam in Delhi. Raids also on the construction company that bagged 24 hospitals construction project. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh commissions two advanced stealth frigates, INS Udaygiri and INS Himgiri, at the Eastern Naval Command in Visakhapatnam. Describes it as a major step towards India's self-reliance in defence manufacturing. US Customs and Border Protection has formally notified 50% tariffs on Indian products that come into effect from 9:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time on the 27th of August. India is the largest export. US is India's largest export market. It accounts for nearly a fifth of all our outbound shipments. A 50% tariff could make some of these Indian goods less competitive. But pharmaceuticals, electronics, refined fuel, fuel that's refined for the European markets and the US markets, at least for now, they're exempt. But leather, textile, fisheries, these are some of the sectors that will take a big hit. There's a threat, at least some in the United States are threatening India with the H-1B visas too. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Gujarat and he's emphasized the Swadeshi route, make in India's mantra. But is this relationship headed downhill, India-US relationship in Trump 2.0? Can it still be salvaged, or will India have to ride out the storm for the next 4 years?
The die has been cast with Donald Trump erecting an unprecedented tariff wall for India's exporters. On Monday, the US Department of Homeland Security issued a formal notice confirming an additional 25% duty on Indian imports effective 9:31 a.m. Indian time on 27th of August. With this, import duties on many Indian products have surged to over 50%, the steepest ever imposed on a US trading partner. The order cites India's continued purchases of Russian oil as the trigger. The real picture emerges when we break down India's top export categories to the US. Smartphones were the largest export to the US in 2024-25. They are exempt from tariffs for now. Diamonds, gold and jewelry exports, which hit $10 billion last fiscal, face duties as high as 52%. Pharmaceuticals remain exempt from tariffs for now, but Trump has warned of high duties very soon. Textiles and apparel, a very labor-intensive sector, faces massive tariffs with a very high risk to exports. Exports of machinery and mechanical equipment are also at very high risk. They fact a tariff of more than 50%. Steel, aluminium and metals, where exports touched nearly $4.7 billion last fiscal, faces very high risk as well. Petroleum products, ironically at the center of the additional tariffs, are exempt for now. The shock is immediate in Gujarat's diamond hub. Factory owners say margins have collapsed, with prices tumbling 30% for polished stones. Worker associations warn that more than 1 lakh diamond workers could lose jobs across Surat, Bhavnagar, Rajkot and other clusters.
We always believe in a long-term thinking. So definitely for a short term we are not going to reduce any of our employees, but in the longer run we have to definitely see the situation and the economics, but we are confident that some or the other workaround may come, and we will not be in a need to go for a cut down, which has never happened in our journey of 55 years.
The textile industry is straining at its seams as well. Exports of knitted and woven apparel worth nearly $5.4 billion to the US will now face tariffs of up to 63%, pushing buyers to Vietnam and Bangladesh. Garment exporters supplying Walmart, Target, and Costco already report cancellation calls. In Rajkot, the auto components industry, which exported $6.6 billion worth of parts to the US last year, is bracing for a bumpy road ahead. Commercial vehicle and farm equipment parts worth $3 billion will now attract 50% tariffs. According to GTRI, the Global Trade Research Initiative, the new duties affect more than $60 billion worth of Indian exports to the US. Labor-intensive industries anticipate up to a 70% reduction in export volumes, while rivals like China, Vietnam, and Mexico are set to grab market share. Some forecasts peg the decline as steep as 60%, shaving 1% of India's GDP. Stock markets reacted sharply. The Sensex slipped nearly 700 points in trade, led by a sell-off in export-linked stocks from gems to textiles. Analysts warn volatility will persist until clarity emerges on relief measures. Meanwhile, the government is burning the midnight oil to keep the export funnel open. The Prime Minister's office held a high-level meeting to finalize a relief package for exporters, emergency credit lines, cluster-based support funds, and targeted SOPs for MSMEs are being considered. The government has slammed the tariffs as unfair and unjustified. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reiterated his Swadeshi call at an event on Tuesday.
हम सब आगे बढ़ाएं, वोकल फॉर लोकल बने, स्वदेशी ये हमारा जीवन मंत्र बनना चाहिए दोस्तों। गर्व से स्वदेशी की तरफ चल पड़ो।
From Surat's diamond polishers to Tirupur's garment industry and Rajkot's auto parts makers, the impact of Trump's 50% tariff wall is cascading across India's economy. With millions of jobs, billions in exports, and a rattled stock market on the line, the country faces a crucial test. Can relief measures and new markets help cushion the blow? Or will Washington's tariff storm force painful adjustments on the ground? Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
So, headwinds ahead, blatant double standards of the United States of America, but America continues to push ahead. What are India's options in the short term, in the medium term, and long term? Is Trump pushing India closer to Russia and China? Joining us for more on the additional US tariffs and on India-US relationship, the trajectory, is Ambassador Meera Shankar, India's ambassador to the United States from 2009 to 11. Ambassador, as always, welcome.
Pleasure.
Ambassador, how do you view the double standards? Aren't these very apparent? China and EU import much more oil and gas than India, and yet India is being singled out. Is this about oil, or are there other games at play now that these additional 25% tariffs are coming into effect?
Well, quite frankly, these additional tariffs leave the largest importer of Russian energy, which is China, untouched, and Europe also untouched. Both imported more. China imported more Russian oil, $10 billion more than India in 2024. Europe imported goods worth $67 billion. And there are special carve-outs for countries like Hungary, Slovenia, Czechia to continue to get Russian energy. And India imported less than either of these. So it appears to us that, just putting tariffs on a single country like India is not going to impact Russia's behavior. What it will impact is the level of trust between India and the United States, because it introduces an element of disruption in the relationship. You know, when Prime Minister Modi visited the US after President Trump was sworn in
February.
both countries agreed to set a target of $500 billion worth of trade. Instead of that, we are going backwards. So obviously for us, this is both puzzling. You know, why has this been done? And also unreasonable. It really appears to us unreasonable, especially when the US is, commenced talks with Russia and has been discussing the possibility of US investments in Russia's critical minerals, energy sector, and so on. Again, targeting India for what other countries are doing is not going to have an impact on
So
Russia.
clearly, oil is the excuse, and yet the leadership in America, not just Trump, but look at all the leaders around him. They seem to be parroting the same lines, as does a section of the American media. But look at also all the effort that you put in, or diplomats and leaders in the past between India and America, post the Pokhran test, through NSSP, to get this comprehensive strategic partnership. Has that trust been lost for a very long time? 25 years of investment, Donald Trump has thrown it all away, or can the situation still be salvaged?
I wouldn't, write the relationship off entirely. It's an important relationship for India because it's multidimensional. The economic aspect of the relationship, perhaps the most important aspect, is certainly going to be impacted. But you've just had defense talks with the US and a visit by a defense team, which kind of assured our side that the defense relationship continues, military exercises continue. But is it possible to segment the relationship? When you have mistrust in one sector, will it not spill over to other sectors? As of now, I'm sure that there are back channel efforts to see if some reasonable solution can be found. So I'm sure that these efforts will continue. I think the hard reality for India is that it won't, this may not hit our economy so badly. The estimate is about 0.5 to 0.6% of GDP may be impacted, but it hits labor-intensive sectors. So it could really generate unemployment in sectors,
whether in fisheries or textile or gems. These are critical sectors. But if I may, Peter Navarro, close aide and advisor of President Trump, very bluntly, the words he's using, that their intention is to hit India where it hurts, that's no way to talk about a comprehensive strategic partner. And you've dealt with a US administration. So do you see this as some kind of a tactical negotiating stance, or is there a deeper strategic hostility that's creeping into this relationship?
Well, there is speculation that it could be personal pique on the part of President Trump because
we didn't recommend him for a Nobel.
Well, because he decides the policies. It's not an institutional way of decision making. It's more top down. And therefore, I think the speculation that it may be also exacerbated because of some personal pique on the part of President Trump. But, if we look at the past, we've had sanctions after the nuclear tests that we had. India was able to tide over the foreign exchange crisis that we faced at that time by, encouraging NRI accounts and deposits. And the overseas Indian community and NRIs responded quite handsomely, and we were able to tide that over. I think in the immediate term, India is going to probably wait and watch while continuing back channel contacts. But if we look at it in the long term, neither China nor Russia are in a position to replace the US as an economic partner because Russia doesn't import much from India. We import now a large amount of energy from Russia, but there's a huge trade imbalance. And the same
But is this an opportunity?
China.
Is this an
It's
opportunity to seek greater access to Chinese markets and to sort out some of the border issues? But why would China want to do that, given the situation that they would think that we aren't on best of terms with America? They may want to press home their advantage.
Yes. So I think it also, there is still a question of fundamental trust with China. They have to take steps to restore that, because it can't be that one fine day, you wake up and say, okay, now you're my bosom friend. There has to be a process which builds up to that.
Yes.
But they haven't been importing much from India either, with $100 billion deficit in their favor. So the US,
and we have a $40 billion advantage with America.
With the US, plus your entire, IT and other sectors are dependent on the US market. So in that sense, if we step back, I think it makes sense for India to try to find some biomedia which respects our sensitivities as well, is not completely one-sided the way the other agreements that Trump has signed have been. And at the same time, undertakes structural reforms within India, which would encourage domestic manufacturing, which would make us globally competitive in terms of exports, more competitive than we are today, and which would also look at opening up trade with other partners. So,
since you mentioned IT, may I quickly just, take a minute to talk about how should we respond diplomatically to senators like Senator Mike Lee, for example? He put this question, is it time to pause the H-1B visa for India? Or Marjorie Taylor Greene, a far-right Republican congresswoman, who said words to the effect, end India's H-1B visas because they're replacing American jobs.
Well, I think American companies have huge shortages and they don't find the requisite skilled personnel in America. In fact, under the H-1B program, every company has to certify that they had advertised the job and no American workers were available for the job. So it will hit America if they clamp down hard on H-1B visas. But it might also help India because much more work would then be done within India in the global capability centers, which American companies have been setting up on a pretty big scale within India. So,
Ambassador Shankar, for joining me here on India Today, ma'am. Many thanks. I now want to throw it open, for a wider debate and discussion on the road ahead for India and the United States of America. Joining me on the show, Jayant Krishna's former CEO and CEO of NSDC, part of Prime Minister's Skill India Mission, Senior Fellow of the CSIS. Daniel Silverberg is Managing Director at Capstone, former Pentagon and Capitol Hill official. Also with me on the broadcast is Ambassador Vivek Kaju, former Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. But I first want to cut across to India Today's Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Siddharth, now that these additional tariffs are coming into effect starting tomorrow, what are your sources in the government telling you? What are India's options and what steps are we taking?
Well, very clearly, I think as far as our response is concerned, the response, really the tone for it and for the direction for that was set by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his most recent remarks that were delivered at Ahmedabad. So I think that tells us where we are going. But as far as mitigating the consequences of this tariff hit, very clearly work is underway at the highest levels to see how we can support our exporters. There are multiple options that the exporters themselves have requested the government to explore, which is a mix of measures that helps them ride out the consequences of a loss in market share as well as a loss in margins, because it will take time to explore a fresh market. And all of this, Gaurav, comes at a time, remember, when the MEA recently pointed out in its own language that the US continued to do business with various countries, including Russia, it now emerges, and that's a story that we have just put up on businesstoday.in a little while ago, that the US is in secret discussing energy deals with the Kremlin, including for ExxonMobil to take a stake in Sakhalin-1 and for the US to purchase nuclear-powered icebreakers from Russia. So if you wanted double standards, triple standards, or whatever you may want to call it, this is an example of what India is dealing with. And therefore, when the Prime Minister says, look inwards, obviously, there is no other option to look inwards, even as we explore other markets.
Okay. Daniel Silverberg, American double standards, and this is something that Indians are talking about. China imports more from Russia. EU imports more than India when it comes to gas, and yet no sanctions on them. Sanctions on us as US explores more imports from Russia. How does President Trump's team explain this? Or it's their way or highway, they don't care?
Well, I think that there's two potentially complementary objectives that this administration has. One, I think that they are eminently serious about trying to lower India's import of Russian oil. That needs to be taken seriously. I would look very closely at Peter Navarro's op-ed in the Financial Times from a few weeks ago, in which he stressed that the administration is frustrated, that they feel like they're expending political capital, military, diplomatic capital on trying to negotiate an end to the Ukraine war, and simultaneously they have a very close ally who is providing the financial underpinnings of this war. And so they're trying to...
And what about European Union, sir? European Union buying gas from Russia does not fund that same war?
Well, I think from the administration's perspective, they are trying to view this holistically, that they're in the midst of a trade fight with the EU. They're putting pressure on Europe through a number of means. And what is happening now with India, I think from their perspective, is consistent perhaps with some of the levers of influence that they're trying to bring to bear on China with the Grand Deal and Europe. My concern as an analyst is multiple presidents have spent decades trying to strengthen the US-India relationship. And in one light, I think it is a critical objective to stop the support for Russia's aggression. And simultaneously, I think that the administration needs to proceed highly cautiously to make sure that we don't undermine this key relationship.
But Ambassador Kajju, is this key relationship being undermined by the United States of America? Because it takes two to tango. If they don't want to be, if they're behaving in this manner, what are India's options?
Look, I'll make a couple of points, Gaurav. My first point is I take it as a given that the world is full of double standards, triple standards, quadruple standards. It's been my experience as a diplomat that that is the reality of the world that we deal with. You mentioned the European Union and China. Of course, the American approach to China and the European Union and to India are starkly different. If it hurts our sentiments, we feel that it's unjust, as we've said it. It is, but that is the reality you have to deal with. The question is, how do you protect your interests? How do you safeguard your interests in such a situation? The Americans feel that you put pressure on India, it has little options. I think the Americans do not understand India, Indian psychology, Indian resilience, and a certain, how should I put it, a certain reaction, a certain response within the Indian mind and heart to what it perceives as injustice. It then gets its back up and it's willing to sacrifice. So that is where we stand. Will these steps hurt us? Of course they will. For all the fine words, and I think Siddharth has articulated them so well on the fine words the government has expressed, in the short term, You take a small industry like the carpet industry. The carpet industry is important, perhaps in Mirzapur, which is right next, Bhadoi, which is right next to the Prime Minister's constituency. It's the adjacent constituency. 60%, if I'm not wrong, and Siddharth can correct me, 60% of our carpets are, they're very labor-intensive industry. They are exported to the United States. I've seen advertisements in the US on issued by importers of Pakistani carpets, pointing out that there's a 31% differential in the duty, customs duties between Pakistani carpets and Indian carpets, and therefore importers of carpets can diversify and they need not worry. So there will be a hit and there will be a political price to pay. But India, I think the government, the Modi government, has no alternative for the short term. Hopefully in the future, there will be some rethink on the part of America. But I do think also this is a time for us to keep a cool. And my last point, and this is an important point, which I think, which is this, that in the past, we invoked American industry. We invoked the bipartisan support we had in the Congress.
Parliament, in the Congress.
We invoked our expatriate community. In the past, for example, if you recollect, when the Indo-US nuclear deal was being negotiated, all these levers were invoked and successfully. I think
should that happen?
President Trump, for all his statements, is not, last point, is not beyond pressure. He's a businessman at the end of the day. He's a great politician, which he has shown quite clearly, but no one is beyond pressure. I do not understand why we are not invoking them in a very big way.
That's a good point you make there. And Jayant Krishna, in the short term, Skill India. While we're talking about Skill India, and you heard the Prime Minister in Gujarat earlier today, are we likely to feel more pain in the near term, but will be better off in the medium and the long term, the strategy that India is adopting, or is it time to fine-tune that strategy already?
See, Gaurav, very clearly, I think Prime Minister talked about, a lot of Swadeshi stuff to be bought and so on and so forth by Indians and not have too much of dependence on imports from US and other countries, right? But I think from a skills perspective, one sector which is likely to get a huge hit is what the US government has indicated, they're trying to rebuild the entire H-1B visa regime, and they're going to replace it by a new wage-based system, And see, today, there's about 65,000 is the upper cap by the Congress on H-1B visas, and another 20,000 numbers are allowed for people who have had their master's degree from the US. So total becomes almost 85,000. And if you look at last 1 year, almost 72% of all H-1B visas have gone to Indians. So let's understand these visas are given to Indians not because US love the Indians, right? Because Indians meet very, very suitably the skills deficits, in the US. And also we meet the cost arbitrage requirement, right? So I think, and I hope President Trump consults the US industry also, right? They are all for H-1B visa. They are all for green cards to be given to Indians, right? I mean, in isolation, you think that, Indians are taking away the US jobs. That's completely wrong. These are the jobs.
In fact, they're creating more,
US people are not available.
May I come in for a moment?
Absolutely. Quickly, sir, before I bring in Daniel Silverberg and Siddharth. But go on, sir. Ambassador Kaju.
I think the Americans and the US president himself has said that they should not lose high-end jobs. I recollect hearing him saying that it is ridiculous to send out people who have just graduated from American universities with great skills. So I'm not so concerned about the H-1B visas. They are They will be restored because the Americans know. My concern is, and this is where I'll want my colleague to come in, my concern is with the poor weaver in Bhadoi.
Yes.
He'll lose his job.
So Siddharth,
Politically, he's more, if I may submit, most important.
Indeed, absolutely. As of now, what are India's options? Grit our teeth, wait for better times. The Narendra Modi government, it's talking about asking Indians to buy more, but the Bhadoi carpets would fetch a much better price in the United States of America in US dollars than it would do in Indian currency. So what are the mitigating factors here?
It's not as if exports have not fallen in the past. They may not have fallen on account of a similar brute force action anytime in the past, but there have been times where our exports have fallen and governments of the day have responded through measures to prop up exports. So it's a combination. One, can you provide easier and cheaper credit to those who want it at this time? Can you use some of your other export schemes to boost specific sectors? Shrimps, for example. Our largest market for textile exports is the United States. The differential with Vietnamese or Bangladesh products has gone up very significantly from tomorrow morning. So obviously there will be a crunch. Can we quickly roll out more free trade agreements which will help in the medium term, not in the short term? So Gaurav, it's going to be a combination of steps. The diplomatic, strategic, national response to US arm twisting is at one level. The business side, the economic response, the welfare measures are a separate set. And I think we should look at both equally.
Okay. Now, Mr. Silverberg, is America pushing India closer towards China and Russia, strengthening BRICS instead of talking about weakening BRICS? And India is such a strong strategic ally of the United States of America. So why would America want to do this? Because when it comes to Russian oil, if we get oil that is cheaper elsewhere, I'm sure our refiners would take it cheaper. It's market. If we get it cheaper from Russia, we'll take it from Russia. There are no sanctions on Russian oil.
I think that is a legitimate concern in the short term, Gaurav, that there's going to be a tightening of relations between Russia and India, between India and China. But look, realistically, as one of your previous guests indicated, the future for India rests in the US-India alliance, not looking back in the past with Russia, not trying to find some magical solution with China. And there are any number of off-ramps available both to the Trump administration and to the Indian government here to get back to a reasonable place. You got to separate facts and optics here when we're talking about exports. When you look at the trade agreements that have been reached so far with Japan, with the EU and others, these are frameworks. These are not full-fledged trade agreements just yet. And as a result, that provides a degree of diplomatic flexibility. And so there's an opportunity to reach both a trade agreement with India. There's also an opportunity for some reduction on Russian oil to give the Trump administration motivation to say, hey, let's get back to the issues that we know are important to both of us and where there's a lot of cooperation. IMEC, for example, the India-Middle East corridor, that's been quiet since the Biden administration left. I am confident the Trump administration is eager to revive that initiative. Data center cooperation is not lost on American officials, both in the administration and Congress, that India is likely going to be the greatest market for US data center technology outside of the Western world. Huge opportunities here that I'm confident the Trump administration is not going to want to squander. But what's important to remember here is there are any number of voices in the Trump administration that are competing with each other. I'm hoping that the voices looking to put the US-India relationship back on strong footing are ultimately going to win out. I am not concerned about the voices we're hearing from Congress right now because they are parroting whatever they see the president echoing.
Fair enough. An off-ramp. And that's why India has been very quiet all the outbursts that came from the United States of America, the government has been very measured in its response, Ambassador Kaju, and an off-ramp at this stage. Is it possible now? There's the UNGA. Will Prime Minister Narendra Modi go for that summit? Will there be, will the PM go for a UNGA, and will there be a summit with the US President? Will the US President come for the Quad Summit in India? We are the host this year. Many opportunities, but, who makes the first move?
Look, diplomatically, if there's a will, then these matters are decided. They're decided quietly in conversations between top diplomats of both countries and the people who have the ear of the respective leaderships. To my mind, the Russian oil issue is, of course, very dramatic. It's caught everyone's attention. But that's not the real issue. Siddharth again can correct me if I'm wrong. I think at the end of the day, the real issue, Gaurav, will be if the Trump administration recognizes India's grave difficulties in opening up certain agricultural sectors and dairy.
Yes.
Here there are economic reasons, there are also reasons of faith. And no government in India can afford to open up those reasons. Now, the question that I ask my American friend is this, and it's a pointed question. All previous US administrations, all governments in Europe understand these Indian concerns. It's a different matter that in the long term we've got to improve our agriculture. Matters of faith, for example, if there's a suspicion that the dairy products being imported from the US, the cows which are producing the milk from which that product is made have been fed on bone meal, will create an impossible situation for any government here. And it can't. It's a no-no. It's simply a no-no.
It's a cultural issue in India, Mr. Silverberg.
Is there an understanding in the Trump administration, Gaurav, that these are points, these are red lines that cannot be transgressed? And our American friend perhaps can enlighten us. At the moment,
Daniel Silverberg, do you want to quickly respond to that before I bring in Siddharth Zarabi? No, on agriculture, the food that comes, for the fodder that comes from the United States of America, if it has bone meal in it, there's no way, or that milk, if the cattle have been fed that bone meal, there is no way that milk will be sold in India. But does Trump want that red line to be violated? Daniel Silverberg.
Sure. I want to be very clear. I don't speak for the Trump administration. I'm an independent analyst. That said, I've been surprised throughout my career in government at the extent to which sometimes government officials might get details wrong, or that malice is ascribed to what could be characterized as just naivete or uncertainty. I've also been surprised by the number of government officials who are far more savvy than you might think. And so in this instance, per your previous comment, Ambassador, I am confident there are quiet conversations taking place behind the scenes highlighting India's legitimate, sensitive concerns here, and that the Trump administration will respond in kind.
Okay, so even though a trade deal is not happening, and I think we have breaking news that's coming in, Siddharth, that even though a trade deal may be sometime off and there are additional sanctions, there is a fighter jet engine deal, a $1 billion fighter jet engine deal that India and the US are working on. And this is huge for the G404 and 414 engines that India needs for the light combat aircraft.
Gaurav, refer back to what Prime Minister Modi said literally just yesterday. He is drawing the red lines that India has. It is the dairy sector, it is the farmer sector, and it is the MSME small businesses in India. Nowhere in these 7 months have Indian officials, even in private, not offered to discuss every single issue with the United States. concessions, including the rollback of the digital tax, happened as of 1st February. What I can say here with a fair amount of confidence is that Indian negotiators have been taken aback by the tone-deaf attitude on certain points of American negotiators. It's been to the extent that you go in with the understanding, you have a discussion, and 24 hours later, 1 week later, you are hit with a tweet that has no connection with the discussion that has happened. So I think the onus of the conduct of negotiations coming across as a credible person across the table to have conversations, even that has come under question at this time. And one quick final point on this issue, Gaurav. The sensitivity, would any American administration be able to sell non-halal certified meat or pork-based products to a Muslim country anywhere else in the world? I think the fact that American establishment, and I don't know the names here, if they are being so tone-deaf towards India, it's only right that we look inwards, because, if you don't want to hear us, we also don't want to talk to you.
Fair enough. Jayant Krishna, when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to dairy, when it comes to fisheries, India's red lines are very clear. If Donald Trump wants to push India there is no way he's going to hit, he's going to make any headway. That's where he's hitting a brick wall.
Absolutely, Gaurav. India is prepared to negotiate, every other sector, right? But surely, not farmer and, the farm products and dairy products. I mean, look at, we have very few large farmers in our country. Large multitude of farming community comprises of small and marginal farmers, very, very small dairy entrepreneurs, right? And they're very vulnerable sections of the society, right? They are barely able to meet both ends, right? And an onslaught by reducing the import duty very substantially on these products is going to, nail their coffins, right? So that just cannot happen. That's not there on the negotiation table at all. For everything else, India has shown openness for every other product category. But for this category, the farm and fisheries and dairy products, there is no negotiation at all. We have to take care of our population and deprive people of our our large base of population that India has. There can't be any negotiation on that.
That's a point well taken. I have breaking news coming in, and I want to dive into this straight away. India and the United States are all set to sign a deal worth over $1 billion for the purchase of 113 GE 404, General Electric 404 Mark 1 engines for LCA Mark 1A aircraft ordered by the Indian Air Force. Now, this, we are told, is a deal which India wants America to fast track the sale of these additional fighter jet engines. India has already inked a deal for 99 GE404 engines with Lockheed Martin for the initial 83 LCA Mark 1A. Of course, do keep in mind, those orders have been delayed. There's been a 2-year delay, 2-year plus. America has said that they will go ahead and they will ensure that the supplies are made as quickly as possible. 113 new fighter jet engines is what India is looking at. So that's the new agreement that India and the United States, that's a deal that they will sign, because do keep in mind, our fighter jet strength is going down. Light combat aircraft LCA Mark 1A is going to be the backbone of the Indian Air Force. Before, of course, they go in for the 5th generation AMCA, the 5th generation fighter jet, for which they're looking at the Safran engine with France to be made in India through transfer of technology. To all my guests, many thanks for joining me. We'll be tracking the story very, very closely. Turbulent relationship, but it's withstood the test of time. It's had its ebbs and flows, ups and downs. Let's see, will it go rock bottom after this, or will the GE 404 engines help it soar once again? We'll be tracking that story. Coming up next, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh has completed 100 years of its journey. The New Horizons is something that the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh Sar Sanchalak Mohan Bhagwat has spoken of, about how Bharat can be made and should be the Vishwa Guru through Hindavi, Bhartiyata, Sanatan, Hindutva. All Sanatan synonyms been a part of our DNA unchanged for 40,000 years.
Association with Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh has completed 100 years of its journey, and the RSS Sarsanghchalak Mohan Bhagwat spoke of new horizons, the journey for the next 100 years. He spoke of the essence of the Sangh and the prayer to Bharat Mata. He says the essence of the Sangh is Bharat Mata ki Jai. He stressed that India must think global and contribute as Vishwa Guru. Bhagwat said Hindavi, Bhartiyata and Sanatan. Now these words are synonymous, and that is Bharat's DNA that remains unchanged for the past 40,000 years. Listen in.
100 साल की संघ की यात्रा हो रही है। क्यों हो रही है? संघ चलाना है ऐसा नहीं है। संघ चलाने का एक उद्देश्य है, और ये राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ क्यों शुरू हुआ? इतनी सारी बाधाएं वगैरह आई, स्वयंसेवकों ने सारी कठिन परिस्थितियों में से रास्ता निकालकर इसको चलते क्यों रखा, और 100 साल चलने के बाद भी नए क्षितिजों की बात क्यों कर रहा है? इसका अगर एक वाक्य में आपको उत्तर देना है तो वो वाक्य संघ की प्रार्थना के अंत में हम स्वयंसेवक लोग रोज कहते हैं, भारत माता की जय। अपना देश है, उस देश की जय जयकार होनी चाहिए। उस देश को विश्व में एक अग्रगण्य स्थान मिलना चाहिए। लेकिन क्यों मिलना चाहिए? अग्रगण्य स्थान तो एक ही देश प्राप्त करेगा, और विश्व में सैकड़ों देश हैं। उसके लिए भी एक नई स्पर्धा उत्पन्न करनी है क्या? तो ऐसा कोई इरादा नहीं है। लेकिन उसके पीछे एक सत्य है। दुनिया में इतने देश है, क्यों है? विश्व बहुत पास आ गया है। अभी ग्लोबल बात होती है। विश्व पास आ गया है, इसलिए ग्लोबल विचार करना ही पड़ता है। तो एक देश के बड़े होने का महत्व क्या है? तो यद्यपि सारे विश्व का जीवन एक है, मानवता एक है, फिर भी वो एक जैसी नहीं है। उसके अलग अलग रूप है, अलग अलग रंग है। और ऐसा होने के कारण विश्व की सुंदरता बढ़ी है, क्योंकि हर एक रंग का अपना अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन है, योगदान है। और अगर विश्व के इतिहास को देखते हैं तो स्वामी विवेकानंद का वो कथन कि एवरी नेशन हैज ए मिशन टू फुलफिल, प्रत्येक राष्ट्र को एक मिशन होता है दुनिया में जो फुलफिल करना है। प्रत्येक राष्ट्र का विश्व में कुछ योगदान होता है जो समय समय पर उसको करना पड़ता है। वैसे भारत का भी अपना एक योगदान है। विश्व के किसी देश को बड़ा होना है, अपने बड़प्पन के लिए नहीं होना है, उसके बड़े होने से विश्व के जीवन में जो एक आवश्यक नई गति चाहिए वो पैदा होती है, उसका उस प्रकार का योगदान होता है। इसलिए योगदान करने लायक उसको बनना है, इसलिए बड़ा होना है। और इसलिए संघ के निर्मिति का प्रयोजन भारत है, संघ के चलने का प्रयोजन भारत है, और संघ की सार्थकता भारत के विश्व गुरु बनने में है। क्योंकि भारत का एक योगदान दुनिया में हो, योगदान उसको देना है, उसका समय आ गया है। हिंदवी कहने से बुरा नहीं लगता, भारतीय कहने से बुरा नहीं लगता। सनातन का भी कुछ लोग स्वीकार करते हैं। ये शब्द क्या है? समानार्थी शब्द है। और इसलिए हम लोग ऐसा नहीं कहते कि आप हिंदू ही कहो, आप हिंदू हो, ये हम बताते हैं। नहीं भाई, हम हिंदवी है, हम भारतीय है, ठीक है। इसका कंटेंट समझो। इन शब्दों के पीछे केवल शब्दार्थ नहीं है, एक कंटेंट है। वो कंटेंट जियोग्राफिकल नहीं है, उस कंटेंट में एक भक्ति है भारत माता की। उस कंटेंट में एक परंपरा है पूर्वजों की, जो हम सबकी समान है। डीएनए को भी देखो, वही है। 40,000 वर्ष पूर्व से भारतवर्ष के लोगों का डीएनए एक है, अखंड भारत की भूमि पर जो जो है।
The Indian Air Force's iconic MiG-21 fighter jet has just made its last operational flight from the Nal Air Force Base in Bikaner. Imagine, the aircraft came into the Indian Air Force in the 1960s. It's been flying and has been the backbone of the Indian Air Force for the past 60 years plus. It's just about to be number plated, the last two squadrons, on the 26th of September in Chandigarh. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, he took to the skies on a solo sortie, giving a symbolic farewell to this Russian-origin aircraft that has served India so well in the past 62 years. I leave you with these images of the iconic MiG-21. Jai Hind.
तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
So sorry.
Ha 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 ha!